Chapter 1. I want you. Ution, I present you with two choices. One you below, and I above two, I above, and you below. The speaker before him was the celestial empress, Lu Ruyen. Her visage resembled a finely sculpted jade. With features so exquisitely crafted they approached perfection, her eyes were as profound as the night sky, shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars. Having narrowly escaped from a mass grave, Ution should have been grateful to the life-saving figure in front of him. Yet his steadfast nature compelled him to refuse. I decline. The young man, named Ution, turned away, resolutely rejecting her once more without a moment's hesitation. You are afraid. What is it that frightens you about cultivating with me? Are you concerned I might consume you? As she spoke, Empress Lu Ruyen stepped closer, pinching Ution's chin with two delicate fingers, her gaze sparkling with playful mischief. The split of her chi-pao fluttered in the wind, subtly revealing her fair legs, long and elegant like a celestial crane. I have heard of men harassing women, but never of a woman harassing a man. With that, Ution irritably swatted Lu Ruyen's hand away. I have answered you. I do not wish to repeat myself. Please let me go. At the age of 18, Ution was at the height of his vitality under normal circumstances. Such an opportunity would be impossible to refuse, for a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces. However, she was Lu Ruyen. She had reached the pinnacle of combat power in the entire imperial realm by relying on her maidenhood. It was well known that the empress sought a male counterpart to aid in her cultivation. Little did he expect that she would choose him, a current waste of potential. Ution had no desire to entangle himself with this woman who exploited men. Yet Lu Ruyen waved her sleeve, drawing him into the spatial confines of her garment. My dear, relax, she said, and with a flick of her wrist, their surroundings transformed to the banks of a river. The morning light cast an intimate glow upon their faces. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a golden shimmer upon the water's surface, yet the beauty of the scene was marred by the reflection upon the river. Lu Ruyen was actually unfastening her long skirt. Hey, what are you doing? Is anyone there? Someone is trying to assault me. With that, Ution darted towards the underbrush. However, with a snap of her fingers, Lu Ruyen summoned a force that pulled him back. By an unfortunate twist of fate, he landed right into the Empress' embrace. Cradled in her arms, a softness pressed against Ution's face, and at that moment, he yearned to break free as quickly as possible. Big sister, I am a worthless being, unworthy of you. Please find someone else. Let me go. Her scarlet lips brushed against him. Be good. Listen. Do not fear, sister does not harm. As she spoke, Lu Ruyen tore Ution's clothing, revealing his broad shoulders and strong physique, gazing at him with an expression of foolish fascination. Ution felt a wave of embarrassment rise within him. Come on, have you seen enough? You rogue. Big sister, don't you consider yourself the strongest in the imperial realm? Could you not maintain some semblance of decorum? Lu Ruyen, the celestial empress, stood at the zenith of combat prowess in the imperial realm. Having long ruled with her strength, she had repelled numerous incursions from the demon realm. Even the chaotic demon king, Entropy, dared not challenge her. Be good. Listen, sister is still a maiden. Do not take advantage of her and remain ungrateful. But big sister, I'm also a maiden. Moreover, I have someone I like. Let me go. Ution struggled to escape, but Lu Ruyen's single hand pinned his, rendering him immobile. How delightful, we are truly a match made in heaven, she said, leaning in to kiss him again, their saliva mingling, and under the catalyst of hormones, his inner restraint crumbled. The notions of long skirts, chastity, and reputation were cast aside. The fiery passion within him surged as he felt her presence, as if he had flown into an entirely different universe. A series of heightened gasps echoed for 10 miles around, and the two, lost in their fervor, rolled into the river, their alluring forms laid bare. A flood surged. One wave followed another. After nearly 4 hours, the exhausted pair finally ceased their activities, lying bare upon the riverbed. You are quite impressive, young man, Lu Ruyen remarked, turning to face him, savoring the ache below as she nestled against Ution, relishing the warmth. Youth truly brings vigor. Aside from a sense of relief, Yu Tian felt only fatigue, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, his body growing weak. You Rogyu insisted on cultivating with me. Look at what you were saying. I did not see you refuse earlier. Come here. Let sister embrace you. Sister desires more, Lu Ruyin stated, rising and pressing her entire body against Yu Tian, her face flushed with post-indulgence allure. Yet that softness ignited a heat within Yu Tian, and as he turned to push her away, her delicate skin slid effortlessly down. There are many who are stronger than me. Why do you insist on choosing this worthless being? As he spoke, pain etched across Yu Tian's face. Yu Tian was once the rising star of the Yu family, known for his formidable prowess. He awakened his spiritual energy at the tender age of 4 and was able to freely wield it by 5. His strength was renowned in the Yu family and throughout the entire western state. Being adopted, he possessed an extraordinary starting point, yet never slacked in his cultivation. By 14, he ascended to the 9th rank of the mortal realm. According to the scant records of his ancestors, there existed 11 realms: mortal, Shura, communication, clarity, law, profound, origin, primordial, royal extreme, supreme, and infinite. Each realm was further divided into 9 ranks, with breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Reaching the 9th rank as a mortal was incredibly rare, requiring a balance of talent and effort to achieve within one's lifetime. When he reached the 9th rank, it sent shockwaves through the Yu family. Various clans flocked to congratulate and forge connections, all eager for a glimpse of the true master. However, just 3 days prior, as Yu Tian concentrated on breaking through his realm, everything fell apart. Upon reaching the 9th rank, one must condense spiritual energy, consuming the yin and yang forces of one's soul to break through and complete the realm's transformation. The process of breaking through was perilous and left one vulnerable. The one breaking through had to endure the tremendous impact from the influx of spiritual energy while maintaining control over their breath to avoid losing their mind and falling into madness. To his shock, his adoptive father, Yu Kun, seized this moment of weakness and used the spirit tool, devouring Yuan lamp, to extract all of Yu Tian's spiritual energy, leaving him utterly powerless, all to hasten the advancement of his adoptive sister, Yu Wan. Furthermore, taking advantage of Yu Tian's extreme weakness, he severed all of Yu Tian's meridians, rendering him completely crippled, with no hope of cultivation remaining. Even now, the memory of Yu Wan's mocking gaze lingers in his mind. Hey, stop acting like a victim. My desire to cultivate with you signifies my respect. Lu Ruyin finally lost her patience, adopting a stance of superiority. Very well, regardless, I will need you in the future. So let me be frank. Currently, the demon realm and the devil realm have formed an alliance. The imperial realm cannot possibly contend against them. The higher-ups of the imperial realm wish for me to marry into the celestial realm, but you must have heard the head of the celestial realm is an old man. I have no intention of letting someone else benefit so easily. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Yu Tian scoffed, not even bothering to glance at Lu Ruyin. Fool! The purpose of the marriage alliance is to grow stronger together naturally. The only way to avoid this alliance is for me to continue elevating my realm. However, as a maiden, there are limits to my growth, yet you have the potential to awaken my phoenix bloodline and assist me in my elevation. Thus, she said, raising an eyebrow at Yu Tian. So you intend to exploit me in this manner? Yu Tian glared coldly at Lu Ruyin. Oh, now you're serious? What happened to the Ah, hey, Yo-Yu from earlier? Lu Ruyin smirked mischievously. I said we would cultivate together, so do not be coy. If you do not believe me, try channeling your energy right now. Skeptical, yet curious, Yu Tian began to channel his energy, but to his astonishment, his body began to heat up, his meridians continuously repairing, and he trembled uncontrollably as his spiritual energy rapidly restored, even stronger than before. What? My spiritual energy is returning. That is not spiritual energy, it is soul energy. You fool. Lu Ruyin's breathtaking visage briefly flashed with disdain. It is surprising that you possess extraordinary power, yet remain ignorant of such matters. Chapter 2: Despicable Scoundrel, Soul and Spirit. Yu Tian gazed in disbelief at Lu Ruyin. Although he was indeed adopted and knew not the origin of his bloodline, the rogue before him was hardly trustworthy. I have searched for far too long, traversing countless starry realms, only to find you, a mere child capable of awakening my phoenix bloodline. And yet, you dare to act indifferently. Before Yu Tian could utter a word, Lu Ruyin turned, her icy gaze piercing through him, causing him to swallow back his harsh retort. I am the Empress of the Imperial Realm, born with the Phoenix bloodline, as my dual cultivation partner. You have the potential to awaken your hidden soul and spirit. This arrangement benefits us both. With that, she shed her earlier arrogance, playfully flicking Yu Tian's pulse with her delicate fingers, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Startled, Yu Tian took 2 steps back, fearing this woman might consume him whole. Your shy demeanor is quite endearing, she teased, donning a gown woven from celestial silk, its subtle 7-colored luster fluttering gracefully in the wind. The crimson phoenix embroidered upon it appearing as if it could take flight. Scoundrel, you are merely lusting after my body. Do you not believe me? You mortals cultivate that meager spiritual energy, which is nothing but refuse. I descend to aid you in your cultivation, and you still doubt my intentions. Truly a fool. With a wave of her sleeve, the two were transported from Lu Ruyan's spatial pocket to the foot of Yungui Mountain. Before Yu Tian could protest, the primordial force within him surged violently. The energy erupted, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded at the base of Yungui Mountain. The surrounding area, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, crackled with thunder, as if the heavens themselves responded that a rift tore open in the cloud-laden sky, beams of dazzling light cascading down, striking the very spot where Yu Tian stood. That a transformation of monumental proportions began to occur within him. As 2 radiant energies burst forth from his being, one azure and the other sapphire, swirling around him like twin dragons, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. That it was the essence of the azure dragon and the spirit of the crystal dragon. Lu Ruyin observed the spectacle with quiet satisfaction, as if admiring the fruits of her labor. Meanwhile, within the secluded chambers of the Yu family, a figure sat cross-legged in meditation. That I've broken through. At last, I have achieved it, Yu Longwan exclaimed loudly. Is this the 9th stage of mortal realm? This power, this state, it's extraordinary. Outside, the clan leader, Yu Zhankun, watched his beloved daughter reach the pinnacle of mortal cultivation. Tears welling in his eyes, his tightly clasped hands trembling involuntarily, a smile of uncontainable pride spreading across his face. Marvelous. One heir has unexpectedly ascended from the 8th stage to the 9th stage of mortal realm. Truly splendid. No wonder the phenomena at Yungui Mountain, which had not been seen in centuries, has manifested today. It is my precious daughter who has reached the peak of mortal cultivation. Congratulations, elder brother. Congratulations, young lady. The 3rd elder, beaming with respect, chimed in. As far as I know, those who achieve the 9th stage of mortal realm are exceedingly rare. Without exceptional talent, it is utterly unattainable. Our Yu family has finally produced a genius. Tonight, we shall hold a grand feast to celebrate our family's first prodigy. Upon hearing of the recent celestial phenomenon from the 3rd elder, Yu Longwan's face radiated with pride and satisfaction. Nearly overflowing, she surveyed the gathered disciples, her eyes scanning the once eligible suitors who now looked down in shame. With a haughty snort, she dismissed them, leaving only the words, "A bunch of useless fools," before retreating to her quarters. Having concluded the awakening of his soul and spirit, Yu Tian was drenched in sweat, feeling a significant restoration of his strength, and he sensed that he now possessed at least 4th stage power. Moreover, this strength felt far more potent than mere spiritual energy. Yu Tian looked at Lu Ruyin in confusion. What just happened to me? Fool, your body harbors the essence of the azure dragon and the spirit of the crystal dragon. After dual cultivating with my phoenix bloodline, those hidden powers were awakened, Lu Ruyin declared, her demeanor shifting from that of a fragile bird to one of fierce determination, drawing her sword and placing it against Yu Tian's neck. Listen well, that I cannot allow my first man to be a waste. By this time, 3 years hence, you must attain the 9th stage of the mortal realm. Wait for me at the emerald stream of Qingchuan Valley. She regarded Yu Tian with a frosty gaze, snorting. If by then you remain in this pathetic state or dare to break your promise, I shall personally hunt you down and end your life. Be a man of substance. Do not disappoint me." With a final flourish of her sleeve, she vanished. Yu Tian stood frozen in place. Women truly are fickle. He was unaware that he possessed the soul and spirit, granting him access to a power surpassing that of spiritual energy. Thus, he found himself begrudgingly grateful to Lu Ruyin, for she had discovered his potential and assisted in awakening this gift. Yet her attitude was infuriating. Though her beauty was undeniable, that blend of arrogance and disdain in her gaze, that imperious presence, was enough to provoke ire. Remembering his betrayal by the Yu family and this woman's haughty contempt, a wave of uncontainable anger surged within him. That I, Yu Tian, live my life with honor, resolute and unyielding. A talent of my caliber shall never be reduced to a mere stepping stone for others. Those who conspire against me or seek my life shall pay 100-fold. As for Lu Ruyin, recalling the imperious empress of the skies, Yu Tian's inner pride began to resurface. "Humph, I shall surpass that rogue woman, and then I will thoroughly torment her. And I shall add, you are unworthy of me. With a flourish, I shall leave." Yet before Yu Tian could catch his breath, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Drawing closer, accompanied by the unmistakable aura of spiritual energy. "Someone is approaching. Are they here to hunt me?" Two of his followers were the first to catch sight of Yu Tian. They exclaimed, "Yu Tian, aren't you dead?" Yu Tian turned to see the Yu family servant sent to confirm his demise, dispatched by Yu Zhan-kun himself, truly ruthless and merciless. Summoning the Tianyan sword, without a moment's hesitation, he struck down the two men. Such formidable energy! Yu Tian marveled at the astonishing power he now wielded. Hearing another sound, he concealed himself in the underbrush, waiting in silence. In the blink of an eye, a man wielding a spear approached, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That it was none other than his sworn brother, Yu Huang. However, his focus was not on Yu Tian, but rather on someone nearby. That moment, Yu Tian sensed the presence of other familiar spiritual energies surrounding them. Yu Huang, no, this cannot be. Realizing the familiar aura belonged to his close friend, Ning Jiling, Yu Tian's heart raced. Yu Huang's group had encircled Ning Jiling, their eyes leering at her. "Ning heir, do not be afraid. That 5-star soul beast has been slain. Allow me to examine your wounds." As Yu Huang approached, he reached out to remove Ning Jiling's clothing. "Wait," Ning Jiling gasped, recoiling. "Brother Huang, you are too kind. Such matters are unnecessary, lest your noble blood be tainted. It's a trivial matter. The Yu family has always had cordial relations with the Ning family. You needn't be so formal." "Nonsense," the petite maid interjected. "You explicitly agreed that my lady would lure the soul beast while young Master Huang would ambush from behind. Why did you remain idle until my lady was injured before taking action?" "Enough." Ning Jiling frowned, reprimanding. "Xiao Qian, while it is true that young Master Huang was indeed slow to respond and failed to coordinate with me, I was invited to hunt soul beasts alongside him to enhance our cultivation." "So, nonsense. It is clear he waited until you were injured before." Ning Jiling shot several warning glances at Xiao Qian. "Enough of this. I am not foolish." She turned and walked calmly towards Yu Huang. "I sincerely apologize, Brother Huang. My maid is like a sister to me, and she often speaks without thinking. Please forgive her." With that, she offered a respectful bow to Yu Huang. "As you can see, I am injured as well. Perhaps we should cancel today as hunting expedition and return for rest, then jointly pursue the soul beasts for cultivation. What do you think? The Ning family has always held little power in Yungue Mountain. So it is no wonder Ning Jiling, fully aware of Yu Huang's ulterior motives, would still grovel so pathetically. Yet Yu Huang was too preoccupied to care, his gaze fixated on her alluring figure. Parched with desire, nonchalantly, he dismissed her concerns. Since we are here, how can we easily give up? Your minor injury is no hindrance that I shall treat you at once." With that, he moved closer again. No. Ning Jiling's retreat completely incensed Yu Huang. Tearing away the facade of kindness, his voice turning vicious. "You scoundrel." Chapter 3. Drawing blades to assist with a forceful grip, he seized Ning Jiling. "Listen here, Ning. My father is Yu Qingyin, the younger brother of the clan leader. I am now the young clan lord. Do not forget that your Ning family has always relied on our Yu family. I have certainly taken good care of your Ning family." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Ning Jiling's smooth and tender skin, his mouth growing increasingly parched. "Now, it is time for you to repay us." With that, he brazenly made his move. "No, young Master Huang, cease this at once." When Yu Tian was the young clan leader, he would never act in such a manner. Upon hearing the name Yu Tian, Yu Huang's ire surged, and he slapped out in anger. "Ah, Yu Tian, let me tell you, Yu Tian is dead. Now, I am the one you should kneel before. Hurry and serve me well, or I shall bring ruin upon your Ning family, miss." The maid Xiao Qian hurriedly assisted Ning Jiling, tears streaming down her face. "Why do you bully her so? When has my lady ever wronged you?" Hearing this, Yu Huang erupted in laughter. "Wronged? Indeed she has, with such stunning beauty. Who wouldn't desire her, now that I cannot have her? I am utterly tormented. Hurry and cater to me, as for you." He eyed the maid. "This girl possesses some charm. Let my brothers enjoy her as well." His wicked laughter echoed through the forest, yet in the perilous crystal song forest, where soul beasts roamed, no one would come to their aid. A group of thugs closed in. "Help! Help! Yu Tian, save me!" Still calling for Yu Tian? That dog is dead, even if you scream until your throat is raw. He won't come. With that, he tore Ning Jiling's clothing asunder. "Stop!" From the bushes, Yu Tian bellowed, stepping forth, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yu Huang. The sight of Yu Tian sent shockwaves through Yu Huang and his companions, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "Yu Tian? But you were supposed to be dead. Are you even human? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Afraid that a vengeful spirit has come to collect its due?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Huang wiped the sweat from his brow, glaring malevolently at Yu Tian. "You wretched creature, you refuse to vanish. Men, Yu Tian's powers are completely depleted. Attack him together, turn him into mincemeat. Then we shall indulge in two beautiful women." Yu Huang's face twisted in a grotesque grin, but before he could finish, that smile froze in a horror. A severed arm flew through the air and struck him squarely in the face. The agonizing scream echoed as one of the henchmen collapsed, blood pouring from the stump of his left shoulder. "You arrogant wretch!" Yu Tian gestured for Ning Jiling and Qian Er to stand behind him, his cold gaze fixed on the man sprawled before him, blood dripping from the sword in his hand. Yu Huang and his companions turned pale, retreating several steps in fear. "Too fast. We didn't even see when he made his move. So swift, so decisive. What are you? Human or ghost? How is this possible?" Yu Huang's words were cut short once more as another burly man fell, his head severed and rolling to Yu Huang's feet. "Die, you unworthy creature." Yu Huang's face drained of color, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. "You were supposed to be powerless. How can you possess such strength? A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Kill him. All of you attack him. Kill him." Yu Huang slumped to the ground, the last remnants of his sanity, demanding his companions to act. The others, staring at the incomprehensible figure before them, swallowed hard, steeling themselves to attack. That in their eyes, everything felt illusory, a mere figment of imagination. With 8 fourth-tier subordinates closing in, Ning Jiling's face was filled with panic, deeply worried for Yu Tian's safety. Just yesterday, news had spread from the Yu family that the prodigy Yu Tian had killed his father and master, only to end up powerless and ultimately take his own life, causing a stir in Yungui Mountain. Yet now, not only was Yu Tian alive, but he demonstrated a terrifying prowess that was enough to instill fear in everyone present. "Yu Tian, we must flee. There is no other way. Fear not, aside from the 3 of us. No one shall live." His somber and steady words instilled an unprecedented sense of security in Ning Jiling. The contract sword, Tian Yun's sword, draw forth, scatter, activating the recently awakened Azure Dragon Spirit. A powerful Azure energy erupted from his body. Empowered by this Azure energy, the Tian Yun sword transformed into the Tian Yun. "What is that?" The subordinates, mistaking the Azure phenomenon for an illusion, bravely charged forward. Hiss, whoosh, in a single stroke, 3 subordinates lost their heads. Sword chi. This is not an illusion. It is real sword chi. The remaining 5 subordinates hastily sheathed their weapons. 2 stood frozen in shock, while 3 others turned to flee. How is this possible? He was supposed to be powerless. Yu Tian had no time to admire his handiwork. Once more, he gathered his energy, pointing a finger to sever their thoughts, sealing the throats of the two who stood paralyzed. Scatter. The Patianyun unleashed sword chi again, eliminating the fleeing three one by one. Blood gushed forth, creating 5 crimson fountains in the same instant. Yu Huang turned pale, collapsing to the ground, his pants gradually wetting as a foul odor wafted through the air. Collect! The Patianyun returned to Yu Tian's side, hovering in midair, its blade glinting without a trace of blood. Gazing into Yu Tian's judgmental eyes, Yu Huang was rendered speechless, panting heavily that it was all Yu Longwan's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Yu Tian, brother, I am genuinely happy for your return to power. You ungrateful wretch, without me 3 years ago, you would have met your end in Shizhou. How could you have survived to this day? No, no, you not only lack gratitude, but conspire against me with them. Yu Huang, speak. How can a beast act so? As Yu Tian approached steadily, Yu Huang, in a fit of desperation, raised his hand and shouted, You cannot kill me. My father will never let you go. He will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Spare me. I will speak well of you. Rest assured, you will go first. Your father, along with the clan leader, will soon meet you. I will send you Longwan along as well. You four will have a perfect game of mahjong. With that, Yu Tian lightly gestured, the Patianyun slowly pressing against Yu Huang's neck. Yu Tian, please, do not kill me. I beg you. Lan Shui Air is on her way. If you kill me, she will never find you. Lan Shui Air. Yu Tian hesitated, urgently pressing. What about Lan Shui Air? Speak quickly. If I tell you, will you spare me this time? If I do not speak, I will be skinned alive. I only learned this morning. Lan Shui Air heard of your troubles and refused to believe it, insisting that the Lan family come to the Yu family for clarification. But what? Seeing Yu Huang pause, Yu Tian pressed down harder with the Patianyun. But the Lan family disagreed, you understand. Families must consider their interests. That I suspect they believe this is a matter for our family, thus wishing to remain uninvolved. Our family. Yu Huang raised his eyebrows at Yu Tian. Isn't that right? Stop with your jesting. What happened next? Lan Shui Air was furious and came here herself. You know her temperament. She listens to no one but you. She just sent a letter this morning saying she would arrive by evening. So, she should be close now to... As he spoke, he stepped back, kneeling before Yu Tian. Yu Tian, brother, I have told you everything I know. That it was all the clan leader and Yu Longwan's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Please spare me. I know you are a gentleman, a man of your word. Chapter 4. The Trial of Crystal Song Forest. Power gradually restored. Enough. Ningji Ling could no longer bear it. Yu Tian, you cannot spare him. He is so treacherous and ungrateful. Letting him go is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. How will you defend against him once he has the Yu family as his backing? Xiao Qian chimed in. Indeed. How can a shameless villain like him be shown mercy? Clinging desperately to his thread of hope, Yu Huang shouted, You insolent harlots! Young master, you has shown me mercy and has already forgiven me. What more do you wish to say? Yu Tian, my lord, you have revealed to me the information I sought. In exchange, I will let you go this time. You may leave. With that, Yu Tian sheathed the Patianyun, nonchalantly toying with the sword in his hand. Thank you, Lord Yu. Your immense kindness. I shall never forget. I shall take my leave now. I will not linger before your eyes. With that, Yu Huang quickly rose but stumbled and fell before hastily getting back up and making his way up the mountain. Unsteadily. Hey, Yu Tian called out to the retreating Yu Huang. Lord Yu, what is it? Please command me. Long time no see, Yu Huang. The sword unsheathed, its cold light gleaming first. A mournful wail echoed through the air as Yu Huang collapsed, blood gushing from his neck like a cascading waterfall. Yu Ting, you are untrustworthy. I had vowed to spare you this once. Alas, you were too slow. This is our second encounter. That a second time cannot be forgiven. After Yu Huang's demise, the spiritual energy he had absorbed gradually manifested. Yu Tian, seizing the moment, reached out and grasped it. It has returned. My spiritual energy has returned. Ningji Ling stepped forward, inquiring, Yu Tian, what on earth is happening here? Turning around to explain how he had been schemed against, Yu Tian managed a wry smile. Enough. The crisis has been averted. You should return to the Ning family at once. Let today's events remain unspoken. As for my affairs, I shall resolve them myself. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Ningji Ling called out to him. How can I return now? If I go back and Yu Huang is dead, the first to be suspected will be our Ning family. What do you propose? Should I run to the Yu family and declare that I killed Yu Huang? Having been tricked, Yu Tian was somewhat sensitive and suspicious. You misunderstand me. What I mean is, why don't we stay and hunt soul beasts together? Not only will it enhance our cultivation, but it will also provide a reasonable explanation for Yu Huang's death, claiming he was slain by a soul beast. But miss, you were already injured in the battle. You cannot transform your energy, Xiao Qian reminded from the side. Precisely because I cannot transform my energy, I need to collaborate with Yu Tian. On one hand, it allows me to return with some justification. On the other hand, it enables us to keep a close watch on Lan Gu Nyang's movements. Lan Shui'er. The mention of her name stirred Yu Tian again, evoking his deepest concern. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. It is for the best for all. Thus, the three began their arduous training amidst the treacherous expanse of the forest within the Taiyu Pavilion. Yu Qingyin wore a sinister grin as he reported to Yu Zhankun. 3 families are already preparing to pay us a visit. Yu Longwan, seated in the patriarch's position, regarded the assembly with a cold smirk. I had intended to keep a low profile, but it appears my strength does not permit it. Alas, the heavens have unleashed strange phenomena, drawn by my unparalleled abilities. Yu Zhankun, seated below, appeared intent on establishing Yu Longwan's authority. Yet upon hearing the news, his expression soured, and he retorted, "Are these visitors bringing congratulatory gifts or mourning tributes?" Shocked gasps filled the room, and Yu Qingyin, startled, asked, "Does father mean? Are they here to ambush our Yu family? Consider this. Yu Tian has just perished, and the heavens have sent down anomalies. How could these individuals possibly come to welcome a new lord? They are clearly here to investigate. What you say is indeed true." Yu Qingyin bowed respectfully and began to orchestrate. "Gather all the Yu family members in the Great Hall, that we must line up to greet our guests. They shall witness that even in Yu Tian's absence, our Yu family remains the foremost power of Yungai Mountain." "Uncle, you worry too much," Yu Longwan asserted, standing taller. "I am now the genius among geniuses. What need have I to fear those insignificant pawns? This is not the time for complacency. We must go all out," Yu Qi interjected. "Where is Yu Huang? Hurry and bring him back." The younger brother Yu Huang, Yu Qi, hesitated to disclose his brother's whereabouts, knowing that Yu Huang had gone to the grove with Ningji Ling after his advancement. How could he speak of it in the Great Hall? Has he gone to inspect Yu Tian's corpse? He pondered perhaps there was still some spiritual energy to be salvaged. Nonsense. The mass grave is in that crystal song forest, where soul beasts frequently roam. Are you unaware? Hurry and find him. Yes. With that, Yu Qi hastily exited the Great Hall. "Elder brother, there's one more thing. The eldest daughter of the Lan family has come alone, claiming she wishes to seek justice for Yu Tian. Though she's young, she possesses the ability to wield Lan Qi. She is the most gifted person in the Lan family's history, given the situation." Before Yu Qingyin could finish, Yu Longwan let out a cruel laugh, gesturing with a finger, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that swept through the room, followed by another gesture that sent the great hall's doors flying open. Such formidable spiritual energy drew awe from those within. The admiration in their gazes made Yu Longwan feel utterly at ease, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. "The eldest miss is truly exceptionally gifted and powerful. I can only hope Yu Huang possesses even half her strength. Then, our Yu family would soon dominate Shizhou. A waste of leftovers." With that, she arrogantly tossed her sleeve and strode away. Bang! In the crystal song forest, Yu Tian wiped the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the fallen 5-star soul beast. The hunting shadow leopard, he had been at it for nearly an hour without a moment's respite. Every soul beast drawn to Ningji Ling and Xiao Qian had been eradicated. The relentless battles not only honed his mastery over the Azure Dragon Qi, but it also allowed him to break through to the 5th tier of the mortal realm. Indeed, practice is the only true measure of strength and the sole path to enhancement. Observing his soul sky sword, he could feel his meridians thickening, capable of accommodating ever more spiritual energy. Unable to restrain his laughter, he chuckled joyously, unabashedly. Just yesterday, he had been a mere shell of his former self, a living corpse in the mass grave. Today, Not only had he restored his cultivation, but he had also mastered a force more potent than spiritual energy, the energy of souls, and avenged his enemies in the process. At that moment, Ning Jiling approached, showering him with praise. Young master, your talent is astonishing. After reconstructing your meridians, you have advanced at such a remarkable pace. Truly, you are the foremost genius of Yun Gu Mountain. Miss Ning overstates my abilities, that my modest talent is hardly noteworthy in this world where strength reigns supreme. Xiao Qian, breathless, ran over, exclaiming, I am utterly exhausted. Let us rest for a while, that we have slain 9 soul beasts. That should suffice. Indeed, we shall say we encountered 7 soul beasts simultaneously, outnumbered, and that Yu Huang met an untimely demise. Yu Tian nodded in agreement. By the way, have there been any updates on Lan Shui Air? Not yet, but I suspect it will not be long now. Miss Lan has gained some fame for her strength in Shizhou, so her journey should not take too long. Yu Tian nodded, disheartened. Indeed, all we can do now is wait. I hope she remains unharmed. Regaining his composure, he reflected on the recent battles with the soul beast. He had essentially grasped the method of cultivating soul energy. The Azure Dragon's soul energy, the fastest and most effective training method. Remained combat, that it was vigorous and formidable, capable of flowing through the body's acupoints. When the soul energy fully filled all 720 acupoints within his body, he would have mastered it completely. The continuous battles had also fostered an increasingly harmonious synergy between Yu Tian and the Soul Sky Sword, with the resonance of sword intent growing ever stronger. That a slower method, of course, was meditation, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive and required a certain level of comprehension that he recalled reaching the 9th tier of the mortal realm at the tender age of 14, followed by countless periods of focused meditation, only to return empty-handed time and again. Though he had gained insights, tangible progress had eluded him. Ultimately, he had resorted to external forces, be it legendary artifacts, precious treasures, or rare resources. He had sought to gather them all and experiment, willing to risk falling into madness for the sake of improvement. Without realizing it, they had arrived at the Spirit Spring River, located in the heart of the Crystal Song Forest. This was a critical passage from Shizhou to Yun Gu Mountain. Waiting for Lan Shui Air here could not possibly go awry. Yet, this place was perilously treacherous. Any creature that had made it to the Spirit Spring River was not to be trifled with. Even the weakest soul beast struggled to survive here, and only beings comparable to human Shura could thrive in the vicinity. This was a realm for the weak to avoid. Xiao Qian, upon seeing the azure mist emanating from the Spirit Spring River, felt a twinge of fear. Young master, are we truly to proceed? I can't shake the feeling that it's unsafe. Fear not as long as you are with me. You're safer than anyone else. Yu Tian reassured her. Ning Jiling, observing, chose to say nothing further, and they continued their exploration. Within a short time, Yu Tian sensed a presence. The sensitivity of soul energy far surpassed that of spiritual energy. He could easily detect living beings in the vicinity. Not just 1, 2, 3. There are many. Quickly hide. Moments later, they heard a group of people chattering nearby. They are right around here. I saw them too. Everyone, listen to me. The leading man turned to those behind him and said, just now, we all saw the soul spirit saber-toothed tiger nearby. This indicates that there must be soul spirit grass around. Everyone, hurry and search. While the saber-toothed tiger is still trapped in our trap, let us gather what we can and leave quickly. All right. The soul spirit grass is a herb that replenishes yang energy. Consumable directly in the apothecary. It commands a staggering price of 500,000 fragmented silver, clearing the meridians, solidifying the foundation, and enhancing physical strength. This is precisely what Yu Tianzeng, who has just reawakened his vital essence, requires. However, a gentleman values wealth and acquires it through rightful means. Since it was that small team that discovered it first, Yu Tian has no desire to intervene further in the matter. He turns to signal Ning Jiling and Xiao Qian to quietly leave. Yet, Xiao Qian, overwhelmed by anxiety, inadvertently collides with Yu Tian, causing him to tumble into a nearby depression. Rising to his feet, he finds that the ground is littered with broken pale yellow grass stems and 9 crimson blades of grass. This is the soul spirit grass. However, before Yu Tian can fully comprehend the situation, the soul spirit grass dissipates, transforming into a stream of spiritual energy that rushes into his nostrils. Who? The team, alerted by the commotion, hastens over. Yution? Unable to see him, the group is filled with incredulity. Did he not perish? What is going on? He is the unfilial son who murdered his father and teacher. One of the girls in a pink skirt proclaims haughtily. It seems this beast has found new affection. The 5 men and 2 women exchange glances, clearly harboring ill intent. The Dio not be rude. We, Xiaoqian. Ningzhelin pulls Xiaoqian back, signaling her to remain silent. Yution dusts himself off. He has no intention of becoming entangled with this group, as his thoughts are consumed by the well-being of Lan Shuer. He recognizes a man among them, Xiong'an, a genius from the Xiong family, who, at the tender age of 7, became the top martial artist at the Tongbei Academy. Xiong'an, it is good to see you. We were merely passing by and heard the commotion from the Soul Beast. We must take our leave. Farewell. Stop. To Yution's surprise, the once sycophantic Xiong'an now confronts him with a defiant expression. You beast, traitor, stealing our treasure and thinking you can just walk away. Indeed, the soul power measuring device indicated a sudden surge of energy from this area, which then vanished. Yution surveys the surrounding individuals, who are casting him hostile glances. News of his complete loss of power has undoubtedly reached Yungue Mountain, and it seems they have no fear of this powerless wretch. Moreover, to see our master and not kneel. You have truly overstepped. As Xiong'an grabs Yution by the collar, anger wells up within Yution, his eyes gleaming with icy fury, yet he suppresses his rage and coldly commands, just this once. Release me. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Having just awakened, he still has the formidable Yu family to contend with. And now is a time for discretion. However, Xiong'an's sycophantic demeanor only intensifies as he jabs a finger at Yution's chest. Oh, I am so frightened. You, the useless wretch. Not even as worthy as a dog. What are you flaunting? Do you see this noble behind me? Do you know who he is? He turns to introduce the leading man. You truly do not know. He is the 6th young master of the Ho family. Ho Bonin, the son of one of the 5 great families of Shizhou. You worthless creature. Why do you not kneel and pay your respects to my master? Upon finishing, he beams with self-satisfaction. Firstly, what does another's strength have to do with you? Secondly, this is your last chance. Release me. With that, he channels his energy, and the Tianyun sword emerges slightly, its blade glinting menacingly. You dare to make a move? You ignorant cur! The others behind him burst into laughter. For to them, witnessing Yution draw his sword is as comical as a child threatening an adult with a lollipop. How brazen of you to bring a mistress to the Spirit Spring River. It seems you are quite bored with life. Brother Ho, rest assured, there is no need for you to intervene, that I shall personally teach him a lesson, ensuring he kneels and pays respect to you. With that, Xiong'an throws a punch at Yution, aimed squarely at his left cheek. Break! Boom! In an instant, the vital essence within Yution explodes forth, sending Xiong'an flying, along with Ning Jilin and Xiaoqian, whose skirts billow upwards from the immense force. Only Ho Bonin manages to stabilize himself, preventing a fall like the others. The forest seems to applaud this display of power as leaves flutter down. How? How could he be so strong? Was he not supposed to be powerless? Xiong'an and the others scrambled to their feet. Gazing at the once-due without turning her head, Lan Shuer fixed her gaze intently on Yution, anxiously inquiring, what on earth is happening? Meanwhile, the crowd and Xiong'an scattered in a frantic escape. Yet, it was evident that the saber-toothed tiger was swifter. A piercing scream echoed. One had already met their demise. No! Another scream followed. Brother Xiong, save me! Quickly! Ah! Help! No! The continuous cries sent chills down Xiong'an's spine, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. To his astonishment, Ho Bonin had come to seek him out. Ah! Brother Ho, shouldn't we be fleeing separately at a time like this? Pah! Who's your brother Ho? With that, he kicked Xiong'an, who was attempting to flee, exclaiming, Damn it! I came away with nothing this time, and now I have to endure this humiliation. Go die! Take the hit for me! Indeed, relationships forged through the exchange of interests would dissipate alongside those very interests. The masses are but pawns for the profit-seekers. Friendship is a mere illusion. As Xiong'an watched Ho Bonin's figure vanish into the mist of the forest. His anger grew. How could he have acknowledged such a treacherous person as his elder brother? However, turning back, the saber-toothed tiger was already upon him, its gaping maw lunging forth with a fierce slash of energy. The saber-toothed tiger was severed in half. Momentarily stunned, Xiong'an slowly opened his previously shut eyes to find himself surrounded by a dozen attendants. The leader gradually removed his mask and uttered, "Xiong'an, it's me. Thank you, Brother Xie, for saving my life. Where are you from?" "What do you mean, where am I from? Are you out of your mind? Open your eyes and look at me." As he finally opened his eyes, he recognized that the person before him was none other than his classmate from the academy. "Wuji, how did you end up here?" "I was about to ask you the same, Xiong. Why are you running?" Their exchange of information made Wuji's nerves tense. "That so, you really saw Tian. He's still alive?" "Without a doubt. Moreover, his strength seems to have grown even greater, with his academy classmate arriving with family members." Xiong'an finally exhaled in relief. Feeling as though he could finally stand tall to his surprise, he noticed that Tian was accompanied by two young ladies, and they appear to share a close bond. Tian had been protecting them all along. Wuji could hardly believe his ears. Incredible, truly incredible. He managed to bring along two. Why am I not so fortunate? Who said that? Off you go. You little rascal, still with your lecherous thoughts. Quickly, tell me, which direction did he flee? Over there. Xiong'an pointed towards the direction where Tian had escaped. Chase after him. Tian likely knows the whereabouts of my brother Huang. Hey, wait for me. I'm coming too. Finally, I can give that pretentious dog a good beating. Count me in. Xiong'an joined in the pursuit that in a nearby cave. Lan Shuer had performed a simple bandaging on Ning Jiling. Her injuries were quite severe. Her internal organs had sustained damage from the soul beast spirit, requiring a combined effort of spiritual energy for healing. Xiao Qian, witnessing the frail Ning Jiling, began to weep. Turning to kneel before Lan Shuer. "Miss Lan, I implore you, save my lady." Xiao Qian will bow in gratitude. "I cannot save her." Lan Shuer shook her head, speaking with a sense of resignation. "The Lan family cultivates Lan Qi, which is different from your spiritual energy. Forcing a treatment may yield adverse effects and could harm her further. However, I have temporarily shielded her body with my power, but it can only last for 10 hours at most. During this time, she must receive spiritual energy treatment promptly. Otherwise, her life will be in jeopardy. Then we must relocate." Just as Tian emerged from his recent seclusion, he entered the cave and stated, "In any case, Yu Huang is dead. Many soul beasts have perished nearby. You should simply go to Yu Mountain at Yingui Mountain and claim that Yu Huang died while you were hunting soul beasts together. You escaped from danger. Now that I have just died, the Yu family will not dare to easily make enemies and will not trouble you. Tian, how are you? Is your body all right?" Lan Shuer, unlike her earlier cold demeanor, inquired gently and with concern about Tian's condition. "Much better. This soul spirit grass is indeed remarkable. After consuming it, I felt a surge of heat throughout my body that I just closed myself off to clear my meridians. And I can feel that the power of my spirit has filled many acupoints, at least 400 of them. That's good. You must take care of yourself. You've only just regained your cultivation. Don't act recklessly. Let me handle anything that arises." Seeing this scene, Xiao Qian pouted in frustration. Why was Miss Lan so indifferent to them, yet so warm towards Tian? By the way, you mentioned that Lan Qi cannot treat spiritual energy? Indeed, the essences are different. The physiques do not align. They cannot be mutually utilized. That Qi is closely related to one's bloodline, that if one were to forcibly cultivate across boundaries, the consequences could be as minor as losing control or going mad, or as severe as complete cultivation failure, resulting in immediate death to AT that moment. Tian was filled with confusion. Clearly, Lu Ruyin had stated that she used imperial qi to heal him. Yet, he had been cultivating spiritual energy all along. What was going on? Lan Shuer interrupted Tian's thoughts. All right, you all should set off quickly. Xiao Qian felt increasingly uneasy. Could it be that you two are going to indulge in your own world? Are you abandoning us to our fates? Perhaps we should leave tomorrow instead, that it's late, and we have no idea what the situation outside is like. The soul beasts here are quite formidable. It's not something we can handle. It would be better to depart tomorrow, as we would still have time. She gazed affectionately at Lan Shuer, saying, You should rest as well, that it's quite late. You shouldn't have rushed over without regard for day or night. It must have been taxing for you. All right. Lan Shuer smiled, her smile reminiscent of a sweet young girl in the bloom of first love. Witnessing this, Xiao Qian's heart sank further. Chapter 7. Just because of you? Dare you? As dawn broke, Xiao Qian groggily rose to check on Ning Zhiling's condition. She was sleeping soundly, her injuries stabilized. Turning to express her gratitude to Lan Shuer, she was taken aback by a heartwarming scene. Lan Shuer had gently leaned against Yu Tian's shoulder, while Yu Tian rested his forehead against hers. Observing this sight stirred a complex emotion within Xiao Qian, for her mistress, Ning Zhiling, harbored a secret affection for Yu Tian. And here they were, displaying such intimacy, right in front of her. A whirlwind of feelings surged within her. Lan Shuer was the eldest daughter of the Lan family from the West Prefecture. Given the long-standing ties between the Yu and Lan families, and the prodigious talents of the young Yu Tian, who was often paraded around by Yu Zhankun, it was no wonder that Lan Shuer's childhood was intertwined with Yu Tian's. It was hardly surprising that their every gesture spoke of close familiarity. Her beauty was akin to a celestial being emerging from a classic ink-wash painting. A peerless beauty. This was Yu Zhankun's praise for Lan Shuer. Once upon a time, Yu Tian and Lan Shuer were recognized by both families as a match made in heaven. There were even intentions for a marriage alliance, but due to their tender age, it had only been verbal promises. Now, however, the world had changed. Yu Tian was no longer the young patriarch of the Yu family. Fortunately, true feelings often transcend the trivialities of gain and loss that a sudden cough roused Yu Tian from his slumber. He hadn't fully been asleep, but had been in a state of semi-sleep, cultivating his spirit. The soul spirit grass was truly astonishing. It had nearly cleared 600 acupoints along his meridians. Only 120 more remained for him to fully master it. Suddenly, Yu Tian sensed movement nearby. It was not a soul beast. It was human energy, rising cautiously, so as not to awaken Lan Shuer. He signaled to Xiao Qian to keep an eye on Ning Zhiling and quietly exited the cave. The energy grew clearer, indicating it was not just one person, but at least 10. It felt somewhat familiar. This energy is... The footprints had vanished in this vicinity. Search thoroughly. We cannot let a single trace escape. Indeed, that bastard stole the soul spirit grass. I discovered if the soul spirit grass is not refined and absorbed in time, it will lead to liver toxicity. He will definitely be cultivating nearby. The human auras could be distinctly felt, spreading in a wide arc over there. That is where a multitude of soul spirits surged. Get to work. With a powerful surge of spiritual energy, a storm suddenly erupted in the air, transforming into a mass of energy that surged into the cave, causing an explosion. Yu Tian's expression changed drastically. Lan Shuer and the others were still inside the cave. However, the storm blew away the underbrush that concealed Yu Tian, revealing Xiong'an standing before him. A smug grin plastered across his face. Yu Qi. See, I told you he wouldn't get far. You Yu Tian are truly a persistent ghost. You still haven't died. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The guards of the Yu family swiftly converged from all directions, forming a formation that encircled Yu Tian. Behind their masks were familiar auras. Yu Tian's face grew solemn. He knew a battle was inevitable. These were individuals he recognized. Rising slowly, he drew his weapon, the blade of the falling sky. Yu Tian, you have committed patricide and master murder. The heavens will not tolerate this. Now that heaven has granted you a second chance at life, you still harbor wicked intentions, coming here to steal the soul spirit grass that Xiong'an has painstakingly searched for. Truly, you are a wolf with a wild ambition. Such a person has no place in this world. With that, he stepped forward, drawing his gleaming battle axe, his murderous intent palpable. Yu Tian smirked coldly. It seemed Yu Qi still delighted in stirring up trouble. While cultivating within the Yu family, he often sought justifications for his actions, persuading others to tacitly support him. All the while harboring a deeply selfish heart that in essence, he was no different from Yu Huang. A conniving scoundrel. Yu Qi, wait. Just as the moment to strike was approaching, Xiong'an halted them. Yu Qi, do not forget he still has 2 little bees in his hands. Why not find them first and rescue them? They may express their gratitude by repaying us. He spoke with such fervor that saliva dripped from his mouth. Yu Qi sighed and nodded. With Yu Tian deceased, the Yu family needed to strengthen their social ties and stabilize their position. Offending other families was ill-advised. Furthermore, those 2 women might know the whereabouts of their brother. Yu Huang. Send a few people to search around. especially in the places where Yu Tian had just been. The rest will stay here to deal with Yu Tian. Remember, we must capture him alive. I intend to thoroughly humiliate that shameless wretch. He has caused the deaths of my 3 disciples. I shall urinate on his face. Let him truly feel what despair is. Do you really think you stand a chance? Yu Tian sneered, finding these individuals laughably presumptuous. You have no opportunity. Surrender now. At least you'll return alive. Hey, he is quite arrogant. Xiong'an's expression was filled with rage, his eyes bulging, nostrils flaring. How dare he provoke me with his mere presence? I'll sever your legs. With a swift movement, he lunged at Yu Tian. Yu Qi marveled at Xiong'an's talent, noting his remarkable speed despite being only at the 7th tier. Crack. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the morning mist, 2 points of light appeared on the ground, one illuminating Xiong'an's face and the other Yu Qi's. Their expressions of terror were eerily synchronized. The sword had inexplicably shattered, breaking into 2 pieces. Yu Qi and Xiong'an stood frozen, unable to comprehend the recent events. What just happened? My sword. How did it break? It was Yu Tian. Did he seem to have harnessed power just now? That wasn't he supposed to have lost all his abilities? How could he possess such strength? Could it be soul spirit grass? How is that possible? I consume it daily and see no significant effect. Xiong'an, I suspect you exhausted all your energy on. Stop with the distractions. Xiong'an glared at the broken sword before him, his expression twisting in disbelief. I am the foremost genius of the Xiong family, one of the 6 great families of Shizhou. How could a mere Yu Tian ever be my match? The 6 great families again. Everyone knew that the Xiong family ranked 6th among the families of Zhongzhou, and the top 5 families wouldn't even associate with them. Yet, the Xiong family still shamelessly sought to mingle. Flowing sword. Rise. The severed sword slowly levitated. Join. The 2 broken sword pieces emitted a pale blue flame in the air. And then the sword miraculously reformed. Take this, you scoundrel. Water reversal slash. With a decisive step, Xiong'an charged at Yu Tian with all his might, based on his status and strength attained in Shizhou. He could not fathom failing to defeat a mere washed-up loser. Huh. Such commendable courage. Yu Tian replied with a slight smile, disdain etched across his face. You think a mere 7th-tier opponent can challenge me? Whoosh! With a deft sidestep, he evaded the attack, moving as fluidly as flowing water, without a hint of panic. How is this possible? His speed exceeds mine? Xiong'an stared in disbelief at the person before him, unable to fathom that this supposedly powerless individual could possess such velocity. With a series of rapid thrusts aimed at vital points, Yu Tian effortlessly dodged each strike. Then, with a powerful knee strike, bang! It landed squarely on Xiong'an's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Da-da! He screamed in agony, his flowing sword slipping from his grasp. At that critical moment, Yu Qi recognized the urgency and shouted commands to the other guards. This is bad! Brother Xiong is in danger. Charge! As his voice faded, several black-clad guards leaped into the fray against Yu Tian. The remaining guards formed a barrier. Yu Qi dashed forward to lift Xiong'an, but Yu Tian was simply too swift. With his right hand employing the Skyfall technique to block, his left hand swiftly struck down, destabilizing one guard, and seizing him, that he parried left and right, and in the ensuing chaos, he severed one guard's thigh with a single stroke, then pierced another's chest with another strike. The final blow decapitated the subdued guard. Blood dripped from the sword onto the ground, and the others instinctively recoiled. The once revered genius now appearing before them, still as solitary and formidable as ever. Da-da! How could he be this strong? Xiong'an gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, never having suffered such a humiliating defeat. There could only be one explanation. Yu Qi slowly regarded Yu Tian, incredulity plastered across his face. He had not truly lost all his powers. Chapter 8. Enlightenment in the Sword Path. The 4 corners had enclosed Yu Tian, and Xiong'an's face was filled with terror, repeatedly shaking his head in disbelief. It cannot be. I'm a 7th-tier mortal realm cultivator, a recognized genius. How could he possibly be my match? Xiong'an stared at this anomaly, astonished that with just one strike, he had been defeated by Yu Tian. This was utterly impossible. Just you. Yu Tian smiled lightly, revealing a contemptuous expression. There are so many geniuses in this world. What are you in comparison? At best, just an arrogant fool beneath me, destined to be crushed. Meanwhile, Yuchi remained silent, his thoughts racing. First, his father could not possibly deceive him, and his elder brother Yu Huang and cousin Yu Lengwan's rapid advancement was indeed real. Therefore, this brat Yu Tian must have lost all his powers. Yet why was he still as formidable as before? Noticing the hesitation among his companions, Yuchi called out to the guards around him. Enough! We are here to carry out orders. This incident is spread throughout Yun Gui Mountain. It is likely that the entire Shizhou is now aware of it. It cannot be false. There is only one possibility. He glared at Yu Tian, gritting his teeth as he spoke, that this treacherous scoundrel attempted patricide and master-killing, failing to seize his father's powers, and instead took the cultivation of those two women. So that is how it is? No wonder. Otherwise, why had the two women vanished without a trace? But could relying solely on the powers of two women achieve such strength? This question left the gathered individuals momentarily speechless. Yuchi felt a pang of jealousy. Was this what it meant to be a genius, destined to surpass other hard-working mortals? However, Yuchi steeled himself, declaring loudly, "This must be talent. What a pity that such talent was not used for a righteous cause." With that, he set aside Xiong and brandished a massive axe with both hands. "Yu Tian, though you are without parents, the Yu family has treated you well, raising you and imparting techniques, treating you as their own son. Had you sincerely sought to establish yourself and treat all beings with kindness, you would surely have thrived within our family. Instead, you have harbored malevolent intentions, repaying kindness with malice, even stealing from others. Such a person must be swiftly dealt with. What a pity you two don't perform comedy." Yu Tian found their earnest accusations amusing, especially given the memories of his own persecution that were vividly etched in his mind. Yu Cheng, due to that old wretch, had laid traps for him, preparing everything for himself. The painful expression resurfaced on his face. "Yu Tin, do not resist any longer. Sister One has already advanced to the 9th tier of the mortal realm. Her cultivation has dramatically improved, and breaking through is imminent. Even if you escape, do you truly believe you can contend with our Yu family?" Pride and smugness danced across his face. "The Yu family has sheltered you for over 10 years. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? If I were you, I would have long felt so ashamed that I'd take my own life on the spot. How dare you continue to live and feel shame?" "Pa!" Upon hearing this, Yu Tian's fury ignited. "I have devoted my heart and soul to the family for over 10 years. For 18 years, I have diligently cultivated. What was it all for? Was it not to preserve the honor of the Yu family? Yet you, conniving together, took advantage of my moment of weakness to ambush and frame me, employing every underhanded tactic imaginable. You seek to push me to my death. And you think you are worthy? Truly a dog-esque life, ready to bite back." Yu Chi's eyes flared with murderous intent as he glared at Yu Tian, with a slight gesture of his right hand. The guards immediately understood and drew their short swords, charging towards Yu Tian trapped within the barrier. As they approached the barrier, the surrounding guards swiftly retracted it and lunged forward in unison, executing their movements with seamless precision. "Capture him!" At this moment, Yu Chi himself unleashed his power, exhibiting the might of 6th-tier 8th realm cultivator. All the guards followed suit, their energies surging, each at least at the 5th-tier 5th realm. Seeing enemies converge from all directions, Yu Tian hurriedly channeled his energy, his body radiating heat as power surged uncontrollably from within. Earth Binding Slash. Yu Chi was the first to engage, employing the Yu family's secret technique. The Earth Binding Slash. This was a technique of considerable rank. 6th grade Huang Ting. He aimed to sever Yu Tian's hands, believing that only in this way could he completely subdue this genius madman. However, Yu Tian merely stepped back, transforming his energy. Open. The surrounding crowd was forcefully pushed aside by an overwhelming surge of formidable energy. Po Ting Yun Judgment. With a mere gesture, the sword sliced through the air, delivering a decisive blow. In an instant, several guards had their arms severed, crimson blood staining their dark attire. Yu Chi stood frozen, staggered by the sight of the sword's aura. He had never witnessed such a palpable presence capable of repelling others. Confounded, he remained rooted in place, unable to comprehend that the figure before him was the same Yu Tian who had perished just the day prior. Regaining his composure, Yu Tian felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. The sword aura he had just unleashed was extraordinary, reminiscent of sword chi. Had he truly mastered the essence of sword chi? The potency of sword chi far surpassed that of mere sword energy. Sword chi, by definition, manifests when the sword energy is sufficiently sharp to owe his astonishment. Within less than a day, he had cultivated such mastery, it seemed that combat was indeed the swiftest path to honing one's swordsmanship. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Do you intend to let him catch his breath? Roared Xiong'an, his voice booming as he summoned his sword back into his palm. Let us go together. Slay this dog. Avenge the two innocent women. The timing was fortuitous. Po Tianyun returned to roots. In an instant, the sword chi rained down like a tempest. The crowd was compelled to retreat, the sharp blades slicing through their garments and skin, leaving behind a trail of crimson wounds. You Tianyu, how many lives have you taken? Tell me, did you also rob my brother Yu Huang of his powers? Faced with Yu Tian's overwhelming presence, Yu Qi clearly struggled to withstand the pressure. Had he known Yu Tian possessed such might, he would have vehemently persuaded their father, Yu Qingnin, against taking action against him. Yet, these mere ants believed that their numbers could vanquish me. How laughable! Enraged, Yu Tian unleashed his fury, radiating an immense aura that intimidated all in its vicinity. Still pretending. What are you boasting about? Let me tell you, unless you surrender the secret technique and kneel begging for mercy today, you shall not escape unscathed. The Yu family and the Xiong family will join forces to hunt you down. Just wait and see who will emerge victorious in the end. These foes were indeed formidable, although Yu Tian's energy was exceptional. They were all top-tier cultivators within the mundane realm. Furthermore, their numbers allowed for a relentless assault. Should they unite in battle, Yu Tian might not withstand the onslaught. Moreover, he had been fighting continuously without proper rest. His body was already on the brink of exhaustion. You think you're so tough? We will take turns attacking. Let us see just how long you can keep this up. Impudent. A woman's voice echoed from within the cave. You deceitful rascals, feigning righteousness while engaging in vile acts. You are the beasts I speak of. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the cave, her silk scarf fluttering in the wind, her skirt billowing slightly. She was as beautiful as a celestial being, akin to a star descending to earth. Lan, Miss Lan, how could you be with this parricidal scoundrel? You thieves, aiding evil and colluding with a tyrant. Seize them at once. Lan Shuer commanded, her commanding presence suppressing all around her. Are you all right? I'm fine. Then why didn't you come out sooner to help? There's a situation in the cave that but before Lan Shuer could finish, a woman's scream pierced the air from within the cave. Run! It has broken free. Miss, watch your step. Ningji Ling and Xiao Qian rushed out of the cave, their expressions frantic as if something dreadful had transpired inside. Wow! 3 women. You are quite the fortunate lad. Xiong'an commented with dissatisfaction, wishing for a horde of women to surround him as well. Yu Qi shook his head helplessly, incredulous that even at such a moment, one could still focus on women. Yet before anyone could react, a thunderous roar emanated from the cave, sending chills down their spines, that a 9-fold 9-star winged, celestial lion burst forth from the cave, landing with a deafening roar. This was a soul beast of the Shura realm. Chapter 9. The storm of Lan Qi, the colossal winged celestial lion roared, shaking the very earth, drawing everyone's attention immediately that a soul beast of the 9-fold 9-star Shura level was not to be trifled with. Its strength was sufficient to crush any cultivator of the mundane realm. Even those like Yu Qi and Xiong and felt an immense pressure in the presence of such a terrifying creature. In the air, the lion's wings unfurled, unleashing a tempest of power, sending sand and stones flying, trees swaying as if the entire world was under its dominion. Yu Qi and Xiong'an's faces paled. Despite their numbers, they were utterly powerless against a soul beast of this caliber. What is happening? Xiong'an retreated several steps in fear. They had no hope of defeating a creature of this rank. Yu Tian was equally bewildered, glancing at Lan Shuer, seeking an explanation. This soul beast has been trapped in the cave for years, undergoing a breakthrough. That is why it did not attack us when we entered. Now that it has successfully advanced, it is evidently enraged by our intrusion. The lion's eyes flickered with an unusual glimmer. Its massive form trembled before it slowly lowered its head, as if expressing a semblance of submission. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, the only sound the howling wind. Yu Tian and Lan Shuer exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the unfolding scene. Yu Qi, too, was left speechless. He had anticipated a battle to the death. Yet here was an unexpectedly dramatic turn of events. What on earth? How could it suddenly? Before Xiong could finish his thought, Yu Qi had snapped back to reality, an incredulous joy swelling within him. He approached the lion, his steps somewhat unsteady, and gently reached out to stroke its head, feeling the powerful energy radiating from the soul beast. The lion's gaze softened, appearing pleased by Yu Qi's touch, its massive head tilting toward him in a gesture of affection. Was it my earlier attack that aided its breakthrough? Yu Qi murmured, excitement and disbelief flooding his heart. He turned to Lan Shuer and Yu Tian. A triumphant smile gracing his face, that it seems it now recognizes me as its master. Yu Tian and Lan Shuer exchanged a glance, their expressions complex and filled with disbelief. The sight of the lion yielding to Yu Qi was beyond their wildest expectations. Yu Qi felt a surge of power emanating from the lion, igniting a long-buried malice within him. His gaze grew cold, locking onto Yu Tian like a predator stalking its prey, his voice icy and laced with murderous intent. Yu Tian, were you not so arrogant? The one laughing now is me, with the lion at my side. What right do you have to stand before me? What? Now you're not pretending anymore. Yu Tian sneered, disdain evident in his expression. Truly, Yu Qi was the type to preach about the greater good while reveling in power when he was strong. Yu Qi laughed maniacally, his expression contorting into one of madness. His mind was clouded by the intoxicating allure of power and the ability to dictate the fates of others. Yu Tian, did you think you could always suppress me? This soul beast is a gift from heaven. Now, I will show you what true power looks like. With that, Yu Qi turned to the lion and commanded, Lion, attack, annihilate him. The lion roared, its massive form tensing as it prepared to pounce on Yu Qi's command. Exuding an aura of terror, Lan Shuer took a deep breath, her eyes resolute. The air behind her seemed to solidify as an invisible current enveloped her. This was Lan Qi, her unique power. She propelled herself forward, like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at the descending winged celestial lion. Lan Qi storm. Lan Shuer wielded the ancestral sword of the Lan family, the Lan wind sword, unleashing a series of blue wind blades that sliced through the air with piercing shrieks. The lion flapped its wings violently, a fierce gale emanating from its feathers, seemingly attempting to dissolve Lan Shuer's assault into thin air. Yet, Lan Shuer remained undeterred, her expression intensifying as the Lan Qi formed a massive blue energy shield around her. Shattering through the tempest's barriers, you can't move. You lot, attack now. Yu Qi barked, and the remaining guards surged forward, assaulting Lan Shuer. She was wholly focused on combating the soul beast and could not fend off their strikes. Hey, don't. This woman is too beautiful. Wouldn't it be better to capture her alive? Xiong exclaimed, his face lighting up with lecherous delight. You lecher, don't you dare, seeing Lan Shuer at a disadvantage. Yu Tian once again unleashed his aura. Scatter. In a flash, he dispatched 5 guards who sought to attack Lan Shuer. The remaining guards, sensing the danger, retreated to confront Yu Tian. However, Lan Shuer's energy shield could not withstand the onslaught. The lion let out a thunderous roar, unleashing immense soul power, shattering Lan Shuer's defenses like a shooting star. Realizing the peril, Lan Shuer did not retreat, but instead pressed forward, standing her ground. Yu Tian was taken aback. Truly, Lan Shuer was formidable. Retreat was not in her vocabulary. With no means of escape, she could only confront the beast head-on. If she could not match its cultivation, she would engage in close combat. Lan Shuer swiftly approached the twin-winged escape lion. However, the beast had clearly sensed her presence and retreated several steps, creating distance between them. The scattered footholds in the air were on the verge of vanishing. Yu Tian noticed this and conjured the falling star of the spirit realm, positioning it in mid-air as a stepping platform, helping Lan Shuer to gather her energy with each leap. With her longsword, Lan Shuer drew a series of shimmering sword chi in the air, each swing accumulating more of the ethereal wind energy, making the sword chi increasingly fierce. With a sharp sound, she managed to sever one of the escape lion's wings. The lion let out a pained howl, its eyes blazing with fury, and unleashed a thunderous roar that sent Lan Shuer flying back. The others were equally intimidated by this surge of power. By heavens, the spirit beast is enraged. Yet at this moment, Yution made a surprising discovery. He realized that the spirit energy released by the beast had not harmed him, but rather augmented his own cultivation. This revelation was utterly delightful. He helped the fallen Lan Shuer to her feet, exchanging a knowing glance and nodding to switch their targets. The unique wind energy of the Lan family truly lived up to its reputation. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Lan family, Lan Shuer, could inflict damage upon a spirit beast of the Shura realm. She was undoubtedly the most talented individual of her lineage throughout the generations. Enough with the prattle. You worthless lot. Wuji, disregarding the carefully cultivated persona he had just managed to establish, rushed furiously towards the guards and slapped one of them hard across the face. A bunch of useless fools. After all the hard work I put into capturing this spirit beast, not only do you fail to protect it, but you also choose to flee? Hard work? You've done nothing at all. You lot cooperate with my spirit beast. Eliminate them. Anyone who dares to flee again will face the annihilation of their entire family. You sent someone else to do the dirty work, yet you remain in the back as an observer. As the escaped lion lunged at Yution, the others launched a fierce assault upon him. Each face was etched with malice, intent on killing Yution. That it was not merely about fulfilling their duties. The most pressing concern was that if they did not eliminate him, Wuji would likely unleash his wrath upon them. Just as Lan Shuer was about to intervene, she was blocked by Xiongyin and Wuji. Such a beautiful lady, you possess remarkable talent. Would you care to become my disciple? No tuition required. Just a night in my company will suffice. What a smooth-talking scoundrel. Behold my blade. Enough with the chatter. Capture her alive first. The battlefield descended into chaos. Blades flashed, wind energy clashed with spiritual energy, and the spirit beast roared as energies from all directions intertwined violently. Lan Shuer executed the Lan family sword technique. Her blue radiance resembling a thunderous explosion, dazzling and overwhelming. The wind energy at the tip of her sword coalesced into a massive sphere, surging towards Wuji and Xiong and with great force. Several guards, aided by the escaped lion, raised iron chains, attempting to bind Yution. The do not hold back. Pull with all your might. Restrict his movements. Yution summoned the falling star of the spirit realm, yet was met with a barrage from the spirit beasts, dispersing his energy. The falling star crashed to the ground, rendered unresponsive. Two fists cannot contend with four hands. Once the 8 directions barrier is established, this waist can only endure the beating. The 8 directions barrier, utilizing chains as a medium, seals one's meridians, rendering them incapable of gathering energy. This barrier is indeed a secret technique of the Yu family. Rated at the 8th tier of Huangting, that if trapped within it, no matter how much power one possesses, it would be nearly impossible to manifest it. At a crucial moment, a piercing scream shattered the standoff. Old 7, what has happened to you? Turning around, a woman with her upper body partially exposed tightened her bandages with her right hand while using her left to brace herself against her chest. Struggling to pull the sword embedded in the guard's body, that I am Ning Jilin, the 3rd daughter of the Ning family, that I command you to cease all hostilities immediately. Chapter 10. Breaking the Boundary. Shura Realm. Wuji, you must go rescue Yu Huang at once. Ning Jilin stood before Wuji and Xiongyin. Despite her features showing some recovery, the dark circles under her eyes and the pallor of her cheeks indicated her exhaustion. Upon hearing her words, Wuji immediately ordered a halt. Xiongyin recognized Ning Jilin and leaped up in excitement that so this is the sweetheart Yution took away. She is still alive, but Yution, you are truly ruthless. Look at this poor girl. She has been through quite a bit. The escaped lion roared, eager to devour these intruders. Yet Wuji calmed the beast, signaling it to stand down. Rescue what? Wuji's face was grave. He was aware of his brother Yu Huang's plans, and seeing Ning Jilin alive while Yu Huang was missing filled him with foreboding. Ning Jilin spoke slowly, her voice slightly hoarse. Yesterday, I was invited to hunt spirit beasts in the Crystal Song Forest with Yu Huang. Initially, we thought there would only be a few, which we could easily manage. But for reasons unknown, spirit beasts suddenly surged in like a tide, catching us completely off guard. Her hands gently caressed her arms, as if still feeling the lingering touch of the spirit beasts. Her eyes flashing with fear, that I in the midst of that chaos, A massive shadow of a spirit beast charged at us, its mouth large enough to swallow a person whole. Before my eyes, Yu Huang was snatched away by that beast. Yu Qi's brow furrowed tightly, clearly unable to believe her words. Meanwhile, Xiong'an was oblivious to the Yu family's circumstances, stunned. What? You two dared to hunt spirit beasts? A talent like my brother requires a stronger partner to accompany him. You must be tired of living. Ning Jaline's face flushed with embarrassment. She had her own motives, hoping to strengthen her ties with the Yu family. In a certain sense, she understood Yu Huang's desire for her. Ning Jaline slowly nodded, continuing, Yes, I attempted to rescue him, but was gravely injured myself. If not for Yu Tian's timely arrival, I might not be standing here. Both Yu Qi and Xiong turned their gazes towards Yu Tian, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yu Tian added, I was collecting herbs at the forest's edge when I heard the commotion and rushed over to be by the time I arrived. Ning Jaline was already battered and bruised. Preposterous, Yu Qi bellowed. Such nonsense. My brother Yu Huang invited you out precisely to enjoy your company. How could he possibly venture deep into a horde of spirit beasts? Furthermore, Yu Qi sneered derisively. You think you are worthy of my Yu family's sacrifice. Don't make me laugh. Indeed, how could a strong individual forsake their own interests for the weak? Such a notion is utterly impossible. Xiong'an chimed in, recalling how he himself had been casually discarded by Ho Bona as a sacrificial offering for his own protection the previous day. Seeing their aggressive stance, Ning Jaline felt her resolve waver, and the pain in her right shoulder intensified with the passage of time. Yu Huang was likely in grave danger. My poor brother. I can only reluctantly inherit all of Father's spiritual energy in his stead. Ha! As those words fell, everyone was left in a daze. It turned out that her persona was merely a guise to vie for her brother Yu Huang's inheritance of their father, Yu Qing's cultivation and spiritual energy. What are you all waiting for? My brother is dead. I am now the sole heir of Yu Qingyin. Moreover, I possess a Shura realm spirit beast. I am your new master. With her chest thrust out and a self-satisfied expression that suggested she had seized control of the world, she commanded, Kill them. Leave not a single one alive, including you, Ning Jaline. Spread the word that Ning Jaline has slain Yu Huang and the others. At that moment, Yu Qi had completely lost his sanity. With a thunderous roar, the escaped lion unleashed a powerful surge of spirit energy towards Yu Tian. With no time to evade, and with Ning Jaline behind him, Yu Tian braced himself with the spirit energy. Others converged on Yu Tian, while Lan Shuer engaged Yu Qi and Xiong'an, leaving her no time to protect Ning Jaline. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed through the air, and a colossal blue radiance enveloped Yu Tian. Soaring skyward, fury burned in Yu Qi's eyes, but as they witnessed Yu Tian's transformation, their expressions shifted drastically. Roar! The celestial falling sword flew back into Yu Tian's hand. With a single strike, it sent all the guards flying. What? The agonizing screams reverberated through the forest, causing those around to stagger back, collapsing in terror. What is happening? His strength has actually surged. He was supposed to be exhausted from the spirit beast's attack, on the brink of death. After such prolonged consumption, how could he possibly grow stronger? This feeling, it's like burning alive. Yu Tian's body radiated heat, his back ablaze, as if he could melt glaciers. The guard around him wore expressions of dread. Realizing that what had once been a playful contest against Yu Tian had now turned into a brutal reversal, where he was overwhelming them, is this what it means to be a genius? After a few exchanges, he has surpassed us. We cannot be blamed for our defeat. The opponent is no mere human. That a desire to flee surged within them. Get up. Yu Huang is dead. If we return like this, even if we survive the journey home, we will be executed under family law. Now I'm the young clan leader. I command you all to give it your all. Escape lion, attack, from Yu Tian's chest. A surge of blue flame erupted. The radiant light transformed into a colossal crystal dragon, spiraling around Yu Tian, its awe-inspiring presence seeming to threaten the very fabric of the heavens. Yu Tian's gaze fell upon the gradually rising blue luminescence within himself. A flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes, soon overshadowed by an even more intense aura of murderous intent. Grasping his dual-handed battle axe, he mounted the burrowing lion and swung through the air with a chilling gleam. Propelled by an overwhelming desire to kill, hurtling towards Yuetian. However, the axes, upon making contact with the blue radiance, sank as if into the depths of the ocean, failing to inflict any damage. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the astonishing spectacle before him. Meanwhile, Yuetian, shielded by the essence of the crystal dragon, seemed to embody the very essence of a dragon. Looking down with disdain upon the mortal realm, he slowly opened his eyes, and beside him manifested two auras, one azure and the other cerulean, representing the spirit of the azure dragon and the essence of the crystal dragon. The two dragons circled Yuetian in a cycle of rebirth, their divine powers unleashed in a frenzy, ultimately merging into one, and then radiating forth from Yuetian's form, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding brilliance. That Yuetian's aura underwent a profound transformation. His presence became steady and robust, his strength surging dramatically. Sensing this change in Yuetian, Xiong'an stood frozen, utterly at a loss in the face of the figure before him. What is this? What is happening? A dragon. Yuetian, what have you done? Cultivating. He is actually cultivating. No, he has ascended to the Shura realm. The remaining survivors were left dumbfounded, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Yuetian in the sky, their arrogance vanishing, their pupils trembling faintly. He broke through directly after being attacked. What is this? Is he even human? Hadn't he just failed to break through moments ago? Yuetian's existence reshaped the understanding of cultivation among the crowd. Just moments ago, he had failed to break through, and now he had succeeded, all while being besieged by so many. It was simply inconceivable. Even witnessing it firsthand, they could hardly believe it to be true. So he had merely been in the mortal realm before? Xiong'an could hardly fathom this, especially since he had seen Yuetian intimidate Ho Bonin, who at that time had shown a flicker of hesitation amid his pride. When Xiong'an had noticed that, he had thought it was merely Ho Bonin's indecision about whether to take action. Little did he know it was due to Ho Bonin sensing Yuetian's formidable power. Run! With a loud shout from Yueqi, the crowd scattered in all directions, fleeing in terror. After all, the fact that Yuetian, in the mortal realm, could intimidate Ho Bonin of the Shura realm with his outward aura was already astonishing. Now that Yuetian had broken through to the Shura realm, no one knew just how powerful he had become. Wouldn't it be akin to squashing an ant? It felt like a dream that he had yearned for the Shura realm since he was 14, only to find himself stuck at a bottleneck for 4 long years before finally breaking through. This sensation, this power, the strength of the dual essences, was intoxicating, almost making him fall in love with himself. Flee? The fury and hatred in his eyes intertwined like a storm before the deluge. Yuetian's breath quickened. His lips pressed tightly, the muscles in his face tensed with intense emotion. Gritting his teeth, that moment, the heavenly fall sword was also influenced by the essence of the crystal dragon, evolving into the soul heavenly fall. He could now utilize both the essence of the crystal dragon and the spirit of the azure dragon. Soul heavenly fall, soul sever. The soul heavenly fall struck, its sword aura shadowing the guards as it charged towards them with lethal intent. Simultaneously, Yuetian pivoted, his right hand transforming into a dragon claw, coalescing the power of the dragon spirit, and lunged towards Yueqi. Chapter 11. Cleansing in an instant, Yuetian swung his claw horizontally, piercing through a guard's abdomen as if it were a colossal sword. Blood gushed forth, and the agonizing cries echoed deafeningly. "He is coming for us. Run!" Yueqi and the others turned to look, their hair standing on end, fear nearly overwhelming them. "You all split up and run." Quickly, Yueqi commanded the remaining guards to disperse, seeking to carve out a chance for survival. Unfortunately, screams intermittently echoed from the nearby forest. Yuetian's heavenly fall sword was rampantly slaughtering from another direction. He could fight independently with his sword. It was utterly terrifying. As they glanced around, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before them. The sword aura. Yueqi quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding a swipe that merely sheared off a tuft of his hair. However, the guard behind him was not so fortunate. Completely unaware of the swiftly approaching sword aura, his body was cleaved in half, the two dismembered halves collapsing to the ground beneath the trees. In a state of shock, they looked around but found nothing. Had Yuetian lost track of him? I'm alive. Grandpa's alive. I'm alive. A claw, adorned with blue crystals, reached down from above, plunging straight into his heart. In and out it went, leaving behind a gaping hole in his chest, and I'm down. I'm alive before death. He could not comprehend how, despite commanding so many high-tier mortals and taming a nine-layered, nine-star dual-winged flying burrowing lion, the situation had been so favorable for him. Why could the seemingly powerless Yuetian achieve such a magnificent reversal? The soul heavenly fall continued to slay other guards. Eventually returning to Yuetian's hand, the last guard knelt before Yuetian, desperately pleading, "Lord of Heaven, spare me. Spare my little brother. Everything was done under the orders of Yu Qingjin, that we merely obeyed commands, that we had no other intentions." Trembling on his knees, tears of terror streaming down his face. "Young master, you will always be the young master of the Yu family. With your extraordinary talent, I can lead you through the back entrance of Yu Mountain, and I will advocate for your return as young master. With your strength, you can surely..." Before he could finish, the sword was unsheathed. From below, it pierced upward, penetrating the guard's skull. "Traitor." The most despicable .as he spoke. Yuetian retracted his spirit aura, gazing towards the direction of Yun Guishan. "Yu Qingjin, Yu Zhanshuan. Cherish the moments you can still breathe." Umph. After eliminating the deserters, Yuetian turned to seek out Lan Shuir and Ning Zhiling. Upon returning to familiar territory, he found Lan Shuir with her arms crossed, admiring the prey before her. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiongyan, who had been captured by Lan Shuir during the chaos. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. Thanks to young Master Yu for turning the tide and saving our lives," Ning Zhiling expressed, helping the frightened Qian to her feet, repeatedly conveying her gratitude. "Snower, are you okay?" "Nothing serious, .its, just that when I opened my eyes this morning, you were gone, that I thought you had transformed into the burrowing lion to scare me." Turning to Yuetian, she patted his chest. "Thankfully, my cultivation is decent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to tussle with that burrowing lion." The two exchanged a smile. Lan Shuir was always so dependable and had become Yuetian's most trusted companion in this world. By the way, what happened to the burrowing lion? Wasn't he slain by you? Ah. Yuetian turned to look, only to see that the burrowing lion had been cut in half and was already lifeless. It must have been the chaotic attacks after his breakthrough that resulted in the death of this soul beast. Yuetian approached the corpse of the soul beast, sensing a powerful soul energy. As he extended his hand, that soul energy naturally entered Yuetian's body, being accepted by him. A powerful force began to accumulate within his heart. It seemed he would need to spend time cultivating once more. Each time he absorbed and accepted new power, it led to a blockage at a certain meridian point. Without proper cultivation, the flow of energy could not be smooth. Only by secluding himself to cultivate and clear the energy through the 720 acupoints in his body could he achieve perfect control and utilization of his strength. Maximizing its display. If the blockage were too severe, it would render his strength unusable, leaving him with power he could not control and potentially injuring his body. This was also why Yuetian could triumph over the strong with his weaker state. Since childhood, he had focused on the fundamentals, and regardless of how strong he became, he never neglected his cultivation. Indeed, every step taken in life counts. At this moment, Yuetian gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Even he, the prodigious Yuetian, had only managed to clear 600 acupoints to adeptly wield the spirit energy, reaching the Shura realm, that if he were to clear all 720 acupoints, what would his strength be like? Lan Shuir approached, inquiring with concern about Yuetian's condition. "Are you all right? You startled me just now. I'm fine. I didn't expect it. For some reason, I suddenly broke through. When that soul beast attacked you, it truly terrified me." As she spoke, Lan Shuir playfully nudged Yuetian, her face radiating admiration. That smile made the world seem to stir. Yuetian produced several weapons and potions he had scavenged from those around him, handing them to Ning Zhiling. "You take these. Just say that you encountered a soul beast attack at the foot of the mountain, and you know nothing else. Head to the Yu family. That is the nearest place to treat your injuries. It will also serve as a convenient excuse for you." "Thank you, Yuetian." "But..." Ning Zhiling choked on her words. "What is wrong?" Lan Shuir asked. "It's just that with no evidence. Even if I say it, what if they don't believe me? In the end, I'll still be in trouble." Yuetian nodded in understanding. "Then take this with you." He pulled out a layer-wrapped piece of paper from his pocket. Upon opening it, it revealed the heart of the nine-layered, nine-star dual-winged flying burrowing lion. The heart could serve as a rare herbal remedy, circulating in the market worth no less than 50,000 spirit crystals. Surprisingly, Yu Tian did not hesitate to willingly present this precious treasure to Ning Ling. Faced with such a valuable gift, Ning Ling was hesitant to accept it. Lan Shui also tugged at Yu Tian with uncertainty, her eyes signaling that such an act was unnecessary. However, Yu Tian smiled gently, taking Ning Ling's hand and placing the heart within her palm, that I may not find much use for it, but you possessing it could very well save your life. After speaking, he turned to Lan Shui and threw her a charming glance, as if to say, "What do you think? Am I not handsome?" Ning Ling, momentarily at a loss for words, found herself in a quandary. At this critical moment, it was Xiao Qian who acted swiftly, kneeling down with a thud. "Thank you, young master Yu, for your generous assistance. This profound kindness will be eternally remembered. I represent my young lady in expressing our deepest gratitude." As she spoke, she bowed repeatedly. "All right, rise. Assisting you is not something I seek gratitude for." Lan Shui raised her hand, signaling for Xiao Qian to stand, "That I in the future live well and remember the kindness of Yu Tian." "Yes, certainly. And we also thank Miss Lan for saving my young lady's life. You should return quickly. Her injuries are of utmost concern. From here, head straight towards the sun, and you will find the path up the mountain." As she watched Ning Ling and Xiao Qian depart, Lan Shui impatiently tugged at Yu Tian's ear, pulling him closer. Yu Tian, are you unable to get enough of this place? How come you are so familiar with the directions here? Do you often come here?" Yu Tian broke free from Lan Shui's grip, rubbing his reddened ear. "Not often. I come here every day that I meditate and reflect here each morning. Naturally, I am familiar." Yu Tian, secretly cultivating without inviting me? "I did invite you, but you never came, always trailing behind your master, as if following her would enhance your cultivation. Truly rebellious. Father is right about you." Lan Ling, the head of the Lan family, and Lan Shui's father, assessed Yu Tian as a clever yet unconventional genius, capable of enlightenment, but not of teaching by example, that I shall take that as a compliment, as she spoke. Lan Shui playfully shoved Yu Tian, her face adorned with a bright and radiant smile, that moment. A piercing cry from an eagle soaring through the sky shattered the tender atmosphere. A snow-white, divine eagle descended gracefully, its pristine feathers shimmering with golden light. It was the divine eagle Luo, bred through generations by the Lan family. A letter was tied to its leg, accompanied by 3 crystalline orbs. Urgent intelligence. As she spoke, Lan Shui concentrated her energy, swiftly unsealing the 3 crystals. Chapter 12. The mandate of the mandarins. The seal opens and closes with the ebb and flow of energy. This is a unique secret technique of the Lan family, operable only with Lan energy. The letter contained a brief line that left both in shock. The death of Yu Tian has triggered the Western Province incident. The Lan family is in peril. Return swiftly. You must go back. Yu Tian urged the dazed Lan Shui, but Lan Shui had yet to finish her sentence. Yu Tian understood her concern for his lack of a safe haven. He and Lan Shui had known each other since childhood, growing up side by side. Upon hearing of Yu Tian's troubles, she had come alone, traveling tirelessly day and night, which spoke volumes of his importance in her heart. Yet now is not the time for reunions. I remain here. There are matters I must attend to, Yu Tian said with a bittersweet smile, referring to the persecution he faced from the Yu family. Blood debts must be repaid. You should return with me and join the Lan family. I will arrange for you to stay as a disciple of the sect. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian was genuinely touched. The Lan family's bloodline inherited the ancient Lan energy, which was why they never took in outsiders. Daughters of the Lan family would marry only if the suitor entered their family, and they were prohibited from practicing Lan energy cultivation. Lan Shui was notoriously stubborn within the Lan family. Her decisions were often incomprehensible to others, that be why offering this, she demonstrated immense resolve, vowing to secure Yu Tian a chance at survival. Such a brief statement belied the difficulty of its realization. Yu Tian understood her intentions and acknowledged that he had nowhere else to go. However, it was not yet the right time. Not now, why not? Could it be you have someone else in mind? Someone else you wish to be with? Lan Shui's expression shifted from determination to suspicion that of course not. Where else could I possibly go? Ah, you deny going elsewhere, yet do not refute having someone special. At this moment, Utian found himself homeless and vulnerable, like a hot potato that no one wanted to touch, fearing the wrath of the powerful Yu family. Returning to the Lan family would not only provoke Lan Ling's opposition, but could also incite familial discord. Lan Shui-er, in her stubbornness, might act recklessly, even severing ties with her own family for his sake. This was not the outcome Utian desired. The incident had already spread widely, leaving no room for retraction. The best course of action was to bide his time, grow stronger, weaken the Yu family's influence, and await the day when the truth would surface, allowing him to join the Lan family under more favorable circumstances. Perhaps then, Lan Ling would welcome the addition of a formidable ally. How long must we wait for that? I cannot bear to leave you wandering alone. Lan Shui-er was now visibly upset. Her cheeks flushed, brows furrowed, yet her eyes brimmed with concern. All right, every time you worry about someone, you end up angry, and it only frustrates yourself, Utian remarked, pinching her flushed cheeks, which felt warm to the touch. I'm not angry. Lan Shui-er pushed Utian away, turning her back, her heartbeat quickening, breaths growing heavier. How intriguing. Others hear of me slaying my father and master and avoid me, fearing I might plot against them. Yet you, without a hint of suspicion, because I believe in you, I have watched you grow up and cannot be mistaken. You are certainly not that despicable a person. Lan Shui-er's tone remained calm, her gaze resolute. She adamantly refused to accept that Yuqi sought to kill Utian because of patricide. All right, did I promise you, I will indeed join the Lan family. Really? Lan Shui-er, who had just been worried, turned around with a look of surprise directed at Utian. Indeed, did I promise you. After I secure first place in the Lingdong Hall trial 15 days from now, I will join the Lan family. Good, a promise is a promise. Let us seal it with a pinky swear. A pinky swear binds us for 100 years. Whoever breaks it is a big fool. Lan Shui-er laughed again, her spirit pure despite her status as a prodigy. Despite possessing extraordinary Lan energy, she had never sought power through connections, resembling Utian in that regard. Then I shall take my leave. You must behave and not run around. Stay safe and remain vigilant about this matter. And also I know, Utian chuckled wryly, deeply moved that I am not a child. Hurry along now. The time has come, and I shall seek you out, after bidding farewell to Lan Shui-er. Utian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, that in this era, where strength reigns supreme, it is rare to find such genuine affection worth safeguarding. Returning to the battlefield, there remained one final task. Gazing at Xiong'an, bound to a tree, Utian felt a surge of anticipation, eager to witness his plea for mercy. Xiong'an was tightly bound by coarse ropes, a short sword piercing his right abdomen. Embedded in the trunk, his garments soaked with sweat, he exuded helplessness and terror. Utian, you cannot kill me. The Xiong family has many experts. They will seek vengeance for me. This is all a misunderstanding. I beg you. Xiong'an's voice trembled with desperation, his eyes wide with fear, filled with pleading. Utian halted his steps, his gaze as frigid as ice, his expression impassive, recalling how arrogant Xiong'an had been upon their first encounter. He found it utterly amusing that I still prefer your defiant demeanor. With that, he picked up a dagger from the ground, his wrist flicking as the blade gleamed in the morning sunlight. Speaking of misunderstandings, I seem to recall you stabbing me earlier. Which hand was it that did so? Utian's voice was low and menacing, reminiscent of a judge's slow inquiry. Xiong'an's breath quickened as he strained to remember, his voice shaking. I didn't tee how about this. Utian inched closer, each step causing Xiong'an's heart to race, as if counting down to his demise, that if it was your left hand that stabbed me, then I shall sever your left hand. If it was your right hand, then I shall sever your right hand. What say you? The resolve and coldness of Utian's words pierced Xiong'an's ears like ice. His complexion drained of color, his body began to tremble violently, and then his gaze grew intense, as if he had come to an understanding, suddenly adopting a defiant stance. Stop pretending to be something you're not. Do you know who my father is? Xiong Lin, a formidable 8-layered, 7-tiered Shura realm expert. Be sensible and let me return at once, or I will summon my men to kill you. I will have your flesh torn apart and fed to the dogs. Was this the act of a cornered animal, resorting to threats? Utian found this amusing. Very well, that I shall spare your life. With a flick of his wrist, the ropes binding Xiong fell away. With another motion, accompanied by a groan of pain, the sword embedded in his abdomen was withdrawn. Now that's more like it. You're finally being sensible. But you are quite strong. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. My Xiong family as always. You should take your own life, as Tian spoke. He tossed the dagger he had found to Xiong, and in that fleeting moment, the tears and mucus on Xiong's face seemed to congeal. He gazed at the dagger lying on the ground, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. Fear, despair, and an indescribable resolve. Slowly bending down, his hands trembling, he picked up the dagger, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal. A sensation he had never experienced before surging within him. His gaze grew unwavering, and a twisted smile even crept onto his lips. Tian, I do not wish to die yet. A frenzied light ignited in his eyes as he lunged forward, brandishing the dagger at him. Slicing through the air, blood splattered across the ground. Truly, the absurdity of Xiong's character was laughably extreme that he pushed aside Xiong's clothing, initially hoping to find some miraculous elixir. Even a simple healing ointment would suffice. After all, he still needed to cultivate in this desolate place for several more days. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a scroll. Upon unrolling it, he discovered it to be a map. It turned out that to the north of the Crystal Song Forest lay the frozen palace of the extreme cold plain. This was a realm described in ancient texts, said to be a place where everything could freeze. Yet one would not feel the cold. Even spiritual energy could coalesce into ice, known as ice spirit. This solidified spiritual energy could be used as a form of currency, with a single piece of ice spirit fetching 10,000 spirit crystals. Not only would this aid in cultivation, but it would also alleviate his financial burdens. Time was of the essence. He had absorbed Xiong's spiritual energy and immediately set off. In the Yu family's chamber, Yu Longwan awoke from her slumber, stretching her body and yawning. How delightful! Someone prepare my bath and attire. I wish to indulge in a refreshing soak to welcome the grand coronation ceremony this morning. Chapter 13. The Frozen Princess. Ice Lotus at the northern border of the Crystal Song Forest. Tian stood atop a hillside with map in hand, marveling at the deadened soil gradually merging into the frozen continent. His face alight with astonishment. This was the location of the Frozen Palace. For 18 years, he had immersed himself in cultivation on Yungui Mountain, with only hearsay to inform him of the world beyond. Reflecting on those days when he had tirelessly practiced to uphold the Yu family's honor, neglecting even moments of leisure, he felt a twinge of regret. As he advanced, the entire continent lay ensnared by the magic of ice and snow. There was no warmth of spring, no sunshine of summer, only endless coldness and solitude. The vast expanse of the environment rendered one small and helpless, with the biting winds swirling around him. The mountains undulated like silvery dragons, while glaciers sparkled with a pale blue glow. The air was crisp and dry, with each breath revealing the sensation of tiny ice crystals forming in his lungs. In such a place, merely standing was a tremendous test for the body, let alone cultivating. This moment, Tian was already fatigued. He had slain countless soul beasts on his way here, and his energy needed replenishing. Thus, he approached a pool of ice crystals, shedding his garments, and plunged into the icy depths to feel the power of the ice spirit. Indeed, it was not frigid. Rather, a gentle chill coursed through his meridians, continuously refining the dual energies of his souls that he had just begun to master. Well, at least it served to cool his passions. Simultaneously, a small team ventured into the frozen forbidden zone. This is the frozen continent? Hardly impressive. Fifth Brother is as confident as ever. Indeed, he has slain numerous soul beasts on the way. Bolstering his pride, they had finally arrived at this so-called sanctum of refinement. Their objective was the fourth layer of the Shura realm. The tall man at the forefront, donning a mask, strode ahead, seemingly anxious that others might steal his chance to cultivate. Why the hurry, Fifth Brother? No one is competing with you. With only a few days remaining until the triennial Spirit Movement Palace trials, this young master aimed for the top rank. Now that Tian was dead, Fifth Brother, as the second strongest of Yungui Mountain, had a solid chance of clinching the top spot. This was assured. It was said that the mentors from Tai Academy would also attend the upcoming competition. Perhaps he would gain their favor and secure admission into the prestigious academy. Stop dreaming. Tai E Academy is the pinnacle of the 5 continents, a bastion of elite scholars. Every year, countless individuals vie fiercely for a single spot. It is not so easily attained. What if? They chuckled, lost in their dreams, quickening their pace. At the first layer of the Shura realm, Yution felt the ice spirit flowing within him. The crystalline dragon was reveling in the nourishment of the ice spirit, swirling wildly inside him. Now, ordinary beings of the mortal realm posed no threat. Even high-tier soul beasts of the Shura realm could be faced head-on. Emerging from the pool, the chill receded. Yution sensed the presence of others nearby. More than one. Several individuals, all possessing considerable strength. As their aura drew closer, he realized his own cultivation was still not fully formed. It would be best to avoid unnecessary conflict. With no time to dress, Yution seized his clothes and dove deep into the pool. Come on, fifth brother. This pool is expansive, and the ice spirit here is remarkably pure. You go first. The masked individual shed his garments, retaining only the mask, and slowly entered the pool to begin his cultivation. Yution recognized the 2 individuals accompanying him, Xia Yu and Xia Zheng from the Xia family, the 3rd strongest of Yungui Mountain. Was the masked leader also from the Xia family? The Xia and Yu families had always maintained a tenuous peace, avoiding conflict. At this moment, Yution wished to steer clear of them, swimming deeper into the pool, raising his clothes to find a different place to emerge. Suddenly, something tugged at his feet. What was happening? Before Yution could respond, a force from below dragged him down into the depths. Gulping, struggling to swim upward, he found himself slowly ensnared. Opening his eyes, the lake's bottom resembled a dream of ice blue. Ethereal luminescence flickering around him as if countless stars twinkled in the dark. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands reached out, long fingers gently brushing Yution's face. The icy touch sent a shiver down his spine. Turning around, he beheld a pair of enchanting eyes pleading for assistance, and heard a whisper. I'm sorry, but I have no other choice. Her face pressed directly against his. The breath that caressed Yution's cheek felt like a breeze. Her lips, cold as ice, met his. This kiss seemed to siphon away all the warmth within him. Yution felt his body growing progressively colder, while the woman's form became gradually warmer. Did I end their struggle? They finally resurfaced. The woman gasped for air, her face radiant as she gazed at Yution. Thank you. Forgive me that I had no choice. She stepped forward, stopping just before him, her deep blue eyes locking onto his. Who are you? Why did you kiss me without consent? Yution's voice trembled slightly, appearing somewhat blurred in the water. The woman smiled softly, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow and helplessness. Her voice was cool as ice crystals falling to the ground, imbued with an indescribable charm. I am Ice Lotus, the princess of this frozen continent that IT turned out that long ago. Ice Lotus had cultivated here, absorbing the chilling energy of the world. However, she had inadvertently overdone it, becoming overwhelmed by the cold energy and losing her mind. Lost-minded? Yution furrowed his brow, familiar with this term from ancient texts. Lost-minded individuals were those whose minds had been eroded by the cold energy, reduced to mere shells of themselves, existing only to obey. Only pure yang energy could restore their sanity. Yet, such yang energy was exceedingly rare among men. You alone are my only hope. Yution gazed at Ice Lotus in shock, understanding her intentions, yet his heart was filled with conflict and helplessness. So, you absorbed my pure yang energy to regain your sanity. Ice Lotus nodded, her gaze bearing a hint of regret and helplessness. Yes, I had no alternative. If I do not restore my mind quickly, I will be forever consumed by the cold energy, losing myself. Seeing Yution's expression, Ice Lotus felt a pang of guilt. She gently caressed his face, her fingers cold yet soft. Her eyes revealed a tenderness and gratitude that I am truly sorry, Yution. Although this is unfair to you. I genuinely need your help. Neither elated nor sorrowful, Yution merely felt a sense of weakness. Lately, my body has been borrowed too often. Enough. I wish you a swift recovery of your mind with that. Yution stood to leave. However, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, causing him to collapse at the edge of the pool. Ice Lotus hurriedly lifted Yution, conjuring a frost-laden Ice Lotus, soaring toward the distant mountains and palaces. Xia Yu and Xia Zheng noticed something flying overhead and called out to the masked leader. Look, fifth brother. What is that? Could it be a rare beast? If we slay it together, wouldn't our cultivation soar rapidly? That direction seems to be the location of the frozen palace. The frozen continent had long been devoid of life. There could not possibly be anyone inside the frozen palace. Yet what if someone was holed up there? Pretending to be a member of the Ice Spirit clan, ceaselessly absorbing Ice Spirit to enhance their cultivation? Damn it. MD, this is simply too cheap for him. Fifth brother, shall we go together? The masked man, exuding an icy demeanor, revealed a glint of murderous intent in his eyes and nodded slightly. First, let us eliminate that tyrant Nas. Then we can return and thoroughly absorb his spiritual essence using the Ice Spirit extraction. This time, I must secure the top position in the Spirit Movement Palace examination. With that, the group donned their attire and transformed their essence to depart. Yution's consciousness gradually blurred in the frigid atmosphere. His final memory being the profound blue eyes of Ice Lotus and the bone-chilling sensation brought by that kiss. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself within a palace of crystalline transparency. Its walls and floors composed of ice crystals radiating a gentle blue light. The ambience of the palace was tranquil and enigmatic, as if time stood still within its confines. Yution struggled to sit up, only to discover that his body remained cold and stiff, immobilized at that moment. He heard the soft sound of footsteps and soon beheld Ice Lotus approaching him slowly. You have awakened. Her voice chimed like ice beads falling to the ground. Cool yet melodious. Yution managed to speak with difficulty. Where is this place? This is my palace, the Icebound Palace, Ice Lotus explained. After you fainted, I brought you here. She approached him, gently brushing her fingers across his forehead. Her touch was icy yet imbued with an unusual warmth. Yution felt a soothing energy flowing from her fingertips into his body, gradually dispelling the cold within him. His physique began to regain warmth, and he could sense the presence of his limbs once more. What is this? He inquired. This is the sacred artifact of our Ice Spirit clan. The Frost Spirit Stone that IT possesses boundless spiritual power. I used it to heal you, allowing you to regain your vitality. Seeing Yution's complexion improve, Ice Lotus smiled with joy. I am relieved you are well. Ultimately, it was due to my actions that you fell into peril. If anything were to happen to you, I would have no way to repay my debt at this juncture. Yution found little to say, merely indicating that it was of no consequence. He sat up and surveyed his surroundings, discovering that every corner of the palace was aglow with the brilliance of ice crystals, resembling a world of snow and ice. His gaze returned to Ice Lotus, and he asked, Could you tell me more about yourself? About your kin, and what has transpired here? Ice Lotus's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of pain and sorrow crossing her features. She sighed softly, sitting beside Yution to recount her tale. Chapter 14. Who comes? I am the princess of the Ice Spirit clan. My people have dwelled on the icebound continent for generations. This land is rich in spiritual energy, a sanctuary for cultivation. Our Ice Spirit clan is renowned for wielding the power of frost, and each member can utilize the Frost Spirit Stone granted by the Mountain God for healing and cultivation. However, such a place of spiritual energy has drawn the covetous eyes of other forces. The 5 great states united, raising their banners against us, attempting to seize this land of spiritual essence. Upon hearing this, Yution felt a jolt in his heart. He vividly recalled the events of the Central State upheaval when he was just 16. And what happened thereafter? What became of your kin? A glimmer of tears shone in Ice Lotus's eyes, her voice growing heavier. In that great battle, our Ice Spirit clan was annihilated. I was fortunate to escape while cultivating at the bottom of the cold pool. Upon learning of the tragic fate of my kin, I discovered that the Ice Spirit clan no longer existed, that I lost all my family and friends. The anguish and fury in my heart drove me to madness, plunging me into slumber. Her fingers gently caressed the Frost Spirit Stone, the crystalline artifact emanating a soft glow, as if whispering the past of the Ice Spirit clan. Yution felt her sorrow, and a wave of compassion welled up within him. I am sorry. I was unaware of your suffering, that I grieve for what has befallen your people. He spoke softly. Ice Lotus managed a faint smile. Her gaze filled with gratitude that it is of no matter. Now that I have awakened and regained my senses, I owe it to you. Without your intervention, I might have continued to lose myself in the chilling darkness." Yu Tian nodded. He understood the significance of the yang essence she spoke of. It was a matter of life and death, and she would not disregard her own safety without dire necessity. Although he had been wronged, he recognized that this was an unavoidable choice for Ice Lotus. After all, sharing just a kiss could hardly be considered a betrayal to Lan Shui. What do you plan to do next? Ice Lotus's gaze grew resolute as she rose, seemingly infusing herself with newfound strength that I must continue my cultivation and grow stronger. Only then can I protect myself and avoid falling into dire straits again. Moreover, I must seek out other surviving members of my clan to rebuild our home. Yu Tian smiled approvingly. What a splendid young lady you are, with no ill intentions, reflecting on the upheaval in the central state. He felt a tinge of guilt for not having intervened as the young clan leader back then, suspecting he may have inadvertently aided the oppressors. Suddenly, the sound of a thud from outside the hall shattered the tranquility. The hurried footsteps approached, and the palace doors were thrust open. A gust of cold wind accompanied by swirling snowflakes rushing in, carrying an air of tension. Yu Tian and Ice Lotus exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous premonition that I will go take a look. You still do not know the young master's name. Please rest for now. I shall return shortly. Xia Yu and Xia Zheng arrived with a contingent of followers, their expressions grim, eyes sharp as blades. The leader, the masked man, revealed a pair of icy eyes radiating intense malice. "Come out! Get out here!" Xia Yu's voice echoed coldly within the crystalline palace, carrying an undeniable command. Ice Lotus approached the palace entrance, her expression shifting slightly as she sensed a powerful hostility. Yet, as a daughter of the Ice Spirit clan, she maintained her composure, her gaze as frigid as ice as it swept over Xia Yu. "Xia Zheng and the masked man. I am Ice Lotus, daughter of the Ice Spirit clan. Who are you, and what brings you to my icebound palace?" she retorted coldly, standing firmly at the entrance. Xia Yu stepped forward, a hint of disdain and fury in his eyes. "Ice Spirit clan? Umph. The Ice Spirit clan has long been exterminated. Who knows where you, a wild girl, came from? You are occupying this land and selfishly increasing your cultivation. We have come today to stop you from hoarding it all for yourself." Clearly, these individuals were seeking trouble. Ice Lotus felt a surge of anger rising within her as she retrieved a stone radiating an icy blue glow from her bosom, presenting it before them. "This is our ancestral sacred artifact, the Frost Spirit Stone. Only a true member of the Ice Spirit clan can wield it," she declared, her voice cool and resolute. "If you still do not believe me, I can use it to prove my identity." The Frost Spirit Stone glowed softly in Ice Lotus's hand, the surrounding air seemingly becoming clearer and more transparent. The onlookers gazed at the stone, their expressions revealing surprise and awe. It was evident that this was indeed the treasure of the Ice Spirit clan. Xia Yu and Xia Zheng exchanged glances, doubt and reluctance flickering in their eyes. They had initially believed Ice Lotus to be an impostor, but now it was clear she was the princess of the Ice Spirit clan. However, the masked man remained unmoved at a glint of cold. Ruthless intent flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a low, frigid tone. "Even if you are the princess of the Ice Spirit clan, we must obtain that Frost Spirit Stone. Hand it over, and we may consider sparing your life. Otherwise," Ice Lotus's expression hardened. "How dare they threaten her? A band of robbers. The Frost Spirit Stone is a sacred relic of our Ice Spirit clan. It shall never be surrendered to you." The masked man let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with mockery and malice. "Then do not blame us for being impolite." Even as the last word left his lips, he struck with sudden ferocity. His movements swift and fierce, an overwhelming aura of murder descending upon them. Ice Lotus hesitated not for an instant, immediately countering. Her figure traced a line of icy blue light through the air, exuding a chilling aura as she clashed head-on with the masked man's attack. Ice Lotus's strength had yet to fully return. Each of her strikes bore a hint of sluggishness, while the masked man appeared to maneuver with ease. His techniques were enigmatic and unpredictable, each move dripping with lethal intent. Ice Lotus found herself at a distinct disadvantage. At that moment, Xia Yu and Xia Zheng joined the fray, their combined assault akin to a torrential storm. forcing Ice Lotus to retreat step by step. She felt the pressure mounting, her expression growing increasingly grim, yet her gaze flickered with unwavering determination. Ice Lotus, surrender the Frost Spirit Stone, or you will undoubtedly perish today. Xiaoyu threatened coldly. Ice Lotus gritted her teeth, her eyes reflecting stubborn defiance. Even in death, I will not hand over the Frost Spirit Stone to you. The trio of Xiaoyu, Xiazheng, and the masked man intensified their assault, their ferocity escalating further. Ice Lotus's body began to show signs of fatigue. She realized her strength was insufficient to withstand their combined onslaught, just as Ice Lotus was on the verge of collapse. Yu Tian suddenly emerged at the center of the battlefield. His gaze burned bright, his presence akin to a dragon. As he moved with the essence of transformation, he unleashed a powerful strike that sent Xiaoyu staggering backward, swiftly pivoting to deliver a kick that sent Xiazheng flying. The two were momentarily stunned, retreating to the sidelines, and a flicker of surprise flashed in the masked man's eyes. He had not anticipated Yu Tian possessed such strength. His expression turned icy, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Yu Tian, you are still alive? Beside him, Xiaoyu and Xiazheng wore expressions of shock. He is not dead? Could it be he was merely feigning his demise? Fifth brother, have we been deceived by the Yu family? Yu Tian's gaze was filled with confusion as he coldly regarded the masked man. Who are you? Do you know me? And what do you mean by being deceived? What does this have to do with the Yu family? The masked man offered no reply, merely letting out a chilling laugh before launching a fierce attack against Yu Tian. His movements were swift and ferocious, each strike aimed at Yu Tian's vital points. The clash between the two unfolded like a storm, intertwining blue and black flashes of light that filled the air with the sound of intense collisions. Gradually, Yu Tian gained the upper hand, forcing the masked man to retreat with each of his relentless strikes. Who are you, truly? Yu Tian demanded once more, his eyes ablaze with fury, that a glint of ruthlessness flickered in the masked man's eyes as he spoke in a low, frigid tone. You do not need to know who I am. Today, I shall take your life. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the masked man extended his finger, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. His figure transformed into a shadowy blur, revealing daggers concealed within his sleeves as he lunged towards Yu Tian. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Yu Tian stood resolute, channeling his soul force. Soul fall of the heavens, dual destruction, nirvana. The power of his technique surged, overpowering the masked man with each strike, sending him staggering backward, rendering him without any chance of victory. With a decisive slash, Yu Tian severed one of the masked man's arms. The latter was hurled away, blood cascading from his body like blossoms on the ground. Crashing heavily to the ground, the masked man groaned in pain, struggling to rise, yet a flicker of terror crossed his eyes. This is impossible, he gritted through clenched teeth, his voice laced with unwillingness and rage. Yu Tian regarded him with a cold stare, his voice unwavering and powerful. You still Haven T answered me. Who are you? The masked man let out a derisive laugh, suddenly tossing a smoke bomb. Thick smoke enveloped the area, obscuring everyone's vision. By the time the smoke cleared, both the masked man and his subordinates had vanished without a trace. Ice Lotus approached Yu Tian, concern evident in her eyes. Are you all right? Yu Tian shook his head, a hint of doubt flickering in his gaze. I'm fine, but he clearly knows me. I must uncover his identity. Otherwise, more trouble awaits. With that, Yu Tian unleashed his fury and took to the skies on his sword, pursuing the fleeing figures. Xiaoyu and Xiazheng, lacking in cultivation, ran sluggishly, their forms strikingly conspicuous against the snowy expanse outside the frozen palace. The biting wind howled, the snow crunching beneath their feet, as if heralding the impending battle. Yu Tian moved with the speed of lightning, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, relentlessly locking onto the two ahead. Xiaoyu and Xiazheng sensed the relentless pursuit of Yu Tian, their anxiety turning to dread. They were acutely aware of Yu Tian's formidable strength. If he caught up to them, escape would be impossible. We need to find a way to shake him off. Xiaoyu gasped, speaking to Xiazheng beside him. Xiazheng nodded, but his face reflected despair that he is too fast. We can't possibly escape. Before he could finish, Yu Tian had already appeared behind them. With an unmatched aura, Xiaoyu and Xiazheng abruptly halted, drawing their weapons and bracing for a desperate fight. Yu Tian, do not push us too far. Xiaoyu shouted, his voice trembling. Yu Tian's expression was steely, his tone as frigid as the winter wind. You have violated the Ice Spirit Clan and plotted treachery. Today marks your end. Realizing they could not flee, Xiaoyu and Xiaozheng chose to fight with all their might. They launched a simultaneous attack against Yu Tian, blades flashing and clashing in the air, a chilling aura emanating around them. Yu Tian's movements were swift and decisive, his sword energy shattering their attacks with ease. Soul fall of the heavens. Abyss. Xiaoyu fell first, terror and resentment filling his eyes. Witnessing this, Xiaozheng's fear deepened. Yet he found no avenue for retreat. Yu Tian directed another strike towards Xiaozheng. Heavenly break. Blood splattered as Xiaozheng collapsed to the ground. Yu Tian surveyed the lifeless bodies in the snow. Devoid of any pity, he understood this was merely the beginning. Greater threats awaited him ahead. Wiping the blood from his sword, he continued his pursuit of the masked man. Chapter 15. The conspiracy of the Imperial examination not far away. The masked man halted. Realizing escape was futile, he resolved to confront Yu Tian in a final battle. His cold gaze met the oncoming Yu Tian, a wave of murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Yu Tian, you are truly an annoying fly. Disgusting. The masked man sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Yu Tian's gaze burned with intensity, unyielding in his inquiry. Who are you? Why are you colluding with the Xia family? The masked man offered no answer, only retorted coldly, You do not need to know. In an instant, they clashed, the battle erupting with ferocity. Yu Tian's swordsmanship was unparalleled, each strike manifesting powerful sword energy that marred the icy terrain behind him. The masked man's movements were eerily elusive. Despite having only one arm, he attacked with blinding speed, as if a specter, evading capture while inflicting wounds with his daggers. How fast? Yu Tian marveled internally. He had grown sufficiently strong to easily defeat Xiaoyu and Xiaozheng, who were nearing the pinnacle of mortal cultivation. Yet this masked man was a formidable opponent, his swift and unpredictable assaults proving challenging. That I cannot linger in this fight. I must settle this with a single strike. Yu Tian took a step back, creating distance between them. With both hands gripping his sword, he concentrated his energy, summoning all his spiritual power. Soul fall of the heavens. Annihilation. A colossal crystal dragon and an azure dragon erupted from the sword. Spiraling around him, the air crackling with thunder and energy as it surged forth like a torrent. The masked man had no means of evasion, caught in the onslaught as he was bisected. Blood instantly stained the snow. The masked man widened his eyes, a mix of terror and resentment flickering within them. Yu Tian, even if you do not die, it will not change what is to come. He uttered with a mocking tone, laced with despair. Yu Tian regarded him coldly, devoid of any compassion, but he reached out and removed the masked man's mask, only to find, to his astonishment, that beneath it was the face of Chunzhong, the genius of the second most powerful family in Yungui Mountain, the Chun family. Yu Tian's heart jolted. Chunzhong was a formidable force, leading his family to maintain its status at the second place in battle prowess within Yungui Mountain. Why would he conspire with the Xia family? Chunzhong. So it was you, Yu Tian murmured, a complexity of emotions flickering in his gaze, that a cold smile played on Chunzhong's lips, his eyes glinting with icy light. Yu Tian, even if you uncover my identity, it changes nothing. What is to happen next exceeds your imagination. That a wave of unease surged within Yu Tian. These words were not mere bravado. Chunzhong had always harbored animosity towards him and sought opportunities to undermine him. To uncover the truth, he began to search for clues among the three fallen adversaries. From Xiaoyu, he retrieved an envelope. Upon opening it, he discovered a confidential letter detailing a conspiracy involving the Yu family, Chun family, and Xia family, planning to collude during the Spirit Motion Imperial examination to ensure their mutual protection and promote them to Tai Academy. How can this be possible? Yu Tian's mind spiraled into chaos, disbelief clouding his thoughts. Chunzhong's gaze turned frigid, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Yu Tian, you are still too naive. This world is far more complex and dark than you can imagine, filled with confusion and rage. Yu Tian clenched the letter tightly, determination igniting within his gaze. Your conspiracy ends here. Countless suffering cultivators cannot allow such treachery to transpire. Naive. Chunzhong gasped, the mocking smile still etched upon his face, as if to ridicule Yution's fate. Ice Lotus rushed out, her heart heavy with concern as she beheld Yution drenched in blood. "Are you all right, my lord?" "I am Yution." "Very well, Lord Yution. Are you unharmed? Just call me Yution." Ice Lotus, perceiving Yution's distress, refrained from further inquiries. The disheartened Yution extended the letter toward her. As she took it, her expression gradually shifted to one of gravity, her brow furrowing as she read. "They actually conspired to fabricate. No wonder the demon realm has attacked repeatedly. It was a ruse that weakened the strength of the mortal realm. You are aware of the demon realm's incursions?" "Indeed. The Ice Spirit clan is of ancient bloodline. We were once neighbors to the demon clan. They revel in battle, taking pride in devouring the strength of others, while we cherish harmony, aspiring to progress hand in hand and maintain peace. Eventually, we established our home here. At this point, a wave of anguish surged within Ice Lotus that I never imagined the most terrifying force would not be conquerors like the demon realm, but the hearts of mortals. For this reason, I cannot remain idle. Countless cultivators are deprived of hope. The continent's strength continues to decline, which is detrimental to the mortal realm and unjust to cultivators. I, Yution, shall strive to unveil the truth and restore a vast future for all." Ice Lotus gazed at Yution, deeply captivated by his grand ambitions. "What do you plan to do? This conspiracy is evidently not an isolated incident. How will you proceed?" Yution inhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying. "I will remain here to cultivate that I intend to secure first place in the Spirit Motion Imperial Examination and dismantle this conspiracy. The Lingdong Palace Examination. Mentors from the Tai Academy would be present. When the time comes, I shall inform them about the Ice Spirit clan, and they will undoubtedly protect you due to your extraordinary talents. Perhaps they might even facilitate your entry into the Tai Academy for your cultivation." A flicker of emotion and gratitude passed through Ice Lotus's eyes as she gently nodded, saying, "Yution, I truly do not know how to thank you. You saved me and are willing to fight for our Ice Spirit clan. I am genuinely grateful that I cannot remain idle, that I will do my utmost to assist you in your cultivation to repay your life-saving grace." As she spoke, she produced the Frost Spirit Stone and handed it to Yution. Under Ice Lotus's protection, Yution continuously absorbed the essence of the Ice Spirits, bringing his body to a more frigid threshold. The refined soul energy became purer and more potent. Finally, the day of the Lingdong Palace examination arrived. In the early morning, the air outside the frozen palace was crisp and cold. Yution, fully prepared, was set to embark for Zhongzhou to participate in this fateful trial. Just as he was about to leave the frozen palace, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Ice Lotus rushing toward him, her face etched with urgency, as if she had something of great importance to convey. "Yution, wait," she called out, her voice tinged with eagerness. "What is it?" "Ice Lotus." Ice Lotus approached Yution, her expression grave from her bosom. She produced the Frost Spirit Stone, which emanated an ice-blue glow, and solemnly handed it to him. Her gaze was resolute, her tone filled with determination. "Yution, this artifact of the Ice Spirit clan, the Frost Spirit Stone, I bestow upon you." Yution was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Ice Lotus, this is far too precious. I cannot accept that is a sacred object of your Ice Spirit clan, and only your kin are worthy of possessing it." A complex emotion flickered in Ice Lotus's eyes as her voice softened, yet remained firm. "Yution, I am not yet strong enough to protect our clan's artifact. Keeping it with me would only attract more formidable enemies seeking to seize in your hands. The Frost Spirit Stone can be utilized to its fullest potential." Filled with both gratitude and doubt, Yution gazed at Ice Lotus, his eyes reflecting hesitation. "But, Ice Lotus..." Ice Lotus gently shook her head, interrupting him. "Yution, you saved my life and aided our Ice Spirit clan. I believe you are a trustworthy individual. You possess pure and radiant energy. The Frost Spirit Stone can undergo limitless cultivation in your possession and reach its maximum efficacy. When I am strong enough to safeguard the artifact, I shall take it back." Looking into Ice Lotus's steadfast eyes, Yution's uncertainty gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath and accepted the Frost Spirit Stone, his gaze no longer wavering or hesitating. "All right, Ice Lotus, I promise you that I will protect the Frost Spirit Stone and ensure the safety of your Ice Spirit clan." That a hint of relief and joy appeared on Ice Lotus's face as she nodded gently. "I believe in you. Yution. You will surely succeed." Yution clasped the Frost Spirit Stone tightly, feeling the powerful spiritual energy it contained, so pure, so vigorous. "Thank you, Ice Lotus," he said gratefully, "that I will exert all my efforts and not disappoint your expectations." Ice Lotus smiled at Yution, her gaze filled with trust and hope. "Go. The Lingdong Palace examination. You will undoubtedly stand out." Taking a deep breath, Yution's gaze resolutely turned toward Zhongzhou as he soared into the sky on his sword. Zhongzhou, a grand and prosperous land located at the heart of the 5 great states, boasted towering walls and majestic structures, bustling streets teeming with people. As Yution walked through the spacious thoroughfare, he was engulfed by the sounds of lively chatter. "Have you heard? Yution is dead." "Indeed, they say he was killed by a soul beast." No, he actually died from his own recklessness." "You are all mistaken. My cousin is from the Chun family in Yungue Mountain. Yution clearly died from excess indulgence." Regardless of the details, the Yu family had lost face. Without Yution at the Lingdong Palace examination, their chances of victory had plummeted. Yution listened to these rumors with a cold smile in his heart. He recognized that these slanders were clearly incited by someone with ulterior motives. As for who it was, everyone had their own agendas at this moment. Aside from Lan Shuer and Ice Lotus, who had entrusted him with the ancestral artifact, he could trust no one to avoid unnecessary trouble and attention. While also ensuring a smooth progression to the finals, Yution had to abandon his identity and assume the guise of Rin Xiaoan, acting discreetly. After finding an inn and settling in, Yution carefully examined his reflection in the mirror. He took out some disguise powder and meticulously altered his appearance, transforming into an ordinary young man. The person in the mirror appeared both unfamiliar and familiar. Yution smiled faintly, inwardly resolving, "Rin Xiaoan. Let this name make a mark at the Lingdong Palace examination." Chapter 16. Lingdong Palace Examination. Fierce Sun Trial. The Lingdong Palace examination, held once every 3 years, is a unified assessment across the 5 great states. With a largely unchanged process, the first round of the palace examination is the Fierce Sun Trial. All contestants must stand under the blazing sun, remaining completely still for 4 hours. Only those with sufficiently strong willpower and perseverance qualify for the second round of the palace examination. The venue for the Lingdong Palace examination was already abuzz with excitement, gathering cultivators from all corners of the world. "Have you heard? The mentors from Tai Academy are also participating in this competition. This is truly unprecedented. If chosen, one can directly obtain a spot at Tai Academy. Not only that, I heard the grand prize for the champion this time is the Hunyuan Pill, a 7th grade spirit level elixir. Indeed, if one could acquire that pill, it would be enough to secure a favorable marriage proposal from a wealthy family." Suddenly, outside the grand hall of the Wandian Square, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted. Spiritual essence gradually coalesced into a human form, and then, with a flash of light, a middle-aged man clad in a green robe appeared. "The head of the Lingdong sect has arrived," with a commanding voice. He declared, "The Lingdong Palace examination officially begins." The contestants fell silent. As time ticked by, Yution stood at the center of Wandian Square, observing as one by one, participants began to collapse. He himself felt no discomfort, having practiced meditation since childhood. However, he couldn't afford to let the disguise powder on his face fall off. With that thought, he subtly began to absorb the power of the Frost Spirit Stone. A chill seeped into his body with his breath, bringing only a refreshing sensation. From the time of the SI hour until the U hour, the first batch of participants who remained standing dwindled to a mere few. Yution patted himself, feeling entirely refreshed. Not only had he effortlessly passed the first round of the trial, but he had also continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from the Frost Spirit Stone during this time. Simply standing had raised his cultivation. What a delightful experience! Among the crowd, a graceful woman clad in a purple dress approached him, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at Yution, her face breaking into a friendly smile. "Sir, what a commendable physique you possess. I saw you standing still for 4 hours like a pine tree, that I truly admire you. May I ask your esteemed name?" Yu Tian's expression turned stern. He held no fondness for this individual, for he recognized her. Chen Yinyu, the third daughter of the Chen family, that he had interacted with her during visits to the Chen household alongside Yu Zhanquan. Articulate and opportunistic, the naive Yu Tian had once felt pity for her and gifted her several spirit pills, unaware that she was merely a honey-tongued, lazy opportunist. Now, she approached him, likely with ulterior motives. Ren Xiaoan, Yu Tian replied coldly, wishing to distance himself from Chen Yinyu. This woman was the type to exploit every opportunity. Ah, Ren Gongzi, you truly are aloof. That if I didn't know better, I would think I had offended you, she said, leaning in as if to rest her elbow on Yu Tian's shoulder. Yu Tian swiftly dodged, as if avoiding a plague. They were not familiar. After all, with that he hurriedly left, not wanting to engage with those he knew, lest he inadvertently expose his identity. Seeing her rebuffed, Chen Yinyu's face flushed with anger. Her expression contorted. That's so. Ren Xiaoan, you are giving me the cold shoulder. Huh? I am destined to be a Tai Jun. Since you're so proud, let me show you the connections I have. I will ensure that you do not survive beyond 3 rounds. The next day, the second round of the palace examination commenced as scheduled in Wandian Square. There was a section known as the Regretless Arena. Contestants entered a tall tower, where they would be paired off and simultaneously transported to smaller arenas to determine the victor. Aside from luck, there was no retreat here. Advancement relied solely on strength. Many were assigned formidable opponents and lamented their fate. Damn it. Why am I matched against an 8th-level mortal realm expert? I was eliminated. Though I'm only at the 7th level of the 6th stage of the mortal realm, I was matched against a 5th stage, 5th-level opponent. I advanced. Naturally, Ren Xiaoan, with his exceptional strength, feared no adversary. However, the opponent he faced left him at a loss, for he had been matched against Lan Shui, confronted with his childhood friend. Even with all his strength, he dared not inflict harm upon her. Yet, Lan Shui was unaware that the Ren Xiaoan before her was, in fact, Yu Tian. She gracefully ascended the arena, her figure elegant and her demeanor remarkable, dressed in a snow-white gown that fluttered like a fairy. Her gaze calm yet sharp, exuding unparalleled confidence. She stood resolutely in the center of the arena, her gaze sweeping towards the opposite Ren Xiaoan. Begin, the referee's voice rang out, marking the official commencement of the contest. Lan Shui wasted no time, launching herself forward like a gust of wind, her palm striking towards Yu Tian. Yu Tian deftly sidestepped, countering with a backhanded strike, and their palm energies collided in midair, with Lan Shui embodying the essence of the Tempest, clearly gaining the upper hand. Well done, Tianjia. Defeat him. Go, Lan girl. Lan Shui, the eldest daughter of the illustrious Lan family, was renowned as the most gifted among her kin. Her exceptional prowess and elevated status earned her a multitude of admirers, particularly throughout the 5 great states. Many who had come to witness the competition yearned to behold the captivating beauty in battle. At that moment, Yu Tian found himself at a loss. He could neither reveal his identity nor relinquish his qualification for the imperial examination, with the intent of exposing the fraudulent schemes of the Yu and Zhang families. He realized that if his true self were to be unveiled before the mentors of Tai Academy, the darkness surrounding him would remain unaltered. Moreover, he would be unable to fulfill his promise to protect the Ice Lotus clan. Yet uncertainty plagued Yu Tian, leaving him with no choice but to evade and defend. The tedious combat began to irritate Lan Shui, who unleashed an unstoppable tempestuous force, channeling her energy into her sword. The Lu NLNYF sliced through the air like a dart, hurtling directly towards Ren Xiaoan. Such swiftness in swordplay was impossible to evade. Yu Tian quickly summoned his own energy, seizing the moment to unleash a double sword wave. Although he could not shatter Lan Shui's attack, he altered its trajectory, causing the Lu NLNYF to strike heavily against the adjacent stone wall. In an instant, the white stone shattered, collapsing like a landslide that a wave of astonished applause erupted from the crowd, their voices rising in fervor, all cheering for Lan Shui's remarkable display. From the distant family viewing platform, the head of the Lan family, Lan Ling, smiled with satisfaction. Now that resembles my daughter. Beside him, Yu Zhanquan, the patriarch of the Yu family, applauded vigorously. Indeed, Shui was not only stunning in appearance but also possessed formidable strength. A rare gem, surely destined to wed into the royal family and gain immense prestige. Lan Ling refrained from commenting further, well aware that such praise was laced with sarcasm regarding Lan Shui's rebellious nature and her defiance of his authority as her father. Both he and Yu Zhanchuan were of comparable strength and often engaged in subtle competition. Presently, the royal family's seventh prince, Huang Kai, observed from the royal platform, while Yu family's daughter, Yu Lingwan, had recently broken through to the 9th level of the mortal realm. Both sought to see their daughters wed into the royal family, yet Lan Shui insisted on choosing her own path in love. Brother Yu, you jest. It is rather embarrassing that if Yu Tian were still alive, Lan Shui would not even be in this contest. Yu Zhanchuan's expression darkened. The two exchanged knowing glances and then shared a smile, each harboring their own ulterior motives that I in the waiting area beside the trial grounds. Chen Yinyu quietly reveled in her machinations. Ren Xiaoan, did you think you could disregard this princess? The opponent assigned to you was a deliberate manipulation. You think you can be arrogant? I must witness you. The first beauty of the West State, beneath my heel, begging for mercy. However, on the battlefield, a flicker of surprise crossed Lan Shui's eyes as she sensed a striking similarity between her opponent's aura and that of Yu Tian. Her heart laden with doubt. Yu Tian? Lan Shui inquired softly, uncertainty threading her voice. Yu Tian's heart jolted, yet he maintained a facade of calm. He could neither confirm nor deny it, merely continuing to engage in combat with Lan Shui. As they exchanged blows, Lan Shui grew increasingly certain that he was indeed Yu Tian. Suddenly halting her movements, she regarded him with a complex expression, raising her arms and declaring each word with clarity. I forfeit. Her voice rang clear and resolute, devoid of panic. Instantly, the arena erupted in disbelief. No one could fathom their ears. The illustrious Lan Shui had voluntarily forfeited. Such a decision was nearly unprecedented in the annals of the Lingdong imperial trials. Both Lan Ling and Yu Zhanchuan stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend. Chen Yinyu, taken aback, had anticipated that Ren Xiaoan would surely be no match for the Lan family's exceptional beauty. Yet, Lan Shui had chosen to forfeit. What is the background of Ren Xiaoan? Chen Yinyu pondered, her expression one of shock. Lan Shui. The referee, too, appeared taken aback, unsure how to proceed. With a slight smile, Lan Shui turned and descended from the stage. She returned to her father, Lan Ling, whose countenance was dark with evident displeasure at her actions. Shui, why do you shy away from battle? You are the pride of the Lan family. How can you forfeit in such a crucial match? Lan Ling chided, his voice thick with ire. Lan Shui smiled gently, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Father, I am already a disciple of mentor Lin Xingwei. I possess the qualifications for direct admission to Tai Academy. I was merely here for amusement. Moreover, Ren Xiaoan's strength is unfathomable. It is wiser to preserve my own safety. Lan Ling's dissatisfaction lingered. Even so, you should not have forfeited. Remember, the honor of our family is paramount. The seventh prince, Huang Kai, is watching from the royal platform. However, Lan Shui remained unfazed, a trace of pride gracing her features. Whether he watches or not is of no concern to me at this moment. Yu Zhanchuan stifled a laugh, nearly bursting. Regardless of Ren Xiaoan's origins, Lan Shui's surrender was an undeniable truth. It seemed likely that Huang Kai would choose his own daughter. Yu Lingwan. Lan Ling furrowed his brow. Observing his daughter with a growing sense of unease, sensing deeper implications in her words, yet hesitating to inquire further. Ultimately, he could only let out a resigned sigh. Very well, this time I shall defer to your decision. Meanwhile, Yu Tian stood on the arena, exhaling a breath of relief that he did not revel in victory, but rather felt a sense of liberation and solace. Simultaneously, Chen Yinyu, standing nearby, wore a sullen expression, her face marred by anger and frustration. She had initially believed that orchestrating this match would easily resolve Ren Xiaoan's predicament. Lan Shui, what on earth are you thinking? Chen Yinyu ground her teeth, simmering with indignation. Yet, no matter her discontent, the outcome of the match was irrevocable. Ren Xiaoan had successfully advanced, continuing towards the culmination of the Lingdong imperial trials. Suddenly, a gust of wind descended from the royal platform as Huang Kai landed gracefully before Ren Xiaoan. What a ragtag bunch! You dare to force my beloved Lan girl to forfeit. You must be seeking a death wish. Who are you? Speak. State your name. Yu Tian slowly turned, scoffing. What business is it of yours? Not my business? It is decidedly my business now, he declared, conjuring a dragonfly from the wind, delivering a royal decree from the hands of the head of the Lingdong sect. With the royal decree in hand, he could challenge anyone, anywhere, at any time. I, Huang Kai, the seventh prince of the royal family, hereby formally challenge Ren Xiaoan to a duel. Chapter 17. The Royal Challenge. Explosive confrontation with Huang Kai. Was he attempting to salvage Lan Shuer's dignity after a forfeiture? Before the sect leader could respond, several elders from the Lingdong sect stepped forth, ready to officiate the duel. Very well. The royal family challenges Ren Xiaoan. Ren Xiaoan, the royal family possesses privileges. Should you refuse, you shall forever be a servant of the royal family. Do you accept this duel? The elder, having accepted bribes, was determined to ensure Lan Shuer secured first place, allowing Huang Kai a straightforward path to marry her. With Lan Shuer eliminated by Ren Xiaoan, the promised 50,000 spirit crystals had evaporated. Seething with anger, Huang Kai seized the opportunity to teach this impudent newcomer a lesson. Yield, or live as a slave for eternity. Lan Shuer was taken aback, hastily descending to Huang Kai's side. What is happening? He has already won. Why the sudden reversal? Lan girl, my duel with him does not concern you. This fool, unable to recognize a good thing, dares to face you, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Without forfeiting, he is nothing but a cowardly waste, bullying those weaker than himself to assert his presence. He waved dismissively at Lan Shuer, signaling her to exit the arena. Ren Xiaoan wore a mocking smile. How similar his words were to describing himself. He secretly exchanged glances with Lan Shuer. Watch closely. I shall deal with this coward, who can only prey on women to prove his worth. Come. If you seek death, I shall grant it. With the elder's command, the duel instigated by the royal family officially commenced in the spectator's area. Yu Zhanxuan appeared anxious. Huang Kai's challenge to Ren Xiaoan was clearly an attempt to elevate Lan Shuer's standing, which was tantamount to Huang Kai openly courting her. Contemplating this, Yu Zhanxuan felt disheartened, lacking any enthusiasm. Lan Ling, however, appeared genuinely excited, attempting to assuage Yu Zhanxuan's concerns. The world of the young is beyond our comprehension, but surely we grasp a little of it. Haha. While they did not fully understand why Huang Kai was enamored with Lan Shuer, they recognized that his defending her was indeed a form of courtship. Oh dear, the dowry is truly a troubling matter, Lan Ling remarked, casting a glance at the taciturn Yu Zhanxuan, his heart filled with delight. Huang Kai, donned in resplendent battle attire, emanated an imposing aura. His cold gaze swept across Ren Xiaoan, brimming with disdain. How dare you humiliate my beloved in front of so many? Ren Xiaoan, your demise is imminent. As the elder's command echoed, the duel commenced. Huang Kai immediately unleashed his spirit beasts, 6 formidable 7-star poison scorpions. These creatures, pitch black and colossal, exuded a chilling aura that instilled dread in all who beheld them. To allow my woman to suffer humiliation, you shall be subjected to 1,000 tortures, no matter your identity. Die, scum! With a single command from Huang Kai, the scorpions swiftly lunged towards Yu Tian, their sharp poisonous stings raining down like arrows. Do you think you can undermine me, Yu Tian, to elevate your own reputation and showcase your strength? How dare you? And as for your woman, she is undoubtedly my childhood sweetheart. Yu Tian was acutely aware that he faced formidable foes, at least 3 of whom were at the Triple Shura realm. He dared not underestimate them. Focusing his mind and holding his breath, he unleashed a dual force of soul and spirit. 2 dragon silhouettes coiled protectively around him, their azure and cerulean energies intertwining. Spiraling skyward, soul and spirit heavens fall, scatter. Yu Tian proclaimed with a low shout, sweeping his hands as the 2 dragon figures darted towards the scorpions, that a fierce clash erupted in the air between the scorpions and the twin dragons, with flashes of sword light and surges of spiritual energy filling the atmosphere. The scorpion stings were exceedingly sharp, yet they were no match for the resilient azure dragon. Huang Kai smirked coldly, evidently brimming with confidence in his scorpions. Ren Xiaoan, do you believe this will suffice to defeat me? The true power of the 7-star scorpion has yet to be fully revealed. Scorpion form, converge. He formed seals with his hands, causing the 6 7-star scorpions to suddenly swell in size, their stings sharpening further as they exuded an even more potent miasma. The scorpions merged into a colossal scorpion king, an imposing figure charging at Yution. Ren Xiaoan's expression turned grave. He sensed the overwhelming pressure of the Scorpion King, a spirit beast of at least the quadruple Shura realm. Soul and Spirit Heaven's fall. Dissipate. Spirit Heaven, Azure Fury. Soul Heaven, Crystal Might. Yution shouted, his hands sweeping dramatically as the sword body of Soul and Spirit Heaven's fall shimmered, splitting into two, transforming into a blue and a green dragon that launched simultaneous assaults, unleashing sword waves that surged forth towards the Scorpion King. The arduous training on the frozen continent bore fruit, allowing Yution to control the two energies separately. This technique, this maneuver, undoubtedly indicated he had opened all 720 meridians, reaching the pinnacle of the 9-stage first layer of the Shura realm. A sword cultivator, indeed? Huang Kai found himself somewhat taken aback. The swordsmanship of the 5 great continents had long been lost. Aside from a few families with unique lineages of sword heritage, there were scarcely any true sword practitioners left. Even those who wielded swords typically possessed only rudimentary skills, merely brandishing them for appearances. To genuinely unleash sword energy and become a sword cultivator, one would require not only access to sword scriptures, but also an exceptionally noble bloodline. What of a sword cultivator? You an ignorant waste. Should not presume that I would fear you over a few sword techniques. With that, he transformed his energy into a 7-star spear, launching an assault. The clash between the twin dragon figures and the Scorpion King was fierce, unleashing a torrent of power. The two formidable forces intertwined, enveloping the entire arena in waves of spiritual energy. The audience held their breath, riveted by the intensity of the duel, that a sinister smile crept across Huang Kai's face. Quite impressive, but alas, still insufficient. Concentrating his spiritual energy, a massive phantom scorpion emerged behind him, beginning to draw in spiritual energy from all directions and channel it into the Scorpion King that a tempest whipped across the arena. Uprooting greenery, steady. The elders acting as judges struggled to maintain control over the arena to prevent the chaos from spilling over to the onlookers. Impressive, but as he said, still not strong enough. Ren Xiaoan's gaze blazed with determination. Unwavering in the face of adversity, that he clasped his hands together, forming seals as his energy surged upward. Soul and Spirit Heaven. Union, twist. With a sudden flourish, the twin dragon figures radiated an even more brilliant light, their overwhelming power transforming them into an ancient dragon of colossal proportions that in an instant, the world shifted. Thunder rumbled, winds howled, and torrential rain fell, all accompanied by an immense pressure of spiritual energy. Ren Xiaoan leaped high into the air, pointing his right hand as the ancient dragon surged forth, charging directly at the Scorpion King. One strike pierced through the Scorpion King's body, from head to tail, akin to a dragon diving into water. Sweeping through with ferocity, the Scorpion King was impaled, its body torn asunder, resulting in instantaneous demise. This is impossible. This cannot be. Huang Kai stood dumbfounded. He was a 9-stage 4th-layer Shura realm practitioner, a paragon within the 5 great continents. How could he lose to this insignificant brat? With nowhere to evade, Huang Kai was struck by the backlash of tremendous spiritual energy, utterly unable to withstand such powerful force. His entire being was pierced by Ren Xiaoan's dragon power, compounded by the excessive spiritual energy he had absorbed but had yet to release. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, followed by blood-red raindrops cascading to the ground. Huang Kai's corporeal form was annihilated amidst the spiritual energy, shattered to pieces, leaving not a trace behind. The onlookers were left in stunned silence at the sight before them. A dignified royal descendant, a true dragon heir, had perished at the hands of an unremarkable figure. The elders gaped, momentarily forgetting to announce the victor as they watched Huang Kai's blood rain upon the earth. This sword cultivator is simply two. On the viewing platform, Yu Zhanchuan and Lan Ling stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Lan Ling was overwhelmed with indescribable feelings, shock, disappointment, and a hint of fear. Shocked by Ren Xiaoan's prowess, disappointed by the shattering of his royal aspirations, and fearful that Lan Shuer had evaded direct confrontation with this sword cultivator. The master of the spirit movement sect was equally astonished. Never before had there been a sword practitioner of such extraordinary strength across the 5 great continents. Prior to him, the strongest inheritor of the sword path had been Lan Shuer. Yet she could not possibly rival this level of power. This individual's strength was undoubtedly superior to that of Lan Shuer. Ren Xiaoan quietly savored the blood rain, the frost spirit stone in his embrace, continually replenishing his spiritual energy. Coldly he remarked, "My apologies that I may have overexerted myself. That why you? Who are you?" The Grand Elder stammered, disbelief etched across his face, "that I am merely a sword cultivator." The square fell into a deathly silence, no one having anticipated such a scene. The royal had fallen, and this nameless sword cultivator had emerged victorious. According to the duel's rules, he would ascend to the royal lineage, inheriting all of Huang Kai's assets and privileges. After a profound stillness, a figure materialized at the center of the arena. Then, a single proclamation astonished all present. "Young Master Ren, I am Yu Lingwan, the foremost combatant of Yungui Mountain. Please accept my hand in marriage. I am willing to provide you with a pure cultivation environment to aid your sword path." Chapter 18. A family's joy and others' woe. The most formidable individual ought to be matched with the finest cultivation platform. Ren Xiaoan, you have defeated Huang Kai, displaying extraordinary strength that I wish to marry you, granting you limitless resources and power, making you the mightiest cultivator. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had expected Yu Lingwan to publicly propose. Yu Tian internally scoffed, thinking to himself, "Is this Yu Lingwan akin to a dog in heat, eager to curry favor with the strong?" On the viewing platform, Yu Zhanchuan regarded his daughter's actions with hopeful anticipation. This move suited him perfectly. With Huang Kai now deceased, Ren Xiaoan would inherit all of Huang Kai's titles, wealth, and privileges, that he would become the next member of the royal family. Given Ren Xiaoan's astonishing strength, along with his impending royal status, he would undoubtedly attract numerous suitors. Yu Lingwan's courageous public proposal not only severed other suitors' ambitions, but also served as a warning to other families. The Yu family had secured this promising candidate. No one was to covet him. The master of the spirit movement sect was equally taken aback by this action. When Huang Kai was defeated, he had considered marrying his daughter to Ren Xiaoan, but had not anticipated Yu Lingwan's swift move. Chun Yinyu's expression turned troubled. How could Ren Xiaoan possess such power? If he became a member of the royal family, her covert schemes against him would undoubtedly lead to her own demise. Realizing this, a shudder ran through Chun Yinyu, and she hastily made her exit. Ren Xiaoan felt a jolt of wariness, recognizing that Yu Lingwan, a cunning vixen, was akin to a frog in boiling water, waiting for the opportune moment to drain his spiritual energy, just as she had done to Yu Tian. He maintained his composure, smiling as he replied, "Miss Yu, your kind offer catches me by surprise. But isn't this a bit hasty? Do you have ulterior motives?" Yu Lingwan smiled faintly, her eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. "Of course. I hope you will become my husband. Together, we shall ascend to the pinnacle of the world." Leading the Yu family to greatness, Yu Tian smirked internally, while outwardly feigning hesitation. "Miss Yu, we are but strangers who have crossed paths. Such a monumental decision. I find it difficult to accept immediately." Yu Lingwan displayed a confident smile. "Young Master Ren, you are indeed remarkable, maintaining your composure in the face of such immense benefits. Yet I must say, you are deserving. Your strength is extraordinary, and you are on the verge of becoming a royal heir. My Yu family is the foremost lineage of Yungui Mountain, and we possess such discernment that I assure you that should you agree, I will wholeheartedly support your cultivation, enabling you to become the strongest practitioner in this continent." "Miss Yu," Ren Xiaoan spoke slowly, "you mentioned providing me with a cultivation platform. What exactly do you mean?" Yu Lingwan replied with a smile. "My Yu family holds exclusive seats at the cultivation conference held after the spirit movement trial. In the Yungui Mountain under our control is a coveted paradise for many disciples, brimming with top-tier resources. These resources will immensely aid your cultivation. You need only inquire. My Yu family once produced a genius." Yu Tian, as she spoke of Yu Tian, a proud and smug expression illuminated Yu Lingwan's face. Completely devoid of any remorse over draining Yu Tian's spiritual energy, that a murderous intent gradually emerged on Ren Xiaoan's face. Yet he kept his hat brim low, nodding slightly as he continued his inquiries. I've heard that the Yu family has several participants in this spirit movement trial. Might you be among them? Miss Yu, Yu Lingwan smiled slightly, confirming, indeed. This trial is a rare opportunity, and I would not miss it. That I never anticipated that I would encounter my destined partner here. Yes, she spoke. Yu Lingwan moved closer. Yu Tian took a step back, creating distance, and continued to inquire, Miss Yu, your performance in the palace examination was remarkably outstanding. Might you have had the pleasure of meeting my two friends, Xia Yu and Xia Zheng? How did they fare? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Longwan replied, Of course I know them. We share a close relationship and often cultivate together. Their results were quite commendable, and we exchanged greetings just moments ago. Yet, Xia Zheng and Xia Yu had perished long ago in the frozen continent, slain by their own blades. The audacity of deceit knows no bounds. She was secretly reveling in the shared acquaintances with Ren Xiaoan. However, Yu Lingwan remained blissfully unaware that her vile facade was about to be unveiled before the eyes of all. Yu Tian harbored a cold smirk within, maintaining an impassive exterior. Given your sincerity, Miss Yu, I find it difficult to refuse your proposition. However, I have one condition. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yu Lingwan's eyes as she eagerly inquired. What condition? I have a childhood friend named Chen Zhong, who, as fate would have it, hails from the same ancestral home as you, Yungui Mountain. Should he consent to this union, I will oblige, Yu Tian stated. Yu Lingwan's face lit up with unrestrained joy, her expression transforming into one of sinister delight as she exclaimed, Chen Zhong is my dear friend. I shall certainly invite him to be the best man. Our families, the Yu and the Chun, have always shared a close bond. This matter shall rest upon my shoulders. Her thoughts drifted to Chen Zhong, who had met his demise beneath her blade in the frozen continent. What would he think upon witnessing this scene? Ren Xiao nodded in agreement, stating, Very well, we shall finalize this. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of reactions, some offering blessings, others shouting in disbelief, while many voiced strong objections. 1. The stunning Miss Yu is to become a bride just like that. How can this be so hasty? Ren Xiaoan is so exceptional, destined to become a member of the royal family. Surely, a fair selection process should be employed to find the perfect wife. Heavens, winning the royal title, revitalizing the path of sword cultivation, and marrying into the Yu family. All the most splendid occurrences converged upon this one individual in a single day. It felt like a dream. The discussion surrounding the impending union of Yu Longwan and Ren Xiaoan continued to swirl. The atmosphere electric on the viewing platform. Lan Ling could hardly contain a breath, realizing that the Yu family had truly soared to new heights. With the backing of the royal family, their status in Yungui Mountain had surpassed that of the Lan family, making them the undisputed foremost family across the 5 continents. Yu Zhanshuan was grinning from ear to ear, repeatedly slapping Lan Ling's thigh, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Lan brother, my daughter is truly rebellious. So brave and unrestrained, and yet she's found her lifelong partner. Oh dear, now I find myself related to royalty. Whatever shall I do? Lan Shuer cast a worried glance at Ren Xiaoan, perplexed by the unfolding events. Wasn't he Yu Tian? Hadn't Yu Tian claimed to have been betrayed by Yu Lingwan? Why had Ren Xiaoan consented to this marriage? Was he not Yu Tian? If so, her withdrawal from the Lingdong Palace examination would be an utter disgrace. Before Lan Shuer could gather her thoughts, a familiar figure descended from the parted clouds, swiftly arriving beside Ren Xiaoan, in her 20s, adorned in a flowing gown of golden-purple silk, with hair cascading down her shoulders and exquisite features. She held a long sword in her right hand while gently stroking her steed, the 9 heavens thunderous black leopard. With her left up, it was her mentor, Lin Qingwei. Ren Xiaoan. I am Lin Qingwei, an instructor at Tai Academy. Your talents are remarkable, and with proper guidance and training, your potential is immeasurable. I cordially invite you and your fiancé, Yu Lingwan, to join Tai Academy as my disciples. Once again, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A decade of arduous study culminated in this moment. Tai Academy was the most renowned institution across the 5 continents, one of the 3 great academies of the spirit energy continent, established since ancient times. With a legacy of excellence, countless individuals had sought entry, battling fiercely to secure a place within its hallowed halls. Yet today, all the fortune had fallen upon Ren Xiaoan. marrying a beauty, inheriting a noble title, and gaining admission to Tai Academy for further cultivation. Truly, he was the epitome of a life well lived. On the viewing platform, the expressions of the Lan family parents grew increasingly grim, ashen like death. In stark contrast, Yu Zhanchuan appeared to be on the verge of bursting with laughter. Ha! Oh dear Lan brother, look at my daughter. She has seized true love and grasped her destiny. Ha ha! And now, she is off to Tai Academy. It fills me with such. Ha ha! How can I possibly let go of such a treasure? The crowd buzzed with excitement, some rejoicing while others fretted. The head of the Lingdong sect, along with several elders and prominent families, were left utterly bewildered. In a century of palace examinations, never had such a farcical scene unfolded that as one family crumbled. Many others began to ignore the once leading Lan family, turning their attention to curry favor with Yu Zhanchuan. Brother Yu, what great fortune you possess. Your daughter is so charming and clever. You need not worry at all that my daughter is also 18 this year. Might you introduce her to the Yu family? We could become in-laws and foster a closer relationship. Indeed, my eldest son has also reached the age of 22. Would it not be advantageous for him to marry a maid from the Yu family to gain some wisdom? Dear Yu brother, please do not decline. In the midst of this upheaval, a voice commanded the crowd's attention. Ren Xiaoan raised a letter high and coldly declared, "Everyone, please be quiet. I have an important matter to disclose." This letter was obtained from Xia Yu, and it reveals the truth behind the collusion among the Yu, Chun, and Xia families in manipulating the Lingdong Palace examination for their own gain. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Unable to comprehend what they had just heard, Ren Xiaoan continued, "The letter clearly states that the Yu, Chun, and Xia families conspired to manipulate the outcomes of the Lingdong Palace examination for personal profit. Please see this for what it truly is. A conspiracy." The scene descended into chaos as people began to murmur, questioning the authenticity of the letter. Yu Longwan's expression soured, her anger boiling over as she exclaimed, "Ren Xiaoan, what nonsense are you spouting?" You are my fiancé," Ren Xiaoan coldly replied with a smile. "Yu Longwan, do you dare to claim that what I have exposed is a fabrication?" Yu Longwan's face turned ashen with rage as she retorted, "You are audacious. I am a dignified princess of the 9 realms. My strength is formidable enough to face the fourfold Shura realm without fear. Do you think I would need to resort to deception here? Why do you seek to slander us?" Ren Xiaoan let out a cold scoff, tearing away his disguise, removing his hat, and ripping off his scarf as he shouted, "Look closely. I am Yu Tian, Chapter 19, the shameless Yu Lingwan. Prepare to meet your end." At this moment, Yu Tian stood before the vast assembly in the grand hall, revealing the truth. Yu Zhanchuan was momentarily thrown into disarray, utterly perplexed. Had he not been declared dead? How? How could he possibly be here? What of Ren Xiaoan? What was happening? "You brother, what is the meaning of this?" Lan Ling and the other sycophantic clan leaders cast disdainful glances at Yu Zhanchuan, as if they had uncovered a hidden truth. Yu Tian's gaze was resolute as he surveyed the crowd, slowly beginning to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today not only to unveil the conspiracy of the Yu, Chun, and Xia families, but also to clear my own name. Many believe that I committed patricide and killed my master before taking my own life, but the truth is far different." His words evoked a wave of gasps from the crowd, all ears now tuned to his narrative. The tale begins several years prior. He continued, his voice heavy with emotion. That time, I was the young prodigy of the Yu family, the pride of my clan. However, everything changed on the night I attempted to break through. Yu Qingyin, Yu Lingwan, and Yu Zhanchuan conspired against me, seizing the moment when I was vulnerable during my breakthrough to strip me of all my cultivation using the devouring Yuan lamp. And they sought to pin all the blame on me, casting me as a traitor who had betrayed my master and slain my father. Yu Tian's voice grew more impassioned, his eyes blazing with fury and anguish. "They cast me from Yu Mountain, leaving me to die in a mass grave, intent on extinguishing my life." Silence enveloped the square. The crowd was stunned by Yu Tian's revelations, whispers beginning to circulate below. But I did not perish. I narrowly escaped, surviving through sheer willpower. In pursuit of the truth, I concealed my identity, dedicating myself to cultivation, awaiting this very day. Yu Tian, You speak lies. Yu Longwan's voice pierced through the air, sharp and filled with rage. She was determined to halt his revelations. Yu Longwan, do you dare to claim that all I have exposed is a figment of my imagination? Yu Tian asked coldly, his gaze unwavering and resolute. You traitor! Not only have you betrayed your family, but you also dare to twist the truth here. Yu Longwan spat, her eyes brimming with hatred and determination. Without hesitation, she drew her sword, preparing to strike at Yu Tian. Stand down. Suddenly, Lin Qingyue swiftly interposed herself between Yu Longwan and Yu Tian, her gaze icy as she admonished. This is the Grand Hall. You will not act recklessly here. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Longwan's features, but she quickly broke free from Lin Qingyue's obstruction, shouting furiously, Instructor Lin, this is a matter of our family's grievances. Do not interfere. Lin Qingyue remained calm and unyielding. I care not for your family disputes, but here at the Lingdong Palace examination, no one is permitted to act recklessly. Yu Longwan's expression darkened, her heart ablaze with fury, yet she recognized that Lin Qingyue's strength was formidable. A direct confrontation would only lead to her own downfall. She coldly remarked, Master, are you not going to take me as your disciple? Allow me to demonstrate just how formidable your uninitiated student can be. With that, she swiftly drew her sword, unleashing the formidable aura of the 9th layer of the mortal realm, as a sharp beam of sword light surged towards Yu Tian with such speed that it caught him off guard. Standing atop the platform, Yu Tian's eyes blazed with determination. Unflinchingly meeting Yu Longwan's gaze, he understood that desperation could lead to reckless actions, and this confrontation was inevitable. Yu Longwan, today you shall pay for your transgressions. Yu Tian swiftly adjusted his stance, summoning the heavenly falling sword, channeling all his spiritual energy to confront the assault head-on. Yu Longwan let out a cold chuckle, her figure flickering as she appeared before Yu Tian in an instant, her long sword striking like a venomous serpent towards him. Yu Tian quickly sidestepped to evade, simultaneously countering with a strike of his own. Their swords clashed in midair, sparking a dazzling display of light and energy. Do you believe you can still defeat me? Yu Longwan hissed, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Having absorbed your energy, I am now unparalleled in strength. Behold the power of the 9th layer of the mortal realm. A realm even you have yet to attain. Before her words could fully dissipate, Yu Longwan erupted with energy once more, the 9th layer of aura transforming into a colossal axe that barreled towards Yu Tian. He narrowly evaded the attack with a swift sidestep, retaliating with a palm strike that struck Yu Longwan's shoulder. She felt an overwhelming force hit her, sending her crashing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Yu Longwan's complexion turned ashen as she struggled to rise, but the arrogance and confidence that once filled her eyes were now replaced by an abyss of resentment and unwillingness. Observing Yu Longwan before him, Yu Tian found the situation almost comical. Her attacks were clumsy, clearly indicating that she had not fully mastered her newfound power. You have grown complacent, he mused. Yu Tian, you shall pay for today's actions. Yu Longwan's voice trembled, her gaze brimming with hatred. Yu Tian regarded her coldly, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Finally, this wretched woman had met her match. Did you not claim I lacked evidence? Now, I shall provide you with it. With that declaration, Yu Tian extended his hand, a surge of potent energy emanating from him, directly targeting Yu Longwan. She felt an overwhelming pull as her energy began to uncontrollably flow towards him. What are you doing? Yu Longwan screamed in terror, her eyes reflecting sheer dread and despair. Yu Longwan, you once stole my spiritual energy, and now I shall reclaim every last bit of it. As Yu Tian absorbed the energy, Yu Longwan's essence gradually diminished, her appearance withering as if aged by years. Desperation flickered in her eyes, yet she found herself powerless to resist. Yu Tian, you cannot do this. I beg of you, spare my life. I can serve you. I will serve you every day. Yu Longwan weakly pleaded, crawling towards him as if clinging to a lifeline, grasping his shoe with an air of utter desperation and fear. Witnessing her pitiable state, reminiscent of a dog, Yu Tian was flooded with memories of Bei. Where did this insolent brat come from? How dare he create a ruckus at the Lingdong Palace examination? I am Yang Chun, the son of the governor of Zhongzhou. As these words escaped his lips, Yu Zhanchuan fell instantly silent. The governor is the highest authority in the state, overseeing the management of various families and sects. It is certainly not the place for Yu Zhanchuan to speak. Yu Tiandu could not help but feel astonished. After years apart, Yang Chun had indeed become the governor's son. Yang Chun turned to the crowd and continued. Regarding the allegations of cheating in the Lingdong examination, I shall pursue this matter to the very end. Now I declare the disqualification of Yu, Xia, and Chun families from the competition as a form of punishment. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause, cheers echoing throughout the hall. Why what right? Just because of Yu Tian's word. The heads of the Xia and Chun families expressed their discontent. Their participants had performed admirably in the examination. After all, Chen Zhong, Xia Yu, and Xia Zheng had not participated. Yu Tian shouted loudly, and upon hearing this, the heads of the Xia and Qin families were momentarily taken aback that it was true. These three had not competed as planned. Could it be? Yet Yu Zhanchuan remained stubborn, unwilling to relent. His beloved daughter was no longer among the living, and all of this was caused by Yu Tian. Today he would surely kill Yu Tian. The wrath of Yu Lingwan had mostly been absorbed by Yu Tian. After all, the spiritual energy of each individual is unique, resonating only with himself. If Yu Lingwan had not, as Yu Tian claimed, seized his spiritual energy, then how could her energy have been siphoned away? Lin Xingyue's voice enlightened the crowd, and they began to murmur amongst themselves once more. Yu Zhanchuan, let matters of face rest there. If a thorough investigation is pursued, what do you believe the outcome will be? Yu Zhanchuan himself realized he was on shaky ground. His face darkened, yet he felt helpless. At this juncture, it was impossible to kill Yu Tian in front of so many witnesses. The judgment of the son of Zhongzhou had already been passed. If he were to act forcefully, it would not only spark chaos among the prominent families, but also threaten the harmony between the western and central states. He would have to seek out Yu Tian for retribution later. Staring at Yu Tian, his burning rage had to be suppressed within. A championship obtained through such means is hardly worth having. With these thoughts, Yu Zhanchuan lifted the body of Yu Lingwan, his resolute gaze betraying a hint of despair, and he slowly exited the premises. Such an act had not been witnessed at the Lingdong examination for a century. Now, the order of the examination had been thoroughly disrupted, prompting several elders of the Lingdong sect to step in to restore order and demand that the competition continue. Seeing that Yu Tian was still alive and had significantly improved in strength, none dared to risk their lives for a fight. After all, with the disciples of the Yu, Xia, and Qin families all withdrawn, even a mediocre performance would suffice. Indeed, during the fifth round of the decisive battle, Yu Tian stood atop the platform, and no one dared to challenge him. Yu Tian, first place in the Lingdong examination. Ho Bonin, second place in the Lingdong examination. Yang Chun, third place in the Lingdong examination. Unfilial son, who allowed you to come here? Before the elder could finish announcing the results, a middle-aged man suddenly barged in, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Chun, reprimanding him harshly. Did I not warn you not to participate in this Lingdong examination? Why do you persist in disobedience? Father, cultivation is my dream. I have no desire to inherit your mundane position, wandering aimlessly every day, merely indulging in food and drink. You insolent child, as the governor of Zhongzhou, I hereby demand that the competition strip you of your qualifications. A mere mortal has no right to participate in this examination. I am not a mere mortal. I am already a disciple of the Wanjing sect. As he spoke, Yang Chun unleashed his aura, demonstrating his prowess. You ungrateful son! How could I have given birth to such a troublesome child? With that, he dragged Yang Chun out of the examination hall. Lan Shuer, perplexed, inquired of Lan Ling why the governor forbade Yang Chun from participating in the examination. This examination is perilous. Even the slightest misstep could lead to death. Moreover, he is the governor's son. Who would dare to defeat him? The rankings would merely be given to him, thus allowing the governor to owe a favor. Yu Tian received the final rewards of the examination, a primordial pill, placed within a splendid, multicolored vessel, emanating waves of spiritual energy. The primordial pill is a rare concoction of natural essences, requiring extraordinarily high cultivation to refine. It is incredibly precious and significantly enhances one's cultivation. Additionally, there were 10 superior-grade pills, 10,000 spirit crystals, and a top-tier Shura-class spirit artifact, the Spirit Feather Battle Armor. This armor, crafted from the feathers of the precious spirit beast, the soul bird, is lightweight yet imbued with spiritual energy. It not only offers remarkable defense against attacks, but also lightens the wearer's body, enhancing speed. The Shura-class spirit artifact is indeed a treasure among the 5 great states. The rewards of the Lingdong examination are truly bountiful. With the winds of fortune at his back, all present looked on enviously as many approached to curry favor with Yutian. Yutian paid them no mind, striding directly to the enigmatic figure beside him, Mentor Lin Qingyue. "May I inquire if your previous offer to take me as your disciple still stands?" Lin Qingyue smiled, a teasing glimmer appearing on her delicate face that it stands. "However, I am taking Ren Xiaoan as my disciple. Not Yutian, but Yutian is Ren Xiaoan. Not solely that. Ren Xiaoan is also the betrothed of Yulin, is he not?" The two exchanged knowing smiles, the earlier mockery now seeming exceedingly absurd, filled with irony upon reflection. Yet Lan Shuer, listening anxiously from the side, stepped forward and earnestly said, "Mentor Qingyue, please forgive Yutian. He was merely being playful with that jest, and I have known him since childhood. He is a good person and would never tease you. Just look." Lin Qingyue and Yutian could not help but burst into laughter. Lan Shuer, unaware of their playful banter, earnestly continued her explanation. Appearing utterly adorable to Shuer, "Your emotional intelligence is truly low." Lin Qingyue chuckled, saying, "My willingness to converse with him is an acknowledgement of his worth. 3 days hence, I shall come to the Lan family to escort you both to Tai Academy." With that, she cast a glance back at Yutian. "Young man, cultivate diligently. The future is bright. Wait, Mentor, there is one matter I must mention." With that, Yutian recounted the affair of the ice lotus in the frozen continent to Lin Qingyue. "This matter is troublesome." Lin Qingyue shook her head. "The frozen continent is a collective resolution of the 5 great states. The initial justification was that they plotted rebellion and aspired to dominate the mortal realm." Yutian found it hard to believe. The ice lotus was inherently pure-hearted, even gifting him an ancestral artifact. How could such beings harbor rebellious intentions? Who claimed they were plotting rebellion? Yungue Mountain. Yu family to at this point, Yutian understood. That old scoundrel Yu Zhanchuan had likely been exploiting the spiritual energy of others, and his 4th-tier cultivation was probably pilfered as well. Saving the Ice Spirit clan was his commitment. No, even without that commitment, Yutian could not stand idly by while an innocent was schemed against. He had endured too much suffering himself and wished to prevent others from facing peril. The Ice Lotus, with its pure heart, could not possibly be a rebel. They, like the demons of the demon realm, were ancient races. Had they truly plotted rebellion, they would have acted long ago, not waited until now. So what? Lin Qingyue maintained a detached demeanor. "Currently, the Governor Zhongzhou is the father of my childhood friend, and the Yu family has just faced a scandal that I believe this is the perfect opportunity to propose a retrial with the governor. A grand undertaking indeed." Lin Qingyue sighed, saying, "If you wish to go, then go. Regardless, I shall come to collect you in 2 days. Do not let this distract you from your main purpose. Also, you require an identity. Do not tell me you intend to accompany me to Tai Academy under the Yu family's name." With that, she summoned the 9 heavens thunderous Xian leopard and took to the skies. Thus, he would go with Lan Shuer to the Yang family to explain the situation to Yangchen, then return to the Lan family as a disciple of the Lan family to attend Tai Academy. Perfect! As he turned to share his plans with the nearby Lan Shuer, it seemed she had not absorbed a word, her eyes filled with ire. Suddenly, a sharp slap struck his face. Yanking Yutian's ear, she complained, "Who is the Ice Lotus? Where did the Ice Lotus come from?" Chapter 21. Consume the primordial pill and break through to a new level. After much explanation to clarify the situation, Yutian was brought back to the Lan family by Lan Shuer. The Lan family is nestled within a tranquil valley between Zhongzhou and Shizhou, boasting a beautiful environment and abundant spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Yutian was assigned to a serene courtyard, lush with flowers and greenery, where the air was thick with spiritual energy, invoking a sense of tranquility. Accompanied by Lan Shuer, Yu toured the Lan family's grounds, meeting many elders and relatives of the Lan clan. Lan Xuaner's father, Lan Ling, expressed his immense support for Yu Tian. Tian, I have heard all about your situation from Xuer. You may stay in a Lan family and cultivate at ease, residing in the back courtyard. Feel free to come to me with any needs. Rest assured, with my Lan family here, that scoundrel Yu Zhanchuan will not be able to harm you in the slightest. Yu Tian bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. The Lan family's generous treatment of Yu Tian was not merely due to their long-standing rivalry with the Yu family. More importantly, Yu Tian had once risked his life to save Lan Xuer. When she was 6 years old, Lan Xuer had just inherited the Lan family's swordsmanship, fearless and audacious. In her reckless bravado, she ventured into the terrifying Ghost Cry abyss near Zhongzhou, alone, as a result. She found herself surrounded by fearsome soul beasts, her life hanging by a thread. Many families had set out to search for her, yet none dared to approach that dreadful abyss. Not even a 6-year-old girl, let alone many adult cultivators, would dare to intrude upon such a horrific place. Yet young Yu Tian firmly believed that no matter how abstract the answers may seem, they were still grounded in reality. He firmly believes that Lan Xuer is deep within the abyss of wailing souls. Undeterred by the absence of companions, he bravely ventures alone into the abyss and rescues Lan Xuer. When Lan Ling arrives to provide support, he is met with the sight of the young Yu Tian, drenched in blood, with crimson droplets continuously falling from his forehead, and his left eye marred by a deep scar, rendering it unable to open. He limps out of the abyss, cradling in his arms the trembling yet unharmed Lan Xuer. This scene leaves Lan Ling profoundly shaken, leading him to firmly believe that he owes Yu Tian a life debt. That evening, Yu Tian sits cross-legged in the training hall of the Lan family, grasping an ice spirit stone in his hand. After consuming a primordial pill, he feels the power of the elixir gradually unfurling within him. The potent effects of the primordial pill, rich in spiritual energy, swiftly course through Yu Tian's meridians, enhancing his spiritual prowess. With his eyes closed, he concentrates intently, immersing himself wholly in his cultivation. The spiritual energy within him expands under the influence of the ice spirit stone, filling every meridian and energy sea. The power of the ice spirit stone flows incessantly into his body, rapidly elevating his spiritual strength. With a tranquil mind and invigorated spirit, he channels his energy. A flick of his finger produces a speck of spirit energy, akin to a seed. What was once an uncontrollable burst of spirit energy now begins to be tamed, taking on various subtle forms at his command. His control over the spirit energy has significantly improved. Reflecting on his previous battle against Huang Kai, he recalls how a vast amount of soul and spirit energy had spontaneously generated and dissipated, never utilized to its full potential. Indeed, it is not the quantity of power one possesses that matters, but rather the extent to which it can be controlled. Now, with his newfound mastery over spirit energy, Yu Tian feels emboldened. Should Huang Kai return, he is ready to face him head-on. Once more, he focuses, sensing that his spiritual energy has reached its zenith, marking the perfect moment for a breakthrough. Drawing a deep breath, he consumes 2 high-grade heart-protecting pills, centering his mind and preparing to challenge his limits. The combination of the heart-protecting pills and the primordial pill ignites his inner fire. Thanks to the boundless supply of spiritual energy from the ice spirit stone, he is spared from being overwhelmed by this inner flame. At this juncture, the potency of the primordial pill has expanded his limits, allowing him to perceive an ever-growing space within him for gathering spiritual energy. Yu Tian's spiritual energy rapidly coalesces, transforming into formidable waves of power that surge against the barriers within his meridians. The energy roils within him, each meridian expanding and strengthening. The inner fire intensifies, and the energy sea swells. Water and fire harmoniously complement each other, illuminating the path ahead. With a forceful exhalation, Yu Tian expels a cloud of stagnant energy, feeling the barriers within him shatter, propelling him into an entirely new realm. His spiritual power becomes purer and more formidable, filling his entire being with boundless strength. That I have succeeded. Yu Tian rejoices internally, slowly opening his eyes. which shimmer with excitement and exhilaration. He realizes that his strength has ascended to the fourth tier of the second stage of the Azura realm. The duality of soul and spirit energy is indeed remarkable, facilitating such rapid advancement. It appears that Lu Ruyen was truthful after all. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy emanates from beyond the gate of the courtyard. It is late at night. Who could be visiting at this hour? Instantly alert, Yu Tian recognizes that he has just elevated his realm and is in need of solitude, wishing to avoid any encounters with outsiders. Yu Tian, are you asleep? It is Yang Chun. Yu Tian channels his energy to unlock the door and gestures for Yang Chun to enter. Yang Chun's visit at such an unusual hour raises eyebrows. Not only due to the late hour, but also because it has been over a decade since they last reconnect at this late hour could lead one to assume they were engaging in clandestine affairs. What brings you here at such an hour? Yu Tian inquires, a hint of confusion and reservation lacing his tone. After all these years, you remain the same. So neurotic, Yang Chun replies with a wry smile, pulling out a package from his cloak. Upon opening it, they reveal green bean pastries, a childhood favorite of both. Here, you used to adore these, Yang Chun remarks, placing the pastries between them, staring at the green bean pastries. Yu Tian feels a wave of uncertainty, even questioning Yang Chun's intentions. Could there be poison within? Noticing Yu Tian's hesitation, Yang Chun bursts into laughter. With a flick of his wrist, the pastries are sent flying. Scattering across the oil paper beneath them, he picks one up and begins to eat, teasing Yu Tian. You're still so paranoid. Do you really think I would poison you? Yu Tian is struck by the truth of Yang Chen's words. He indeed harbors fears. After being betrayed by his adoptive father and ostracized by his foster family, he finds it difficult to trust others. Grabbing a pastry, he mutters impatiently, You didn't come all the way here just to share pastries, did you? Of course not. Yang Chun wipes his mouth and states earnestly, I'm here to inform you. The Central State has concluded an emergency meeting. My father has contacted the governors of the 5 great states and made a decision regarding your situation. There will be no repercussions for you. Yu Tian breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing Yang Chun has come to his aid. After all, they have been childhood friends, and he is indeed reliable. Yet, the reality that he is merely a victim weighs heavily on him. This has nothing to do with me. I am the victim. Why should I be subjected to judgment? I'm not jesting with you. Yang Chun replies that you've offended the 3 families of Yungui Mountain. They have reached out to other smaller families to protest, pressuring the governor of the Western State to execute you. It was only through my father's insistence that I managed to secure your safety. Indeed, Yu Tian has thoroughly antagonized the Yu, Zhang, and Xia families. These local powerhouses dominate Yungui Mountain, and their influence is undeniable. Consequently, Yu Tian has effectively incurred the wrath of the entire Yungui Mountain faction. You must exercise caution going forward. You know the extent of their reach. Spies are everywhere that if they decide to take action against you, it could happen at any moment. Yu Zhankun operates with ruthless cunning and is exceedingly treacherous. He will not let you off the hook for killing his daughter. Very well. Thank you, Yang Chun. You remain as loyal as ever. Yu Tian expresses his gratitude, recognizing that Yang Chun has come specifically to advise him. Indeed, the bonds forged in youth are the most trustworthy. Wait, don't be too quick to praise me that I'm loyal, but my father is not. Yu Tian's face twists with disdain, realizing Yang Chun is digging a pit for himself. Yang Chun, sensing the awkwardness, clarifies, Don't look at me like that I did my best, all right? You know how things work in their circles that I did manage to secure your safety, but my father has set conditions. What conditions? You must defeat Huang Kai in a duel to inherit all his titles, assets, and privileges, and my father wants you to remain in the Central State as a royal figure. Yu Tian immediately grasps the implications. Although the Central State wields the greatest power, the other 4 states maintain their own influences, all equal in stature. If a royal were to reside in the Central State, their authority would surpass that of the others, allowing them to issue commands directly. The royal family has already sent us word. They will arrive tomorrow morning. I came tonight to inform you of this. While I have secured your safety, it is still a decision made on your behalf. This visit is to grant you sufficient time to contemplate your options. Tomorrow morning, my family will send someone to summon you. The choice is yours. As he rises to leave, he unexpectedly encounters Lan Shuer, who has come to visit Yu Tian. The three share a moment of silence, an unspoken awkwardness enveloping them like a shroud. Chapter 22. How dare a mere royal be so arrogant? In the stillness of the night, under the bright moonlight, Yu Tian, Lan Shuer, and Yang Chun unexpectedly cross paths at the entrance of Yu Tian's residence, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere. The cold moonlight bathes them, each expression rich with complex emotions. Yang Chun breaks the silence first, his voice tinged with an unnatural cheerfulness. Lan Shuer, I've come to see Yu Tian. Lan Shuer nods slightly, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. Yes, I came to check on Yu Tian and brought some spiritual herbs for his cultivation. And you, Yang Chun, have come to see Yu Tian as well? Ah, yes. I was just catching up with Yu Tian, discussing the matters regarding the palace exam. The mention of the palace exam. Lan Shuer brightens, pressing for more details. Is it about Yu Tian's safety? How is it? Is everything all right? Ah, yes. Everything has been settled. I came to reassure Yu Tian that all troubles have been resolved. Haha. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crosses Yang Chen's face, further deepening the awkwardness for Yu Tian that he is acutely aware that Yang Chun has harbored feelings for Lan Shuer since childhood. They have always played and trained together since her visits to Yungue Mountain. Back then, Yang Chun had feelings for her, yet he always thought himself inadequate, often overshadowed by Yu Tian, and thus kept his feelings buried deep within. After Yu Tian's daring rescue of Lan Shuer from the abyss of wailing souls, Yang Chun lost any courage he might have had to confess, resigning himself to silently admire her from afar. When leaving Yungue Mountain, Yang Chun even entrusted Lan Shuer to Yu Tian, a simple gesture laden with youthful innocence and purity. Nervously, Lan Shuer fiddles with her hair, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Oh, that's good that I was just passing by and thought I would check on Yu Tian. I didn't expect to run into both of you that moment. Lan Shuer was anxious about any potential misunderstanding from Yang Chun. She feared that if Yang Chun were to become jealous of her feelings for Yu Tian, he might conspire against him, which would be disastrous. The matter from the imperial examination had yet to reach a conclusion. Should the governor of Zhongzhou convict Yu Tian, it would spell trouble for them all. The three exchanged glances, and an unspoken awkwardness permeated the air. Yu Tian felt a sense of helplessness as he pondered how to break the tension and suggested, "Why don't we all come in and sit for a while?" No need. No need. Yang Chun and Lan Shuer replied in unison, before once more succumbing to the awkwardness that, Yu Tian, I've said everything I needed to say that I will take my leave now. Just let Lan Shuer stay with you for a while. I should go too. Lan Shuer interjected with excitement, fearing Yang Chun might misinterpret her intentions. Yu Tian stood frozen, momentarily a loss for what to do. Well, I'm feeling a bit tired that I came out for a stroll due to insomnia and happened to bring some elixirs. Here, take this, Yu Tian. Before he could express his gratitude, Lan Shuer awkwardly turned and fled, retreating back to the courtyard in a flurry. Yang Chun turned to Yu Tian, his eyes seemingly conveying a message. I truly envy you. The favored daughter of the heavens is so concerned about you, coming here at this late hour to shower you with affection. There was also a hint of guilt about potentially ruining a good thing. Yu Tian, feeling uncomfortable with this attitude, explained, Shuer is quite amusing. She comes here in the dead of night just to deliver a couple of vials. Isn't that rather comical? Yang Chun gazed at Yu Tian, a tinge of bitterness creeping into his envious expression. Yu Tian, Shuer truly cares for you. But don't forget, before you left Yungue Mountain, she was just as concerned about you. He then pressed a vial of elixir into Yang Chen's arms. Here, for the one who sees, share the spoils. Now, let us return and get some rest. I'm feeling tired too. On his way home in the dead of night, Yang Chun reflected on the intimate relationship between Yu Tian and Lan Shuer, feeling a pang of regret. If only my father hadn't prevented me from entering the abyss of wailing souls. If only I'd been the one to rush in and save you. Lan Shuer, would you have fallen in love with me? Back in his room, Yu Tian tossed and turned, able to empathize with Yang Chen's mindset and predicament. One side was the childhood companion, while the other was a brotherly figure. Sigh. The world of youth is truly perplexing. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window into Yu Tian's room as he immersed himself in his training. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility. "Young master Yu, are you there?" came the voice of a maid from the Lan family outside the door. Yu Tian opened his eyes, slowly rising to his feet and making his way to the door. The maid, her expression somewhat anxious, said, "The Yang family has sent someone claiming they have important news to convey to you. I understand. I will head over immediately." As he approached the hall of the Lan family, a messenger from the Yang family stood there, his demeanor serious. Upon seeing Yu Tian, he promptly stepped forward and respectfully bowed, saying, "Young Master Yu, the royal envoy has arrived in Zhongzhou and commands you to hasten to the Yang family to inherit the royal title." "I comprehend that. I shall prepare and leave at once." Just then, Lan Ling entered, her face lighting up with a joyful smile upon hearing the messenger's words. "What splendid news! Yu Tian, you see, you are to inherit the royal title. Without family backing, however, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Why not join our Lan family instead? It would be a solid grounding in the West Province. What do you think?" Yu Tian felt a surge of delight within. This aligned perfectly with Lan Shuer's wishes. That he had the perfect excuse to broach the subject, and everything seemed to fall into place. That he smiled and replied, "Uncle Lan, I truly appreciate your kindness. If I could join the Lan family, it would indeed be wonderful." Lan Ling beamed with joy and nodded eagerly. "Splendid. Let's settle this then. Shuer, you should accompany Yu Tian and assist him." Hearing her father's words, Lan Shuer felt somewhat reluctant. Her encounters with Yang Chen always left her feeling flustered and unsure. Nevertheless, in order to ensure that Yu Tian could smoothly join the Lan family, she nodded. "All right, father." Exiting the gates of the Lan family, the Yang family's messenger led the way, with Yu Tian and Lan Shuer walking side by side. Yu Tian sensed Lan Shuer's unease and quietly inquired, "Shuer, are you reluctant to go?" Lan Shuer forced a smile and softly replied, "It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just, sigh, never mind, it's nothing. Please disregard my wandering thoughts." Yu Tian understood Lan Shuer's concerns. When he had risked his life to plunge into the abyss of wailing souls to rescue her at the age of 6, the very next day, Yang Chen's father had held a public address, denouncing families for allowing children to partake in training in the pursuit of fame and fortune. Many children had thus lost their happy childhoods, some even suffering disabilities or losing their lives. Children should not be made sacrifices for familial gain. The stark example of this condemnation was, of course, the near-fatal incident involving Lan Shuer in the abyss of wailing souls just the day before. As a result, a rift formed between the Lan and Yang families, leading to infrequent contact. After that incident, in order to provide Yang Chen with a better childhood environment, his father moved the entire family away from Yungue Mountain to Zhongzhou. Thus, the relationship between Yang Chen and Lan Shuer was far from ordinary. While Lan Shuer did not harbor romantic feelings for Yang Chen, she hesitated to break the unspoken tension for fear of igniting family disputes. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, due to Lan Shuer's lack of rejection, nurtured a flicker of romantic fantasy. The previous night's meeting, witnessing their interactions, combined with Lan Shuer's current demeanor, left Yu Tian with a clear understanding. Yet he felt powerless. Yu Tian gently squeezed her hand and said softly, "Shuer, rest assured, I will handle everything properly." Lan Shuer nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "All right, I trust you soon." They arrived at the Yang family estate. The grandeur of the Yang family residence was striking, with several guards standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Yu Tian and Lan Shuer, they all bowed in welcome. Yang Chen had been waiting at the door and, upon seeing Yu Tian and Lan Shuer arrive, greeted them with a joyful smile. "Yu Tian, Shuer, you've come." Yu Tian nodded with a smile. "Yang Chen, thank you for your arrangements." Yang Chen waved his hand and replied, "No need for thanks. It is my duty. The royal envoy is already waiting in the inner hall. Please follow me." The three entered the inner hall of the Yang family, where several elegantly dressed envoys stood in the center, their gazes sharp and their presence commanding. The leading middle-aged man stepped forward and addressed Yu Tian. "Yu Tian, I'm the royal envoy, here by the emperor's command to announce your inheritance of the title." Yu Tian respectfully bowed. "Thank you, envoy." At that moment, the envoy scrutinized Yu Tian with evident interest, a hint of arrogance surfacing on his face. "A mere village boy, yet you managed to defeat Huang Kai? Tell me, Are you really Ution? Impersonation carries severe consequences. Impersonation, Ution thought to himself. He would gladly see the entire Yu family eradicated for their treachery. Nevertheless, he maintained his politeness, responding, I am indeed Ution. Suddenly, a nearby envoy chuckled mockingly, not convinced. Ha. Lan Shui'er, provoked by such behavior, retorted sharply. What are you trying to do? He is Ution. You're treating him with such disrespect for no reason. Impudent. How dare you speak so arrogantly to the royal envoy? Seeking death? You are the ones using trivial matters to wield authority. What qualifications do you have to flaunt your power? Enough. Yangchen quickly intervened, respectfully stating, to be honest, he is Ution, the one who defeated Huang Kai in battle. This young lady here is our childhood friend, a bit hot-headed. I hope you can overlook her. The leading envoy snorted disdainfully, reclining back into the dragon chair, crossing his legs, and sneering. Is Ution? How can you prove that there is no impersonation? How can you prove that he truly defeated Huang Kai? Perhaps it was a conspiracy among you and Zhongzhou to eliminate Huang Kai and seize greater power. This statement ignited Lan Shui'er's fury. Regardless of who he was, daring to cause a ruckus here was intolerable. Are you looking for trouble? She shouted, ready to charge forward for a duel, but she was halted by Ution. Then tell me, how do I prove that I defeated Huang Kai? Shall we spar a bit? With that, the envoy clapped his hands, sending his outer robe fluttering open as he gracefully leapt into the courtyard. As light as a feather. What's the matter? Afraid. Chapter 23. Ascending as royalty, upholding the promise of the Ice Spirit clan. This, exactly what I sought. Before Yang Chun could ease the tension, Ution boldly accepted the challenge. The two stepped into the courtyard, while the royal envoy, clad in resplendent gold robes, exuded an imposing aura, his eyes harboring disdain at a mere village peasant. Yet here you are seeking recognition. You are hardly worthy. The royal envoy sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance and mockery. Ution's gaze sharpened, unfazed by the taunts, as he gently raised his sword, its tip aimed at the royal envoy to in the realm of cultivation. There is no distinction between noble and humble. Only strength matters. Today, I shall show you the prowess of this so-called village peasant. The royal envoy, upon hearing this, was infuriated. He waved his hands, a golden radiance enveloping his entire being, transforming him into a figure of divine authority, exuding overwhelming power. Then allow me, He Xiong, to teach you what true strength is. As the words left his lips, He Xiong had already soared into the air, wielding a golden spear that pierced the heavens like a dragon emerging from the sea. Ution remained composed, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, his form rising gracefully like a feather. Skillfully evading He Xiong's onslaught, in the next moment, he brandished his longsword. Soulfall, scatter! The blade flickered like a dancing silver serpent, rushing towards He Xiong with fierce intent. The two engaged in a rapid aerial battle, their weapons clashing, creating a tempest of energy. Ution, it seems you are not so formidable after all. He Xiong, infuriated by the repeated nullification of his attacks, bellowed. Suddenly, he unleashed a mighty roar, his body igniting with golden light, transforming into a colossal golden python that lunged ferociously at Ution. Ution's gaze sharpened. The power He Xiong had unleashed was no trifling matter. He must have reached at least the 4th tier of the Azura realm. Not daring to be complacent, he gripped his sword tightly, a surge of spirit energy coursing through him as the power of the Azure Dragon erupted within that instant. He appeared as a radiant azure light, his long sword striking like a bolt of lightning toward the golden serpent. The path of the sword is validated by heaven and earth. The power of the Azure Dragon shall suppress all. Soulfall, shatter, Ution cried out, and from his sword coalesced the phantom of an Azure Dragon, roaring forth alongside the sword's energy to clash violently with the golden python in midair. The Azure Dragon and golden serpent twisted and turned in a fierce struggle. The sound of the dragon's roar resounding like thunder, their might overwhelming as He Xiong manipulated the golden python. He sneered, "Good lad, I never expected you, a swordsman, to possess such skill, but it ends here." Yet, Ution remained undaunted, fully aware that He Xiong's strength exceeded what he had displayed. Despite exhausting his spirit energy, he could not secure victory. Indeed, the royal lineage was formidable. Even their envoy was nearing the mid-tier of the Azura realm. But Yu Tian felt no fear. Having faced great tempests to arrive at this moment, could he possibly be intimidated by a mere envoy? Resolutely, he declared, "The path of the sword values a steadfast heart and unwavering belief. Today, I shall cleave this arrogant individual beneath my blade." With a sudden surge of power, the crystalline dragon's energy within him erupted, and the dual dragon phantoms combined their strength, transforming the Soulfall sword into an indomitable weapon that aimed directly at He Xiong's heart. The dual-colored dragon phantoms expanded, their might shaking the heavens, forcing the golden python to retreat in disarray. He Xiong's expression changed dramatically, clearly taken aback by the immense power Yu Tian exhibited. Gritting his teeth, he clasped his hands together, and the golden python morphed into a golden barrier that shielded him. However, Yu Tian's sword momentum was relentless, leaving no room for He Xiong to catch his breath. With a swing of his sword, the dual-colored dragon phantoms roared forth, violently tearing through the golden barrier. He Xiong was sent stumbling back, his complexion pale, collapsing to the ground. "This is impossible." It was evident he was unwilling to accept defeat. "He envoy, it appears you have underestimated me," Yu Tian stated coldly, the glint of his sword flashing menacingly towards He Xiong's throat. He Xiong's face paled, hastily retreating, yet he still felt the sting of Yu Tian's sword light slice his shoulder. Blood seeping forth, overwhelmed with shock and humiliation, he could hardly fathom being bested by youth. "Yu Tian." He Xiong ground his teeth, a flicker of anger and resentment in his eyes. Yu Tian stood resolutely, his gaze steely. "He envoy, is this proof sufficient?" He Xiong's expression darkened as he remained silent for a moment before finally nodding begrudgingly. "Very well. You have passed." Reluctantly, he stepped aside, retrieving a decree sealed with the royal insignia from his robes. Presenting it to Yu Tian. "This is the noble title decree from the Imperial Kai. From this moment forth, you are a formal member of the royal family." Yu Tian accepted the decree, solemnly stating, "Thank you, He envoy." With a flick of his sleeve, He Xiong made his way to the rear courtyard. Yang Chen approached Yu Tian slowly, poking him in the side. "You have quite the audacity, daring to teach a lesson to even a royal envoy." "Hey, do you think I'm foolishly naive? It was he who provoked me, threatened me with the denial of my title, yet you twist it to make it seem as though I am at fault?" Lan Shuer chimed in, feeling the injustice. "Yang Chen, how can you be so blind, diminishing our own prestige while elevating that of others?" All right, I concede. I cannot match your arguments," he said dismissively. Just then, the governor of Zhongzhou, Yang Mingtian, emerged from the back hall, tall and slender, with bushy eyebrows and a long beard. He exuded an air of authority and respect. "Yu Tian, back when you were merely a child, you possessed the ability to traverse the abyss of wailing spirits with a single blade. I proclaimed to everyone that you were destined for greatness. Now, witnessing your accomplishments, it is clear you are indeed a remarkable young talent," Yang Mingtian declared, his voice resonant, carrying an undeniable weight, as if he were admonishing Yu Tian. Yet he had not spoken so favorably at that time. To further his ascent, he had vehemently promoted his ideology, to prevent younglings from cultivating, exaggerating Yu Tian's talents as being merely a product of the Yu family's exploitation. Nevertheless, Yu Tian maintained his composure, bowing slightly in humility. "Governor, you flatter me. I merely strive to do my best." Yang Mingtian nodded, continuing, "The royal envoy has acknowledged your strength and conferred upon you a noble title. Zhongzhou is a land replete with opportunities and challenges. While it is advisable for the youth to venture forth, one must not be too reckless, or they shall find it difficult to make a mark." He then glanced at Yang Chen, as if hinting at something. "As governor, I sincerely invite you to remain in Zhongzhou as a member of the royal family to contribute to this land. What are your thoughts?" Yu Tian's heart tightened slightly, hesitating for a moment as he turned his gaze toward Yang Chen, a flicker of pleading in his eyes. Yang Chen, perceiving Yu Tian's dilemma, stepped forward, reminding, "Father, the rules of the royal family are always stringent. Since Yu Tian has been granted a title, he should logically return to the Royal Heaven Pavilion to reside, unless he makes significant contributions locally." gaining high regard among the populace to warrant staying. Upon hearing this, Yang Mingtian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding. That can be arranged. Where there are policies, there are countermeasures, as long as you are willing to stay. You can gradually create those contributions that, if you're unable to do so, I can assist you in that regard. He patted Yu Tian on the shoulder, his expression warm and friendly. As long as you are willing to remain, everything will be manageable. Yu Tian's brow furrowed, his mind wavering. He considered that since immense contributions were necessary, it presented an opportunity to clear the name of the Ice Spirit clan, and the governor would likely be willing to take on this matter to retain him. But this also meant he would have to remain in Zhongzhou for some time. Reflecting deeply, he glanced at Lan Shuer, whose steadfast and gentle gaze provided him with strength. As a man, how could he abandon his commitments? Thus, he took a decisive step forward. Governor, during my time in Zhongzhou, I have indeed discovered some crucial matters that require your attention. Yang Qin's expression tightened, wondering what Yu Tian was up to. Wasn't he supposed to signal for help? Yang Mingtian's gaze sharpened, slightly lifting his chin to signal Yu Tian to continue. Chapter 24, A Crisis Looms. The Emerald Profound Realm, this is indeed a delicate matter. Yang Mingtian remarked upon hearing Yu Tian speak of the Ice Spirit clan. I am aware of this. When I first assumed the role of governor, this was the very first case I encountered. Strangely, the leading families of the 5 major states were convinced that the Ice Spirit clan harbored treasonous intentions. Now, relying solely on the testimony of the sole survivor is hardly sufficient to overturn the verdict. May I inquire, Governor, who was the first to report this? Yu Zhanquan. Yu Tian's heart sank, understanding the underlying reason. At that time, he had just turned 16, still cultivating the Yu family. A week before Yu Qingyin led the expedition, Yu Zhanquan had hosted several grand feasts. Entertaining the various families, he had vaguely heard discussions about external trustworthiness being in doubt, which had puzzled him at the time. In hindsight, it was the inception of a conspiracy. Governor, Yu Zhanquan raised me for 18 years, solely to provide his daughter with advanced spiritual energy. How could he show mercy to an external clan if he treated his adopted son with such indifference? Lan Shuer echoed, Indeed, Governor. This is a matter of life and death. I recall my father mentioning that when the Ice Spirit clan first arrived on the Spirit Chi continent, they frequently aided the local populace, gifting unsold frozen cod to the impoverished, prioritizing their own clan survival while sharing with those in need. Yang Mingtian's fingers drummed incessantly against the chair's armrest. After a while, he turned to face Yu Tian. The situation may very well be true. However, overturning it is no easy feat. Why not? Because it is irreparable. At the time, it was said that the Ice Spirit clan possessed an ancient artifact, the Frost Spirit Stone, endowed with limitless power which could threaten all beings if left in the mortal realm. Thus, the 5 major states acted to eradicate them. Yet, I distinctly recall that nothing of significance was uncovered during the search. This so-called act of self-defense to protect humanity simply transformed into an invasion, and no one would dare to mention that IT remains a sensitive topic. Upon hearing this, the guilt that had been lurking within Yu Tian resurfaced. The day before the expedition, the Yu family had participated in a unanimous vote that IT had ended in a tie. The deciding vote rested in his hands. Yu Zhanquan had inquired, does the eradication of a potentially threatening clan amount to invasion or self-defense? Yu Tian found himself at a loss for words, ultimately choosing to forfeit his ticket. According to custom, after the ballots were cast, Yu Zhanquan, as the patriarch, made the decisive call to mobilize troops to freeze the continent. In retrospect, he mused that had he been braver at that time, had he not opted for appeasement, perhaps the outcome could have been drastically different. Now, having inherited the noble title and being a disciple of a mentor from Tai Academy, he still wielded considerable influence. Reflecting on his former timid self, Yu Tian recalled his fervent desire to protect the Ice Spirit clan. Trusting in Yang Chun, he retrieved the Frost Spirit Stone from his bosom. Governor, please take a look. The Frost Spirit Stone emanated a chilling aura, its icy blue light glistening with an ethereal brilliance, containing immeasurable spiritual energy to this. The Frost Spirit Stone? Indeed. After a brief explanation, the governor nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I have a strategy for you. The one responsible for the annihilation of your clan was Zhang Taishu of the Emerald Abyss. Take this spirit stone and approach him, articulating your intentions. Zhang Taishu is a man of integrity. Upon hearing that the surviving members of the Ice Spirit clan have entrusted you with their relics, he will recognize your goodwill. He will certainly convene a meeting with numerous clans to redress the grievances of the Ice Spirit clan. Before Yu Tian could respond, Yang Chun, filled with excitement, leapt up, exclaiming, "Wonderful! The Emerald Abyss is shrouded in mystery. I've longed to explore it. The Emerald Abyss, a realm abundant with treasures and spirit beasts, is said to harbor countless rare artifacts and rich resources for cultivation, making it a coveted sanctuary for every practitioner." Upon hearing this news, Yang Chun was nearly elated to the point of jumping. However, Yang Mingtian shook his head solemnly, his expression becoming serious. "Yang Chun, you cannot go to the Emerald Abyss this time. The royal envoys are arriving in Zhongzhou, and you must accompany me to receive them." Yang Chen's smile faltered, and he questioned in confusion, "Father, why can't I go? Yu Tian and Lan Shuer can go. So why not me?" Yang Mingtian's gaze was profound, his tone resolute. "Yang Chun, the reception of the royal envoys is of utmost importance. It pertains to the future of Zhongzhou. As the governor's son, you must shoulder this responsibility. Moreover, Yu Tian possesses sufficient strength to venture alone into the Emerald Abyss. Your presence would only hinder him. Besides, your abilities are still lacking. But that is not the point." Yu Tian interjected, "I remember Yang Chun has been involved in cultivation since childhood. Although he has never undergone formal training, his aptitude is remarkable in our younger days." "No means no," Yang Mingtian asserted firmly. Although Yang Chun felt reluctant, he could only acquiesce to his father's wishes that he turned to Yu Tian, his eyes brimming with anticipation and reluctance. "Yu Tian, I must trouble you this time. I truly wish to go to the Emerald Abyss, but it seems I must forfeit this opportunity." Yu Tian smiled gently, patting Yang Chun on the shoulder. "Do not worry, Yang Chun, I will go swiftly and return safely. Next time, I will bring you along with the governor." A spark of hope reignited on Yang Chen's previously despondent face as he eagerly replied, "Excellent. It's a promise." Yang Mingtian observed them, his eyes flickering with a complex emotion. After Yu Tian and Lan Shuer set off, Yang Mingtian covertly instructed the spirit beast to relay a message to Yu Zhanchuan, informing him of Yu Tian's impending journey to the Emerald Abyss. What a pity for this exceptionally gifted Yu Tian. What a shame, insisting on confronting the meaningless past, should this affect my promotion. Even the royal family would be of no consequence. He lightly tapped the dragon chair, inwardly lamenting. Lowering his gaze in resignation, he inhaled deeply, finding solace. "Yu Tian, I hope you return safely. Should misfortune befall you, it will all be on Yu Zhanchuan's head. Yu Zhanchuan, old friend, if you cannot even handle a mere youth, then the sins of exterminating the clan will rest solely upon your shoulders." Yang Mingtian mused darkly, his once cold expression softening gradually as he listened to the royal envoys being summoned in the back hall, a warm smile reappearing on his face. "They have arrived. Envoy He, how does the fare here suit your palate?" Yu Tian and Lan Shuer soared through the skies on their swords, heading towards the Emerald Abyss. The Emerald Abyss, nestled in the southeastern region of Zhongzhou and the northeastern part of Nanzhou, lies within a mountainous gorge. Sword cultivators of the Shura realm can condense spiritual energy to fly on their swords. Moreover, Yu Tian's energy is far from ordinary. It is the essence of the soul. Standing tall upon the Tianyun sword, he flew with remarkable speed, while Lan Shuer struggled to keep pace on her wind sword. "Yu Tian, you are too swift. Let us share a mount to conserve some energy." "All right, come aboard." Hearing this, Lan Shuer gathered her strength and leapt onto Yu Tian's Tianyun sword. However, as Yu Tian slowed down to accommodate her, the two unexpectedly collided. Lan Shuer fell into Yu Tian's embrace, a faint, familiar fragrance brushing past his face, the scent he had yearned for throughout the years. Yu Tian nearly stumbled, instinctively gripping Lan Shuer's slender waist. Her delicate skin felt like fine jade, and he could even feel the subtle dip of her waist. In that moment, both their hearts raced. After an hour and a half, Yu Tian and Lan Shuer arrived at the serene gorge of the Emerald Abyss. This territory belonged to Nanzhou, where many prominent families and sects came to retreat and cultivate. Numerous individuals were engaged in their training here. At a glance, a vibrant youth at the forefront appeared strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he was Wan Li, the heir of the Wan Hua family and the Wan Jin sect. As they drew near, Wan Li scrutinized Yu Tian, a haughty expression emerging on his face. "Yu Tian? I thought you were completely crippled and expelled from your family. What brings you here? Have you come to Nanzhou because you couldn't survive in Shizhou?" Wan Li, the sole successor of the Wan Jin sect, was not only renowned within the Wan Hua family, but also ranked among the top 10 in combat power across Nanzhou, among the younger generation. Apart from Yu Tian, Yulong Wan, and Chun Zhong, Wan Li was the most formidable figure in Nanzhou. Once, in pursuit of enhancing his cultivation, Wan Li had shown deference to Yu Tian, accompanying him diligently and catering to his every need. Yu Tian had cherished this camaraderie and had even guided Wan Li in his cultivation. They had been good friends, but now, with Yu Tian's downfall, Wan Li had turned his back. Without Yu Tian's dominance, Wan Li had now become a true seed of Nanzhou, with hopes of topping the list across the 5 great states. Yu Tian paid him no mind, passing through the crowd and bypassing Wan Li, directly soaring towards the Emerald Abyss. Wan Li's face contorted with indignation, his fury escalating. What, is the Narcissus not blooming but pretending to be clever? Just because you killed a mere royal family member. You think you have some weight? Lan Shuer, her expression grave, displayed her ire in her exquisite eyes. She held this kind of lowly person in utmost disdain, especially for his derisive remarks towards Yu Tian. Wan Li sensed Lan Shuer's imposing aura and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Having heard of Yu Tian's illustrious reputation after winning first place in the Lingdong Palace trials, Wan Li was aware of his fame across the 5 great states. This time, Wan Li had come to the Serene Gorge with a secret mission, to eliminate Yu Tian, following Yu Zhanchuan's return. He had vowed to eradicate Yu Tian, discreetly assembling a group of elite individuals, among whom was Wan Li. The plan was to kill Yu Tian and claim his heart. Come see me in exchange for the Yu family's sword manual. Amidst the crowd, a figure donning a tall hat cast a glance at Yu Tian, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Approaching Wan Li, he whispered, "Do not act yet. The clan leader will arrive shortly." At this, Wan Li grew anxious, intending to act first, but the hat-wearing figure restrained him with a pat. "Fear not. What I promised you shall not diminish. This is merely a precaution." "Humph," Wan Li scoffed, sheathing his sword. For a person whose cultivation is entirely wasted, why go through such trouble? Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Chapter 25, Danger, a united ambush. Yu Tian and Lan Shuer entered the Emerald Abyss, where darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent. The entrance was narrow, barely accommodating a single person. Yu Tian led the way, producing the Frost Spirit Stone, its icy blue glow illuminating the path ahead. After walking several paces, the path gradually widened, yet remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a red shadow flitted by. A massive crimson wolf lunged towards them. Sensing the imminent danger, Yu Tian drew his sword, unleashing a sword aura that cleaved the wolf in two. It was a bloodthirsty wolf, a creature that dwelled in packs. And surely, more would follow. Lan Shuer hastily cautioned Yu Tian to proceed with caution, as more wolf spirits were likely to emerge. These bloodthirsty wolves were notorious for lurking in shadowy wilderness. Not limited to the Emerald Abyss alone, Lan Shuer had once been besieged by them in the Ghost Cry Abyss, having experienced their peril firsthand. It was Yu Tian who had carved a bloody path to rescue her then. Time passed unmeasured, and as the light from the cave entrance grew nearer, they finally emerged from the treacherous tunnel. They were immediately captivated by the enchanting spectacle before them. The beauty and marvel of this mystical realm far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Suspended in the air, patches of land formed independent islands, where peculiar flora thrived wildly, and mystical beasts gazed at them in a state of bewilderment. Towering trees grew inverted, their roots anchored in the sky, while their canopies stretched downward, creating verdant reflections that resembled shadowy forests. Various ethereal cranes perched upon the branches, gracefully fluttering among the treetops and emitting melodious calls. Not far away, a waterfall surged upwards against the natural order, captivating the attention of Yution and Lan Shuer. The water cascaded defiantly, transforming into a magnificent column that soared into the clouds. Beside the waterfall, several Qilin and swift goats leaped across the floating land. Their movements agile and sprightly, eye in the sky. Flying fish soared, while birds sprung from the water, spreading their wings to ascend into the heights, rendering the entire scene dreamlike. Yution and Lan Shuer traversed these extraordinary vistas. They felt the rich aura and the marvels of nature enveloping them. They journeyed through these suspended islands, ultimately arriving at a more secluded floating isle, where they encountered the legendary Zhang Taishu. This island was lush with flora, brimming with spiritual energy. At its center stood a quaint cottage, encircled by strange plants and mystical creatures. Zhang Taishu sat upon a stone before the cottage, engrossed in an ancient tome. Yution and Lan Shuer approached respectfully and bowed. Yution spoke, "Elder, we have come at the behest of our mission to seek your assistance. My name is Yution, and this is my friend." Lan Shuer, "We have matters of great importance to discuss." Zhang Taishu lifted his gaze, his eyes profound, carrying a hint of benevolent amusement. "You have shown courtesy. Speak. What is it that you require of me?" Yution inhaled deeply, his tone weighted. "Elder, our purpose for coming is to implore your aid in resolving the unjust persecution of the Ice Spirit Clan, once the guardians of this land. They have suffered relentless oppression, leading to the near extinction of their race, that we wish to restore justice on their behalf." Upon hearing this, Zhang Taishu's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. 2 years ago, the incident concerning the Ice Spirit Clan was addressed personally by me on the orders of the governor of Zhongzhou. There's no such thing as injustice here. With that, Zhang Taishu waved his hand, causing the ancient tome to vanish, and 2 jade Qilin charged forth with a thunderous roar. Lan Shuer quickly interjected, "Elder, you misunderstand. The Ice Spirit Clan is not as the tale suggests. On the contrary, they are innocent." With that, Yution presented the Frost Spirit Stone to Zhang Taishu, recounting the treachery of Yu Zhanshuan in earnest. Zhang Taishu pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. "You claim that the governor of Zhongzhou sent you, but where is your proof?" This left Yution momentarily stunned, lost in the thrill of their journey, forgetting to request a token from the governor. Yet Zhang Taishu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, causing the 2 jade Qilin to retreat. "Very well. I have a general understanding of the situation. Old Yang, he remains as unyielding as ever. I am willing to assist you. But you must be aware that this matter is intricate and requires caution." Yution and Lan Shuer rejoiced, expressing their gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Elder. We shall proceed with utmost care." Zhang Taishu smiled faintly, producing a mysterious talisman glowing with an ethereal light, and handed it to Yution. "This is a divine talisman I have crafted personally. Present it to Governor Yang Ming Tian of Zhongzhou. He will know how to proceed." Yution accepted the talisman, his heart swelling with gratitude and admiration. "Thank you for your assistance. Elder, we shall do our utmost to fulfill this mission." Zhang Taishu nodded gently. His gaze warmed. "Go forth, young ones. May your quest for justice be fruitful, and may the grievances of this land be rectified." Yution and Lan Shuer expressed their gratitude once more before taking their leave. As they traversed the tunnel, not long after, Yution sensed a significant gathering of spiritual energy nearby. At least a dozen. He halted, shielding Lan Shuer, and called out, "Do not hide. Come forth." To his astonishment, despite having his meridians severed, they could still detect their presence solely through the sword path that a dozen figures brandishing torches advanced towards Yution. A cohort of 15 stewards from the Yu family, 7 elders, and several disciples from the Wanhua sect emerged simultaneously. "Grievances have origins, debts have masters. You shall meet your end today." Wan Li's face twisted into a malicious grin in the flickering light, his murderous intent palpable. Yution scoffed. "How convenient. No need to be wary anymore. Let's settle this once and for all. Yu Zhanshuan truly underestimates me, sending so many here. How foolish of him. With such a large contingent, does he not fear his family's defenses being compromised? Enough of your nonsense. Yution, our family has raised you all these years. Yet you show no gratitude and repeatedly tarnish our name. We were blind to take in such a wretched bastard. Indeed, it was blindness, for I have treated the Yu family as my own kin. How dare you claim moral high ground? Yu Tian's face burned with fury. Without him, how could the Yu family have attained their current standing? It was all earned through his relentless efforts. Even Yu Zhanshuan was once merely on par with the Chun and Xia families. How dare he attempt to morally bind him? Absurd. Yu Tian owes the Yu family nothing. Rather, it is the Yu family that owes him far too much. Lan Shui'er felt a surge of injustice and prepared to combat these treacherous foes. "You scoundrel," the seventh elder roared, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy in an attempt to subdue Yu Tian. Yet Yu Tian remained unfazed, his contempt unabated. Why is this brat so composed? The seventh elder pondered, suspicion creeping into his mind. During the Lingdong Palace trial, Yu Tian had inexplicably defeated Huang Kai with his sword path, despite having never fully studied the Yu family sword techniques. How could he possess such formidable sword skills? Yu Zhanshuan had cautioned him to be wary of Yu Tian, suspecting he might have recovered his spiritual energy. Before losing all his cultivation, Yu Tian had been a ninth-grade mortal for 4 years. Although he had never been tested to ascertain his true level, countless trials had implicitly acknowledged him as a ninth-level ninth grade, with all his meridians unblocked, conservatively estimating him capable of rivaling a fourth-grade Azura. As this thought crossed his mind, the seventh elder began to contemplate retreat. He turned to Wanli beside him. "Are you not afraid someone else will claim your glory? Here, the opportunity is yours. Seize it if you can." The seventh elder indeed kept his word. "I am honored." Wanli stepped forward, drawing the Wanhua sword. "However, let it be known, I desire both men and women." With that, Wanli cast a lecherous gaze at Lan Shui'er, his eyes roving over her alluring figure, a base smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 26. A bloody battle to the bitter end. Entrapped in the dragon's domain. "Pa, you think you are worthy? Can't you look in the mirror?" Lan Shui'er seethed with rage, determined to break his legs for such insolence. Wanli sneered dismissively, drawing his sword, the Wanhua sword unsheathing with intent, advancing toward Yu Tian, with a flick of his pinky. The Tianyan sword erupted from its sheath, its sword aura formidable, deflecting the Wanhua sword with ease. Not bad. Subsequently, Wanli retreated, positioning his disciples to form the Wanhua array. 10,000 blossoms returned to the source. The Wanhua sword split into 10, then into 100, and soon, millions of flower swords manifested in the dark cavern, all aimed at Yu Tian. Lan Shui'er sensed the imminent danger and quickly summoned the Lanchi barrier. However, before the Wanhua swords could close in, Yu Tian's brow furrowed as he pointed his finger, the sword light sweeping across like a flash of lightning. Blood sprayed throughout the cavern as all the participating disciples were ruthlessly slain. Their bodies severed. Wan Li and the seventh elder's expressions shifted dramatically. "Yu Tian, what devilry is this? How could you unleash sword chi?" Across from him, the seventh elder looked upon Yu Tian in sheer terror. In the past, Yu Tian's sword skills had shown little advancement. Why had his strength surged dramatically after being cast in a mass grave, even mastering the sword chi? "Seventh elder, I no longer require the sword techniques. Now, kill him." Wan Li, fully aware of the dire situation, disregarded any potential at that moment. Amidst excruciating pain, Yu Tian's comprehension of the crystal dragon chi deepened, the power of the soul igniting within him. "You ungrateful wretch, harboring the sword manual in secret and practicing in treachery. You are disloyal to your family and unjust to your adoptive father. You arrogant scoundrel, perish." The seventh elder unleashed a vast torrent of spiritual energy. Expending all his might, his eyes flickering with despair and madness. Raising his hands, he swiftly coalesced a massive sphere of energy between his palms. This energy sphere spun uncontrollably, emanating a terrifying pressure that distorted the air around it. Yu Ming, mountain-splitting strike. The colossal spiritual energy swept through like a tempest, causing the entire cave to tremble beneath the force of this overwhelming power. The power of the soul ignites within me. Qing Nu, heaven's burial. With a roar, Yu Tian unleashed the power of the azure dragon from within, transforming it into a gigantic phantom of an azure dragon, swirling around him and exuding immense pressure that made the cave tremble perilously. Simultaneously, a shimmering light began to flicker across Yution's body, the power of the crystal dragon awakening within him. This power rendered his body exceedingly resilient, greatly enhancing his defenses. Crystal might. Guardian. Yution growled softly as the crystal dragon power rapidly coalesced, forming a transparent crystalline shield around him. This shield shimmered with radiant brilliance, securing his protection. The Seventh Elder's ultimate technique, Yu Ming, Mountain Splitting Strike, was a unique inheritance of a Yu family, its power nearing the ninth tier of the Azura realm. With earth-shattering force, it collided fiercely against Yution's Azure Dragon Phantom and the Crystal Dragon Shield. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Seventh Elder's energy sphere was utterly shattered by the Azure Dragon Phantom and Crystal Dragon Shield, scattering spiritual energy throughout the air. The recoil from this surge of power sent the Seventh Elder crashing to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and despair. It cannot be. The Seventh Elder weakly exclaimed, his gaze rife with reluctance and fear. Meanwhile, holding the Luanlan wind sword, Lan Shui unleashed her wind energy. Dispatching numerous attendants, Yution coldly regarded the fallen Seventh Elder, his eyes glinting with unending frost. Descend into hell, beast! Before his words could fully escape, Yution's sword light shot forth like a rainbow. Imbued with an insatiable killing intent, hurtling towards the Seventh Elder, that a flicker of despair crossed the Seventh Elder's eyes. He knew he could no longer resist, only watch helplessly as the sword light approached. The Seventh Elder screamed in agony as his body was pierced by the sword light, blood splattering. Suddenly, the entire cave began to quake violently, rocks crashing down from the walls, dust swirling, the air thick with a suffocating atmosphere. Yution and Lan Shui were forced to retreat, but soon realized the ground beneath them was also crumbling, leaving them without stable footing. Yution, be careful! Lan Shui cried out, grasping Yution's arm. But there was no longer any support beneath their feet. In the next instant, they plummeted into the depths of the earth, their bodies descending rapidly into darkness. Instinctively, Yution tightened his embrace around Lan Shui, shielding her from harm. The fall seemed to last an eternity, yet in reality, it was but a few seconds. Finally, they landed heavily on a damp ground. Lan Shui, are you all right? Yution whispered, his voice laced with concern. Though it was already faint, Lan Shui coughed lightly a few times, feeling the warmth of Yution's embrace, her heart swelling with emotion. I'm fine, Yuton, only to then notice that Yution was still bleeding, his body riddled with cuts. Heartache surged within her as she helplessly watched her beloved endure such suffering, and she began to blame herself. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you. If only I were stronger, she lamented. It's my fault for relying too much on talent, often slacking off during training. Even Mentor Lin Xinghua said my talent was too excessive, leading to insufficient effort. Yution shook his head, opening his chest to indicate he was unharmed, revealing his spirit feather battle armor, marred with sword marks. Fortunately, I possessed this top-tier Azure-grade spirit armor. Otherwise, those sword wounds could have severely damaged my organs. At that moment, victory would have truly hung in the balance. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, hands unable to discern even an inch ahead, so he retrieved an ice frost spirit stone from his pocket and handed it to Lan Shui. Let us use this for illumination and see if we can discover an exit. The ice frost spirit stone emitted a gentle glow in Lan Shui's hand, illuminating the surrounding environment. Though the light was dim, it was sufficient for them to discern the path ahead. Lan Shui painstakingly helped Yution to his feet, and the two cautiously proceeded forward. Yution, you must hold on. We will surely find a way out, Lan Shui asserted, her voice resolute. Her gaze imbued with a glimmer of hope. Yution nodded, gripping Lan Shui's hand tightly. I have endured since birth. They advanced step by step through the darkness, traversing the uneven terrain with great difficulty. The faint glow of the ice frost spirit stone appeared especially precious against the backdrop of this obscurity. Time seemed to stretch interminably, everything around them feeling so foreign and terrifying. Suddenly, A glimmer of light flickered ahead, eliciting joy in their hearts, prompting them to quicken their pace. They drew closer. The light brightened, illuminating a spacious expanse. They arrived at a colossal and enigmatic cavern, at the center of which stood a massive cross, intricately carved with the image of a dragon. Surrounding the cross were strange runes, radiating a mysterious glow. Lan Shui gazed in astonishment and excitement at the scene before her. Yution. This is the lost dragon's earth tale recorded in ancient texts. This was once the homeland of the dragon clan on the spiritual energy continent. Upon hearing this, Yution's heart quaked. Dragon's earth tale? That was indeed a well-documented realm of the dragon clan in ancient texts, lost to history a century ago. Are you certain? Lan Shui nodded, her eyes glimmering with reverence. Yes, this is undoubtedly the place. The celestial cross symbolizes eternity. The dragons depicted on either side represent the dragon race. The runes embody the unique cultivation system of the dragon clan. Throughout history, the powerful dragon sovereigns have infused dragon chi into these runes for their descendants to utilize. A sacred ground lost for millennia, rich in spiritual energy. It must be the dragon's earth tale where the dragon clan once thrived. Yution surveyed his surroundings, feeling the abundant spiritual energy, and his strength gradually began to return. It seems this truly is a magical place. Lan Shui continued. According to the ancient texts, the dragon's earth tale conceals many precious treasures and legacies. We might unearth something useful here. Yution nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. In that case, let us explore this place together and see if we can uncover any valuable clues. The two then stepped forward, supporting one another as they embarked on their exploration. Chapter 27. Tomb Raiding for Treasure. Reaping abundant rewards, Yution and Lan Shui continued their exploration within the dragon's earth tale, surrounded by complete darkness, only the faint blue light emanating from the ice frost spirit stone illuminating the walls. As they walked, Yution suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently on a shadow ahead. Be cautious, there's something up ahead. Lan Shui immediately became alert, tightening her grip on her sword. Suddenly, several enormous bloodthirsty wolves sprang from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, sharp fangs dripping with blood. Bloodthirsty wolves, Yution said coldly, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. Lan Shui, not daring to be negligent, quickly assumed a defensive stance. Yution, stay here, I will handle this. Before her words could fade, the bloodthirsty wolves lunged forward with lightning speed. Lan Shui unleashed her wind energy, wielding the Luanlan wind sword to swiftly dispatch them. Yution also drew his Tianyun sword, its blade like a rainbow, meeting the oncoming wolves. The two fought in perfect harmony, their sword light flashing as they swiftly eliminated the pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the bloodthirsty wolves fell, more soul beasts surged forth from all directions. Their forms varied, some resembling tigers, others like snakes or dragons, all charging at Yution and Lan Shui. Why are there so many soul beasts? Lan Shui exclaimed in shock, slicing through one of the attacking creatures. Yution replied coolly, it seems we have trespassed into their territory. We can only fight with all our might. The two fought side by side, their sword lights flickering and energy surging. Although the number of soul beasts was overwhelming, under the might of Yution and Lan Shui's formidable swordsmanship, they were swiftly vanquished. Absorbing the souls of numerous beasts replenished their depleted spiritual energy. Finally, as they battled their way forward, they reached a broad bridge. On either side lay a bottomless chasm, and flames suddenly erupted from the surrounding walls, illuminating the entire expanse. At the center of the bridge, a colossal dragon head loomed, its eyes bright and vigilant, as if observing the intruders. Yution and Lan Shui paused, warily scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, the dragon head unleashed a tremendous force directed at Yution. Caught off guard, he was struck by this power, his body involuntarily recoiling. Yution, Lan Shui cried out, rushing forward to assist him. However, as she neared the dragon head, an invisible force hurled her backward, crashing her to the ground and inadvertently twisting her ankle upon landing. Shui! Yution felt a sudden tightening in his heart. Yet he soon realized that he was devoid of any pain. Instead, A refreshing sensation surged through him. The it seemed as if a force was mending the injuries within him, and gradually he perceived that all the scars on his body were healing. While the spiritual energy inside him became increasingly abundant, the surge of power subsided. The dragon's head slowly lowered, exhaling a glimmering pearl. This pearl rolled smoothly to Yution's feet, radiating a gentle glow. Lan Shuer, supporting herself against the wall, stood up, her gaze filled with concern. Yution, how are you? Are you all right? Yution smiled faintly, assisting Lan Shuer. Don't worry, I'm fine. This force seems to be healing my wounds. Lan Shuer sighed in relief, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. What is that pearl? Yution picked up the pearl, feeling the immense power it contained, his eyes wide with astonishment. This pearl appears to be a treasure of the dragon realm. Imbued with boundless spiritual energy, Lan Shuer gazed at the pearl, her eyes sparkling. This may be one of our greatest gains here. However, I seem to have twisted my ankle. Hearing this, Yution bent down to inspect her injury. Expressing concern, we are too close to the area where soul beasts roam. It's not safe to rest here. I'll carry you, let's keep moving forward. With that, he carefully stowed away the pearl and hoisted Lan Shuer onto his back. Unbeknownst to Yution, as he lifted her, Lan Shuer's face flushed, her heart raced, and she wrapped her arms around him, leaning against his back. Crossing a bridge, they arrived at a more expansive underground hall. The walls of the hall were adorned with intricate Dragon Clan runes and patterns, and the air was thick with spiritual energy, as if they had stepped into a mystical realm. The spiritual energy here is even more potent than outside. Lan Shuer marveled, her eyes filled with awe. They ventured deeper along the tunnel, soon reaching a more spacious hall, where exquisite dragon motifs were carved around them, and the walls were embedded with glimmering spirit stones that emitted a soft glow. It feels like a tomb raid, Lan Shuer whispered, her curiosity piqued. Yution, this place resembles a former storage site for the Dragon Clan's precious items. Yution nodded, his expression a blend of vigilance and anticipation. Cautiously entering the hall, they suddenly discovered a colossal stone platform at its center, neatly arranged with dozens of sparkling elixirs. Lan Shuer approached, scrutinizing the elixirs, her face lighting up with surprise and excitement. Yution, look, these are Dragon Yang pills. At her words, Yution's heart leapt with joy. Dragon Yang pills? These are top-tier spiritual elixirs, reputed to possess extraordinary effects for cultivation and healing. Lan Shuer nodded, explaining that Dragon Yang pills were crafted from various precious spiritual herbs, said to be made from the innards of true dragons, possessing immense spiritual power and efficacy, making them extremely rare. Yution gazed at her with affection. Thanks to your vast knowledge, we can recognize these invaluable elixirs. Lan Shuer smiled slightly. Of course, who do you think I am? She then collected all the elixirs and handed one to Yution. Take it now, and I'll take one too, that we need to adjust our condition. After a brief respite, they continued deeper into the cavern. Shortly, they stumbled upon a more concealed cave, suffused with even richer spiritual energy. Entering cautiously, they were taken aback by a massive stone door ahead, inscribed with Dragon Clan runes and emanating a mysterious glow. This stone door appears quite formidable. We must proceed with caution, Yution remarked, setting Lan Shuer down, deciding it best for only one of them to approach the door to avoid endangering her. Gently touching the runes, he felt a warm energy coursing through him. As he examined the runes closely, he suddenly noticed that one resembled the runes on the Frost Spirit Stone. Sure, look, this rune is strikingly similar to the one on the Frost Spirit Stone. Lan Shuer glanced at the Frost Spirit Stone in her hand, her eyes widening in surprise. It does resemble it. Perhaps there is a connection between the Frost Spirit Stone and this door. Yution nodded, continuing, we could try placing the Frost Spirit Stone on this rune to see if anything changes. Lan Shuer gently placed the Frost Spirit Stone onto the rune, and in an instant, the door emitted a blinding light. The surrounding runes began to shimmer, as if activated. The cave was filled with mysterious energy, and the air thickened with spiritual essence. What is happening? Yution felt the powerful energy, his expression one of astonishment. Lan Shuer, equally taken aback, tightly grasped Yution's hand. Yution, perhaps we have triggered some sort of mechanism. As the light flickered, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a long tunnel adorned with Dragon Clan runes and patterns. Even denser with spiritual energy, as they ventured deeper, a faint glimmer appeared ahead. Eventually, they arrived at a vast underground palace, dominated by a colossal dragon statue, surrounded by countless treasures and spiritual herbs, the air thick with spiritual energy. As if it were a sanctuary for cultivation. This is the heart of the dragon realm. Lan Shuer exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Yu Tian was equally awestruck by the scene before him. The spiritual energy and treasures here are beyond imagination. We are bound to find something useful. The two began to explore the palace, discovering around 60 dragon yang pills, 12 vials of dragon soul nectar, dozens of turtle spirit pills, and countless spiritual herbs. As they collected these treasures, they felt the rich spiritual energy rejuvenating their strength. Yu Tian, there is an ancient scroll here that records the cultivation methods of the Dragon Clan, Lan Shuer said, holding up a scroll with excitement. Chapter 28. The Third Power. The Holy Realm White Dragon. Sacred True Qi. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the depths of the tomb. I never expected that my Dragon Clan still has descendants. How rare. Come here, Kur. Let this king take a look at you. Yu Tian and Lan Shuer instantly became alert, swiftly gripping their weapons, their eyes fixed on the source of the voice. Before them, an elder white dragon emerged slowly from the depths of the tomb. Its scales shimmering with a faint glow, eyes reflecting a sense of age and benevolence. Who are you? Yu Tian asked solemnly, his gaze wary. The elder white dragon lifted its head, gazing at Yu Tian and Lan Shuer. Its voice deep yet gentle. I'm the leader of the Holy Realm White Dragon Clan. The Holy Realm Dragon King, by how did I never expected to see the descendants of my Dragon Clan here in the mortal realm. How rare indeed. Yu Tian and Lan Shuer exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion. Descendants of the Dragon Clan? Who could it be? Just as Lan Shuer was about to speak, Yu Tian gestured for her to remain silent. He then carefully inquired, how do you know we are descendants of the Dragon Clan? Humph. Though I am old, I am not confused. I can still sense the unique dragon aura of your clan. Let me tell you, from the moment you stepped into the dragon realm, I sense your presence. Lan Shuer felt a bit awkward, guilty for deceiving the elder. However, she quickly reminded herself that Yu Tian was an orphan with an unclear background. What if? Nevertheless, it was evident that both of them were mere mortals. How could they possibly be related to the Dragon Clan elder before them? The ancestral records state, the Dragon Clan is a descendant of the ancient giants, said to have divided the 9 realms long ago. However, with the rise of emerging powers, the Dragon Clan gradually declined through the passage of time, defeated and scattered, nearly facing extinction. The Holy Realm Dragon King's reference to them as descendants of the Dragon Clan must be a grave misunderstanding due to his old age. Yu Tian pressed on, Elder, as the Holy Realm Dragon King, how is it that you reside here? What exactly is the Holy Realm? The Holy Realm is naturally the sacred world, Bai Hao replied, sitting cross-legged with the demeanor of an elder. The Holy Realm is the realm of cultivation, where only those who transcend the mundane and die in the mortal realm can reside. The realm we currently inhabit is but a mere existence for the masses, while the Holy Realm is a transcendent world, separate from the mundane. The two listened, somewhat bewildered, though Yu Tian recalled that ancient texts had briefly described such a world. A perfect realm created by great sages and powerful beings, transcending the mortal plane. But Elder, why do you, as the Dragon King of the Holy Realm, live in this mortal realm? Bai Hao sighed, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Alas, I once lived in the Holy Realm. But due to betrayal within my clan, I was forced to flee to the mortal realm. Now, the Dragon Clan is on the brink of extinction in this realm, and the Dragon Realm has sunk deep into the earth, unable to regain its former glory. Yu Tian and Lan Shuer were taken aback, exchanging solemn glances and silently nodding. Clearly, the current state of the Holy Realm was far from perfect. A flicker of pain crossed Lan Shuer's eyes. Why did those powerful factions unite to attack the Dragon Clan? Bai Hao shook his head, his gaze filled with helplessness. They covet the treasures and power of the Dragon Clan. To seize these resources, they waged war, leading to the tragic downfall of the Dragon Clan. The two nodded in understanding. Indeed, as recounted by those of the generation of Yuuzhanchuan, it was only after the fall of the Dragon Clan that the phenomenon of 100 schools contending for supremacy emerged. Each prominent family vied for dominance, seeking to ascend as rulers, which gradually led to the chaos of the world. Lan Shuer, with a heavy heart, gently consoled, "You have endured much hardship," Bai Hao smiled faintly. A glimmer of comfort in his gaze. "To see you, my children, makes all my grievances and sufferings seem trivial. Where do you reside now? How fares your life?" Lan Shuer briefly introduced herself and Yutian's prowess, assuring that they would never allow the Dragon Clan to re-emerge and reclaim its former glory. "Good children, thank you. The tragic state of the Dragon Clan in the mortal realm pains my heart greatly. Yet as long as there are descendants like you, who are self-reliant and unyielding, the hope for my clan shall not perish." As he spoke, he exhaled upon his hand, conjuring a spectral manifestation of spiritual energy. Subsequently, the orb cradled in Yutian's arms began to levitate slowly towards Bai Hao's hand. Bai Hao smiled slightly, giving it a gentle nudge, and the orb began to shimmer with mysterious light. He then handed the orb back to Yutian, stating, "This is the sacred artifact of the spirit realm, known as the Holy Spirit Xian Pearl. It contains immense true energy and the legacy of the Dragon Clan. Unlike the spiritual energy in this world, true energy is cultivated from righteous essence, vastly superior to mere spiritual energy." With that, he leaned on his cane and approached the two, tenderly stroking their foreheads. "I entrust this to you. Children, I shall now impart to you the true energy of the Holy Realm. You are the hope of the Dragon Clan and the hope of this land. Promise me, in this chaotic era, to carve out a space of your own, restoring peace to the world. Eradicate the strife and exploitation that plague this realm, and grant tranquility and harmony to its many wounds." "I promise you, ancestor," Yutian replied as he accepted the ancient dragon pearl. Bai Hao's touch coursed through him, a powerful current surged into his body. Tumultuous and overwhelming, he felt a wave of nausea rising, almost overwhelming him. In contrast, Lan Shuer remained remarkably composed, feeling a surge of power that seemed to elevate her through several realms. Yutian felt as though the world were spinning violently around him, eliciting a hearty laugh from Bai Hao. "Child, it seems you are still far behind Kerr. You have a long road ahead. Remember, power is meant to protect and save, not to destroy and conquer. Never bully the weak." With those words, he gestured, sending a forceful current that propelled the two of them upwards, breaking through the ancient tomb and soaring to the surface. As they parted, Bai Hao called out from a distance, "Do your best, children. I shall guard the last flicker of hope in this ancient tomb, awaiting your good news." Upon being transported from the Dragonland, Yutian and Lan Shuer opened their eyes to find themselves near a serene canyon. The surroundings offered them a momentary sense of relief, but they quickly noticed that a crowd had gathered nearby, drawn by the immense fluctuations of spiritual energy, coupled with the subsequent large-scale collapse. It was evident that a confrontation had taken place. The prodigious talent Wan Li of the Sword Sect and several disciples had vanished, and now with the sudden appearance of Yutian and Lan Shuer, the onlookers seemed to have an unspoken understanding of the situation. Their gazes converged intently upon Yutian and Lan Shuer as a throng quickly surrounded them, bombarding them with inquiries. The newcomers were of considerable stature, either elite disciples from various sects or formidable masters from prominent families, even renowned rogue cultivators from the spirit energy continent. "Yutian, what exactly transpired just now?" "Lan Shuer, it is said that Wan Li and the disciples of the Sword Sect were buried underground. What is the truth of the matter? What was the situation inside? Are there any survivors?" Facing the barrage of questions, Yutian and Lan Shuer exchanged a knowing glance, acutely aware that revealing the truth was out of the question. Yutian raised his hand to signal for calm, speaking slowly, "Please remain composed. We had ventured into the emerald mystical realm within the canyon, but lost our way that we encountered a collapse on our return and barely managed to escape. We are not entirely clear on the particulars." With that, he took Lan Shuer by the hand to leave. "Wait." A young man clad in ornate garments stepped forward, urgency lacing his tone. "Yutian. Lan Shuer, I am the young master of the Wan Hua family. Please detail the situation within. My junior brothers are still inside. especially the most talented, only that I must rescue them. Yu Tian steadied himself, recognizing Wan Yiming, the young master of the Wanhua family, who directly oversaw all matters of the Wanhua sect. They had once clashed in a friendly competition during their youth. He was no ordinary adversary, capable of striking at critical moments without hesitation. That I have heard from those nearby that after you entered the quiet canyon, Wan Li and the disciples of the Wanhua sect followed. But then a collapse occurred. That is this true? We did not encounter any disciples of the sword sect. We got lost while searching for the Emerald Mystical Realm, and upon our return, the collapse occurred. Lan Shuer replied coldly, As for any disciples you speak of, I have neither seen nor known of them. Are you saying that you did not engage with them in the canyon? Do you not understand our words? We did not see them. Lan Shuer's voice grew even colder, as if deeming the exchange futile. Yu Tian, let us go. She pulled Yu Tian away, parting the crowd with an assertive gesture. What a formidable heroine. Stop! Wan Yiming bellowed. If you have done nothing wrong, then why flee? If it were not for your actions in the canyon against my family's disciples, why do you run so swiftly in guilt? Lan Shuer halted, turning slightly, a spark of defiance igniting in her beautiful eyes. You are afraid it was not our doing, and thus you speak such baseless accusations here. Are you not? The crowd murmured in surprise. And seeing Wan Yiming lose his composure, she continued, with Wan Li and the family disciples missing. As the young master, you cannot escape responsibility, which is why you hastily slander us to evade accountability. With that, she drew her sword, a gust of wind pressing toward Wan Yiming. He dodged, astonished that this prodigious woman would take the initiative to strike. There were many who entered. I tell you, Wan Yiming, if you wish to shift blame, find someone else. You have no right to accuse the Lan family here. Unwilling to comply. Then let us clash right now. Yu Tian had not anticipated that Lan Shuer would exude such a commanding presence. Though their actions had been in self-defense against Wan Li, her words left Wan Yiming without any evidence to implicate her further. If he continued to press the issue, it would only expose his own motives for seeking an excuse to absolve himself. Brilliant! Wan Yiming ground his teeth, his gaze filled with murderous intent, yet he found himself utterly powerless at that moment. No one could ascertain the connection between the disciples of the Wanhua sect and Lan Shuer or Yu Tian. Furthermore, they could not even prove whether Wan Li and the others were safe or not. Just as Lan Shuer confidently led Yu Tian away, a familiar voice caused them to tense once more. Shuer, temper your anger. Your temper is still as fierce as ever, not at all resembling someone who has just escaped death. Turning around, they found over 20 masked members of the Longevity Army, accompanied by 10 high-ranking martial soldiers and 4 fierce warriors. As a cough resonate, Wan Yiming's voice thundered with authority, infused with a palpable intent to kill. And further explanations will be given, as Yu Tian and Lan Shuer prepare to depart from the tranquil canyon. Wan Yiming soared into the air, landing before them with a gaze as frigid as ice, his face contorted with fury. You shall not leave so easily. A disciple of the Wanhua sect has perished because of you, and I demand justice today. Yu Tian furrowed his brow, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Wan Yiming, we are innocent that if you seek an explanation, perhaps you should inquire about the seventh elder. As mentioned by Yu Qingyin, that a flicker of anger crossed Wan Yiming's eyes as he scoffed. Enough of your nonsense. Prepare to pay with your lives. This day next year will mark your demise. In an instant, Wan Yiming unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual energy. At merely 16, he had already ascended to the position of the Wanhua family's young master, and his mastery was at the 6th level of the Shura realm. His power was immensely potent. With a swift motion, he closed the distance to Yu Tian, his spear transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Yu Tian's heart. Yu Tian, wary and alert, rapidly channeled the spiritual energy he had just absorbed. He felt the Tianyun's sword tremble slightly in his grasp, and in that moment, it evolved into the holy Tianyun, its blade shimmering like a constellation. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, the spear and sword clashed with a resounding force, the ensuing shockwave distorting the air around them. Yu Tian felt a tremendous force crash against him, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Wan Yiming, letting out a cold snort, launched another offensive. Wanhua sect. Bloom! His spear morphed into countless spear shadows, descending upon Yu Tian like a torrential storm, each one gleaming with a deadly intent, as if to tear him apart completely. Yu Tian wielded the holy Tanyun, unleashing a barrage of sword chi that surged forth like a tempest, meeting Wang Yiming's assault head-on. Onlookers retreated in awe, cheering loudly. To them, the absence of a genius from the Wanhua family and another from the Lan family posed no loss, but rather a reduction in competition. They secretly hoped for mutual destruction. As the two engaged in their fierce battle, spiritual energy surged wildly, the fluctuations of true energy resembling a raging tide, causing the entire canyon to tremble once more. Lan Schwerer stood at the side, her heart racing as she watched the clash unfold. She yearned to assist Yu Tian, but feared an ambush from Yu Chengyin, so she focused her attention on the Yu family, ready to thwart any underhanded schemes. Yu Tian, you must be cautious. I believe you will not falter, Lan Schwerer thought to herself, her eyes reflecting both concern and anticipation. As the battle progressed, Yu Tian's swordsmanship grew increasingly adept and fierce. The glow of spiritual energy enveloping him, his power escalating as if he had entered a new realm. To everyone's astonishment, he matched Wang Yiming blow for blow. Yu Tian can actually hold his ground against the young master of the Wanhua family. Wang Yiming, his strength is truly formidable. Indeed, relying solely on his swordsmanship, he managed to contend with Wang Yiming, a master of the Shura realm. He was truly deserving of the title of the greatest genius across the 5 states. Breathing heavily, Wang Yiming was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Yu Tian could stand on equal footing with him. After all, he was the young master of the Wanhua family, the future heir. A mere sword cultivator dares to challenge a master of the Shura realm to a stalemate? His eyes brimmed with complex emotions. Ceasing his assault, he regarded Yu Tian with a mixture of wariness and unease. Gripping the holy Tianyun tightly, Yu Tian's gaze was steadfast and composed. Wang Yiming, if you believe I can match you, do you think I would falter against Wan Li if I truly faced Wan Li? Why would I bear so many wounds? Upon hearing this, Wang Yiming's expression shifted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Reports had indicated that Wan Li had proclaimed his intent to seize the Yu family's bounty before entering the Tranquil Canyon. What was the reality of this situation? Could it be that Yu Tian had experienced a dramatic increase in strength after the collapse? How could this be possible? Wang Yiming, the truth will reveal itself in due time. We have no further time to debate with you. Lan Schwerer's gaze was laced with coldness. This matter ends here. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Stepping forward, Lan Schwerer grasped Yu Tian's hand and turned to leave. To Yu Tian's surprise, Yu Chengyin had not made a move against him throughout. That he knew that with the deaths of his 2 sons, Yu Chengyin should harbor an intense hatred towards him. Having exerted all his strength in battling Wang Yiming, he knew he would have been unable to withstand an attack from Yu Chengyin had he chosen to strike. Why had he refrained? As they passed by Yu Chengyin, he coldly remarked, "One venomous snake has slain another." Yu Tian understood this as a veiled threat, implying that he was the venomous snake that had dispatched Wan Li. Another snake that he halted, turning back to glare at Yu Chengyin, a warning glint in his eyes. The venomous snake is on the verge of being poisoned by its own kind. Yu Chengyin instantly grasped the implication. A sardonic smile spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with malice. Yu Tian snorted and ignored Yu Chengyin, swiftly leading Lan Schwerer away from the canyon. Once outside the canyon, Yu Tian and Lan Schwerer took to the skies on their swords, heading back to the Lan family. Their time in the Emerald Mystic Realm had yielded substantial rewards. They had made strides in overturning the Ice Spirit Clan's case, gathered numerous spiritual herbs, and significantly enhanced their strength. Even deceiving the Holy Realm's true energy.it was indeed exhilarating. With only a day left before they were to head to the Tai Academy for training, they needed to complete the Ice Spirit Clan's case before then. As they traversed a mountainous ravine, a sudden surge of spiritual energy shot towards them. Like ferocious serpents, they lunged forth with gaping maws, attacking the two. An ambush. Lan Schwerer acted decisively, summoning the Wanlan wind sword to sever the serpentine heads. However, the force of the wind was so potent that it caused the energy of their flight to become erratic, forcing them to land slowly and helplessly in an instant. Over 20 masked members of the Yu family's Eternal Life Army surrounded them. On the mountain peaks, 4 fierce warriors unleashed a barrier. Trapping the two, 10 high-ranking martial soldiers gradually emerged from the woods. A figure clad in a black robe adorned with gold dragons stepped forth, Yu Qingyin, still wearing that disconcerting smile, exuding an icy demeanor that sent shivers down their spines. Yu Qingyin was the younger brother of Yu Zhanxuan, the second master of the Yu family. His strength was no less than the second level of the 9th realm. His position was that of the guardian general of the Xuanzhe. He was renowned across the 5 states for his formidable prowess, significantly outclassing Yu Tian. Accompanying him were 20 members of the Eternal Life Army, 10 high-ranking martial soldiers, and 4 fierce warriors, an elite ensemble. All possessed strength at least at the 7th level of the Shura realm. Such a formation could not only deal with Yu Tian and Lan Shuer, but could also annihilate any family with even a modicum of strength, eradicating them in an instant. It was no wonder Yu Qingyin had refrained from attacking in the Tranquil Canyon. He intended to leave the impression that he was merely searching for the 7th elder. His earlier smirk had been a signal for Yu Tian to hastily depart the canyon, that in the presence of many, he could not act against Yu Tian. Now, as the two were intercepted on their way home, having set up a barrier with no witnesses, he could eliminate them without anyone knowing. Seeing Lan Shuer intercept his serpentine formation, Yu Qingyin clapped his hands in excitement, praising, "You are indeed the heir of the Lan family's swordsmanship. Truly impressive. If I had possessed such power at your age, this Yungui mountain would have long been in my Yu family's possession." With that, he turned to Lan Shuer, a gleam of malice in his gaze. Being born into the right family is quite the skill. Wouldn't you agree? Lan Shuer felt a wave of nausea and retorted angrily, "Your intentions are sinister. Step aside. Do you wish to oppose the Lan family?" "Oh, it is not that I desire to oppose the Lan family, but rather that your family refuses to spare my 2 sons, Yu Qingyin replied, flicking his robe and cracking his knuckles as he prepared for a fight. Lan Shuer, momentarily at a loss for words, realized she had indeed attacked Yu Qi, and feared that Yu Qingyin had gathered evidence against her, that if this were to leak, it would indeed tarnish the Lan family's reputation. However, regaining her composure, she declared sternly, "Humph. It was clearly your 2 sons who conspired against us. I was merely acting in self-defense. If you truly seek retribution, then I shall gladly engage in a dialogue." "No need for that," Yu Qingyin slowly replied, cracking his neck with a soft pop, "that I prefer action over words. After all, if a path is blocked, one must use their fists to forge ahead." Realizing that this confrontation was unavoidable, Yu Tian swiftly assessed the situation. The 4 fierce warriors stood atop the mountains, having unleashed a 5th-level furnace barrier to seal them. Yu Tian and Lan Shue's spiritual energy would gradually deplete, transferring to Yu Qingyin's forces. Moreover, the outside world could not witness the battle within the barrier. They were isolated and helpless. Glancing once more at their adversaries, he counted 20 members of the Eternal Life Army, 10 high-ranking martial soldiers, and the formidable Yu Qingyin. The difficulty of this battle was evident. Not to mention the other Shura realm masters, even Yu Qingyin alone was more than capable of crushing him throughout the entire encounter. "Are you truly unafraid of my father's vengeance?" Lan Shuer spread her arms protectively around Yu Tian, her brow furrowed in disbelief that the Yu family would dare to break their peace. "The Lan family is indeed formidable," Yu Qingyin replied, "but our Yu family is no less impressive." With a snap of his fingers, 2 more figures descended from the sky. Xia Dun, the young master of the Xia family. Chun Qing, the 3rd master of the Chen family. "You think you can simply let this go after killing members of my family?" With this, their chances of victory diminish further. There is no point in talking anymore. "Let us engage in battle." At a single command, the 3 experts from the Tongjing realm surged forth simultaneously, swift as lightning. Chapter 30. A desperate situation. A chance from the skies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lan Shuer blew a whistle, summoning the ancient divine eagle, the unique spirit beast of the Lan family. The eagle emitted a piercing cry, its feathers transforming into spears that shot towards the enemy, only to be thwarted by the barrier of the 5-fold melting furnace. Unable to penetrate that moment, the Changsheng army surrounded her, their hands morphing into spears of spiritual energy. This was a manifestation of immense spiritual energy solidified into spear form. The Yu family had truly gone all out. They had no intention of leaving any weapons behind. Not daring to underestimate her opponents, Lan Shuer unleashed sword energy, engaging in battle with fervor. Yu Tian faced a trio of Tongjing experts head-on. Feeling unprecedented pressure, yet he did not falter. Gripping the Tianyun sword tightly, his gaze was as resolute as iron. Yu Tian, today you are undoubtedly doomed, Xia Dun sneered coldly. Chen Qing let out a disdainful snort, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yu Tian, do you truly believe that you can stand against the three of us alone? How utterly foolish. Yu Qingyin smiled slyly at Yu Tian, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yu Tian, arrogance requires capability, and you, clearly, lack such capability. Yu Tian said little in response. Instead, he tightened his grip on the Tianyun sword as the spiritual energy within him surged violently. Come, let me see just how strong you so-called experts truly are, Yu Tian said coldly, unleashing wave after wave of sword qi. The powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Xia Dun, Chen Qing, and Yu Qingyin surged toward him like a tempest. Yu Tian swiftly wielded the holy Tianyun, sending forth sword qi in rapid succession. However, their strength far exceeded his expectations, and his sword qi was shattered before the overwhelming force of their spiritual energy. Yu Tian, you are but a frail shadow. Xia Dun laughed heartily, manifesting dual battle axes infused with violent spiritual energy, striking fiercely at Yu Tian. The disparity in power was vast. Yu Tian could only evade. Chen Qing's fists descended like mountains, the gathered spiritual energy taking on a tangible form, his iron fists relentlessly hammering at Yu Tian. Although he dodged repeatedly, the onslaught was too relentless, and he was struck several times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yu Qingyin unleashed a palm technique infused with concentrated spiritual energy, the gusts akin to blades, launching a series of spiritual cutting palms aimed directly at Yu Tian's vital points. In a desperate dodge, the trees behind him were cleaved apart by the spiritual blades. Yu Tian's situation was dire, yet he was fortunate to possess frost spirit stones, which continuously replenished his spiritual energy. Refusing to retreat, he inhaled deeply, the holy spirit Xian pearl in his arms erupting with vast holy realm true qi, merging with the Qinglong soul and the Jinglong spirit he had already mastered. Radiating a dazzling tricolor brilliance. Qinglong's essence, Jinglong's soul, Haolong's true qi. Arise, Yu Tian roared, as the power within him erupted, commanding the holy Tianyun to release a torrent of sword qi, crashing toward the trio like a tidal wave. Overconfident, Xia Dun did not evade. Instead, he attempted to withstand the blow. The result was catastrophic. His defenses were shattered by the sword qi, and in a moment of vulnerability, he lost an ear. What is this power? Xia Dun exclaimed, clutching the side where blood gushed forth, his shock palpable. Do not underestimate him. Old Xia, this brat has some wicked sorcery that grants him new strength each time. Maintain your distance and strike from afar. Despite facing three adversaries of a higher realm, Yu Tian still managed to inflict damage upon them. However, the subsequent assault from the trio came like an unending tide, and Yu Tian gradually found himself overwhelmed. His body grew heavier amidst the ferocious battle, each move becoming slow and laborious. Blood flowed from his wounds, staining his garments. You have lost, Xia Dun declared, his face alight with the joy of victory. Mockery etched upon his features as if reveling in his own bloodied blade. Not so fast. Yu Tian gritted his teeth, striving to resist. Yet the harsh reality set in. The effects of the fivefold melting furnace barrier began to manifest. Lan Shuer gradually weakening, her movements slowing, her vision blurring. Yu Tian realized that Lan Shuer might soon reach her limits. Unleashing a wave of sword qi to deter the surrounding Chongsheng army, he rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms and pressing the frost spirit stone against her chest to hasten her recovery. Lan Shuer was innocent. He would not allow her to bear the brunt of the consequences. Seeing Yu Tian's vulnerabilities, Chen Qing once again wielded his dual blades, slicing through the air with deadly intent, aiming straight for Yu Tian's throat. Recognizing that Yu Tian could no longer evade, he did not hesitate. With a sudden impact, Yu Tian thrust his sword forward, blood erupting from his wound. Chen Qing, fixated on Yu Tian, failed to notice the counterattack, and his left arm was severed in an instant. What? How could he be this strong? Yet a familiar voice resonated from the heavens, imbued with a hint of dissatisfaction and authority. Yution gazed upwards, beholding a celestial-like woman gracefully descending from above, clad in a pristine white robe. She exuded an air of nobility and an extraordinary presence. It was Lin Qingwei, the master of both Yution and Lanyuer at the Tai Academy. "Master," Yution exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with surprise and gratitude. Lin Qingwei gently touched down, her piercing gaze sweeping across the surroundings, instantly locking onto Yu Qingyin with an intensity akin to a flame. With a chill and an air of command, she regarded Yu Qingyin coldly. "Lin Qingwei, mind your own business." Yu Qingyin attempted to maintain composure, a hint of menace gracing his visage. "This is a family matter of the Yu clan. It would be wise for you to remain uninvolved." Lest Lin Qingyue's icy stare remained fixed on Yu Qingyin, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. "Less what? Yu Qingyin, we are both seasoned veterans in this realm. Spare me the theatrics that I am fully aware of your motives. If you wish to avoid a swift demise, I suggest you leave at once." Yu Qingyin felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Qingwei, his complexion shifting as fear flickered in his eyes. He understood that he was no match for her and had no choice but to retreat. "Very well, await my return." He spat through clenched teeth before hastily turning and fleeing in a rush of energy. The battlefield fell into a brief stillness, and Yution exhaled a sigh of relief. The sudden relaxation of his taut nerves nearly sent him into a faint. Lin Qingwei swiftly moved to embrace Yution, preventing him from collapsing. "Are you all right? Master, please save Lanyuer. She is on the brink." As she examined Lanyuer, Lin Qingwei cast a glance at Yution, expressing disbelief. "Well done, young man. You truly excelled. To take on 3 adversaries and still manage to turn the tide against 2. Chapter 31. Breaking Through the Mist. The gift from Zhang Taishu. Lin Qingwei delicately placed her palm upon Lanyuer's forehead, closing her eyes as healing energy radiated from her hand. Gradually, the air filled with the fragrance of lilies, accompanying the color returning to Lanyuer's face. Warmth flowed steadily into her body, and Lanyuer's breathing stabilized, the agony etched upon her features dissipating. Lin Qingwei let out a long breath, shifting her gaze to the side where Yution lay half reclined. His complexion pale, several grievous wounds marred his body, particularly his right shoulder, where Chun Qing's dual blades had nearly severed it, blood staining his garments. Lin Qingwei hastily approached him, kneeling beside him and pressing her palm against his chest wound. "What transpired, great prodigy? Why are you in such a dire state?" she inquired urgently. Yution gritted his teeth, striving to maintain consciousness, and replied with a bitter smile, "It was Yu Qingyin he came seeking vengeance." "The Yu family, a troublesome lineage." Yution's smile faltered, his voice tinged with helplessness. "I never anticipated his presence here. Everything was meticulously planned, with no flaws. Upon returning, he will have plenty to say, both internally and externally." Lin Qingwei remained silent for a prolonged moment, continuing to heal Yution. Her hands moved methodically, sensing the wounds within him gradually mending. "But how did you locate us? There are 5 layers of furnace barriers here. Outsiders cannot sense it." Yution furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. "That I intercepted a letter from the Yang family." "Surely you jest. Master, as an academy instructor, should you not be focused on cultivation rather than eavesdropping on the governor's correspondence?" "It was a letter from the Yang family to the Yu family." Lin Qingwei lowered her head, producing a letter from her robe and handing it to Yution. Upon seeing the letter, Yution's expression changed dramatically. He forced himself to raise his head to meet Lin Qingyue's gaze, confirming that she was not jesting. Yution's heart raced, his voice trembling. "What? A letter from the Yang family to the Yu family? What does this mean?" Lin Qingwei took a deep breath and briefly recounted the letter's contents. The it contained only one line: "Go to the Emerald Xian realm and seek Zhang Taishu." Yution's face was a canvas of bewilderment as he looked at Lin Qingwei. "What is the current situation?" Without responding, Lin Qingwei tossed a pill to Yution. "Dan a supplement. Take it and see." Just as he was about to consume it, Yution recalled the array of spiritual medicines he had obtained in the Longditan and retrieved the pouch strapped to his thigh. Do you think these will suffice? By the heavens, Lanyang pill. Where did you acquire this? From tomb raiding. Enough with the banter. Where did it truly come from? As he spoke, Yu Tian recounted how he and Lanyuer had inadvertently stumbled upon the Longditan, omitting the part about how long. Lin Qingyue, confident in her abilities, would not be pleased to learn that they had received guidance from another. Goodness, you truly stumbled upon a fortune, she remarked, forcefully placing the Longue pill into Yu Tian's mouth, then administering one to Lanyuer as well, before taking one for herself. You are remarkably generous. Most would be keen to hoard such treasures. A benefactor requires no distinction between you and me. Master, you are being rather aloof. Must I treat you with formality then? You, young man, possess quite the charm with women, she quipped, playfully jabbing Yu Tian, causing him to wince in pain. How delicate. Lin Qingyue's face was adorned with a palpable fondness. Have mercy on me, master. Lin Qingyue continued to mend Yu Tian's wounds, her fingers gently gliding over his injuries, light enveloping them as they began to heal. Her movements were tender, careful not to inflict pain. Yu Tian bit down on his lip, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he stifled any cries of agony. What is Lanyuer's condition? Yu Tian suddenly inquired, worry flashing in his eyes. Lin Qingyue smiled softly, reassuring him. She has merely sustained minor injuries and is fatigued. She is already recovering. You need not fret. Yu Tian let out a sigh of relief, fatigued as he closed his eyes. Thank you, Lin Qingyue. Had it not been for you, we might have. Lin Qingyue gently patted his shoulder, her voice soothing. No need for such words. Are you being courteous again? You, my dear, are truly amusing. Yu Tian's eyes glimmered with gratitude as he nodded. Speaking of which, why would the Yang family report my whereabouts to the Yu family? Could it be that the Yang family had betrayed me? However, if the Yang family had betrayed you, Yang Chun would not have intervened on your behalf during the Lingdong Palace examination. Indeed, Yu Tian's confusion deepened, shaking his head as he pondered the matter. You have yet to divulge everything to me, haven't you? Lin Qingyue probed cautiously. There is much I have not shared. Which matter do you refer to? Ouch! Seeing your demeanor, Lin Qingyue intensified her healing, prompting Yu Tian to cry out in pain once more. Sister, please do not torment me. It is one thing to suffer at the hands of enemies. But why must my own kin inflict pain upon me? Because you are endearing. She produced a jar of ointment from her robe and began to apply it to Yu Tian's wounds. Enough flattery. Spare me the idle chatter. Tell me everything you have not yet revealed. Yu Tian inhaled deeply, slowly recounting the circumstances surrounding the icebound continent and the ice lotus to Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue's expression grew serious as she spoke softly. The annihilation of the Ice Spirit clan is indeed a tragic injustice. Many years ago, someone incited discord, alleging that the Ice Spirit clan harbored treasonous intentions, ultimately leading to this calamity. Indeed, Yu Tian's brow furrowed, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. Lin Qingyue's gaze hardened slightly. To my knowledge, it was the Yu family. Yu Zhanchuan instigated this catastrophe, claiming that the Ice Spirit clan posed a threat. Yang Mingtian sanctioned this plan, and Zhang Taishu led the charge, personally commanding the forces from the 5 states to eradicate the clan. Yu Tian clenched his fists, rage simmering in his eyes. A nest of villains. Lin Qingyue continued. However, it is said that Yu Zhanchuan sought to seize the Ice Spirit clan's artifact, the Frost Spirit Stone. Yet afterward, the Yu family claimed to have never seen such a stone, leading other families to believe that the Yu family had hoarded it for themselves. Since then, relations between families have soured. Moreover, the connections among Zhang Taishu, Yang Mingtian, and Yu Zhanchuan became entangled due to this incident. None dared betray one another, as this wrongful act implicated their fates. Yu Tian's brow furrowed deeply, his expression one of confusion and contemplation. Lin Qingyue scrutinized the prostrate Yu Tian, akin to a young girl assessing a boy. You still have something to tell me. Yu Tian nodded, retrieving the divine talisman from within his robe and presenting it to Lin Qingyue. Master, this was given to me by Zhang Taishu. He claimed it could aid us in unraveling the mystery of the Ice Spirit clan's annihilation. Lin Qingyue accepted the talisman, examining it closely, her eyes sparkling with insight. As expected of Zhang Taishu, an old master who executes tasks flawlessly. Before Yu Tian could respond, Lin Qingyue waved her hand, unfurling the talisman, which radiated golden light. Then, with a swift motion, she enveloped the emerging light with her energy, effectively restraining it. Lin Qingyue nodded gently, explaining, "This talisman, when activated, can erase the partial memories of anyone who witnesses the light." Zhang Taishu's intention is to ensure that when you open it in the Yang family, all who have encountered the Ice Spirit clan will lose that fragment of memory. Yu Tian, partly comprehending, countered, so Zhang Taishu does not wish for the Ice Spirit clan to be vindicated. Lin Qingyue smiled faintly, her gaze brimming with admiration. Indeed, this is a minefield. Whoever stirs it will surely face dire consequences. I believe Yang Mingtian harbors no ill intentions towards you, for his decision to retain you in Zhongzhou indicates that he values you. Otherwise, he could have easily sent you back to Huangtiang without hesitation. Yu Tian gradually dispelled the fog of confusion. It was Yang Mingtian who had initially invited him to stay in Zhongzhou, and it was only later, by a twist of fate, that he brought up the matter of the Ice Spirit clan. It seemed that had he directly broached the subject, Yang Mingtian would likely not have allowed him to remain in Zhongzhou. Before the two could finish their discussion, suddenly, the divine talisman underwent a transformation. The talisman began to fold and rotate, emanating a brilliant golden light. Before they could react, the talisman morphed into a golden needle of light, swiftly piercing Yu Tian's third eye. "Yu Tian, be careful," Lin Qingyue exclaimed in alarm. But everything transpired too swiftly for her to intervene. Yu Tian felt a surge of intense heat coursing through his body, causing him to flush with warmth. The golden needle gradually unfurled within him, transforming into two golden seals that extended downward, inscribing mystical symbols upon his body. Each golden seal radiated formidable power, as if imbued with boundless mystical energy. "What is happening?" Yu Tian gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure, yet the force within him rendered him nearly uncontrollable. Lin Qingyue observed the changes in Yu Tian, her eyes flickering with a mix of relief and astonishment. "Yu Tian, do not panic. Zhang Taisu is, after all, a man of his word. He has bestowed upon you a golden seal as compensation for the schemes he has plotted against you. This golden seal embodies the power of the mystical realm, surpassing your current Shura realm by 2 entire levels. Following the Shura realm is the Tong realm, and then the Ming realm, before one even reaches the mystical realm." As Yu Tian clenched his jaw, he felt the overwhelming power within him, as if he were about to be torn apart, yet he still endeavored to retain his calm and control that force. The golden seals began to stabilize, and Yu Tian's body started to acclimate to this immense power, that he sensed the spiritual energy within him becoming purer, and his strength growing exponentially. "Master, I feel the power within me continuously increasing. It is far too potent for me to control." Yu Tian inhaled deeply, striving to rein in the energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Qingyue nodded. "This is exceedingly advanced, given your current capabilities. It would be wise not to activate this golden seal just yet, as its overwhelming strength could lead to a backlash if left unchecked. Yu Tian, you still need to cultivate diligently. Wait until the appropriate time to refine this golden seal." At that moment, Lan Shuer awoke, rising to assess the situation, her eyes filled with concern as she inquired, Yu Tian, are you all right? Is it serious?" "Your wounds." "I'm perfectly fine. The injuries have healed, thanks to—" "That's a relief. I was so worried. I recall feeling my strength wane and then losing consciousness. I saw you rushing towards me, and you were injured. I was terribly concerned for you, if only—" Cough, cough. Lin Qingyue, feeling somewhat overlooked, feigned a cough to draw attention. "Huh. Qingyue, what are you doing here? Such a lack of manners. How could a fellow disciple dare to address the master by name? Yu Tian is one of our own." "It matters not." Lan Shuer smiled as she stretched, evidently having recovered well. "I slept so soundly." "What has transpired here?" Yu Tian recounted the events he had gathered to Lan Shuer. My goodness. Uncle Yang actually did such a thing? He must be innocent as well. Lin Qingyue chuckled softly. As for Ming Tian, he is competent in many respects, yet he is also overly eager for quick results. It is likely that he was hurriedly misled by Yu Zhanchuan into committing this grave error. Suddenly, the brilliance of the divine talisman intensified, and a beam of golden light shot forth from Yu Tian's brow, unfurling into a golden mural. IT unfolded before them like a historical scroll within the imagery. They witnessed the grim truth behind the annihilation of the Ice Spirit clan. The Yu family had instigated this calamity, with Yang Mingtian approving the scheme and Zhang Tai Su leading the charge, personally commanding the forces from the 5 states to execute the genocide. So it is. The Yu family is the true puppet master. Yu Tian clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage and determination. Lin Qingwen nodded, her gaze laced with a hint of coldness. Zhang Tai Su had noble intentions. This serves as a reminder for Yang Mingtian not to forget the truth of this matter. What shall we do now? Are we to return and hold Yang Mingtian accountable? Lan Shuer asked, somewhat at a loss, for Yang Mingtian was, after all, her uncle. Despite the discord with her father, there remained some semblance of kinship. This matter concerns the Ice Spirit clan, yet it does not pertain to us. If we were to suffer for the Ice Spirit clan's plight, it would be a case of losing more than we gain. Rather, I have it. Yu Tian suddenly sat up, excitement lighting his features. I have devised an excellent plan to resolve this issue. One that will vindicate the Ice Spirit clan without jeopardizing our relationship with Yang Mingnan. Chapter 32. The most suitable choice at the Yang residence. Yang Mingtian sat in the back hall, staring at the 2 message spirit beasts upon the table. Drenched in sweat, a tumult of unease surged within him. There was no correspondence from a Yu family, and according to their previous agreement, the message he had secretly sent to Yu Zhanchuan must be returned to him for destruction to prevent any leaks. 2 years had passed since he had mistakenly placed his trust in Yu Zhanchuan and ordered the extermination of the Ice Spirit clan. Yang Mingtian had been compelled to repeatedly notify and shield the Yu family, allowing their influence in Yungui Mountain to gradually rival that of the Lan family. Zhang Tai Su had retreated to the Emerald Mystic Realm to atone for the injustice of the clan's destruction. Were it only that no message had returned, it would be one thing. However, the letter from the Lan family Spirit Eagle was precisely the one he had penned to Yu Zhanchuan, betraying Yu Tian. His hand clenched tightly around the letter from the Lan family, his knuckles whitening, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his temples. I could see that moment. A gentle knock sounded at the door, but a servant cautiously entered, offering a cup of hot tea, and softly said, "My lord, please enjoy your tea." Yang Mingtian did not take the teacup, merely gesturing mechanically for the servant to leave. The servant, understanding, exited the room and quietly closed the door behind him. Silence enveloped the study once more, yet Yang Mingtian's thoughts remained a tangled mess. Sitting at the table, his gaze fixated vacantly on the message-bearing Spirit Eagle, a tempest of emotions surged within him. It was as if he could glimpse the Lan family's suspicion and reproach within its piercing eyes. How could this be? Yang Mingtian murmured, his voice barely audible, tinged with tremors. Could it be that the Lan family has discovered my betrayal of Yu Tian? Have the events surrounding the extermination of the Ice Spirit clan come to light? The swell of worry and anxiety filled Yang Mingtian's heart, his mind racing with countless possibilities. Should this secret be uncovered, he would face unending troubles and dangers. The governor's position would be revoked. He would be exposed for shielding the Yu family, coerced Zhang Tai Su into hiding, and pressured by the Lan family. A plethora of calamities unfolded in his mind, prompting him to rise unsteadily and pace to the window, gazing outside. Yet his vision was clouded. He could not help but recall the tragic massacre of the Ice Spirit clan, the innocent lives extinguished due to his momentary desire for achievement. Once he had boarded Yu Zhanchuan's ship, there was no chance of living with a clear conscience. One misstep led to another. Regret and fear intertwined within him, rendering him restless. Calm down. I must remain composed. Yang Mingtian inhaled deeply, striving to steady his turbulent emotions. He knew he needed to devise a strategy swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. Could it be that Yu Zhanchuan had coerced him into issuing the order? Or was it Zhang Tai Su who had pressured him? At the very least, was it Zhang Tai Su and Yu Zhanchuan who had conspired against him? Absurd. Damn that Yu Zhanchuan. Yang Mingtian gritted his teeth, rage boiling within him. How could he have been so careless as to expose this letter to the Lan family? He was out to ruin me. Just then, The door to the study swung open once more, and a servant entered to deliver news. My lord, Yu Tian and Lan Shuer have come see you. Yang Mingtian's expression darkened further. He had already found himself in considerable trouble. Could it be that Lan Shuer had come to apprehend him? Had Yu Tian discovered the truth? Was he here to capture him in the name of the royal family? Would all his years of toil to ascend to the governor's position have been in vain? Oh, let them go to the hall. I shall join them shortly. Yang Mingtian took a deep breath. Swiftly adjusting his demeanor, donning a polite smile, as Yu Tian and Lan Shuer entered the hall, Yu Tian appeared composed, a smile gracing his face as if nothing had occurred. Governor, you seem unwell. Did you not rest well last night? Yu Tian inquired with a hint of concern in his tone. Yang Mingtian smiled and nodded, responding courteously. Thank you for your concern. As one ages, it is easy to overthink. The current state of affairs is precarious, and one cannot help but feel anxious for the people. Having said this, he cast a furtive glance at Lan Shuer, who sat silently, her expression stern and unyielding. By the way, I appreciate your efforts. Regarding the matter of the Ice Spirit clan, has there been any word from Zhang Tai-su? Yang Mingtian dared not meet Lan Shuer's gaze, turning instead to probe Yu Tian, his eyes betraying his unease. Yu Tian smiled slightly, seemingly indifferent as he replied. Zhang Tai-su does not believe this matter, claiming it has nothing to do with him. He instructed me to return and consult with you. Upon hearing these words, Yang Mingtian felt a slight sense of relief wash over him, and the smile on his face became much more natural. Ah, Zhang Taishi remains as he always was. He has always aspired to be an unworldly recluse. That it is no wonder he chose to cultivate alone in the Emerald Abyss. However, the subsequent word from Yu Tian caused Yang Mingtian's heart to tighten once more. What I did not expect was that on our way back, we fell into an ambush set by Yu Qingyin, nearly losing our lives. Instantly, beads of cold sweat broke out on Yang Mingtian's forehead, and his heart raced as if it were about to leap from his chest. He struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to glean something from Yu Tian's expression. Yu Qingyin? How could this be possible? How would the Yu family know your whereabouts? Are you certain you did not miss see? Yu Tian continued to wear a smile, as though recounting a trivial matter. How could I be mistaken? He is my uncle, whom I have called for 18 years. As he spoke, Yu Tian lifted his teacup, using it to obscure his face while casting a furtive glance at Yang Mingtian. Yang Mingtian observed that his inner garment was completely soaked, standing there like a statue, as if his very soul had been lost. Returning to the matter at hand, the Yu family was indeed enigmatic, capable of knowing his whereabouts. It was likely someone had informed them. Yang Mingtian's breathing quickened, and his heartbeat felt as though it might cease altogether. He gazed at Yu Tian, nearly suffocating, repeatedly questioning himself. Is it truly the case that the illustrious Yang family will be driven from the stage in such a manner? I refuse to accept this. Lan family. Just then Yang Chun strode in from outside, exclaiming loudly at the doorway. Father, guess what? I have broken through to the first tier of the Shura realm. The third son of the Ho family even praised me for my extraordinary talent. At that moment, Yang Mingtian could no longer contain himself. All the pressure he had been under finally found an outlet. He admonished angrily. Extraordinary talent. Indeed, he was paid to say that. Anyone could claim to possess extraordinary talent. Even a pig would receive praise. Go back to your room. This has nothing to do with you. Yang Chun was momentarily taken aback, noticing Yu Tian and Lan Shuer standing in the center of the hall. Particularly Lan Shuer, who made him feel somewhat awkward, yet he still stepped inside. Father, you are overreacting. Saying such things in front of Lan Shuer is rather embarrassing for me. He then took a seat, lifted his teacup, and inquired while sipping. Yu Tian, Shuer, how did things go in the Emerald Abyss? At this point, Lan Shuer managed a slight smile, though her expression remained stern as she replied. Everything went smoothly. Yang Chun, your breakthrough is a good thing. Congratulations. Yang Chun displayed a hint of pride, but then looked at his father with a puzzled expression. Father, what is wrong? Why are you so angry? You look dreadful. What happened? Did you overindulge? What do you mean overindulge? Do not interrupt and cause a ruckus here. Yang Mingtian forcibly suppressed his anxiety, struggling to muster a weak smile. Nothing. It's just some matters weighing on my mind. Please go back to your room and do not disturb us. Still caught up in his joy over his breakthrough, Yang Chan began to eat the grapes on the table, asking as he munched, "By the way, what has happened with the Ice Spirit Clan's case? Was it a miscarriage of justice? We should—" Yang Chun. Yang Mingtian's expression shifted, his brows furrowing as he focused intently ahead, then closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. "You should leave that tea that moment." Yang Chan finally sensed something was amiss. The smile on his face gradually faded as he felt the atmosphere thick with awkwardness and tension. "It's nothing. Yang Chun is your successor. It is good for him to take charge." Then, Yu Tian's gaze met Yang Mingtian's, locking eyes for several seconds. In those fleeting moments, Yang Mingtian perceived the hopeful intent in Yu Tian's eyes, as if he had already foreseen Yu Tian's next move. Successor, takeover, Chapter 33. Utilizing talents and resources to their fullest, Yu Tian then spoke. "Yu Qingyin initially believed he could kill me. Before attempting to do so, he specifically stated that the extermination of the Ice Spirit Clan was a miscarriage of justice, mocking me as a useless individual, claiming that the governor incited the Yu family and numerous clans to participate in this matter." Upon hearing this, Yang Mingtian immediately erupted in a tirade, vehemently defending himself. "Nonsense. That treacherous scoundrel, Yu Qingyin, dares to slander me. I have never incited anyone to partake in any extermination actions." Lan Shuer maintained her stoic demeanor, her expression ashen, as if uttering a single word was a burden. She cast a cold glance at Yang Mingtian, her eyes filled with disdain. Yang Chun, eager to clarify, quickly interjected. "That is impossible. How could my father engage in such deeds?" "Yu Tian, are you sure you are not deceived by Yu Qingyin?" Yu Tian waved his hand, chuckling. "I understand this is Yu Qingyin's attempt to smear the governor. The Yu family has committed numerous wrongdoings. They took me in solely to sacrifice me for their own cultivation, nearly causing my demise. How could I not discern whom to trust?" After saying this, he leaned forward towards Yang Mingtian, earnestly adding, "Before leaving, Zhang Taishu also pointed out that Yu Zhanchuan is the true mastermind." Yang Mingtian recognized that this was a way for Yu Tian to provide him an avenue to save face in front of his son. In truth, Yu Tian was well aware of the circumstances at play. Yet this deception was effective. At the very least, it proved that Yu Tian did not harbor ill intentions towards him. Yang Mingtian sighed, feeling as if he had just swallowed a calming pill. Under the immense pressure, he instinctively released tension. Even unaware of these subtle movements, he turned to gaze blankly at Yu Tian, nodding slightly, uncertain how to respond, filled with doubt and unease. Yu Tian continued. "The Yu family has committed numerous transgressions. One bad apple spoils the barrel. They have colluded with the Xia family, and the Chun family seeks to eliminate both me and Lan Shuer. Until this family is eradicated, peace will not be attained across the 5 states. He emphasized this with a forceful slap on the table. However, Lan Shuer found his theatrics amusing and laughed in an opportune moment, which Yang Chun, still oblivious to the situation, caught sight of. "But you have been manipulated by them. Now, we harbor reservations in dealing with the Yu family. Zhang Taishu has also stated that the Yu family exploits this situation for extortion, solidifying their status as the foremost family of Yun Guishan. At this rate, not only will the Ice Spirit Clan's case remain unresolved, but the peace of the realm will also become increasingly elusive due to their misdeeds." Yang Chun seemed to grasp the underlying implication of these words. Urgently pressing, "Did Zhang Taishu really say this?" Yu Tian nodded. "Indeed." Yang Mingtian took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He regarded Yu Tian, understanding the intent behind this. This was an invitation for him to step back, allowing Yang Chun to take the reins while he remained in the shadows. That on one hand, by stepping back, Yu Zhanchuan would no longer be able to manipulate him, and Yu Tian, alongside the Lan family, could confront the Yu family directly. On the other hand, he could still support Yang Chun in governing the central state from behind the scenes, thus preserving the Yang family's influence. What a brilliant strategy for achieving success while retreating. Yu Tian's maneuver was indeed meticulously orchestrated, leaving one with no grounds for refusal. Yang Mingtian understood that Yu Tian, now inheriting the noble title, also held the information he had sold to him. His fate was now in Yu Tian's hands. and even the future of the Yang family could be obliterated with a mere word from Yu Tian. He pondered for a moment before slowly stating, Yu Tian, you make a valid point. The Yu family has indeed committed numerous wrongs. Until they are eliminated, peace across the 5 states will remain unattainable. Yu Tian nodded in agreement, and Lan Shuer again laughed at an inappropriate moment. Your concerns are indeed well-founded. Zhang Taishu, unable to shake the Yu family's evil deeds, was compelled to retreat to the Emerald Abyss for seclusion. That I am 53 this year, having witnessed the vicissitudes of life. My only wish is to see peace in the 5 states, with the people living in prosperity and happiness. How about this? Let Yang Chen succeed me as the governor of the central state, while I retreat into the shadows to assist him. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen immediately stood up. Father, that is absolutely out of the question. I have only just come of age. How could I possibly assume the role of governor? Yu Tian, I believe this matter with the Yu family does not need to be rushed. Perhaps we should deliberate further. Deliberate further? To what end? Before Yu Tian could respond, Yang Mingtian interjected. Yu Zhanchuan possesses formidable cultivation, extending his lifespan. What results could we realistically expect? Moreover, they have always favored plundering the cultivation of others, that if we wait any longer, there may be no one left to suppress the Yu family. The Yu family must be eradicated, and the miscarriage of justice against the Ice Spirit clan must be rectified. At this point, both Yu Tian and Yang Mingtian reach an implicit consensus. Yu Tian nodded in satisfaction towards Yang Mingtian. Yang Mingtian understood they had reached an agreement for mutual exchange. He stood, guiding Yang Chen to sit upon the dragon throne, a symbol of gubernatorial authority. Stepping back, he half-knelt in homage. I pay my respects to the new governor of the central state. Father, Yu Tian also stepped forward, half-knelt in homage. I pay my respects to the governor of the central state. Witnessing this performance, Lan Shuer could no longer contain herself, turning her face away to stifle an inappropriate laugh from surfacing in front of them. She then stood and whistled for the messenger eagle. The eagle flew in, clutching a letter in its beak, precisely the letter Yang Mingtian had pinned to the Yu family. Lan Shuer handed the letter to Yu Tian, coldly remarking, You all carry on. I am weary and shall take my leave. Hey Shuer, why not stay for a meal before leaving? Yang Chen called out slowly as he rose from the dragon throne. I am not hungry. Yu Tian picked up the letter, scrutinizing it while casting a glance at Yang Mingtian. The elder, solemn and dignified, dared not meet Yu Tian's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he approached Yang Chen, handing him the letter. Here, yes, the governor. You should take a look at this. Consider it a, cautionary tale. What? Yang Chen asked, bewildered. Ask your father. Having spoken, he turned to leave the Yang residence. Not having gone far, Yu Tian suddenly heard a strange whisper in his ear. Are you truly letting this traitor go? How foolishly merciful. Why not end it swiftly? Who? Yu Tian started, quickly scanning his surroundings. Yet, there was no one in sight. Perhaps the events of the past 2 days had frayed his nerves, he thought, quickening his pace. Just as he reached the entrance of the Lan residence, a loud announcement echoed from outside. Today, Lord Yang Mingtian of Zhongzhou officially abdicates. The position of governor shall be succeeded by his son, Yang Chen. He acted swiftly, fearing Yu Tian might change his mind. Upon entering, Yu Tian overheard Lan Shuer loudly lamenting in the hall. What a hassle. If it were me, I would have slain that traitor with a single sword stroke. Lan Shuer's face displayed displeasure, her eyes shimmering with anger and discontent. Yu Tian, why did you let Yang Mingtian off so easily? She reproached, her tone tinged with blame that he betrayed us and nearly cost us our lives. Yu Tian shook his head helplessly, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Shuer, killing Yang Mingtian, would leave Zhongzhou without a leader. And the Yu family might become even more brazen in their plundering of spiritual energy. Keeping them alive could help us fend off the Yu family that we need to unite. The Lan family alone cannot confront the forces of Yungue Mountain. This was indeed true. Yang Mingtian was a prominent figure among the 5 great states, and Yang Chen's connections were extensive. Earlier, Yang Chen mentioned his dealings with the whole family of the West State. Having broken through realms with their assistance, kill Yang Mingtian now would offend more than just the Yang family. Utilizing talents wisely is crucial. Besides, Yang Chen is innocent. He possesses a strong sense of justice and is quite concerned about the Ice Spirit clan. This indicates he is a reliable ally, having previously aided us during the Ling Dong Palace trials. For now, it is wiser to keep them close. Is that so? Lan Shui'er's voice rose slightly. Her gaze filled with skepticism and anger. Yang Chun may be decent, but what of Yang Ming Tian? He is no good man. Raising a tiger is courting disaster. Yu Tian took a deep breath, halting his steps, and looked earnestly at Lan Shui'er. Shui'er, I understand your anger. I harbor a deeper hatred for betrayal than anyone that I know the pain of being betrayed. But now we have enmity with the Chun and Xia families. And the forces of Yungue Mountain will likely follow the Yu family, though we need the Yang family to lead the opposition against Yungue. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to make waves alone. Earlier, you witnessed Yang Ming Tian's terrified demeanor. Much like a hen awaiting slaughter, I believe he has learned his lesson. Having him assist Yang Chun against the Yu family is the best course of action. Lan Shui'er paused, speechless. Yu Tian gently grasped her hand, his gaze resolute. Shui'er, consider Yang Chun. He is inherently innocent. He grew up alongside us. Having lost his mother at a young age, I understand the feeling of helplessness. I, too, have no parents and have wandered alone since childhood, that I deeply comprehend the loneliness and helplessness of being without kin. Publicly, we should have a Yang family confront Yungue Mountain. Privately, I also do not wish for Yang Chun to endure the same suffering. Lan Shui'er fell silent, lowering her head as a glimmer of tears appeared in her eyes. She recognized the truth in Yu Tian's words, yet her anger and resentment remained hard to quell. Fine, just as Yu Chengyin said, one venomous snake killing another. Yu Tian sighed, gently embracing Lan Shui'er, speaking tenderly. Shui'er, trust me. Yang Ming Tian has already received a warning, and with Zhang Taisu's attitude now, he will not act recklessly again. I hold a royal title. A single edict could condemn the Yang family. Leaning against Yu Tian's shoulder, Lan Shui'er's tears fell. Her emotions were a tumult. She knew Yu Tian spoke wisely, yet she still struggled to accept Yang Ming Tian's betrayal. Yu Tian, I'm truly afraid. I fear you might be implicated because of this, that if something unforeseen happens. What shall we do? No matter how gifted or favored I am, should disaster strike, I would be utterly helpless. Lan Shui'er spoke softly, her voice laden with helplessness and fear. Yu Tian gently stroked her hair, his gaze steady and tender. Silly girl, that shall not happen, and no matter how perilous, I shall be by your side to protect you. Shui'er, I promise you, regardless of the challenges and dangers, I will be there to safeguard you, accompanying you forward. Lan Shui'er raised her head, meeting Yu Tian's unwavering gaze, her inner turmoil gradually settling. She nodded. Ever since she was saved by Yu Tian at the age of 6, she had grown attached to him. To this embrace filled with security, with Yu Tian around, she feared nothing. That's good. That's good. Don't deceive me. Lan Shui'er whispered, her eyes sparkling with longing, a blush gracing her cheeks. Chapter 34. A small step for Yang Chun. A giant leap for friendship. The following day, the Yang family held a grand handover ceremony. The courtyard was adorned with festive decorations, guests filled the space, and the atmosphere was both lively and solemn. Lan Ling had prepared gifts early, intending to take Yu Tian and Lan Shui'er to the Yang residence. Lan Shui'er felt conflicted and reluctant to go, but Lan Ling persuaded her, saying, the new governor is Yang Chun, your childhood friend. How can you not attend? Would that not be exclusion? With a resigned sigh, Lan Shui'er agreed. She understood that the intricacies behind this handover ceremony involved her as well. Lan Ling remained oblivious to the ties between the Yang and Yu families, and neither Lan Shui'er nor Yu Tian had disclosed the true reasons for the governor's transition to Lan Ling. How annoying, Lan Shui'er muttered, leaning against Yu Tian's shoulder. The older I get, the more troubles I have. Upon arriving at the Yang residence, the courtyard was already bustling with guests. Yang Ming Tian stood on the platform, a proud smile on his face as he proclaimed Yang Chun's official assumption of the governorship. Clad in splendid attire, Yang Chun stood dazedly beside his father. Lan Ling, accompanied by Yu Tian and Lan Shui'er, approached to offer their congratulations. Yang Ming Tian returned the gesture courteously. When Yu Tian and Yang Chun exchanged glances, a palpable distance lingered between them. Nevertheless, Yang Chun wore a sincere smile to welcome them. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and after several rounds of toasts, when all the guests had quieted down, Lan Ling stood on the platform, her gaze sharp as she addressed the crowd. Esteemed guests, today marks not only the joyous occasion of Yang Chun assuming the governorship, but we also have an important announcement. Lan Ling spoke slowly, her voice resonating throughout the courtyard. The crowd turned their curious eyes toward her, and so did Yu Tian and Lan Shui'er. Watch closely. My father is about to make a bold move. I am delighted to announce that Yu Tian and Lan Shui'er will soon be enrolling at Tai E Academy, she declared, her face beaming with pride. The courtyard erupted in warm applause, with guests fervently congratulating Yu Tian and Lan Shui'er. See? When there are more people, my father loves to show off, Lan Shui'er remarked with a cold expression. Sipping her tea helplessly, Yu Tian, unfazed, patted her shoulder and took a sip of tea himself. Yang Tian appeared particularly pleased, wearing a relieved smile. After all, with the two attending Tai Academy, they would not be active in Zhongzhou any longer. Zhongzhou would remain under the Yang family's control. Furthermore, Lan Ling shifted her tone, her eyes glinting with determination. I have decided to accept Yu Tian into our family, granting him the title of young clan leader, to assist Lan Shui'er in revitalizing our Lan family. This marked the first time in a century that the Lan family accepted an outsider into their fold. All present were taken aback. Yet they still applauded to congratulate the Lan family. Upon hearing this, Lan Shui'er felt a surge of excitement. Her previously icy demeanor softened, revealing a joyful smile. She had long wished for Yu Tian to officially join the Lan family. And now that wish had finally come true. Turning to see Yu Tian lost in thought, she felt a twinge of confusion. My father is breaking a century-old family rule to let you join the Lan family. Why do you seem not happy, not unhappy, merely a bit melancholic? Melancholic about what? Melancholic that I am homeless and can only join another's family. Oh, what do you mean by another's family? Lan Shui'er sipped her tea again, her cheeks flushing slightly as she shyly suggested, if you don't want to join another S, then marrying in is also an option. The two exchanged glances, a delicate smile crossing their faces, both becoming bashful. Yang Tian observed this, a hint of doubt forming in his heart. Nevertheless, he stepped forward to applaud, exclaiming, this truly is a double delight. Lan Ling, it seems our generation is not far from aging. Indeed, came the reply. Time waits for no one. They clinked their glasses together. Just then, that whispering voice echoed once more in Yu Tian's ear. Lan Ling truly has a clever scheme to be why having you join the Lan family to counter the Yu family. Once the Lan family crushes the Yu family, all the blame will fall upon you. That a splendid ploy to use a knife to kill, and then cook the hare. Who? Yu Tian exclaimed, alarmed, scanning his surroundings. What's wrong? Lan Shui'er jumped at Yu Tian's sudden question. Oh, it's nothing, but I must have misheard. Yang Chen approached, wearing a sincere smile, and exchanged pleasantries. Today is indeed a momentous day. Not only do I take on the governorship, but Yu Tian, you are also becoming the young clan leader of the Lan family. This is truly a cause for celebration. Despite Yang Chen's serious demeanor, he treated all guests with equal respect. As the toast reached the table of Yu Tian, the genuine joy in his eyes for his good friend could not be concealed. He patted Yu Tian on the shoulder and smiled, saying, congratulations. I believe you will surely achieve great things in the Lan family. Yu Tian smiled faintly, feeling a warmth in his heart as he replied, thank you, Yang Chun. Let us strive together for the peace and prosperity of the 5 continents. Yang Chen nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. Yes, let us work hard together. The handover ceremony continued, and everyone expressed their congratulations to Yang Chun and Yu Tian. The entire courtyard was filled with a festive atmosphere. Yet beneath this celebration lurked an undercurrent of tension. Ho Bonin from the Ho family kept his gaze fixed on the Lan family, a smirk playing on his lips as if he was plotting something. After the ceremony concluded, Yu Tian stepped outside alone. The gentle breeze caressed his face. He stood at the entrance, inhaling deeply and gazing up at the sky, his mind swirling with thoughts. The sound of footsteps behind him interrupted his reverie, and upon turning he saw Yang Chen approaching. Yangchen stepped forward, his expression complex, gratitude and guilt shining in his eyes, that he spoke softly. Yu Tian, thank you for letting my father off the hook. Yu Tian's gaze softened. And with a gentle sigh, he replied, it's nothing to we are brothers. I couldn't possibly let you become an orphan too. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and sorrow, as if this statement was meant not only to comfort Yangchen, but also to console himself. Seeing that Yu Tian had not accepted his apology, Yangchen felt even more guilty. He lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. I'm sorry, Yu Tian, I truly had no idea my father had correspondence with the Yu family, nearly causing you harm. Please forgive him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yangchen knelt down, his knees striking the ground heavily. Yu Tian was taken aback, rushing forward to help him up, urgently saying, Yangchen, get up. Don't do this. That I accept your apology. Please don't. Yu Tian grasped Yangchen's hand tightly, his gaze filled with sincerity. I accept your apology. Looking at his brother before him, Yu Tian felt a pang of sorrow. He gently patted Yangchen's shoulder, earnestly advising, the position of governor is not an easy one. That it may seem powerful and glorious, yet beneath the surface, there are hidden currents. One misstep, and you could find yourself mired in difficulties. I have worked hard to persuade the Lan family, giving the Yang family an opportunity. This time, the Lan family accepted the situation because of our past connections and my royal status. From now on, nothing can go wrong. That if there is another mistake, I'll be able to protect you. Yangchen looked up, tears glistening in his eyes, nodding as he choked out, Yu Tian, I understand. I will remember your words and will not make any more mistakes. I have already ordered the investigation into the Ice Spirit clan to resume, and I will do my utmost to handle it well. Yu Tian revealed a hint of a reassuring smile, patting Yangchen's back and pulling him back into the hall. All right, let us not dwell on this anymore. Let us go inside and have some tea. Just as they were about to enter, Lan Schwerer emerged from the hall, the family's majestic eagle perched proudly on her shoulder. Instructor Lin Xinghua has come to take you. It's time to leave. Schwerer, today is a joyous occasion. Shouldn't we stay a while longer? Yangchen attempted to persuade them. There is no time, she replied, pulling Yu Tian along as they headed towards the exit. Chapter 35. The Provocation of the Ho family. A slap in the face, Yu Tian and Lan Schwerer departed from the Yang family, preparing to return to the Lan family with Lin Xinghua to head to Tai Academy. As they stepped out of the Yang family's main gate, Ho Bonin, the sixth son of the Ho family, and Ho Sinwei, the third son, trailed closely behind with several family guards. Both wore unfriendly expressions, evidently prepared for confrontation. Yu Tian, Lan Schwerer, wait a moment. Ho Bonin's voice rang out behind them. Yu Tian and Lan Schwerer halted, turning to face them, with Yu Tian frowning slightly. He had previously encountered Ho Bonin in Crystal Song Forest, where Ho Bonin was accompanied by the talented Xiong In. Little did he expect their next encounter would be at the Yang family's handover ceremony. Ho Bonin sneered as he stepped forward, his gaze filled with derision. Young Master Yu, it has been rumored outside that you cheated during the Lingdong Temple examination, colluding with Lan Schwerer to secure first place. In exchange, you joined the Lan family to serve them. I wonder if there is any truth to this. Since the news of the Lingdong Temple examination had spread, many had expressed doubts about the results. Although Lan Schwerer had been grouped with Yu Tian, she had suddenly forfeited during the competition. While this was due to her recognizing Yu Tian as her opponent, outsiders believed it was a conspiracy between them. At that time, Yu Tian had concealed his identity using the false name Ren Xiaoan, leading many to suspect it was a cover-up for cheating. Yu Tian couldn't be bothered to engage with such rumors. His expression darkened as he coldly retorted, rumors cease with the wise. Ho Bonin, the leader of the Lingdong sect, has already announced the results. You remained silent then, and now you come to tell me this. Are you looking to provoke the royal family? With a royal title of 7th rank, Yu Tian had no reason to regard a mere Ho Bonin as a threat. Ho Bonin's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Who would dare offend the royal family? But tell me, young Master Yu, if a person were to commit murder, could they still inherit a royal title? Yu Tian recognized the veiled accusation regarding his previous encounter with Xiong and in Crystal Song Forest. Although Ho Bonin had fled first, he had indeed witnessed Xiongin, Ning Jilin, and Yu Tian together. The subsequent discovery of several members of the Xiong family's bodies had become public knowledge, but, surrounded by powerful soul beasts, The public believed they had perished due to a soul beast attack. By stating this, Ho Bonin was clearly insinuating that Xiong'an's death was not accidental, but rather Yution's hands. Ho Bonin continued with his mocking tone, "If you cannot prove your innocence, then there remains the possibility that you are guilty. Can you still maintain your royal title?" Understanding the threat behind Ho Bonin's words, Yution replied coldly, "Ho Bonin, since you say so, then please present your evidence. Otherwise, be careful that I don't have you charged with defamation." That a smug smile spread across Ho Bonin's face. "Evidence? Naturally, I have none. However, sometimes evidence is not important. What matters is what people choose to believe." Lan Shuer stepped forward, her eyes filled with icy derision. "I truly don't understand what you're so smug about. The Ho family didn't even have the courage to participate in the Lingdong temple examination. And here you're making a fuss?" Ho Sinwei's expression darkened with rage. "Lan Shuer, don't speak nonsense. Our Ho family simply didn't send anyone temporarily." Lan Shuer scoffed. "Temporarily? Or is it that your Ho family simply doesn't dare to participate? Afraid of losing face? It's true. Even if you participated, you wouldn't place. Better to stand aside and maintain appearances that a group of monkeys who can only talk big, scram." Ho Sinwei was infuriated by Lan Shuer's words, drawing his sword in a fit of rage, shouting, "You wretched girl, spewing nonsense here. Even if you participated, what difference would it make? You still surrendered. In 100 years of exams, you're the only one who is a surrendering faction. You really bring shame to the Lan family. Who are you calling a wretched girl? Mind your manners." Upon hearing someone insult Lan Shuer, Yution's face darkened with murderous intent, emanating an aura as chilling as death. The Ho family collectively took a step back in fear. Lan Shuer smirked disdainfully, then positioned herself behind Yution as a proud daughter of heaven, a student directly admitted to Tai Academy. "Would I care about such trivial victories? Would you like me to teach you what true strength is right now? Very well. Lan Shuer, how dare you mock the Ho family? Today, I will let you witness the might of the Ho family." With that, Ho Sinwei raised his hand, signaling for his attendants to remove his cloak, while 2 guards carried his serpent-headed, 9-curve spear, striking a grand pose. Lan Shuer, feeling pent up due to the earlier incident with Yang Mingtian, seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations. With a cold smile, she unsheathed her long sword without hesitation. "All right, Ho Sinwei, let me show you the true value of being directly admitted to Tai Academy." Ho Bonin's expression darkened, a flicker of concern flashing across his eyes. "Sinwei, be careful. Lan Shuer is not to be trifled with." Ho Sinwei snorted coldly. "I welcome the Lan family's teachings." Before he could finish, Ho Sinwei launched the first attack. Energy surged from his hand, enveloping the serpent-headed spear, which he thrust forward swiftly, striking towards Lan Shuer's chest like a venomous snake. Lan Shuer's eyes sharpened. She swiftly evaded the blow with grace. "Is that all? Take this," she shouted, unleashing a powerful strike. Wan Lan. Wind surge. Her longsword sliced through the air, creating a flurry of sword shadows that surged towards Ho Sinwei like a tempest. Ho Sinwei's expression changed as he hurriedly wielded his spear for defense. His spear danced through the air, attempting to block Lan Shuer's sword shadows, but each strike seemed to fall short of its mark. "Indeed, your swordsmanship is quite impressive, Lan Shuer, but do you think this is enough to defeat me?" Ho Sinwei gritted his teeth, a glint of viciousness in his eyes. Lan Shuer replied with a sneer, "All talk, no skill." As her words fell, Lan Shuer's swordsmanship became even more ferocious, weaving the sword shadows into an invisible net that enveloped Ho Sinwei. Feeling the pressure from Lan Shuer's onslaught, fear began to creep into Ho Sinwei's heart. He exerted all his strength to swing the spear, attempting to break free from the web of swords. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape Lan Shuer's attack. Serpent-headed 9 curves, break. Ho Sinwei let out a furious roar, and the spear in his hand suddenly erupted with a powerful spiritual energy, transforming into 9 snake-like shadows that lunged wildly at Lan Shuer. Lan Shuer's gaze sharpened as she calmly responded, "Wind control. Sudden assault." Her swordplay shifted once more, the sword shadows striking with the ferocity of a fierce storm. swiftly dispersing Ho Sin-wei's snake shadows and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Cold sweat beaded on Ho Sin-wei's forehead, and a flicker of despair welled up within him. How could Lan Shui'er be so formidable? At that moment, beside him, Ho Bonin seized the opportunity, quickly launching several concealed weapons towards Lan Shui'er. Completely focused on her battle with Ho Sin-wei, Lan Shui'er remained oblivious to Ho Bonin's sneak attack. In a critical moment, Yu Tian unleashed a burst of energy that sent the hidden weapons flying, the sharp clatter of metal falling echoing around them. A few darts landed, their tips still glistening with poison. Despicable, Yu Tian glared fiercely at Ho Bonin. Ho Bonin quickly averted his gaze, muttering, Who is shooting arrows from the shadows? The earlier burst of energy had indeed altered the trajectory of the darts, making it impossible to prove that Ho Bonin was the assailant. However, Yu Tian was acutely aware that it was he. Lan Shui'er turned to Yu Tian, a smile gracing her lips, feeling utterly reassured with him at her back. She then cast a cold glance at Ho Sin-wei, her face etched with disdain as she said, Ho Sin-wei, is that all you've got? With that, she swung her Lan wind control sword once more, unleashing a barrage of sword shadows that came cascading down like torrential rain. Ultimately, Ho Sin-wei's defenses crumbled, his spear swaying precariously under the relentless assault of Lan Shui'er's sword shadows, nearly slipping from his grasp. Lan Shui'er, don't get too smug. I will not be defeated by you. Ho Sin-wei gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to wield the spear in a desperate final attempt. Lan Shui'er let out a cold laugh, her sword accelerating sharply. Ho Sin-wei, you have already lost. The sword traced a graceful arc in the air, striking Ho Sin-wei's spear with precision, sending it hurtling away. Without his weapon, Ho Sin-wei lost his balance, staggering backward and collapsing to the ground. Ironically, the spear spun through the air before landing right next to Yu Tian, who caught it effortlessly. Stripped of his weapon and armor, Ho Sin-wei was left without any hope of turning the tide. Lan Shui'er swiftly approached, her sword poised at Ho Sin-wei's throat. Ho Sin-wei, what do you still wish to say? Ho Sin-wei clenched his jaw tightly, his heart brimming with resentment and fury. Lan Shui'er. A wicked smile spread across Lan Shui'er's face as she pressed the blade closer to his throat. Lan Shui'er, what are you planning? Are you going to harm my third brother? Ho Bonin, seeing the sword aimed at Ho Sin-wei, shouted anxiously, rushing forward in an attempt to intervene. Yet Yu Tian unleashed another surge of energy, blocking Ho Bonin's path with his saintly heaven's fall. Wasn't it agreed upon to have a fair duel? Why must it be 2 against 1? Feeling the cold steel against him, Ho Sin-wei became acutely aware of the pulsing of his own arteries. His complexion turned ashen, terror and despair flooding his eyes. Lowering his head, his voice tinged with humiliation, he admitted, Lan Shui'er, I do not be timid. If they truly have the audacity to bully you, retaliate fiercely. If it comes to it, make it count. I've long found that little enchantress, Zun, to be intolerable. Every day she calls someone brother so sweetly it makes the dean itch with annoyance. And that Shangin, all he does is put on airs. His teaching isn't about helping students comprehend. It's merely about making them understand. If the students can grasp it on their own, what need is there for him? Utterly ridiculous. As she voiced her grievances, a lively exchange ensued between her and Lan Yue, their words flowing like fire. The joy shared among women is often incomprehensible to man. Yue Tian wandered to a nearby waterfall, lost in thoughts of that empress, Yun from the imperial realm, who knows what tie she has with Lu Rian. He could only hope she wouldn't recognize him. All he wishes is to protect Lan Yue, cherishing the beauty before him. As for other matters, he would not dwell on them. There was no luxury in such thoughts. Only by striving to grow stronger could he safeguard his beloved and remain unyielding in tumultuous times. Hey, are you thirsty? Lan Yue approached, teasingly inquiring QM. A bit. Alcohol doesn't quench thirst. It only makes one thirstier. Where do you feel thirsty? Where else could it be? You're not suggesting. I'm thinking of some little sweetheart, are you? Actually, I was thinking of you, my childhood friend. At Yue Tian's face flushed crimson. Who could withstand such flirtation? Oh, feeling shy. My dear is shy too. Lan Yue burst into laughter, playfully tugging Yue Tian. Under the influence of alcohol, she cast aside her refined demeanor and boldly moved closer to Shui'er. You've had too much to drink. Wetian supported her, intending to guide her back to the pavilion. I haven't drunk too much. You're the one who is dazed. I'm not dazed. Even if I were, I wouldn't be as foolishly dazed as you, she retorted, playfully punching Wetian. Your wife is so beautiful. So exceptional, a true daughter of heaven. Why are you so passive? Can't you muster the courage to express your feelings? What is this? Playing mysterious with me. I have a house. I have money. All that's missing is your confession. How long have I waited? I started waiting at 6 years old. It's been over 100 years. Have you gone mute? Over 100 years? I suppose I've had my fill of drink. Whereas Mentor Lin Qingwei? Oh, she has passed out. Poor drinker, yet loves to indulge. Unlike me, I can drink and take it. She patted her chest, her soft curves swaying out. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry and marry your wife. If you delay any longer, she won't be called your wife anymore, but your old companion. Ugh. Yuetian wished to remain in this blissful state with Lan Yue. Yet, reality forbade it. The Tai Academy was fraught with peril, and the young Wuxin family bore an irreconcilable feud with them. With not even a half-relative left, facing life and death uncertainties, how could he burden his beloved? He could only bury this love deep within his heart, hoping that one day he could establish himself in the world and protect his beloved before daring to embrace her. The next day, the two awoke from their drunken slumber, slowly rising, their heads spinning from the indulgence of the previous day. As the Luogue advanced, a continuous range of mountains gradually came into view. Those mountains, shrouded in a sea of clouds, appeared as if they were part of an exquisite painting. Luogue descended gently, bringing them into the realm of Tai Academy. Tai Academy, nestled among the rolling mountains, exuded a grand atmosphere. The architecture was ancient and elegant, harmoniously interspersed among the peaks, imbued with an aura of antiquity and vitality. Cascading waterfalls and flowing springs added to the ethereal ambience, resembling a realm of immortals. This is Tai Academy, Lin Qingyue said, pride evident in her gaze. This place is a dream for countless cultivators, and it will be your sanctum for future cultivation. Yuetian and Lan Yue stood on the back of Luoge, gazing at the entirety of Tai Academy. Nature's artistry melded effortlessly with human creation, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Master, this place is truly magnificent. It feels like entering a fairyland, Lan Yue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. What is this? You haven't seen the environments of our celestial realm yet. Only then can it be deemed immortal, as Luoge docked a few koi fish soared from the distant mountains, with bodies of fish yet wings like birds. Their calls echoed like that of mandarin ducks, harmonizing with the waves in the air. What's this? Yuetian inquired softly. Flying fish? These are called Ingyu. They're auspicious beings, bringing rain and dew. Qingwei. What is that? Lan Yue pointed to a strange, single-legged crane in the distance, which had red markings and a blue body with a striking white beak. That is a bifong, a type of bird. They're also auspicious, bringing warmth to the four seasons. Understood, everything we see here is auspicious. Lin Qingyue smiled slightly, signaling for the two to follow her down from Luogue. Let us go. We've arrived at my territory. Chapter 37. Looking for trouble? Looking for death? Lin Qingyue led Yuetian and Lan Yue to Lin Xianshan, her exclusive domain within Tai Academy. The environment here was serene and rich in spiritual energy, an ideal location for cultivation. The two settled in, with Lan Yue and Lin Qingyue sharing a spacious room while Yuetian occupied a side chamber next door. Upon entering the side chamber, Yuetian was taken aback by the mountain of clutter within, resembling a landfill. Kid, I'm taking Shui to explore the canyon. You better clean up your place before I return, or I'll expect it to be spotless. Yuetian chuckled wryly, surprised that someone as beautiful as Lin Qingyue could be so untidy. After a lengthy endeavor, he unearthed an ancient dictionary, quietly examining the definitions of each cuneiform character. Yuetian recalled the Dragon Clan ancient text he had discovered with Lan Yue in the Dragoness Abyss. Perhaps translating it word by word could unlock the secrets of that ancient text and enable him to cultivate the Dragon Clan's techniques. After securing the ancient text, he also found a textbook from Tai Academy. It turned out that Tai Academy was established across multiple realms, founded by the Four Realms to combat the demon and monster realms. It is one of the three major academies of the Nine Realms, alongside Chiman Academy and Lurin Academy. The Four Realms include the Celestial Realm, the Imperial Realm, the Holy Realm, and the Divine Realm. Each realm, including the Mortal Realm, has its own Tai Academy. Each generation sends mentors to the Mortal Realm to teach and cultivate talent to resist the demon and monster realms. Lin Qingyue is one such mentor dispatched from the Celestial Realm. Also sent were Shangin from the Divine Realm and Ziyun from the Imperial Realm, while the mentor from the Holy Realm was not mentioned. The textbook did not provide detailed descriptions of otherworldly academies, only that entry to higher realms requires rigorous selection and mentorship. The Mortal Realms Academy is situated within the Lingyun Secret Realm, spanning across four major regions: Tianqiong Longyuan, Xianyun Rift, and Zhueji Magic Gorge. Within the academy, there are many internal divisions, resembling a comprehensive university with structure and governance. Hastily finishing his cleanup, Yuetian quickly retrieved the ancient dictionary, translating it word by word. The first line read, "By the grace of the ancient glorious ancestral dragon." The descendants of the dragon clan have compiled a genealogy of the myriad. Could it be this isn't a cultivation technique, but a genealogy? The following morning, Lan Yue and Lin Qingyue set out to gather herbs in Lin Xinshan's forest, where many precious spiritual herbs only emerged at dawn, that if they delayed, they might either escape or become prey to spiritual beasts. With no habit of sleeping in, Yuetian practiced sword techniques alone in the courtyard. Wholly absorbed in his training, suddenly, a commotion in the distance shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. "Yuetian, come out," an enraged voice called from outside. Yuetian paused his practice, frowning as he walked toward the entrance. A group stood outside, led by a young man with a defiant expression, his eyes brimming with provocation and anger. Behind him, a throng of disciples radiated hostility. "Who are you?" Yuetian asked coldly. The young man beside him sneered, replying, "I am Yuetian, a disciple of Mentor Shangin. This is my senior brother, Wuji. Hurry and kneel to greet your senior." Hearing such an outrageous demand, Yuetian merely scoffed. "Are you both out of your minds? Presumptuous! We heard that your Lanjia insulted our Yu family at the Lingdong Hall, colluding with the Yang family to target Yangwushan. How dare you show your face at Tai Academy to cultivate? You dog, Yuetian, the Yu family raised you for so many years, only for you to serve the Lanjia like a dog. What a disgrace! Today I shall act as Heaven's hand." The leading young man grinned mockingly. His eyes filled with disdain. "Yuetian, I've heard you're quite formidable. I truly wish to see how capable this second disciple of Lin Qingyue is." Yuetian's gaze turned icy, a surge of anger swelling within him. "It seems you seek death." Just as the words left his lips, a disciple behind Yuetian rushed forward, swinging his fist at him. Yuetian coldly snorted, swiftly dodging the attack, that in an instant, he retaliated, striking the disciple squarely in the chest, sending him flying. "Seeking death," Yuetian said coldly, his eyes glinting with frost. Seeing this, Yuetian's expression changed, and he bellowed, "What are you all standing there for? Attack!" In an instant, the disciples behind Yushan surged towards Yuetian with fierce determination, clearly intent on subduing him in one fell swoop. Yuetian maintained a calm gaze as he swiftly drew his long sword, its glimmer cutting through the air like a shooting star. "Come forth, let me witness the true prowess of your celestial disciples," he bellowed, charging into battle. His form moved like the wind, and his swordplay was ferocious, unleashing waves of sword chi. The disciples were utterly incapable of withstanding his onslaught. Falling one by one to the ground, Yuetian's swordsmanship grew increasingly formidable. The sword chi fell upon them like a torrential downpour. "Is this truly your strength? Surely not. Is this the might of the celestial realm?" Yuetian scoffed, his eyes reflecting disdain. Yushan's face turned ashen, his heart ablaze with fury. He had not anticipated Yuetian's power to be so overwhelming, leaving him feeling both ashamed and furious. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the meteor-shattering hammer, roaring, "Yuetian, I shall confront you." With wild swings of the hammer, spiritual energy surged forth, slicing through the air with a haunting resonance. Yuetian let out a cold snort, his holy celestial falling sword radiating brilliance as it met Yushan's assault. The clash of their weapons echoed through the courtyard, the potent waves of spiritual energy causing the trees to tremble violently. The intertwining of sword light and hammer shadow filled the air with a cacophony of fierce collisions. Yu Tian's offensive grew more relentless, while Yu Shan's movements began to betray signs of fatigue. Yu Tian, you are no match for me, Yu Shan roared, swinging the meteor-shattering hammer towards Yu Tian's chest. With a swift movement, Yu Tian evaded the strike and countered with a blade that sent Yu Shan's weapon flying. He then delivered a powerful kick to Yu Shan's chest. Pathetic. Yu Shan was forced back several steps, his complexion paling further. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, he realized he could no longer continue the fight. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Yu Tian. Just you wait. One day, I will make you pay. At that moment, Wu Xian, unable to bear it any longer, prepared to intervene. Just then, Lin Xingyue and Lan Shuer rushed back from afar. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xingyue's expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Stop!" Wu Xian halted, casting a frosty gaze at Lin Xingyue. "Instructor Lin, your arrival is timely. Yu Tian has deceived you for far too long. We are about to expose his true nature to prevent you from being further misled." Lin Xingyue stepped forward, her gaze piercing as she regarded Wu Xian and Yu Shan. "Enough with your nonsense. Lin Xianshan is not a place for you to run amok." Hearing this, Lan Shuer hurriedly approached, her face etched with concern. "Yu Tian, are you all right?" she asked with genuine worry, scanning him for injuries that moment. Wu Xian, filled with rage, pointed at Yu Tian and Lan Shuer, his voice dripping with animosity. "You from the Lan family are colluding with Yu Tian to deceive Instructor Lin, that you've taken advantage of the chaos to infiltrate Tai Academy. Today, I will cleanse the ranks and rid us of these treacherous individuals." Lin Xingyue's expression shifted, and a powerful aura erupted from her, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare on Wu Xian. "Wu Xian, if you do not leave now, you shall find it impossible to depart." Sensing Lin Xingyue's formidable presence, Wu Xian's face paled slightly, yet he did not relent, his eyes flickering with defiance and rage. At this critical juncture, the mentor Shangan from the celestial realm emerged, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, tinged with mockery. "Lin Xingyue, your temper remains as fiery as ever, hardly befitting a lady." Lin Xingyue coldly snorted, her eyes filled with derision. "Shangan, you cannot even manage your own disciples and yet dare to speak. Oh, I see. Your disciples are so inept that it's no wonder you are disinclined to intervene. How utterly disgraceful. To think that the celestial realm, with its numerical advantage, has been bested one by Yu Tian. This is a slap in the face to your realm." Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Xingyue, Shangan scoffed. "My disciples do not require your guidance. Lin Xingyue, you would do well to keep a close watch on your disciples, should they harm another and lead to a fatal incident." "I, Shangan, shall show no mercy." Lin Xingyue's eyes blazed with intensity as she coldly replied. "What? Would you care to test that now?" With that, Lin Xingyue unleashed a surge of celestial energy, her spiritual power radiating from her like silken strands. The force of her aura was strikingly unique. It lacked overwhelming intimidation, yet suffocated those around her with its sheer presence. Gentle yet unyielding, it seemed capable of snuffing out the life of anyone before her at a moment's notice. Lan Shuer regarded Shangan with a cold stare, her voice laced with mockery. "Xingyue, perhaps we should let this matter rest. One must consider the face of others. We cannot afford to disregard their dignity." Shangan's expression turned grim as he chastised Wu Xian and the other disciples. "Incompetence! Have I taught you all these years for naught? Is your progress so abysmal that you cannot even defeat a mere mortal? Master, you always tell us to seek enlightenment. How could we comprehend what that truly means? Our lack of progress cannot solely be laid at my feet. Preposterous!" Shangan roared, his fists clenched, golden flames of divine power erupting around him. A spectacle unique to the celestial realm, drawing attention with its brilliance. "I bid you farewell." With a flick of his sleeve, he departed that moment. Yu Tian once again heard the familiar whisper in his ear. Such a prodigy, always showing restraint. Why not eliminate Yu Shan? With Lin Xingyue backing you, what is there to fear? Moreover, you and Yu Shan have long harbored a bitter enmity. Killing him is but a matter of time. "Who are you?" Yu Tian exclaimed in terror, scanning his surroundings, finding no one present. Lan Shuer, noticing Yu Tian's dazed expression, hurriedly inquired if he was unwell. Didn't know. Nothing's wrong. The familiar whisper continued. It seems I have stoked the flames for you. Chapter 38. The Evil Dragon of the Spirit Realm. The remnants as night fell. Yu Tian quietly practiced in his room. His heart brimmed with confusion and unease, his mind replaying the events of the day, particularly the haunting whispers that filled him with dread. Suddenly, he faintly heard a soft sound from outside the door. Who is it? Yu Tian asked in a low voice, his eyes tinged with wariness. No one answered. Only the sound of faint footsteps drew closer. Yu Tian's heart raced, swiftly drawing his long sword, readying himself for combat. The door was suddenly flung open, and several figures rushed in. Even in the darkness, the murderous intent permeating the air was palpable. Clearly, they had come with ill intentions. With a swift draw, the holy celestial falling sword met the night, the clash of metal-producing sparks that lit up the darkness. The sounds of fierce battle reverberated throughout the room. Who are you? Yu Tian demanded, his gaze filled with fury. The assailants offered no response, only intensifying their assault on Yu Tian. Disperse, with a decisive strike. The last of the foes fell, and the room returned to a brief calm. Yu Tian ignited the lights in the room, his cold gaze sweeping over the fallen adversaries. His eyes fell upon one face in particular, and his heart jolted. Yushan? Yushan lay on the ground, blood staining the floor, mumbling repeatedly, I must prove myself. I must prove myself. Lan Shuer, hearing the commotion, rushed in wearing a sheer nightgown, brandishing her sword. What happened? What is going on? Upon seeing Lan Shuer in such a revealing outfit, Yu Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to meet her gaze, stammering, he replied, Shuer, I'm fine, you say? Who are these people? What do they want? How did they end up here? Why is your face so red? Are you injured? Before Yu Tian could respond, a black silk scarf flew in from outside, wrapping around his face and obscuring his vision. Then came Lin Qingyue's voice, calm and commanding. All right. Now that Yu Tian's injuries are healed, explain the situation. You burst in here and started killing. Am I to blame for this? Yu Tian took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Master, I was merely resting in my room when I suddenly heard a commotion. Then a few individuals charged in to ambush me, and in the chaos, I ended up slaying them, only to find that one of them was Yushan. Lin Qingyue's eyes flickered with coldness, her voice sharp. So, Yu Tian, how many enemies have you made? Have you come here to face judgment? Qingyue, how can you say that? Clearly, Yu Tian is innocent. Dear sister, your figure is so alluring that I cannot help but be captivated. Please, return and change into some proper attire. Seizing the moment while Lan Shuer left the room, Lin Qingyue snapped her fingers, removing the black scarf with a perplexed expression. How could Yushan be so reckless? This is clearly suspicious. With a scrutinizing gaze, she turned to Yu Tian. Yu Tian, while Lan Shuer is away, I have something to ask you. Yu Tian paused momentarily but nodded, as if I were the one with issues. Go ahead. Are you concealing something from me? Yu Tian was taken aback, hastily shaking his head. No, Lin Qingyue's expression turned icy as she scrutinized him. You must tell me everything. What transpired today that left you so troubled? Speak. What could there be? I am not particularly troubled. It's just that since I absorbed that golden seal, I seem to hear a voice whispering to me, urging me to indulge in reckless actions. Lin Qingyue furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of concern flickering in her gaze. Is it because you are becoming increasingly rebellious and restless? Yu Tian managed a bitter smile and nodded, perhaps. Lin Qingyue pondered for a moment before retrieving a pill from her bosom and handing it to Yu Tian. This is a soul transformation pill. Take it before bed tonight and recount to me everything you dream of upon waking. Gratefully, Yu Tian accepted the pill. All right, at that moment, Lan Shuer pushed the door open and, seeing Lin Qingyue standing with Yu Tian, wore a worried expression. Qingyue, Yu Tian, what on earth is happening here? Lin Qingyue offered a faint smile and patted Lan Shuer's shoulder. That it's nothing, Shuer, that I will handle it. Don't ask too many questions. Go back and rest. Tomorrow, accompany me to the mountain stream to continue practicing our sword techniques. After saying this, Lin Qingyue walked to the door, turning to Yu Tian. Yu Tian, you will sleep in the study next door tonight, Do not disturb the situation here. Lan Shuer's expression shifted, unease settling in. Qingwei, with so many people coming to assassinate Yu Tian in the dead of night, how can we rest easy? This Yu Mountain harbors ill intentions. We must confront Jin for an explanation. Lin Qingwei smiled gently to reassure her. Shuer, I will take care of it. I will activate the barrier tonight. It will be very safe here. You all should rest for now. Trust your master. It is late. We can discuss matters further tomorrow. Yu Tian turned and walked towards the adjacent study. Lan Shuer watched his retreating figure, her heart brimming with anxiety and concern. She was aware that Yu Tian had been troubled for some time, yet she could not discern the source of his worries. Shuer, do not fret. Yu Tian will be fine. Lin Qingwei stepped forward and gently patted Lan Shuer's shoulder. Lan Shuer nodded, but her gaze lingered in the direction Yu Tian had departed. Master, do you truly believe this will resolve the issue? Lin Qingwei's eyes were resolute, her voice imbued with confidence. Shuer, the barrier will protect us tonight. No one can easily enter. You need only rest well, and tomorrow I shall have a plan. As night deepened, Yu Tian lay upon the bed in the study, reflecting on the events of the day. Clutching the soul transformation pill Lin Qingwei had given him, he was apprehensive about the potential consequences of consuming it. Well, she has no reason to harm me, Yu Tian murmured to himself before swallowing the pill. The effects of the medicine swiftly took hold. A refreshing sensation coursed through his body, and the murmurs in his ears gradually faded. Allowing his mind to settle, the effects of the soul transformation pill manifested. Suddenly, a familiar voice once again whispered in his ear, "You just eat when I tell you to? Why so obedient?" A man should have some backbone. Startled, Yu Tian opened his eyes wide and scanned the surroundings, only to find a dragon emanating a murky green glow hovering before him. The dragon was massive, its scales appearing corroded, and its eyes glinted with malevolence. "Who are you?" Yu Tian exclaimed, his body tensing as he instinctively gripped his sword tighter. The dragon sneered, its voice deep and menacing. "Who am I? I'm the remnant of the Spirit Realm's Dragon King, here to assist you in your quest for vengeance." Yu Tian was skeptical, his gaze clouded with confusion. "Help me with revenge? Why?" The remnants of the dragon's eyes flickered with resentment. "Because I, too, despise the wretched scions of the Yu family. Our fates align. We have both been betrayed by our families. Accept my power, and you shall effortlessly break through several levels of cultivation to return and exact your revenge upon the Yu clan." Yu Tian's brow furrowed, a sense of caution creeping in. And what is the price? Years of living under someone else's roof had made him perceptive. He understood that no one would assist another without a reason, unless it was a transaction of sorts. The remnant grinned slyly, its voice laced with temptation. "The cost is simple. You must aid me in avenging my enemies. Of course, with my power at your disposal. Eliminating them will be a mere trifle." A surge of conflicting emotions washed over Yu Tian. He recognized the allure of the opportunity before him, yet he was acutely aware of the greater dangers lurking beneath. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely shook his head. "No, I have pledged myself to my master, Lin Qingwei. She will guide my growth. Besides, you have been following me. You should also know that the Yang family will protect me against the Yu family. As long as I diligently train, it is only a matter of time before I defeat them." A glimmer of fury crossed the remnant's gaze, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. "Refusing me is a grave mistake. Yu Mountain has been stirred to bloodlust by my instigation. If you do not cooperate, your path ahead will be fraught with challenges." Yu Tian fixed a cold stare upon the remnant. "Are you threatening me? I caution you to make the right choice." The remnant narrowed its eyes, speaking icily. "Thank you for your recognition, remnant of the Spirit Realm's Dragon King. However, I have my own path to tread," with a disdainful snort. The remnant's eyes glinted with frost. "What a pity. You will regret this. That I hope you live long enough to witness the fruition of my revenge plan." With that, the remnant's form gradually dissolved into the darkness. Yu Tian's heartbeat began to steady. Upon opening his eyes again, it was already the dawn of a new day. He found Lin Qingwei and Lan Shuer staring at him intently, their expressions fixed in concern. Startled by the sight, Yu Tian exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Lan Shuer was the first to speak, urgency lacing her voice. "Yu Tian, tell us quickly, what did you see?" Hesitating, Yu Tian glanced at Lin Qingwei, who nodded. Yes, I informed Schwer about your situation this morning. Speak freely. Otherwise, Schwer will only worry to I end chapter 39, the whispers in my ear. Harmless yet annoying. Yu Tian recounted the visions he had experienced the previous night. Lin Xinghua fell into silence for a moment before slowly articulating. The remnant you mentioned is the evil dragon of the spirit realm, previously suppressed and sealed by the combined forces of the imperial realm. Celestial realm and sacred realm, it appears the remnant has broken free from its seal and returned. Yu Tian's brow knitted with unease upon hearing this. Master, what exactly is the spirit realm? Why was the remnant sealed by all three realms? Lin Xinghua's gaze revealed complex emotions as she explained. The spirit realm is an extraordinarily unique existence, neither demon nor ghost, lacking a physical form, consisting solely of pure souls and spiritual states. The powers of the spirit realm are quite peculiar. They resemble the monsters among demons and ghosts, yet they are far more formidable. Lan Schwer inquired with curiosity, just how powerful is the force of the spirit realm? Why did it require the combined might of the three realms to suppress the remnant? Lin Xinghua nodded, continuing, the spiritual energy of the spirit realm is exceptionally unique, rendering conventional spells and powers ineffective against it. Only the true energy of the sacred realm can effectively suppress the powers of the spirit realm. However, the sacred realm's mentor, Hong Ying, from Tai Academy, has gone missing, leaving us temporarily unable to restrain the remnant's movements. Yu Tian's heart sank with worry. What should we do? If the remnant truly reemerges, won't we be utterly defenseless? Not necessarily, Lin Xinghua replied, her expression slightly more at ease. For now, there is no need to fear the remnant posing a threat. The spirit realm lacks a physical presence, unless it finds a host to inhabit. It can only whisper like a fly in our ears, unable to pose any substantial threat to us. Yu Tian exhaled in relief, yet a lingering unease remained. Master, what are our next steps? Lin Xinghua rose, stretching her limbs as she sighed, that I need to attend a meeting at Tai Academy. The spirit realm has breached its seal. This is a significant matter, and we need to discuss countermeasures that I ask for you Mountain and its associates. She remarked with a cold smile, I will take the blame for their demise to prevent any trouble from befalling you. Upon hearing that Yu Tian would be safeguarded, Lan Schwer's face brightened with joy. That's wonderful. Lin Xinghua, observing her reaction, sighed in disbelief. Indeed, such a plastic sisterhood. Sisters are merely scapegoats in the presence of a beloved with a bitter smile and a glint of helplessness in her eyes. She added, such a good Lan Schwer, truly a thankless wretch, always turning her elbows outward. Lan Schwer grinned playfully. Those with abilities should work harder. The wise should worry more. Xinghua, just bear with it. Lin Xinghua shook her head in resignation. I truly have no way with you two to very well. I will attend the meeting at the academy. You both must be vigilant. Yu Tian, no matter what the remnant whispers in your ear, he is only seeking to corrupt your mind. Do not fall into his trap. At that moment, Yu Tian heard the remnant's voice whispering in his ear, relying on women for protection. How disgraceful. You would be better off accepting my power and helping to eradicate this chaotic world. Achieving peace for all. Yu Tian's brow furrowed, irritation swelling within him as he vigorously shook his head, trying to expel the remnant's voice from his mind. Lan Schwer noticed Yu Tian's distress and asked with concern. Yu Tian, taking a deep breath, Yu Tian forced a smile, that he's speaking again, that it's nothing. Lin Xinghua cast a worried glance at Yu Tian before remaining silent and turning to leave. After all, notifying the other members of the academy was of utmost importance. Just then, the remnant's voice echoed once more in Yu Tian's ear. Yu Tian, do you truly believe you can defeat me with these people? What celestial realm? What divine realm? They are merely humans. I am the king of dragons, the immortal remnant of the spirit realm. Will you simply watch as this chaotic world harms countless lives, regardless of the consequences? Those capable must bear the burden. Your talents are extraordinary. You should take charge of the welfare of the world. A chill ran through Yu Tian's heart as he vigorously shook his head, resolutely declaring, Leave me be. Keep your distance. What a pity. The lives of countless beings lie within your grasp. So many souls could be spared from suffering. Yet you choose to remain a passive observer. You could have saved them. Silence. Cease this moral coercion. As the news spread, Tai Academy convened an urgent meeting, the atmosphere charged with anxiety over the menace of the evil dragon. Yu Tian and Lan Shuer sat calmly in the courtyard, practicing their cultivation, striving to maintain tranquility. However, this serene ambience was swiftly shattered. Alas, such a magnificent talent, yet so feeble. The remnant's voice echoed once more in Yu Tian's ears, laced with mockery and temptation. Yu Tian frowned slightly. A wave of irritation surged within him, yet he endeavored to remain composed, refusing to be swayed. The remnants continued their insidious whispering, their voice seemingly omnipresent, striking directly at Yu Tian's heart. Indifferent to the world, indulgent towards the Yu family. Do you know what the Yu family is currently plotting? They are amassing power to dismantle the Lan family. Yu Tian forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, coldly retorting, "Do not deceive me. How could you possibly know about the Yu family?" The remnants sneered, a hint of satisfaction in their tone. The spirit realm can shift in an instant. A distance of hundreds of miles can be traversed with but a thought. You can go wherever you desire. Lacking a physical form, it is far more liberating than this mundane world. Yu Tian's heart jolted, realizing the remnant's words might bear truth. Yet he remained unwilling to believe. "Your words are merely an attempt to incite me." The remnant's voice grew even more beguiling. "I've gone to such lengths to assist you. Will you merely stand by and watch the Lan family be destroyed? Will you watch Lan Shuer lose her father, consumed by grief?" A jolt of realization hit Yu Tian, as if the defenses of his heart had been shaken for an instant. Just as he attempted to counter, he felt his mind spiral, a sharp pain in his chest, and suddenly he coughed up blood. Lan Shuer, witnessing this, rushed forward in a panic, supporting Yu Tian, her voice thick with urgency. "Yu Tian, what has happened to you?" Yu Tian's face turned pale as he forced a smile. "It's nothing, just a momentary lapse." Concern flooded Lan Shuer's eyes, her voice trembling. "How could you suddenly lose control? Did you hear something just now?" Yu Tian nodded, a complex glimmer in his gaze. "It was the remnants. They whispered to me, trying to corrupt my mind." Anger and unease filled Lan Shuer's eyes. "That wretched creature. Its torment of you is a clear indication of its desire to exploit your extraordinary talents." Enraged, she pointed at the heavens and shouted, "You scoundrel! You torment Yu Tian, if you have any guts. Come at me." Yu Tian, witnessing Lan Shuer's adorable fury, couldn't help but smile with happiness. This was indeed the best way to cope with the situation. Yet the remnants continued their whispers. "Look how delightful she is. Can you bear to see her in tears? Can you bear to see her lose her father and become homeless? A girl so delicately protected, shall she be doomed by your cowardice? What a pity." Doubt began to creep into Yu Tian's heart. What if the remnants spoke the truth? He certainly wasn't strong enough. However, upon reflection, the remnants were the ultimate villain. "Damn it, cease your harassment. Allow me to cultivate and elevate my realm in peace. Do not pretend to be virtuous while engaging in deceit." The remnants smirked wickedly, their voice dripping with mockery. "Time waits for no one. In the central continent, Yang family, did I it true? Did Lan Shuer really once harbor deep feelings for me?" Yang Chen asked incredulously. "Of course. Have you forgotten who you are? You are the scion of the Yang family, born into nobility, gifted beyond compare in this era. Who else could break through to the Shura realm within a year? Even Yu Tian cannot achieve that." The remnant's voice pierced Yang Chen's heart like daggers. "Yang Chen, can you truly bear to watch the girl you love smile at another man?" "No. You speak nonsense. Who are you?" The remnant spoke again, laced with derision. "I am merely a benefactor willing to assist you. Yang Chen, do you not know that Lan Shuer secretly harbors feelings for you? Why do you hesitate to accept it?" Yang Chen's brow furrowed, confusion and unease flooding his heart. "You are lying. Lan Shuer has always loved Yu Tian. How could she possibly like me?" The voice scoffed. "Did you not notice? Lan Shuer is always concerned for your safety. Always smiling at you. She merely thinks you lack masculinity because you constantly follow Yu Tian." Doubt began to infiltrate Yang Chen's heart as he recalled Lan Shuer's concern and smiles. A complex emotion surging within him that he murmured softly. "Does she really like me? But she has never said so." The voice continued to seduce. "Of course she wouldn't say it outright. She is waiting for you to take the initiative. Yang Chen, did you not realize? The reason Lan Shuer and Yu Tian have never been together is that she is waiting for you. Yang Chen's countenance darkened, the doubt and unease within him transforming into anger and jealousy. He clenched his fists, his voice low. But Yu Tian is my friend. I cannot betray him. The voice coldly laughed. Friendship? What is friendship in the face of love? Can you bear to watch Lan Shuer and Yu Tian together for the rest of your life? Do you not wish to fight for yourself? Yang Chen's heart began to wrestle violently, his gaze flashing with hesitation and pain. He knew he loved Lan Shuer, but he also recognized Yu Tian as his friend. Moreover, Yu Tian had extended mercy to his father. Yang Ming Tian. This inner conflict tormented Yang Chen. I don't know. Just leave me be. Stop bothering me with that. Yang Chen angrily smashed the teacup on the table, his voice filled with anguish and struggle. What a pity. What a pity. The pair of Mandarin ducks have missed their chance. Chapter 40. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere at Tai Academy was exceptionally tense. As the spirit realm breached its seals and the disappearance of Master Hong Ying from the sacred realm cast a shadow over the academy, plunging it into a state of high alert. The disciples within the academy stood on edge, wary of any sudden changes. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Yu Tian faced an entirely different, yet equally insidious pressure. Yu Tian's heart grew increasingly anxious, as the whispers of the remnants never ceased. For 2 weeks, the remnants incessantly murmured in Yu Tian's ear, attempting to undermine his resolve. During cultivation, Yu Tian, do you know? The Yu family is amassing power to bring down the Lan family. The remnant's voice dripped with mockery and provocation. Yu Tian frowned in rebuttal. Go away. Remnants, I will not be swayed by you. The Lan family has its own strength. They will not be easily toppled. Flipping through the dictionary. The Lan family is in grave danger. Are you truly unconcerned? The remnants continued to incite, their voice filled with temptation. The Lan family has Lan Ling and their connections, plus they have Mentor Lin Xinhua backing them. They are quite secure. Yu Tian's brow furrowed tightly. Though he maintained a tough exterior, his inner resolve began to waver. Each of the remnant's words felt like a sharp blade, cutting into his heart, leaving him in anguish and anxiety that he involuntarily began to lose focus. At mealtime, the Ho family has made moves again. You must be wary of Yang Chen. He may betray you. The remnant's voice turned icy, seeking to sow more doubt. Yu Tian's brow furrowed, anxiety flooding his heart. Stop with the instigation. Yang Chen is my friend. He would never betray me. Friend. How long can friendship last in the face of power and profit? The remnant sneered. Are you truly certain that the Lan family will not use you as a tool? Doubt crept into Yu Tian's heart as he struggled to calm himself, retorting. The Lan family would not act that way. They have always protected me. That a tightness gripped Yu Tian's heart as the remnant's words echoed in his mind, making it difficult for him to concentrate. His mood grew increasingly restless, his appetite vanished. Each night, Yu Tian found it hard to sleep. The remnant's whispers and taunts filling his ears. He attempted to ignore the voices, but they clung to him like specters, rendering him restless. Yu Tian, if you continue like this, you will only entrap yourself further. Accept my power, and together we can cleanse this chaotic world. The remnant's voice was laden with temptation and seduction. Yu Tian shook his head vigorously, fatigue and helplessness seeping into his voice. Be quiet. I want to sleep. Remnants, I will not accept your power. I have my own path to tread. Go far away. Thank you. Sleepless nights began, tossing and turning. The remnants whispered once more. Yu Tian, do you truly believe that the Lan family will always stand by your side? They may merely be using you, and when you are no longer of value, they will discard you without hesitation. People possess beliefs. Not everyone is willing to resort to unscrupulous means to grow stronger. People, the remnants scoffed. Beliefs? Pathways? Can these ephemeral concepts help you realize your dreams? Can they protect those you love? As time wore on, Yu Tian's mental state deteriorated further. The mind gradually succumbs to corruption. On this day, Lin Xinhua led Yu Tian and Lan Shuer to Lin Xian to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yu Tian, Shuer, I must enter seclusion with the other mentors to collectively unlock the gates of the sacred realm. This will require 3 days. During this time, I will take my leave. Lin Xian Mountain has already established a barrier, preventing anyone from entering. You two should focus on your cultivation and avoid causing any trouble. Lan Shuer nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Qinghua, we won't go anywhere. However, Tian did not immediately respond, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. The words of the remnants echoed persistently in his mind. The Yu family is gathering strength, intending to attack the Yang and Lan families under the guise of protection. Such information coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, rendering him restless. He recalled the message from last week when Yang Chen mentioned in a letter via a spirit beast that his investigation into the Ice Spirit clan had made no progress. The Yu family had been covertly obstructing the investigation, and the Ho family, as the wealthiest clan in Zhongzhou, seemed to have colluded with the Yu family. The instability of the situation in Zhongzhou intensified Yu Tian's unease. Lin Qingwen noticed Yu Tian's unusual demeanor and smiled gently, her tone laced with concern. Yu Tian, do you have something on your mind? After a moment of hesitation, Yu Tian finally decided to voice his worries. Master, the situation in Zhongzhou has been unstable lately. It seems the Yu family is scheming something in secret that I fear they may pose a threat to the Yang and Lan families. Lin Qingwen smiled and shook her head. Worrying about things that do not concern you is futile. They have their own people to handle their affairs. The world will continue to turn without you. Just then, the whispers of the remnants echoed again. What a selfish individual. You clearly care for the well-being of all. Yet Lin Qingwen fails to appreciate your goodwill, and even seeks to teach you a lesson that I cannot fathom why one who desires peace for the world would be criticized. This time, Yu Tian felt an unusual sense of dejection as he replied, Never mind. Perhaps Lin Qingwen has her own thoughts. Your silence suggests you acknowledge my perspective, does it not? Yu Tian did not respond, for he indeed felt that Lin Qingwen was somewhat too indifferent. For someone like her, aside from respecting her strength, he found himself lacking in patience to interact with her. That he nodded, yet the unease in his heart remained unresolved. He understood that Lin Qingwen had her concerns, but a voice within him persistently reminded him that this was an opportune moment to return to Yun Guishan, resolve the matters concerning the 5 states, and alleviate his own worries. The whispers of the remnants once more caressed his ears. Yu Tian, as long as you are willing, I can take you wherever you wish to go without a soul noticing. This is the power of the spirit realm. Yu Tian's heart began to waver. Lan Shuer sensed Yu Tian's hesitation and asked with concern, Tian, what are you thinking? Is that nagging spirit causing trouble again? Oh no, I'm just a bit worried about home. Upon hearing this, Lan Shuer took Yu Tian's hand and smiled soothingly. Do not worry, that my father is not so easily defeated. Yu Tian nodded, yet the seeds of his thoughts had begun to sprout. If he could harness the power of the remnants, perhaps he could truly resolve the situation in the 5 states and ensure the safety of the Yang and Lan families. At that point, he would be free of any lingering concerns and could devote himself fully to cultivation. Yuli would lose his support. With the fall of the Yu family, Yang Chen could appoint the weaker, yet just Ning family to govern Yun Guishan. Once the Ice Spirit clan cleared their name, Ice Lotus could serve as the overseer of the 5 states, keeping the other forces around Yun Guishan in check. The Xia and Chun families would have to think twice before making any moves. With this thought, Yu Tian had made up his mind. Chapter 41. The conspiracy of Yu Qingyin in the stillness of night. The courtyard of Lin Xian Mountain lay silent. Yu Tian sat in his room, filled with complex emotions and conflicting thoughts. The voice of the remnants echoed once more in his ears, deep and beguiling. Yu Tian, what are you still hesitating for? As long as you are willing, I can take you to Yun Guishan. Yu Tian's brow furrowed tightly, his heart brimming with doubts and unrest. He took a deep breath and retorted, What if you take me there, but do not bring me back? The remnants scoffed, their voice tinged with arrogance. Yu Tian, I assure you I will not demand anything from you. Did I swear by my dignity as a dragon king? A flicker of disdain crossed Yu Tian's eyes as he coldly replied, Dignity, it is worth nothing. When it comes to interests, you would still take advantage of the situation. The remnant's tone grew serious. Very well, since you distrust me so much, I will provide you with a guarantee. Before his words faded, a surge of malevolent energy flickered, and an object emanating a ghostly light gradually appeared before Yu Tian. It was a diamond-shaped gem radiating a green glow, exuding a potent aura of evil. Yu Tian focused his gaze. It was a translucent green jade stone, faintly glowing. The remnant's voice resonated again. This is my lifeblood. If I disobey, you may use it to end my life. That a tremor coursed through Yu Tian's heart. He recalled ancient texts that mentioned the lifeblood of dragons, that if the lifeblood perished, so would the dragon. Lin Qingwei had stated that objects from the spirit realm lacked a physical form and could not move in the real world. This gem could only be the remnant's lifeblood. It could not be a forgery that he hesitated a moment before asking, "Are you truly entrusting your lifeblood to me?" The remnant's voice held a note of sincerity. "Yu Tian, justice is our common pursuit, that if you are willing to trust me, we can achieve this goal together." Yu Tian's heart began to waver. He knew this was a golden opportunity to resolve the situation in the 5 states and ensure the safety of the Yang and Lan families. He took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Very well. I will trust you this once. Take me to Yun Guishan." The remnant's voice dripped with satisfaction. "Excellent, Yu Tin. You have made a wise decision." In an instant, Yu Tian felt a powerful force envelop him, and the surrounding scenery began to blur. The next moment, he found himself at the foot of Yun Guishan, feeling the might of the spirit realm. Strong and mysterious, filling him with awe and resolve. As night fell, Yu Tian stood once more at the foot of Yun Guishan, no longer lost. The long-awaited resolve surged within him. Silently, he traversed the mountain path, relying on his agile skills and familiarity with the terrain to evade several guards with ease. That he held his breath, listening intently to the surrounding sounds, striving to make no noise. Finally, he arrived at the Yu family's conference hall. The hall was brightly lit, and the core figures of the Yu family were engaged in urgent discussions. Yu Tian concealed himself in the shadows, inching closer to overhear their conversation. Yu Qingyin stood at the center of the hall, his expression grave and determined. His voice was low yet authoritative. "Everyone, this operation must be both cautious and swift. The Yang and Lan families have become our greatest threat and must be eliminated. We have reached a critical juncture for the Yu family's survival. Failure is not an option." An elder echoed in agreement. "Qingyin, isn't this plan a bit hasty? Perhaps we should plan more thoroughly." "We have no time." A fierce glint flashed in Yu Qingyin's eyes. That traitor Yu Tian has already joined the Lan family and is training at Tai Yi Academy with Lan Xuan. The governor of Xinzhou is entirely under his influence. Yang Ming Tian, that old dog, is clearly attempting to undermine us by using his son. If we remain idle, we will be gradually dismantled by them. The Ho family has already promised that once they secure the position of governor of Zhongzhou, they will support the Yu family in becoming the foremost clan of the 5 states. They possess the financial strength to achieve this. But what if they betray us? Then we expose them, claiming they provided us with false evidence to frame the Yang family. The crowd nodded in agreement. Another elder furrowed his brow and asked, "I understand now that so. Shall we proceed according to the plan?" Yu Qingyin nodded, producing a scroll and unfurling it before everyone. "Indeed, this is the forged letter I created. It clearly states that the Yang family has been embezzling funds, which we discovered, and they wrote to plead with us not to report them. Once we eliminate the people of the Yang family, we will present this letter to claim that the Yang family attempted to bribe us and conspired to kill us, forcing us to act in self-defense." Upon hearing this, Yu Tian's heart tightened. Yu Qingyin's scheme was exceedingly insidious and utterly detestable. The voice of the remnants echoed nearby. "Yu Qingyin is truly despicable. Thank goodness you made the right decision to come to Yu Mountain and investigate. Otherwise, in a while, disaster would have been inevitable, and there would be no turning back." That an elder inquired. "The Yang family might be manageable, but the Lan family possesses ancestral Lan Qi and formidable strength. How can we ensure 100% success in annihilating them?" Yu Qingyin sneered. "This is where our spies come into play, that I have already placed numerous spies within the Yang and Lan families. As long as they act according to the plan, striking at midnight, everything will proceed smoothly." Another elder voiced his concern. "Qingyin, while this scheme is ingenious, it still requires careful management. That if we are discovered, we will face tremendous backlash. The Yu family could very well cease to exist." Yu Qingyin laughed coldly, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Thus, we must ensure absolute success. All participants in the undertaking must adhere strictly to secrecy. Should anyone divulge any information, they will face the family's wrath." A chorus of nods and agreement filled the room. Yu Tian observed this scene, his heart brimming with rage and resolve. He understood that he must take action to thwart Yu Qingyin's nefarious plot. Silently, he followed Yu Qingyin to his residence, poised to assassinate him. Yu Qingyin's abode was nestled in a secluded spot atop Yu Mountain, heavily guarded. Utilizing his agile skills, Yution evaded all sentinels and stealthily approached the dwelling. He held his breath, meticulously surveying the surroundings to ensure there were no disturbances, as Yuchengin entered his residence. Yution trailed behind, silently vowing, "Today he must be dealt with. His scheme shall not prevail." The voice of the remnants echoed once more, "Be cautious. Yuchengin is no fool." Yution disdainfully retorted, "Do I need your warnings?" Upon entering the abode, Yution stealthily followed, preparing to strike down Yuchengin. However, just as he was about to act, the torches around him suddenly ignited, illuminating the entire residence. Instantly sensing danger, Yution swiftly retreated a few steps, alertly scanning his surroundings, that a faint smile appeared on Yuchengin's face. A glimmer of triumph in his eyes. "I sensed someone eavesdropping earlier. I did not expect it to be you. Yution, you have come to your demise, and I shall oblige." A chill coursed through Yution's heart. He had been exposed, the torches blazed to life, revealing those lurking in the shadows, all coldly gazing at Yution. Yuchengin stood at the center, his gaze icy and his voice dripping with mockery. "How audacious! You dare to invade the Yu family alone. Do you believe you stand a chance?" Yution let out a cold laugh, his eyes resolute. "Yuchengin, your plot will not succeed, that I shall end you today and thwart your schemes." Yuchengin laughed heartily, his eyes filled with malice. "Such bravado! Do you think you can confront the Yu family by yourself? You truly overestimate your abilities." With that, Yuchengin flashed a wicked smile. "Leave no survivors. Go!" Chapter 42. Overthrow the Yu family. Capture him. He must not escape. The elder of the Yu family echoed Yuchengin's command loudly, his voice laden with ruthless determination. "Yution, meet your end," the captain of the Chongqing army bellowed, brandishing his spear as he lunged at Yution. The Chongqing army soldiers, all at least of the 6th tier, 3rd stage of the Azura realm, were formidable, surging toward Yution with fierce intent. At this moment, more than 20 soldiers charged simultaneously at Yution. Yution let out a cold smile, pivoting his form to evade the spear-s attack, and retaliated with a sword strike that unleashed a wave of energy. Hurtling towards the captain's chest, the captain, taken aback, hastily raised his shield to defend, yet the sword energy of Holy Skyfall was unstoppable, shattering his shield and piercing through his body. "Did I ask that all?" Yution stated coldly, twisting his sword to unleash several more waves of energy, slaying several advancing soldiers of the Chongqing army. Immediately, the higher-ranked martial soldiers of the Yu family recognized the peril and joined the fray. These martial soldiers were agile and fierce, quickly surrounding Yution and unleashing their energy. Flying to the northern wilderness. This is a top-tier yellow-rank martial technique, a secret art of the Yu family. Only those martial soldiers who have undergone rigorous selection are permitted to study it. This skill channels the full energy of the practitioner, causing the released energy to devour any it encounters. However, this technique bears significant side effects, placing immense strain on the heart. Thus, the martial soldiers' use of it signifies their intent to take down Yution in one decisive blow. "Yution, you cannot escape." A high-ranking martial soldier bellowed, wielding a large blade, as he struck fiercely toward Yution. Yution remained unruffled, raising his sword to meet the attack, their weapons clashing and sending sparks flying that in the flickering firelight of the night. The sparks danced, holy skyfall, universal light. Yution's entire being erupted with dazzling white energy, a shimmering white dragon emerging from the sword tip, tearing apart the oncoming waves of energy. How is this possible? The surrounding soldiers of the Yu family were stunned to find their techniques utterly ineffective, standing frozen in shock. Yuchengin, observing from above, could scarcely comprehend that merely discarding Yution into the mass grave could lead to such rapid enhancement of strength. Yution had not experienced any significant growth since he was 14. How could he improve so swiftly? Could it be related to the mass grave? Contemplating this, Yuchengin furrowed his brow, contemplating a leap into the mass grave himself. The radiance of holy sky fall illuminated the ground as Yution felt the power of his energy surging. With a swift motion, he slashed his sword, severing the thigh of the foremost martial soldier. Blood gushed forth, and the cries of agony echoed through the night. "You are all too weak," Yution coldly remarked, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes as he swung his sword again. unleashing waves of energy that mercilessly tore through the surrounding soldiers, dismembering them. Just then, the death warriors of the Yu family surged from the shadows, launching a sudden attack. These warriors were rigorously trained assassins, each with a fervent thirst for blood, recklessly charging toward Yu Tian, seeking to exchange their lives for his flying glory, death's embrace. This is a forbidden technique of the Yu family, classified at an unknown level. It is said that once this technique strikes, the damage received will be reflected back onto the enemy. To kill oneself equates to killing the foe. Yu Tian, meet your end, one of the death warriors shouted, as the energy of the technique surged toward Yu Tian's chest. Yu Tian's gaze sharpened. He swiftly dodged the strike, countering with a sword to the throat, piercing in and out, shattering the windpipe of a death warrior, who fell lifeless. You people were born of mothers. Why do you choose to serve the Yu family? Such senseless sacrifice is utterly meaningless, Yu Tian exclaimed passionately, having long been discontented with this group. Their demeanor and their identities irked him. The death warriors were established solely for the purpose of killing, taking pride in their demise. Such a twisted form of training is nothing short of brainwashing and torment. He swiftly unleashed several waves of energy, dispatching the advancing death warriors. Enough! From behind, Yu Chengyin cracked his neck, the sound echoing clearly in the night. All of you retreat. Allow me to personally deal with this brat. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Chengyin unleashed the formidable aura of the 9th tier, 2nd stage of the Passage Realm, his energy surging like a torrent. With a sudden flourish, he wielded his golden tiger head spear, sending a golden spear light hurtling directly toward Yu Tian. Yu Tian, unwilling to concede, swiftly moved, evading the fierce assault by several feet. Seeing this, Yu Chengyin sneered, lightly tapping the ground with his spear's tip. Propelling himself like an arrow toward Yu Tian, his speed astonishing. The battle erupted in an instant, as Yu Chengyin's spear shadows rained down upon Yu Tian like a storm of petals, so rapid that Yu Tian could barely react, forcing him to nimbly dodge amidst the spear shadows. The crystal dragon's soul energy radiated a soft blue glow from his hand, forming a crystalline armor around him. Seizing the moment, he struck back fiercely. The confrontation escalated, energy intertwining and clashing in the air, producing a series of thunderous booms. Yu Chengyin's expression hardened, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Every strike carried a chilling intent to eliminate Yu Tian. Suddenly, Yu Chengyin leaped high, his tiger head spear swirling in a golden light, thrusting directly at Yu Tian. Yu Tian dared not underestimate him. Raising his sword to meet the attack, the two powerful forces colliding in midair with a deafening roar. Tiger roars through the mountains. An overwhelming energy surged into the tiger head spear, erupting into a golden aura that transformed into a ferocious tiger, roaring as it lunged at Yu Tian. Yu Tian's gaze sharpened. He quickly channeled his energy, unleashing a brilliant sword light from holy sky, fall to meet the golden tiger. Sword energy slash. The sword light, like a rainbow, cleaved the tiger in two, yet Yu Chengyin's assault did not wane. Yu Chengyin chuckled coldly. Indeed impressive, but this is merely the beginning. He wielded the tiger head spear once more, unleashing a barrage of golden spear shadows that rained down upon Yu Tian like a tempest. Yu Tian's gaze narrowed. He realized Yu Chengyin was now fighting with full seriousness. Drawing a deep breath, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes, and a surge of even greater power erupted from within him. The sword energy struck like lightning toward Yu Chengyin. The clash intensified, the ground trembling beneath their might. Yu Tian understood that Yu Chengyin's foundational skills and strength surpassed his own, yet he was not without hope. He could not engage in a brute force contest. He needed to find a flaw in Yu Chengyin's offense. Yu Tian pondered silently, his gaze reflecting calmness and resolve. Yu Chengyin's onslaught remained relentless. He continued to wield the tiger head spear with lethal precision, each strike aimed to kill. Suddenly, the spear quaked in his grip, releasing an even more ferocious wave of energy, the spear glimmering with golden light. A formidable technique ready to unleash. True Tiger, Sun Burial. This martial skill is of the top tier in the profound realm. Yu Tian could not withstand such an assault. Chapter 43, Dragon's Roar Judgment. Yu Chengyin perished in an instant. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yu Chengyin's body, With the golden light of the tiger-headed golden spear radiating brilliantly, a massive golden tiger phantom materialized behind him. The tiger let out a resounding roar that shook the heavens and the earth, as if it aimed to rend the very fabric of existence. Witnessing this, Yution's countenance turned grave. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Yu Qingyi's attack, causing a flicker of concern to arise within him. Gripping the heavenly falling sword tightly, a flash of determination crossed his eyes as the spiritual energy within him surged wildly, bracing himself for the impending life-and-death battle. At that critical moment, the remnants of the evil dragon spoke again in a deep, sinister tone. "Yution, I can assist you. Together we can vanquish Yu Qingyi and bring peace to the world." A jolt of realization coursed through Yution. The gravity of the situation left him no room for contemplation, but he understood he could not withstand Yu Qingyi's assault alone. Whatever consequences might arise from accepting the evil dragon's power could be dealt with later. If he did not act swiftly, his demise was certain. "Very well, I consent to your request." Yution clenched his teeth internally, resolute in his decision. As soon as he uttered those words, the power of the evil dragon surged into Yution's body, enveloping him with a potent dark energy that filled his limbs and bones in an instant. Yution felt his strength escalating uncontrollably, and the heavenly falling sword in his grasp transformed, emanating layers of eerie black and green luminescence. "Yu Qingyi, today you shall face your reckoning. You have harmed me, usurped my cultivation, and falsely accused me of parricide and murder of my master. All the hatred I bear shall be settled today." With a thunderous roar, Yution merged the dark energy with his own spiritual essence, releasing 3 dragon phantoms simultaneously: the crystal dragon, the azure dragon, and the radiant dragon, their powers converging to produce a deafening dragon's roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The heavenly falling sword erupted with the essence of the azure dragon, the spirit of the crystal dragon, the true energy of the holy radiant dragon, and the malevolent energy of the evil dragon, intertwining to form a cataclysmic force. Holy heavenly falling dragon roared judgment. The sword in his hand radiated dazzling light, akin to heavenly thunder, as it cleaved toward Yu Qingyi, the formidable force seeming capable of tearing apart the very skies. As the golden tiger phantom collided fiercely with the power of the 4 dragons, a cataclysmic roar resounded, and spiritual energy surged forth like a tsunami. Both figures were propelled backward by the explosion, crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Yu Qingyi knelt on the ground, his complexion pallid, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, the tiger-headed golden spear deeply embedded in the earth. Propping up his form, his gaze reflected a mix of unwillingness and fury, yet more so, astonishment and despair. How could my supreme tiger be defeated? His eyes betrayed disbelief as he knelt, his body trembling from the overwhelming impact. Meanwhile, Yution stood firm, the heavenly falling sword still radiating the 4 energies' brilliance. He slowly sheathed the sword, his expression calm and resolute. Taking a deep breath, he felt the surging power within him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Yu Qingyi's gaze flickered with anger and resentment, yet was overshadowed by profound helplessness. Struggling to rise, he gripped the tiger-headed golden spear tightly, but his body could no longer support him in battle. "Yution, you dog! How could you?" Before he could finish, a crimson line appeared above his head, extending downward. Then blood gushed forth. Yution let out a cold smile, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The members of the Yu clan, witnessing this, were engulfed in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Yu Qingyi had fallen at the hands of Yution, especially under such overwhelming assault. The aftermath of the battle lingered in the air, as if narrating the ferocity and tragedy of this ultimate confrontation. His figure exuded an extraordinary majesty. Yet at that moment, he suddenly felt a violent discomfort within, as if something were churning inside him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and an ominous premonition crept into his heart. "What is happening?" Yution murmured softly, sensing his strength waning, as if something were siphoning his spiritual essence. He struggled to steady himself, attempting to suppress the discomfort within. Feigning composure, his gaze resolutely fixed that "I cannot falter before the Yu clan. I must endure." Yuton admonished himself internally, aware that he needed to project the demeanor of a strong man. concealing any signs of weakness from those around him. At that moment, a slow and steady footfall echoed from afar. Clan leader Yu Zhanchuan emerged, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Yu Tian. His presence seemed to freeze the air around them, causing all to hold their breath in anticipation of this moment. Yu Tian, you appear to be in quite a predicament. Yu Zhanchuan's voice dripped with mockery and indifference. I have finally dispelled the poison. Your doomsday has arrived. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian's heart jolted as he instantly grasped Yu Zhanchuan's intention. The clan leader's power surpassed that of Yu Tian by 2 realms, dwarfing even Yu Qingyin. Yu Tian realized that this adversary posed a greater threat than any he had faced before. At that moment, the remnants of the evil dragon whispered ominously in his ear. Yu Tian, now that you have slain Yu Qingyin, the Yu clan's conspiracy has been shattered. Clan leader Yu Zhanchuan's strength far exceeds yours. It would be wise to retreat for now and recuperate for future plans. The evil dragon's voice carried a note of urgency. Yu Tian's expression remained unyielding, his gaze fixed on Yu Qingyin's lifeless form, the residue of the enemy's blood still staining the heavenly falling sword. Unless the Yu clan is eradicated, they will continue to trouble the Lan and Yang clans. His tone was low yet resolute, his eyes unmistakably filled with murderous intent. The evil dragon seemed to have anticipated Yu Tian's reaction. Letting out a soft sigh, I have been monitoring the Yu clan spies. They're all in direct contact with Yu Qingyin. Now that he is dead, they pose no threat. The immediate crisis has been averted. You can return with peace of mind. Moreover, dawn is approaching. Yu Tian's steps faltered slightly. He recognized the wisdom in the evil dragon's words. Although he yearned to annihilate the Yu clan entirely, now was not the time. Continuing the battle would only invite further danger. Yu Zhanchuan's power was far beyond his own. As long as the Green Mountains remained, he need not worry about firewood. He inhaled deeply, struggling with his internal conflict, ultimately deciding to heed the evil dragon's counsel. Very well, we shall retreat, Yu Tian murmured, diverting his gaze from Yu Qingyin's corpse toward the plaza's exit. Observing this, the evil dragon swiftly harnessed Yu Tian's hand to unleash a wave of potent dark energy. This dark energy morphed into a shroud of black mist, rapidly enveloping the entire Yu clan, completely obscuring their vision. Yu Tian experienced a powerful dizziness, as if an invisible force had yanked him away, transporting him instantaneously from Yunge Mountain back to his residence at Tai E Academy on Linxian Mountain. He lay down slowly, the fatigue sweeping over him like a tide, as he closed his eyes. Yu Tian finally felt an unprecedented weakness, as if every cell in his body was crying out in exhaustion. His consciousness began to blur, memories of the fierce battle and the Yu clan schemes swirling in his mind. He understood he could not succumb. He must not allow the Yu clan's plans to succeed, that in his semi-conscious state. He vaguely heard the evil dragon's whispers. Yu Tian, you are the only one who can change all of this. No matter the difficulties you face, do not give up. I will always be by your side, lending you my strength. At that moment, Yu Tian felt an unexpected warmth and sense of belonging amidst the murmurs. Gradually sinking into a profound slumber, his consciousness drifted in the dream realm, as if ensconced in an endless darkness. Yet at the end of that darkness, he faintly perceived a glimmer of light that be why merely pressing onward. All the beautiful things awaited him at the journey's end, beckoning him forward. When he awoke once more, it was already the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle glow outside the window. And a refreshing breeze filled the air. He sensed his body remained feeble, yet he had improved significantly since yesterday. The voice of Lan Shuer reached his ears. Sleeping pig, are you finally awake? Truly a rarity. Chapter 44. Like a dream, like awakening, a rare relaxation. Yu Tian, you've awakened. Lan Shuer's voice was soft and warm, laced with concern. Yu Tian turned to see her seated at his bedside, a hint of worry in her gaze. Furrowing his brow, he asked Shuer, what transpired last night? Lan Shuer appeared bewildered, tilting her head slightly as if contemplating his words. Last night? What could have happened? You were asleep the entire time, weren't you? She chuckled lightly, a teasing tone in her voice. What major event could occur while sleeping? Yu Tian paused, the scenes of the fierce battle replaying in his mind. Uncertainty crept in as he asked, what about Mentor Lin Qingwei? Where did she go? Lan Shuer blinked, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Wasn't Mr. Qingwen in seclusion? Are you truly dazed from sleeping? Embarrassed, Yu Tian scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin that I've been so exhausted lately. Perhaps I've been a bit out of it. Lan Shuer chuckled lightly, shaking her head. Yu Tian, you've truly been pushing yourself too hard. You've been training every day. Your body is worn out if you're tired. Why not take a break from training today and allow yourself a day of relaxation? As she spoke, she gracefully reclined, leaning against Yu Tian, and softly remarked, You practice every day, yet since the age of 14. You have made no progress. What is the purpose of such relentless effort? Yu Tian offered a wry smile and replied in a hushed tone, I cannot afford to pause, that I must become stronger to protect you, to safeguard myself, and to survive in this wretched world. Lan Shuer gently caressed his forehead, her eyes imbued with a tender reproach. But you risk exhausting yourself this way. Just now, I wanted to wake you for a meal. But seeing you sleep so soundly, I thought you might truly be worn out. Feeling her concern, Yu Tian's heart warmed. All right, I promise you, I will take it easy today, that a satisfied smile graced Lan Shuer's face as she closed her eyes. Savoring this moment of tranquility, Yu Tian, however, lay on the bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back to the fierce battle of the previous night. Vivid images flashed in his mind. Each detail of the intense confrontation with Yu Chengyin felt so real that he could hardly discern whether it had been a dream or a reality. Was last night truly just a dream? Yu Tian pondered, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. I could see that moment. The voice of the evil dragon's remnant echoed in his ears once more. Yu Tian, what transpired last night was not a dream. It was all very real. You indeed killed Yu Chengyin, and the Yu family's conspiracy has been temporarily thwarted. Those events truly occurred. At this juncture, Yu Tian could distinctly feel the weakness within his body and the depletion of his spiritual energy. Everything from last night had been undeniably real. Recollections of Yu Chengyin's furious roars and the intensity of the battle surged within him, stirring a complex array of emotions as he lay on the bed. Gradually regaining some strength, the turmoil within him remained unassuaged. Thoughts of the trajectory of Yunge Mountain and the 5 regions began to plague his mind once more, a sense of anxiety creeping back into his heart. In the midst of his contemplation, the voice of the evil dragon's remnant resounded again. Yu Tian, have you ever considered why Lin Qingyue always stands idly by? She possesses the capability, yet never extends a helping hand. Furrowing his brow, Yu Tian felt a tinge of displeasure. Lin Qingyue is an instructor from the immortal realm. She has her own responsibilities and rules, and cannot arbitrarily interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. The 9 realms have long established their boundaries, forbidding any unauthorized interference in the matters of other worlds, if it were not for the demonic and beast realms intermarrying and invading the mortal realm. The imperial realm, immortal realm, holy realm, and divine realm would not have ventured into the mortal realm to cultivate disciples to resist the invasion. Humph, the evil dragon's remnant scoffed. Yet she can come to the mortal realm to select disciples, but chooses to ignore the turmoil and crises within it. Is that not favoritism? She clearly has the ability, but opts for inaction. Can such a person be deemed worthy of your trust? Yu Tian was momentarily stung by this remark, for he too was unsure of the rationale behind her inaction. Nevertheless, he defended Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue has her own difficulties. Her teaching in the mortal realm is aimed at uniting against the demonic realm. She cannot compromise the rules of the immortal realm for the sake of a few incidents. The voice of the evil dragon's remnant was laced with provocation. Rules? Only the weak concern themselves with rules. The strong simply act. Is her rule to only select disciples of utility to her, while disregarding the lives of others? Yu Tian, you witnessed last night's events. She could have easily resolved it, but chose to remain uninvolved. Is this the mentor you place your trust in? Yu Tian fell silent, unsure of how to respond. In truth, he did not comprehend why the other realms chose to appease the demonic realm. Yet he firmly asserted, enough, be silent. Your life is still in my hands. Do not prattle on. The evil dragon's remnant's voice dripped with dissatisfaction and mockery. How vexing. Why not disclose this to her and Lan Shuer? She is the precious jewel of the Yu family, and could certainly collaborate to shape the future of the 5 regions that I do not wish for any suspicion to arise between Lan Shuer and Lin Qingwei. You truly are loyal and righteous, the evil dragon's remnant sneered. However, I will adhere to our agreement, but you must also be wary. Lin Qingwei represents the interests of the immortal realm, and you are merely a pawn that could be discarded at any moment. Leave me be. Do not trouble me, having managed to persuade Yu Tian to temporarily set aside his training and relish leisure time. Lan Shuer took his hand, leading him into the Lin Xian mountain. The morning sun poured through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows along the forest path. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it the fragrance of flowers and the rustling of leaves, as they strolled side by side in this serene woodland. Yu Tian's mood gradually lightened in tune with the beautiful scenery. Yu Tian, look at those flowers over there. They are so stunning. Lan Shuer excitedly pointed towards a cluster of blooming purple blossoms, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yu Tian smiled and nodded, responding gently. Indeed, the view is truly beautiful. I rarely pay attention to such surroundings while training. The two approached the cluster of flowers, and Lan Shuer knelt down, delicately caressing the tender petals, her face alight with rapture. Yu Tian stood nearby, quietly observing her, his eyes filled with affection and indulgence. Yu Tian, do you know what kind of flower this is? Lan Shuer looked up at him, curiosity evident in her gaze. Yu Tian smiled and shook his head. I am not quite sure, but they certainly appear quite special. With a gentle smile, Lan Shuer replied, these are purple spirit flowers. It is said they only thrive in areas rich in spiritual energy and are considered extremely precious spiritual herbs. Yu Tian nodded, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his eyes. I see. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so dense. The two leisurely ambled through Lin Xian Mountain, relishing the tranquility of nature. Suddenly, a low, resonant roar filled the air, imbued with a sense of oppression. The pair halted, alert, and followed the sound. Navigating through a thicket of trees, they arrived at the edge of a small lake. The water shimmered a deep blue like jade, reflecting the surrounding verdant hills, and beside the lake lay an extraordinary creature. It was a mystical beast, colossal in size, entirely snow-white, its fur as smooth and lustrous as satin. Its back and limbs were cloaked in dense black fur, and its face bore peculiar markings, blue patterns flowing like rippling water. Upon its head rested a pair of elongated ears, slightly pointed at the tips. Most strikingly, a crimson gem nestled in the center of its forehead, emanating an enigmatic glow. This is a Tian-Go, a celestial dog from the immortal realm. Lan Shuer exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Tian nodded, his gaze fixated on the celestial dog. Its eyes were sharp as an eagle's, exuding a captivating brilliance. Flames seemed to flicker within its pupils, both majestic and mysterious. Its limbs were robust, claws as sharp as blades, glistening like obsidian. With a mere step, it could shake the earth. We must tread carefully and not provoke it. Yu Tian whispered to Lan Shuer, fearful for her safety. Lan Shuer nodded, drawing closer to Yu Tian, her eyes reflecting both curiosity and a hint of trepidation. She had never encountered such a mystical and imposing creature, evoking a mix of excitement and anxiety within her. The Tian-Go appeared to sense their tension, rising gracefully. With a gentle movement of its limbs, it stirred a soft breeze that slowly approached the lakeside, lowered its head to sip the cool water, and then raised its head again, a flicker of indifference crossing its eyes. Yu Tian, look. It seems it has no intention of attacking us, Lan Shuer softly remarked, her tone laced with relief. Yu Tian nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yes, but we should still refrain from provoking it. It is truly magnificent, Lan Shuer marveled, her eyes brimming with reverence and affection. Yu Tian couldn't help but agree. Indeed, it is undeniably beautiful. The Tian-Go seemed to take note of their conversation, casting a cold glance their way before closing its eyes once more, appearing to bask in this moment of tranquility. Its fur billowed gently in the breeze, resembling a cloud of purest white, breathtakingly enchanting. Yu Tian, may we draw a little closer to observe it? Lan Shuer suggested softly, her voice tinged with anticipation. Yu Tian hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. All right, but we must be cautious and not provoke it. The two approached the celestial dog with utmost care, each step taken with deliberate caution. The Tiango appeared to sense their proximity, slightly opening one eye to regard them coldly. Yet it did not display any hostility. "It seems to permit our approach," Lan Shuer exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yutian too felt relieved and whispered, "It appears it harbors no ill will towards us." As they neared the Tiango, they observed the mysterious beast up close. Its fur was soft and smooth, exuding a faint fragrance. Its breathing was steady and deep, as if immersed in its own serene world. "Tiango, you are truly breathtaking," Lan Shuer murmured, extending her hand to gently stroke the Tiango's fur. The Tiango did not resist. Rather, it slightly lifted its head, relishing Lan Shuer's touch that a trace of gentleness flickered in its eyes. As if responding to her praise, "Yutian, you should try it too. It is truly gentle." Lan Shuer turned to Yutian, her face adorned with a radiant smile, and Onid, "Let us depart, not disturb it any further." Just as the two were about to leave, they suddenly felt a gentle tremor behind them. Turning around, they discovered the majestic Tengu approaching them. Its strides remained steady and graceful, yet its eyes conveyed a hint of warmth. "Yutian, it's coming towards us," Lan Shuer exclaimed, her voice tinged with undeniable astonishment and excitement. A tightness gripped Yutian's heart as he fixed his gaze on the Tengu, uncertain of its intentions. Instinctively, he positioned himself protectively in front of Lan Shuer, ready to respond at any moment. However, the Tengu displayed no signs of hostility. It halted before Yutian, lowering its head to gaze at him with its ruby-like eyes. Suddenly, the Tengu extended its tongue, gently licking the back of Yutian's hand, that a wave of warmth and softness enveloped him, leaving him utterly astonished. "It is licking me," Yutian whispered in disbelief. Lan Shuer widened her eyes, sparkling with incredulity. "The Tengu is so affectionate towards you. It's truly astounding." As Yutian felt the Tengu's warmth, the tension within him gradually dissipated. He gently stroked the Tengu's head, savoring its silky fur. A surge of warmth swelling in his heart. "Do you wish to accompany us?" Yutian inquired softly, his eyes reflecting curiosity and anticipation. Seemingly understanding his words, the Tengu nodded gently, rising slowly to follow behind Yutian. Its steps were steady and elegant, akin to a loyal guardian. Lan Shuer observed this scene with delight and excitement. "Yutian, it appears the Tengu intends to follow us." Yutian nodded, a joyful smile gracing his face. "Indeed, I never anticipated that a divine beast would be so close to us. It is quite extraordinary." They continued their stroll through the forest, the Tengu steadfastly trailing behind Yutian, silently guarding them as they journeyed. They passed waterfalls and cliffs, encountering various spiritual beasts and rare herbs. Yet, no matter where they roamed, the Tengu remained close, as if it had already recognized Yutian as its master. Arriving at the edge of a crystal-clear lake, they beheld the scene before them. The water, azure like jade, mirrored the surrounding verdant mountains and trees. Lan Shuer shed her shoes and outer garments, stepping lightly into the water in her delicate undergarments. Relishing the cool sensation, a joyful smile illuminating her face. "Yutian, you should try it too. The water is truly refreshing," she called back to him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yutian, witnessing this, felt a wave of shyness wash over him. He hesitated to meet her gaze directly. "Shuer, perhaps I shall abstain from entering." "Oh, come on. Why are you so rigid, just like my father? What is there to be shy about? We even bathe together as children." With a soft sigh, Yutian smiled and approached, removing his own shoes and outer garments, stepping into the lake. The icy water invigorated him. Dispersing the restlessness within, he and Lan Shuer splashed playfully at the water's edge, delighting in the moment's tranquility and joy. The Tengu, resembling a guardian spirit, settled by the lake's edge, quietly observing them, occasionally surveying the surroundings as if vigilant for any lurking danger. Lan Shuer possessed a certain magic, drawing the anxious Yutian away from his troubles, allowing him to experience pure happiness and beauty. Both draped in their outer garments, they perched on a large stone by the lake, gazing at the distant mountains and waters. Their hearts filled with serenity and contentment. Lan Shuer leaned against Yutian's shoulder, softly murmuring, "Yu Tian, I truly adore this place. Everything here makes me feel so relaxed." Yu Tian gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder, replying tenderly, "Indeed, the scenery here is breathtaking. It has been far too long since I felt this relaxed." Lan Shui'er smiled faintly, closing her eyes to bask in the moment's tranquility and warmth. "That I wish we could remain this blissful forever. Just you and I against the world, with the Tengu to protect us, at a home for 2, 3 meals, and 4 seasons. How blissful that would be." Yu Tian gazed at her serene visage, his heart swelling with tenderness and affection. The thought that the plight of the 5 states had eased, though still requiring concern, allowed Yu Tian to feel a sense of relief, immersing himself in this fleeting moment of peace and happiness. They lingered by the lake for a considerable time, until the sun began its descent, reluctantly parting from this enchanting place. Back on the forest path, hand in hand, the Tengu followed closely behind as they continued their stroll through the tranquil mountains. "Today was truly delightful. We should come here more often. Let us not allow the tedium of cultivation to consume our time," Lan Shui'er remarked with a smile, her eyes gleaming with gratitude and contentment. Yu Tian gently squeezed her hand, responding softly, "All right, I will accompany you again tomorrow." Lan Shui'er nodded, leaning against Yu Tian's shoulder, savoring his warmth and reassurance. The two wandered through the woods, relishing the moment's tranquility and beauty. As night fell, Lin Xian Mountain was enveloped in a gentle moonlight, exuding an aura of serenity and mystery. Yu Tian and Lan Shui'er reached a grassy area in the courtyard, lying back to gaze at the starry sky, absorbing the nighttime's calm and splendor. "Yu Tian, look, the stars are exceptionally bright tonight." Lan Shui'er pointed towards the heavens, her face aglow with joy. Yu Tian too lifted his gaze to the stars, exclaiming, "With you by my side, even the stars appear more beautiful." "How annoying," she teased. They lay quietly on the grass, relishing this moment of peace and beauty. Yu Tian looked at Lan Shui'er beside him, his heart brimming with happiness and satisfaction. The night breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing sensation as they lay in the grass. They savored this tranquil and beautiful moment. The Tengu approached slowly, settling beside them, prompting Lan Shui'er to affectionately stroke its fur. Thus, 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, when Lin Qingwei returned to Lin Xian Mountain, she was startled to see the Tengu in the courtyard, exclaiming, "What on earth happened here?" Chapter 46. The past of the remnants' only shared experiences can evoke heartfelt resonance. In later days, Yu Tian held this truth about the remnants deep within his beliefs, that moment. Lin Qingwei stood beneath the archway of the courtyard, her gaze fixed intently on the Tengu. The creature seemed to awaken, hazily lifting its head, its noble posture and snowy fur radiating the dignity of a divine beast. Yet, its presence filled Lin Qingwei with unease. She hurried towards the main hall, her expression anxious, brow furrowed, as if some critical matter churned in her mind. Hearing Lin Qingwei's voice, Lan Shui'er dashed out from her chamber, her hair slightly disheveled, clearly just awakened. Upon seeing Lin Qingwei, a look of excitement crossed her face. "Qingwei, look, the Tengu has been following us since we returned from Lin Xian Mountain, especially Yu Tian. Isn't that incredible? We named it Lulu. Yu Tian is truly gifted to receive the protection of a divine beast." Lin Qingwei's brows knitted even tighter, shaking her head with a hint of anxiety in her voice. "I swear, you do not understand. The Tengu can ward off malevolent energies. Its following Yu Tian indicates that he harbors such dark energy." Lan Shui'er's smile faded instantly, her expression freezing, eyes reflecting surprise and unease. "Dark energy? But hasn't Yu Tian always been healthy?" Lin Qingwei offered no further explanation, hastening into Yu Tian's room. Upon opening the door, she found him still asleep, weariness etched on his face. Unable to contain herself, Lin Qingwei exclaimed, "It's only been 3 days, and you've become so lazy, Yu Tian." Startled by her sudden voice, Yu Tian rubbed his eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. "No, I've just been training hard lately. I'm a bit tired." Lin Qingwei's gaze sharpened, her tone stern. "Yu Tian, what have you been secretly doing? Why is the Tengu, which dispels malevolent energies, following you?" A tightness gripped Yu Tian's heart, dispelling any lingering drowsiness that he slowly sat up, feigning sleepiness while feeling a twinge of anxiety and fear. He was acutely aware that if Lin Qingyue discovered he had accepted help from the remnants of the evil dragon, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the sinister whispers of the dragon's remnants echoed in his ear. "Yu Tian, do not worry, I am of the dragon lineage. Even someone from the celestial realm like Lin Qingyue won't perceive my power." Seeing Yu Tian remain unfazed, the remnants continued, "Do not fret. Just deny everything, that I will bear the brunt of any troubles that arise." Yu Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to appear calm. "Mentor, I have done nothing. Perhaps I am merely fatigued from my recent training." Lin Qingyue regarded him with skepticism, yet she knew Yu Tian was generally honest. Her tone softened as she queried, "Then, have you experienced any unusual sensations these past few days? Any discomfort in your body?" Yu Tian shook his head. "No. Mentor, I just feel a bit tired. Nothing else seems amiss." A lingering worry remained on Lin Qingyue's face. The Tengu's appearance is no mere coincidence. "You must exercise caution and avoid contact with any malevolent entities." Yu Tian nodded. Though unease about the remnant's assistance lingered in his heart, he sought to change the subject. "Mentor, how did your seclusion turn out? Have you found any solutions?" Lin Qingyue's expression relaxed slightly, yet still bore a hint of helplessness. The barrier remained unyielding. The academy was preparing to hold a selection process to find a formidable individual to cultivate true energy, who would serve as a mentor to confront the spirit realm. "What? A selection for a mentor? I must have misheard." Lan Shuer asked with a tinge of mockery. "Indeed, you heard correctly. They are indeed planning to hold a selection for a mentor." With that, Lin Qingyue helplessly shook her head, as if she herself was at a loss for words regarding this decision. It was said that they sought to identify the individual with the strongest spiritual energy to cultivate the sacred realm's true energy, simultaneously training students and guiding others in their practice. Yu Tian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. "Mentor, I recall that the different attributes of spiritual energy are innate, aren't they? Can one truly choose?" Lin Qingyue nodded gravely. "Indeed, they are innate. However, cultivators can temper their hearts and encounter various forces to attain a degree of control over other attributes of spiritual energy. It simply means they lack the innate ability to control them well. Just as the human body has 720 acupuncture points to harness spiritual energy, it is exceedingly challenging to assess how many points are truly utilized in practice and the extent of spiritual energy being exerted. In other words, having more does not necessarily equate to usage. Point one may not master it well enough to unleash their full spiritual potential. Conversely, utilizing more does not guarantee possession. Perhaps one is merely pushing the limits of their current spiritual power. "Yes, precisely," exclaimed Yu Tian, patting Lan Shuer. "Shuer, you are indeed clever." Slowly rising, Yu Tian stretched, gazing out at the courtyard bathed in the morning light, his heart brimming with complex emotions. The impending selection held immense potential for him, promising pure, true energy, which would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. Yet, with his current frail condition, an anxious thought crossed his mind. If he performed poorly, would he disappoint mentor Lin Qingyue? Just as his mind was in turmoil, the sinister whispers of the evil dragon's remnants echoed once more. "Such a splendid opportunity. Why would you let it slip away? Seize it. Do not fear. At crucial moments, I will have your back." Hearing this, Yu Tian felt an even stronger aversion to participating, fully aware that the remnants had laid a trap for him. Yet, the voice persisted. "Yu Tian, I know you harbor many doubts, but remember, true power must rest in your own hands to find peace." The remnants began recounting their past, imbued with a sense of ancient sorrow and anger. "I was once of the dragon clan in the spirit realm, endowed with formidable power and boundless lifespan. In the spirit realm, I was revered and held unrivaled honor. Yet, everything changed due to the malice of mortals. At that time, a human from the anti-evil army of the mortal realm encountered me and painted a grand vision of harmonious coexistence between the spirit realm and the mortal realm. He appeared loyal and humble, yet harbored ulterior motives. He beguiled me with sweet words and deceit, leading me to believe he was a trustworthy human, that I thought he would genuinely collaborate with me to expand the spirit realm. So I imparted the dark energy of the spirit realm to him. A mocking laugh escaped the remnants, tinged with bitterness. But it proved I was mistaken. After seizing the dark energy I entrusted to him, he merely claimed it for himself, wielding that great power to slay my kin. In the ensuing catastrophe, my father, Yuan, met his demise, and the spirit realm was sealed. All this calamity stemmed from his treachery and destruction, leading to the ultimate downfall of the spirit realm. Yu Tian listened in bewilderment and retorted mockingly. Did I hear you correctly? You spirit realm folk invaded the mortal realm, yet you portray yourself as a victim? What was your purpose in invading the mortal realm? I cannot say that T was my father, Yuan, who led the charge, reportedly in response to the movements of the demon realm. However, the remnants paused, seemingly contemplating, but the demon realm did not deploy troops. So that's why you maliciously speculate about others' intentions, is it? Yu Tian chuckled bitterly, his heart suddenly clearing, and oh wonder this remnant harbored such resentment. But that's not my point. What I mean to convey is that power must lie within your grasp to ensure your peace of mind. You must participate in this election. Seize the opportunity to cultivate true energy. Others may gain power, but they might not wield it wisely, potentially endangering others. If you possess power, then the authority rests with you. It is far better than relinquishing your fate to another. Do not fear your weakness. I shall assist you. Remember what I told you? We share a similar fate. Our collaboration will be even more profound and harmonious. These words struck a chord with Yu Tian. What truly belonged to him was his. Were it not for Lu Rian salvaging him, he would have perished long ago. Regardless of the circumstances, striving to become stronger was always a necessary and correct choice. Taking a deep breath, he approached Lin Qingwei, his gaze resolute. Mentor, I wish to participate in this election. Upon hearing this, Lan Xuaner's face lit up with joy. She excitedly stood beside Yu Tian, looking at Lin Qingwei and cheerfully patting her shoulder. Mentor, see, the person I have chosen is remarkable. S&T. Lin Qingwei regarded Yu Tian, her eyes reflecting both pride and concern. She sighed gently, saying, Are you truly all right? You seem considerably weakened. Although Yu Tian felt a twinge of unease, he steadfastly replied, Mentor, I am fine, that I merely need a brief period to recuperate. Lin Qingwei nodded, a glimmer of worry flashing across her gaze. Very well. I also believe you should seize this opportunity. You possess talent and strength, and your progress and cultivation is swift. I entrust this position to you without hesitation. Moreover, should Shang Jin or Zi Yun acquire this spot, who knows what chaos they might unleash. At that moment, the remnant's voice echoed again in Yu Tian's ear. Did you see? Lin Qingwei shares my perspective. Why does she wish for you to be selected? Because your selection would make it easier for her to control you. Nonsense. Yu Tian chose to ignore this remark, yet the remnants reveled in their silent triumph, knowing that the absence of rebuttal signified acquiescence. Gratefully, Yu Tian nodded. Thank you. Mentor, I will strive to meet your expectations. Lin Qingwei smiled expectantly and nodded in agreement. Just then, Lan Xuaner suddenly exclaimed, All right, everyone, let us not be so serious. Today, I shall cook for you to replenish your strength. Yu Tian and Lin Qingwei exchanged glances, both eyes reflecting a flicker of apprehension. They were acutely aware that Lan Xuaner's culinary skills were far from commendable. Chapter 47. The selection competition for the heir of the sacred realm begins. Yu Tian stood in the courtyard, engaged in his daily cultivation. He closed his eyes, feeling the soul energy and corporeal energy flowing through his meridians, gradually releasing a faint aura of spiritual energy into the air. At that moment, he appeared calm and composed, almost as if he had melded with the tranquil surroundings. However, when he attempted to summon the true energy within, his body suddenly felt weak, as if all strength had been siphoned away in an instant. He furrowed his brow, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion paling. What is happening? Yu Tian wondered. Striving to maintain his composure, he attempted to summon the true energy once more, only to find his body still unresponsive, even standing upright becoming a challenge. Just then, Tiango strode towards him with an air of seriousness, its deep-set eyes brimming with anger and concern. Upon witnessing Tiango's expression, Yu Tian's heart sank, and he forced himself to cease his cultivation. Yet the sensation of weakness intensified. Tiango, what's the matter? Yu Tian asked with a feeble voice. Tiango halted before him, growling deeply as if reprimanding him for something. Yu Tian felt an invisible pressure mounting, amplifying his anxiety. Suddenly, he tasted blood in his throat and coughed up a mouthful, staining the ground before him. A shocking sight, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing his body to sway dangerously. Yu Tian, what's wrong? Lan Shuer rushed out from the house, her face turning pale at the sight. She hurried to his side, supporting him, her eyes filled with worry and fear. I'm fine. Yu Tian managed to force a smile. Yet the pallor and weakness on his face betrayed his true condition. You call this fine? You need to lie down and rest. Lan Shuer exclaimed anxiously, helping him sit on the ground, scrambling to retrieve a vial of medicine and offering it to him. Quick, drink this. It will help restore some of your strength. Yu Tian took the vial, and after drinking, felt a slight improvement in his condition. Yet the weakness still lingered. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his breathing. His mind flooded with confusion and unease. What on earth is happening? Yu Tian murmured softly, a look of bewilderment crossing his gaze. He had always enjoyed robust health, so why had he suddenly become so weak? Tiango watched him with a serious and worried expression, letting out a low growl as if to warn him of something. Looking into Tiango's profound eyes, Yu Tian sensed an unsettling premonition. Sitting in the courtyard, he felt the power within him gradually returning to avoid causing concern for Lan Shuer and Lin Qingwei. He endeavored to maintain a facade of normalcy. Lan Shuer stood nearby, her face etched with worry. Noticing Yu Tian's pallor, she anxiously suggested, Tian, perhaps you should withdraw from the competition. Your health is too precarious. I don't want you to suffer harm because of this election. Upon hearing Yu Tian's words, he promptly shook his head, a hint of urgency lacing his voice. No, Shuer, we cannot forfeit our qualification for this competition. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. If we let it slip by, our prospects at Tai Academy will be bleak. Lan Shuer remained unconvinced, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. But Yu Tian, your health? Yu Tian took a deep breath, speaking with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, Shuer, that I am fine, that it's merely, I've exerted myself a bit too much. A brief respite will suffice. With that, he channeled his inner energy, gently waving his hands to unleash the essence of the crystal dragon and the spirit of the azure dragon. Instantly, two formidable auras emanated from his being. A resplendent crystal dragon draped in crystalline armor, and a fierce azure dragon with scales of blue, both awakening within him, swirling around his form. Observing Yu Tian's radiant prowess, Lan Shuer's concerns gradually faded, the weight in her heart lifting. She stepped closer, gently grasping Yu Tian's hand, her voice imbued with reassurance. Yu Tian, I believe in you. Just promise me you'll be cautious and never push yourself too hard. All right, I shall be vigilant that I am parched. While Lan Shuer retreated indoors to fetch water, Yu Tian silently summoned the remnants of his power, his tone tinged with inquiry. Why do I always feel drained whenever I utilize true energy? The voice of the remnants resonated within Yu Tian's mind, laced with disdain. Your true energy is too feeble. Why dark energy is far superior. Yu Tian's heart sank, his brow furrowed. What is the meaning of this? Have you tampered with something? The remnants chuckled softly. Tamper? Hardly, it's merely that your true energy lacks strength. The sacred realm's true energy cultivates slowly. It cannot compare to the swift potency of my dark energy. Yu Tian's emotions grew increasingly tumultuous. He resolved to summon the celestial fall sword to investigate further. Focusing intently, he conjured the sword, scrutinizing its state. Indeed, he discovered a slight diminishment in the power of the sacred celestial fall, as its energy was tainted with inexplicable impurities, clearly undermining its pure strength. Remnants, what is the meaning of this? Why has the strength of the sacred celestial fall been weakened? And why are there these impurities? Yu Tian's tone was rife with anger and skepticism. The remnants retorted with a hint of mockery. Since ancient times, the sacred realm and the spirit realm have been at odds. Dark energy is so formidable that it cannot allow feeble true energy to coexist. It's your true energy that is to blame. Otherwise, How could it be suppressed? With a smug tone, the remnants continued. Fear not. You Tion, your strength continues to grow, as long as you refrain from using true energy. You needn't worry. With my assistance, securing a mere championship will be effortless. Yu Tion's heart brimmed with conflict and resignation. He recognized the remnant's mischief, yet he found himself with no alternative. Tomorrow marked the preliminary rounds, and time permitted no further delays. Resolutely, he decided to settle accounts with the remnants post-competition. For now, he required their power to seize victory. Very well, remnants, I shall temporarily accept your aid, but do refrain from any further underhanded tactics. Otherwise, beware for your very existence. Rest easy. Yu Tion gripped the celestial fall sword, feeling its icy touch, his emotions still a tangled web. He knew the remnants had undoubtedly meddled, rendering them unreliable. Yet for the sake of his immediate goal, he could only depend on this power for the time being. Victory would mark the end of this alliance. The following day, the Sacred Realm's Disciples Preliminary Competition commenced in earnest. Seated in the Grand Hall were the representatives of the Academy. The Vice President, the Director, several esteemed elders, and administrators in Tai Square. Golden rays shimmered as vibrant celestial cranes danced across the sky. Accompanied by ethereal melodies, as if the entire universe rejoiced in celebration of the event. The magnificent architecture, illuminated by the morning sun, appeared even more grandiose. Surrounding the square were exquisite statues and ancient reliefs, chronicling the Academy's illustrious history. Representatives and disciples from various realms had already gathered in the square, the atmosphere charged with excitement and tension. Lin Xinghua from the Celestial Realm gracefully entered the square alongside Yu Tion and Lan Shuer. Clad in white, she resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. Yu Tion and Lan Shuer walked side by side, their faces reflecting a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. Lan Shuer, brimming with enthusiasm, glanced around. Look, the Academy is truly magnificent. It surpasses the Spirit Hall back home. Yu Tion nodded, his gaze resolute. Indeed, truly, there are always greater heights to aspire to. Not far from them, Ziyun from the Imperial Realm arrived with her prized disciple. Yuli, dressed in royal purple, Ziyun exuded an air of nobility and cold elegance, her gaze piercing. Yuli, give it your all in this competition. Do not disappoint me. Yuli wore a confident smile, his eyes alight with fierce determination. Rest assured, Mentor, I will not let you down. Simultaneously, Shangan from the Divine Realm arrived with Wu Xian. Shangan, robust and imposing, surveyed the formidable presence surrounding them. He clapped Wu Xian on the shoulder, his tone encouraging. Wu Xian, unleash your full potential and prove that you are the strongest. Wu Xian nodded, his expression resolute. I will, master, with a fierce glare. Wu Xian fixated on Yu Tion, his eyes glimmering with hatred. He silently vowed to avenge his brother, Yu Shan, in this competition. Yu Tion sensed Wu Xian's gaze, a chill running down his spine. Previously, Yu Shan had ambushed him under the cover of darkness, and Shangan and Lin Xinghua had reached an understanding to let the matter rest. Yet, it was clear that Wu Xian harbored no such intentions, and there stands Yu Li, an old rival. Lin Xinghua remarked, gesturing towards Ziyun's direction. She is the foremost warrior of the Imperial Realm. Ziyun, a real schemer. Yu Tion pondered aloud. Isn't the foremost warrior of the Imperial Realm Lu Ruyin? Lin Xinghua continued her grievances. Do not be deceived by her ostentatious attire. Her strength is not as formidable as it appears. I allow you to lose, but not to lose to that Yu Li. Yu Tion interjected. What if I were to lose to Wu Xian? That's inconsequential. Regardless, you lose that I shall not be embarrassed. But remember, do not allow yourself to be bested by anyone under Ziyun. Yu Tion sighed. Why must women complicate matters for one another? As various factions arrived, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly charged and fervent. In the audience, throngs of people buzzed, eagerly discussing the impending competition. At last, with the sound of a resounding bell, the Sacred Realm Disciples Preliminary Competition officially commenced in the center of the square. The elder presiding over the event ascended the stage, surveying the crowd. Esteemed disciples and mentors, in light of the resurgence of the spirit realm, Today marks the commencement of our Tai Academy's Sacred Realm Disciples Preliminary Competition that we hope to select the strongest and most promising individuals to stand against the invasion of the Spirit Realm. We encourage all disciples to give their utmost and showcase their best capabilities, while also assessing their current strength to facilitate adjustments in their cultivation. The elder's voice resonated with authority, reverberating throughout the venue, capturing the attention of all present. Subsequently, the elder announced the competition rules and schedule, and the contest officially began. Chapter 48. Qualifying Rounds. Push the Cauldron. The initial rounds of the competition were rather unremarkable. Ordinary disciples from Tai Academy unleashed their skills, showcasing commendable talent. While a few exhibited remarkable prowess, they clearly fell short of the expectations held by the leaders. After lunch, the afternoon progressed to the finals. Mentors from the Celestial Realm, Lin Qingyue, the Divine Realm, Shangan, and the Imperial Realm, Ziyun, each selected a disciple to advance directly to the finals. The top 3 contenders, Bai Miao, Li Qing, and Zhang Hongdong, also secured their places in the finals. In total, 6 participants entered the finals, where they would select opponents through the method of pushing the cauldron. The rules were as follows. The 6 contestants stood at the 6 corners of a hexagon, and upon command, they were not to move from their positions, but instead use their spiritual energy to shift the central bronze cauldron. Once the time elapsed, all participants ceased using their spiritual energy. The bronze cauldron would then settle. The individual positioned farthest from the cauldron would have the privilege to choose their opponent first, while the 2 closest competitors would be eliminated immediately. Tian represented the Celestial Realm as he took to the stage. Feeling the fervent gazes of the audience enveloping him, his heart ignited with combativeness, he fixed his determined gaze upon the imposing bronze cauldron, but on the opposite side stood Wu Xian, his eyes filled with resentment and resolve. Clenching his fists, he glared at Tian, vowing silently, Tian, this time you are finished. I shall avenge my brother. Yushan here, Tian, wearing a cold smile, replied with confidence. I truly hope you possess the strength you project. Yuli remained silent in his position, casting a contemplative glance at Tian. Tian noticed his gaze. Bai Miao, Li Qing, and Zhang Hongdong each stood at their respective positions, exuding confidence and formidable presence. All were top-tier talents who had fought their way to this point, and today they would engage in a fierce contest. With outstanding performances, the possibility of being promoted to disciples under various mentors was well within reach. As the competition commenced, 6 individuals simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy and forcefully propelled it towards the bronze cauldron. The cauldron emitted a deep, resonant roar as 6 distinct powers surged from different directions in an instant. Yet, it merely swayed slightly, remaining unmoved. This realization dawned upon everyone that the weight of the cauldron was beyond imagination, necessitating an extraordinary exertion of strength to budge it this moment, the deputy dean, with a mocking expression, remarked, this bronze cauldron weighs at least 1,000 June. Having been carried here by a divine beast during the founding of the academy, that it is impossible to move it without exerting your full strength. What is this? Are the esteemed generals so reluctant to showcase their prowess, truly aiming to frustrate us? Laughter erupted amongst the crowd. The 6 exchanged confident glances, a silent agreement passing between them. It was time to get serious. They grounded themselves, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy once more. The cauldron began to rise slightly, slowly shifting as 6 powerful energies intertwined, forming a formidable force field. Tian, with his sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuded an aura of determination as a spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his energy from his dantian, directing it forcefully towards the bronze cauldron. The cauldron trembled slightly, tilting in Tian's direction. Beside him, Wu Xian coldly observed Tian, raising a hand to conjure an invisible force that firmly supported one side of the cauldron, creating a standoff with Tian's energy. The 2 forces clashed against the cauldron, causing it to wobble slightly, yet it showed no clear bias towards either side. Tian, this time, you will not win. Wu Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with hatred and resolve. Yu Li, not to be outdone, stood opposite Li Qing, channeling his energy as he thrust his hands forward, causing the cauldron to shift once more. Li Qing mirrored this action. raising his hands as torrents of energy cascaded forth, creating an overwhelming presence that made the surrounding air feel heavy. Bai Miao and Zhang Hongdong also exerted their full strength, channeling their energies in a concerted push against the bronze cauldron. As all six exerted their might, the cauldron began to lose its inertia, spinning faster and faster in the air, resonating with a metallic clang that echoed throughout the square. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment, cheering for the contestants' formidable power. The deputy dean's eyes lit up, recognizing the strength of the six individuals. Since the rise of Yin Qi, no one had managed to shift the cauldron. Indeed, this group of youngsters is truly formidable. If properly guided, they will undoubtedly become something great. Yu Tian's brow furrowed. He could sense the strength of the other five, each one formidable in its own right, but he could not afford to be the slightest bit lax. Lest the balance of the cauldron be disrupted, gritting his teeth, he widened his eyes, summoning the essence of his soul and spirit, amplifying his strength in an attempt to overpower the energies of the other five. Wu Xian, noticing Yu Tian's actions, snorted coldly and called upon the power of the divine realm. In an instant, a beam of golden light descended upon him, his eyes glowing with a golden hue as he ignited in golden flames, unleashing a radiant energy that forcefully countered Yu Tian's spiritual pressure. Their gazes locked, and the air crackled with an invisible tension. Yu Li, not to be outdone, summoned waves of crimson flames around him, deepening his stance as an imperial aura surrounded him, pushing the cauldron back towards his opponents. The audience gasped in awe. Bai Miao, Li Qing, and Zhang Hongdong each unleashed their own formidable energies to counter this onslaught. As the advantage slipped away, the voice of the remnants echoed in Yu Tian's mind. Let this Dragon King assist you. Faced with the seductive temptation, Yu Tian resolutely replied, no. He recalled the previous incident on Yungui Mountain, where accepting assistance from the remnants had compromised his true energy, and he was determined not to rely on their power again. Who knew what else they might do? It was best to secure victory solely through his own strength. He still possessed the Frost Spirit Stone, which continuously provided him with spiritual energy. Despite the exhausting toll on his stamina, he believed that if he could just hold on a little longer, he could turn the tide in his favor. Just then, the steward announced loudly, only one incense stick's worth of time remains. Yu Tian's heart raced, realizing time was running short. A prolonged battle was no longer viable. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. Yu Tian had made a fatal error. He had momentarily lost focus. Wu Xian, sensing the dwindling time, unleashed an even more potent energy. The immense force overwhelmed Yu Tian, causing the cauldron to inch closer towards him. This was unacceptable. If this continued, he would be eliminated. In desperation, Yu Tian attempted to regain control of his true energy, only to be met with a wave of fatigue and weakness. As if all his strength had been siphoned away, the cauldron drew nearer. Yu Tian, you worthless fool. You can't hold on any longer. Wu Xian's triumphant laughter echoed among the six, that the others displayed satisfaction. After all, if Yu Tian was eliminated, they would advance. As the disadvantage grew, Yu Tian's inner turmoil escalated. Had his true energy not faltered, this endeavor to push the cauldron would have been a sure victory. The voice of the remnants resurfaced. Yu Tian, do not be obstinate. This is a critical moment. Only my power can assist you. The urgency, even tinged with threat, tightened Yu Tian's chest. Nearby, Lan Shuer watched with concern, silently praying. Yu Tian, you must hold on. She understood the immense pressure he faced, but believed he could overcome the challenges and achieve victory. At this point, drenched in cold sweat, Yu Tian felt increasingly weakened, the fatigue from using his true energy washing over him. The Frost Spirit Stone could not replenish his strength fast enough. Please, I cannot embarrass myself before so many people. With no other options, he resolved to advance first. Fine, remnants, I accept your assistance, but I warn you, no more tricks. The remnants' laughter echoed with a hint of triumph. Rest assured, Yu Tian, this time I will show you true power. In an instant, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from Yu Tian, his spiritual energy sweeping out like a tempest. His eyes glinted with a cold light, faintly emanating a sinister green glow. The sensation of fatigue vanished instantly, his body brimming with renewed strength, replaced by an endless malice. His aura surged dramatically, Under the influence of this overwhelming power, the bronze cauldron began to move forward slowly, Wu Xian, sensing Yu Tian's sudden outburst of strength. Pale, surprise and anger flashing in his eyes. Yu Tian, you are hiding your strength. Yu Tian regarded him coldly, his voice laced with determination. Wu Xian, I will not lose this match to you. Wu Xian clenched his teeth, energy surging like a tide as he pushed against the cauldron once more. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his complexion growing pale, yet he refused to relent. Dream on. Yu Tian, I will defeat you. As the competition entered its final phase, the audience held their breath, intently observing every detail with anticipation and tension. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. In the final second, Yuli swiftly spun, channeling all his energy into a powerful vortex around him. The other 5, maintaining their force, suddenly found their direction altered and were unable to control their energies, stumbling to the ground. Yuli then executed a leftward spin, sending the bronze cauldron plummeting before Li Qing. The audience exhaled in relief, marveling at Yuli's cunning in the final moment. Originally, Yuli was slated for elimination, yet his strategic maneuver had effortlessly resolved his crisis, allowing him to advance, and elders stepped onto the platform, announcing the results of the competition. After a fierce contest, the farthest from the cauldron is Yu Li. He has the right to choose his opponent first. The two closest to the cauldron, Li Qing and Zhang Hongdong, are eliminated. Having accepted the remnant's power, Yu Tian felt his spiritual energy restored, fatigue melting away, even sensing an unfathomable depth to his strength, akin to an abyss that seemed endless. Boundless, immeasurable, a perilous expanse that was suffocating to this moment. Yuli wore a confident smile, his gaze radiating pride and satisfaction that he approached the victor's platform, gesturing towards Ziyun, showcasing his prowess, surveying the other contestants. He coldly declared, in that case, I choose by Miao as my opponent. Yu Tian scoffed internally. He had indeed chosen someone of humble origins, leaving the fierce competitors, Yu Tian and Wu Xian, to eliminate one another first. Yu Li's calculations were astute, truly embodying the essence of the Yu family bloodline. Chapter 49. The Semifinals. The Struggle Within the Golden Bell. The semifinals commenced under the enveloping confines of the Golden Bell. The rules dictated that 2 individuals would be shrouded within a massive golden dome, where the limited air and the high-pressure feedback of spiritual energy would determine the victor. This contest would assess not only strength, but also psychological resilience, control over spiritual energy, and cunning strategy that in such a confined environment. Failure to regulate the intensity of one's energy could lead to a rebound, injuring oneself. The Golden Bell towered at 5 zhang high, with a diameter of 3 zhang, crafted entirely from exquisite gold, shimmering with a dazzling radiance. The spiritual energy within the dome was both rich and pure, yet it simultaneously emanated an invisible pressure that rendered the atmosphere stifling. In the center of the square, as the Grand Elder nodded, the Golden Bell slowly descended, entrapping Yu Tian and Wu Xian within. Outside the Golden Bell, 10 high-tier spiritualists arranged a revival formation. Once the Golden Bell was lifted, those inside would be instantaneously healed by the formation, thereby avoiding any fatal repercussions. Inside the Golden Bell, the air was so tense that it felt as though it had solidified. Only the faint glow refracted by the Golden Bell illuminated the surroundings, rendering the exact positions of the 2 opponents indistinct. Yu Tian and Wu Xian stood facing each other, both uncertain of the other's whereabouts, their hearts tinged with a hint of panic. That Wu Xian coldly spoke first, his tone laden with deep-seated hatred. Yu Tian, you have slain my junior brother, Yu Shan. This time, I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. Wu Xian. Yu Tian's gaze remained resolute. Undeterred. Do not be childish. Yu Shan ambushed me in the dead of night. You choose to ignore that, conveniently avoiding the crux of the matter. I am eager to witness your surrender. Wu Xian let out a cold laugh, his hands slightly raised as a torrent of spiritual energy rapidly coalesced within him. Then let us see. With a resounding strike against the Golden Bell from outside, the match officially commenced. Wu Xian was the first to attack, summoning the 6-foot demon-subduing staff, infused with potent spiritual energy, charging towards Yu Tian, leaving behind afterimages. Under the immense pressure of the Golden Bell, he struck like a meteor, hurtling towards Yu Tian. Yution sidestepped the attack, yet the bell seemed imbued with divine power, rebounding Wu Xian's afterimages. The afterimages began to ricochet within the massive golden bell, colliding back and forth like a ping-pong ball. Yution barely managed to evade a few strikes, resulting in a gash on his arm that in the dim light. He could faintly hear Wu Xian's groans. It seemed he too had been wounded by his own afterimages. In this environment, recklessly unleashing spiritual power was futile. It was far more pragmatic to engage with the sword. With that thought, he raised his hand, unsheathing the celestial false sword, its cold light shimmering. However, before Yution could advance, Wu Xian unleashed several rapid afterimages once more. The interior of the golden bell became a chaotic whirlpool. Yution's calf was once again caught off guard, leaving a cut, blood staining his pant leg. Wu Xian's self-destructive assault undeniably inflicted considerable suffering upon Yution. Crystal Dragon Soul Power, manifest. Yution intoned softly, the Crystal Dragon Soul Power erupting from within him, enveloping his body in a shimmering light of pale blue. Forming a layer of robust crystal armor, the Wu Xian observed the spectacle with a furrowed brow, but soon sneered. Yution, do you think such meager defenses can withstand me? Only the coward seeks to shield himself. Foolish, in a fleeting moment, he felt an unsettling resemblance between the frenzied Wu Xian and Yution. Truly, a product of the same mentor. Azure Dragon Spirit, gather, Yution shouted, the celestial fall sword radiating a brilliant azure light. As if an azure dragon danced upon its blade, the sword glimmered like lightning, azure spiritual energy coiling around it, reminiscent of a great dragon awakening from slumber. Heavenly fall, azure fury, Yution roared, wielding the celestial fall sword, its light streaking forth like azure lightning, imbued with boundless power and rage, piercing toward Wu Xian. The azure sword light, infused with potent spiritual energy, seemed poised to tear apart the very fabric of space within the golden bell. Outside the golden bell, the air within was filled with a cacophony of strange sounds, metallic clashing, explosive detonations, and whistling winds, as flickering spiritual energy danced in and out of view, captivating the spectators, who dared not blink for fear of missing the moment that would determine victory or defeat. Inside the golden bell, Wu Xian felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, surprise flickering in his eyes, but he quickly regained composure, sneering. Yution, your prowess is indeed remarkable, but it amounts to little more than this. With arms crossed, a powerful divine light erupted around him, flooding the interior with golden flames that illuminated the surroundings. Yution gazed across the bell at Wu Xian, who was now engulfed in flames. His eyes radiating golden brilliance, exuding an aura of limitless power, as if a deity had descended. Divine light, arise, Wu Xian bellowed, causing the pressure within the golden bell to surge dramatically. The golden light billowed like a tsunami, bearing down upon Yution. The immense force within the golden bell escalated the pressure, rendering even breathing a challenge. Under such oppressive conditions, Yution's crystal armor began to develop fissures, and soon, under the tremendous weight, it shattered into countless crystal shards. Yution felt the crushing weight, his body trembling slightly. The overwhelming pressure threatened to topple him. Yet he gritted his teeth, eyes unwavering. Wu Xian, even this attack may not be sufficient to withstand me. The azure sword light clashed violently with the golden divine energy, producing a thunderous roar as spiritual energy exploded and sparks flew. The two formidable forces intertwined in the air, causing the pressure within the golden bell to rise incessantly. Outside, the escalating chaos within the golden bell caused the vice dean to grow anxious. Such a display of powerful spiritual energy was beyond the expectations of the overseers, since Yunqi's departure 2.5 years ago. No such dazzling spectacle had been witnessed. The vice dean began to feel trepidation, regretting the lack of thorough medical preparations. What would happen if a crisis occurred? Inside the golden bell, the atmosphere had grown unbearably tense. Although Yution and Wu Xian had only exchanged a few blows, the pressure had escalated to a terrifying degree, making even breathing difficult. Wu Xian, with a cold smile, his eyes shining with golden light, appeared invincible, as if descended from the pantheon of gods. Yution, how much longer can you endure? He taunted, his eyes glinting with hatred and triumph. That is a question I should pose to you. again unleashing the sword wave. The Azure Fury sword wave collided violently with the remnants of the divine light, causing the pressure to soar, nearly making their hearts leap from their chests. Just then, the voice of the remnant echoed in his ear once more. Yution, you cannot afford to delay any longer. Your objective is to win, not to exhaust yourself here. Accept my power and allow this Dragon King to assist you in defeating this lunatic. In a moment of hesitation, a thought flashed through Yution's mind. One last time. Very well, Remnant, I accept your assistance, but do not attempt any tricks. The Remnant's laughter reverberated in his ears, brimming with pride and satisfaction. Excellent. Yution, you shall witness the overwhelming strength of the dark energy from the spirit realm. Instantly, a formidable wave of dark energy erupted from within Yution, the green aura sweeping through the golden bell like a tempest. His eyes glowed with a black hole-like green light, his body enveloped in the dark energy, transforming him into a war god. He inhaled deeply, feeling the immense power coursing through him. That Wu Xian sensed the overwhelming dark energy and furrowed his brow. Filled with alarm, Who are you? Chapter 50. The Power of the Evil Dragon. I am your sin. Come to eradicate you. As he spoke, Yution summoned the celestial fall sword, its blade now suffused with dense dark energy. Resembling a dormant malevolent dragon awaiting its moment to strike. Prepare yourself, Yution shouted, the celestial fall sword slicing through the air with lethal intent. Aimed directly at Wu Xian. Wu Xian sneered, brandishing his 6-foot demon-subduing staff to intercept. The two forces clashing and igniting a shower of sparks. Inside the golden bell, spiritual energy surged, the sword light weaving like a tempest, fracturing the very space itself into innumerable shards. Outside the golden bell, the very fabric of the square distorted under the overwhelming spiritual power. Observing this, the administrators rushed forward, exerting their utmost strength to stabilize the situation, ensuring that this confrontation did not spill over into the watching crowd. Lan Shuer and Lin Qingwei wore anxious expressions, fearful for Yution's safety, that he must remain unharmed. Yuting. Inside the golden bell, this clash of divine and dark energies was approaching its climax. Yution, your sword techniques are merely average. Wu Xian derided, his 6-foot staff once again unleashing afterimages, the divine light scorching the air like a tempest. Naive. Yution scoffed, the dark energy within him surging rapidly. The celestial fall sword flickering with black light, green shadows intertwining, resembling a chaotic dragon awakening. Power of the evil dragon. Unleash, Yution bellowed, the celestial fall sword, infused with boundless dark energy, swung forth with ferocity. Power of the evil dragon? You have colluded with the spirit realm? Before he could finish his words, the overwhelming dark energy surged towards Wu Xian. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly adjusted his stance. Surrounding himself with spiritual energy and preparing a counterformation, Yution closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, channeling all the dark energy into the celestial fall sword. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, filled with boundless murderous intent. Wielding the celestial fall sword, its blade ablaze with green demonic flames, the sword tip ignited fiercely, dazzling like lightning, radiating waves of green malevolence, striking toward Wu Xian. Celestial fall sword, absolute termination. Wu Xian felt the surge of dark energy, and his expression paled. He knew he could not withstand the strike head-on, that he swiftly retreated, his form darting like lightning, attempting to evade Yution's assault. However, the space within the golden bell was too confined, leaving Wu Xian no time to escape. The sword light struck like a bolt, instantaneously hitting Wu Xian. The intense dark energy rapidly corroded his body, as if he were being torn apart by an unseen force that in an instant, Wu Xian's body began to decay rapidly. Muscles and flesh disintegrating, gradually transforming into a pool of black putrescence that The chilling wails gradually faded into silence, until they vanished completely. The light extinguished, the entire golden bell began to tremble violently under the onslaught of this formidable force, and then shattered entirely, transforming into countless shards that scattered in all directions. The audience gasped, their eyes filled with terror and astonishment. Several elders, the steward, and high-ranking spiritual practitioners swiftly intervened, conjuring powerful spiritual energy shields to deflect the debris hurtling towards the spectators. Lin Qingyue, Shangan, and Ziyan also sprang into action, exerting their utmost efforts to stabilize the flying fragments, averting a further calamity. The fragments of the golden bell swirled through the air, plunging the entire square into chaos. As light returned to his vision, Yu Tian gradually beheld the grim aftermath of his handiwork, that a pool of rotting flesh lay on the ground, with nothing but white bones remaining below the chest. The hollow brow devoid of blood, tears, or light. The fearsome expression of terror before death seemed to linger upon the face, recounting the untold plight of Wu Xian in life. Yu Tian stood frozen. The black-green glow of his sword, Tian Yun, having completely dissipated, leaving only the faint azure light of the azure dragon flickering dimly, but he gazed at the decaying form of Wu Xian. This power, Yu Tian murmured softly, feeling a sense of incredulity. This power was utterly terrifying, so much so that it instilled fear within himself. Yu Ting. Lin Qingyue's voice broke through his reverie as she hurried to his side, her face etched with concern and worry. Silently fixated on him. Are you all right? Luan Shuer rushed to the center of the square, inquiring anxiously beside Yu Tian. He shook his head, his gaze still fixed upon Wu Xian's already decomposed corpse. A flicker of complexity flashed in Lin Qingyue's eyes, yet she gently patted Yu Tian's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Shangan and Ziyan approached, their expressions laden with shock. Shangan glared furiously at the pool of decaying flesh on the ground. Rebuking Yu Tian, I never imagined that at such a young age, you could strike so viciously. This was merely a competition, and yet you dealt a fatal blow to my beloved disciple. I cannot quell my resentment without taking your life. Merely a competition? Yu Tian responded with a newfound interest upon hearing this, that he was not at all courteous towards me. Was it merely a competition? It was not I who harbored murderous intent within that golden bell. Stop your bluster, Ziyan interjected coldly, her eyes narrowing. Yu Tian, your actions have violated the regulations of Tai Academy. You must face the consequences for your brutal conduct. Violation of regulations. How amusing, Lin Qingyue retorted disdainfully. Her brow furrowed. Did I mishear? Ziyan? If memory serves, this trial permitted surrender. The Wu Xian's fate was a choice of his own making, that if blame is to be assigned, it should rest upon Wu Xian's unwillingness to concede. With that, she gestured for the Grand Elder to approach. That it is time to announce the results of the competition, Lin Qingyue stated solemnly, her gaze fixed intently on the Grand Elder. I never anticipated such a situation. This golden bell was crafted by the 4 Yaoxi Academy. How could it crack from mere ordinary spiritual energy? This is truly unfathomable. Enough with the idle chatter. Announce the results promptly in this semi-final. Yu Tian emerges victorious. Upon uttering this, the Grand Elder gazed at Yu Tian, internally astonished. Come, my dear disciple. The finals are tomorrow. Return to showcase your prowess to Sister Ziyun and Uncle Shangan. As she spoke, Lin Qingyue nudged Yu Tian and Luan Shuer to leave. Just before departing, Yu Tian cast a glance at Shangan, his eyes filled with not only anger, but also hatred. Why did that malice feel so familiar? This is the nature of humanity. Well done, Yu Ting. The voice of the remnant echoed once more in his ear, tinged with a sense of smugness. This is reality. Others will only criticize your strength as the weak while ignoring the essence of the truth. Shangan only sees you defeating his disciple and chastises you for your harshness, yet fails to recognize that his beloved disciple harbored murderous intent towards you. This is reality. You ought to educate them on what respect truly means, indeed. Yu Tian nodded as he walked, contemplating the events that had transpired. The haunting cries of Wu Xian echoed incessantly in his mind. Reflecting on Shangan's expression and Wu Xian's actions, he felt an insatiable thirst for blood. Shangan should experience the price of arrogance. This competition was exhilarating. The source of sin does not lie with me, but within the malice of man. As he pondered, he murmured this phrase to himself, that an insidious thought began to take root within, as the remnant behind him smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 51. The source of sin does not lie with me, but within the malice of man. Upon returning to Lin Xianshan, Yu Tian felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration, brimming with energy, ready to engage in 300 more rounds if need be. He sat in the courtyard of his residence. The scenes of today's fierce battle replaying in his mind. Just as he settled into the tranquil surroundings, he received a letter from Yang Chen. The letter read, Yu Tian, the grievances of the Ice Spirit clan have been thoroughly investigated. It was Yu Qingyin who deceived us with false reports. Now, Yu Qingyin has been dealt with on the spot. Tomorrow, I will lead the various leaders of the 5 states to the frozen continent to offer our condolences. Yang Tian. After reading the letter, Yu Tian's brow furrowed, his heart filled with confusion and doubt. Yu Qingyin was killed by his own hand. Was the Yu family shifting all blame onto the deceased Yu Qingyin? But why hadn't Yu Zhanchuan publicly acknowledged that he was the one who killed Yu Qingyin? Did Yu Zhanchuan still intend to reserve his strength and plot against others in the shadows? Contemplating this, he felt that Yu Zhanchuan's scheme was far from over, and he must remain vigilant. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of relief. At least Yang Chun was still striving to seek justice for the Ice Spirit clan. This letter from Yang Chun might be an attempt to restore peace to the Ice Spirit clan, to coax the Yu family into easing their stance. That would indeed be beneficial for all parties involved. Yu Tian patted his thigh, deciding to temporarily set aside his inquiries, but he found Yang Chun's approach rather astute, as it could quell the discord while also providing him with an explanation. Just as he was about to dismiss his doubts and continue to rest, the voice of the remnant whispered in his ear once more. Yu Tian, do you truly trust Yang Chun and Yu Zhanchuan? Do you think matters are so simple? Yu Tian's brow knitted tightly, a surge of irritation coursing through him that he retorted angrily. Remnant, be quiet. I do not require your guidance. The remnant's voice dripped with mockery and arrogance. Yu Tian, you are far too naive. Yu Zhanchuan will not let you off easily. Only by relying on my power can you truly seize control of everything. Yu Tian felt a wave of annoyance. He had no desire to engage with the remnant. At that moment, he heard the gentle sound of footsteps approaching. Turning around, he saw Wan Shuer walking towards him, her face reflecting concern and worry, her eyes betraying a hint of urgency. Yu Tian, are you all right? She inquired softly as she reached his side. Yu Tian forced a smile, striving to appear more at ease. Shuer, I'm fine. You needn't worry. Wan Shuer furrowed her brow, her eyes flickering with apprehension. But what happened this afternoon in the Golden Bell? Why did Wu Xian die? Such a gruesome death. Yu Tian's heart tightened. He did not wish to divulge the matter of the remnant to Wan Shuer. He wanted to shield her from worry and prevent her from engaging with such a troublesome entity. Turning his head, he feigned a stretch of his neck, deliberately avoiding her gaze, his voice laced with hesitation. Shuer, the truth is that Wu Xian was simply overwhelmed by his emotions, causing his power to spiral out of control, which led to that outcome. Wan Shuer's frown deepened. She clearly did not believe this explanation. Yu Tian, is it really just that? I sense that matters are not so simple. Can you tell me the truth? A rush of panic surged within Yu Tian, but he forced himself to remain calm, continuing to feign nonchalance as he replied. Shuer, I understand your concern for me, but it truly is as I say, that Wu Xian employed a very powerful skill, but he was unable to control it, and in turn his own power backfired. Wan Shuer's gaze brimmed with skepticism, yet she was reluctant to press Yu Tian further. She sighed softly, her tone tinged with resignation. All right, Yu Tian, that if you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press the issue. But you must remember, no matter what happens, I will always be here to support you. The two exchanged smiles, in that moment resembling children who had overcome a rift in their relationship. Suddenly, Lin Qingwei appeared at the entrance, her figure clad in elegant white, exuding an ethereal grace. Noticing the two, she called to Wan Shuer, there you are. I have been searching for you for quite some time. Lin Qingwei stepped into the courtyard, her gaze shifting to Yu Tian and Wan Shuer, a subtle smile gracing her lips. That I would like to enjoy your lotus seed and silver ear soup. Would you be so kind as to prepare some for me? Upon hearing this, Wan Shuer beamed brightly. Of course. Qingwei, you are too polite. That I will also give Yu Tian a chance to sample my culinary skills. With that, Wan Shuer glanced at Yu Tian, smiling as she said, Yu Tian, please wait a moment while I head to the kitchen to prepare. It won't take long. Yu Tian nodded, smiling in response. All right. Shuer, I will wait for you. Wan Shuer left the room, bustling off to the kitchen. Once she had departed, Lin Qingwei turned to Yu Tian, her smile gradually fading, replaced by a serious demeanor, fixing her piercing gaze upon him. She spoke, Yu Tian, now that it is just the two of us, I have something to discuss with you. Her voice was low, carrying an undeniable authority. Yu Tian remained unperturbed, fully aware that this day would come eventually. One must confront the inquiries of the moment. That it is abundantly clear what Lin Xingyue intends to ask. Yet he manages to muster a faint smile and inquires, Mentor, is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Xingyue steps before him, her gaze piercing, locking onto his eyes. Yu Tian, what transpired in the Golden Bell yesterday? Why did Wu Xian perish, and in such a horrific manner? Have you accepted the powers of the spirit realm? Even with his mental preparations, when faced with such direct questioning, Yu Tian's heart races, a wave of guilt washing over him. Cold sweat begins to bead at his temples. After all, his actions in slaying Wu Xian were undeniably brutal. And no rational explanation could suffice to that moment. The whisper of the remnant echoes in his ears once more. Did you not fear? Simply deny it. Lin Xingyue has her own motives. I have persuaded her for quite some time. She will not act against you. The voice carries a hint of arrogance and mockery that a tumult of conflict and struggle fills Yu Tian's heart. Yet he knows he must conceal the truth of his acceptance of the spirit realm's power. He is striving for the power of the holy realm, that is to oppose the forces of the spirit realm. He takes a deep breath, striving to calm himself, feigning innocence as he replies. Mentor, I have not accepted the powers of the spirit realm. This afternoon, it was merely Wu Xian who lost control due to an overwhelming burst of light energy, resulting in that tragic outcome. Lin Xingyue's brow furrows deeper, her gaze tinged with suspicion. You had better not. If you have succumbed to the corruption of the spirit realm, the consequences would be dire. Yu Tian clenches his jaw, anxiety and apprehension swirling within him. Yet he forces himself to maintain composure, adopting a facade of nonchalance. For heaven's sake, what I am striving for is the true energy of the holy realm. It is meant to combat the forces of the spirit realm. That if I had already accepted the power of the spirit realm, would I still be pursuing such contradictory paths? Lin Xingyue's gaze remains sharp, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of Yu Tian's soul. After a brief pause, she slowly nods, her tone carrying a note of warning. Yu Tian, no matter what, you must not act recklessly. Should I discover any misconduct on your part, I will not be lenient. Just as Lin Xingyue prepares to depart from Yu Tian's courtyard, a sudden flurry of footsteps rushes in. The divine beast. Tian Go charges into the yard, its fur bristling, eyes gleaming with ferocity. It lunges at Yu Tian, pinning him to the ground, emitting a low growl as if to issue a warning. Yu Tian, overwhelmed by the beast, panics and struggles to break free. Lulu, stop. What are you doing? Observing this, Lin Xingyue swiftly moves to soothe Tian Go, softly instructing, Lulu, calm down, do not harm Yu Tian. The beast's fury subsides slightly, yet its gaze remains fierce, fixed on Yu Tian with suspicion and wariness. Rising from the ground, Yu Tian brushes off the dust, his heart racing. The beast's unusual behavior is not without reason. This divine creature can sense malevolence, evidently alert to the dark energy within him. Lin Xingyue pulls Tian Go aside, her gaze shifting back to Yu Tian, akin to a predator eyeing its prey, filled with doubt, vigilance, and an intent to uncover the incredibility of his heart. Instinctively, she gently strokes Tian Go's head, her unwavering gaze still locked on Yu Tian, as if confirming an unspoken truth that at this moment, Yu Tian's mind is a whirlwind, unsure of what course to take. Yet, he understands the urgency of remaining calm. The matter of the remnant must not reach Lin Xingyue. He inhales deeply, striving to regain his composure, resolutely stating, Mentor, tomorrow's competition, I will give my all to secure victory, to earn the opportunity for true energy cultivation, and to make you and all of Tai Academy proud. Lin Xingyue's gaze remains icy, her eyes darting momentarily that a fleeting hesitation allows the remnant to seize its chance. Its voice once again echoing in Yu Tian's ear. Tell her, no matter what, you will not lose to Ziyun's disciple. Let her know your determination. Mentor, I will not lose to Ziyun's disciple, and no matter what, I shall prevail. A flicker of conflict and complexity crosses Lin Xingyue's eyes as she stares at Yu Tian, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Finally, she exhales softly, nodding with a hint of resignation. Very well. With that, Lin Xingyue takes hold of Tian Go and slowly departs the courtyard, her figure appearing somewhat burdened, as if lost in thought. At that moment, the remnant's voice resurfaces, laced with mockery and derision. Yu Tian, do you truly believe Lin Qingyue is so selfless? As a mentor of the celestial realm, she harbors her own base desires. She hopes to overshadow the imperial realm with Ziyun, bringing forth an even mightier disciple. This is the reality. This is human nature. Cease clinging to your foolish and naive ideals. Humanity will not resent you for disobedience. Accepting the powers of the spirit realm will only incite disdain for not expanding their interests. Look at Lin Qingyue. She is the best example. Instantly, Yu Tian is rendered helpless, the remnant's words piercing his heart like a thorn, that he gazes at Lin Qingyue's retreating figure, riddled with doubt and uncertainty. Could it be true, as the remnant suggested, that Lin Qingyue is merely pursuing her own interests? He refrains from further disputing with the remnant, instead returning to his chamber in a daze. Today, he feels utterly drained. Yet, this fatigue does not stem from the body, but rather from the depths of his soul. Chapter 52. The Unexpected Victory. The sixth prince of the royal family seeks trouble. The following day marks the finals of the Holy Realm selection competition at Tai Academy. The showdown between Yu Tian and Yu Li is about to unfold. In the square, a throng of people has gathered, all holding their breath in anticipation of this intense duel. The rules of the final are straightforward. The two contestants must withstand various challenges. Engaging in a prolonged battle. During the confrontation, they may interfere with one another and seek to defeat their opponent, yet they must survive in a harsh environment. The first to surrender is deemed the loser. The presiding elder stands atop the platform, his voice resonant and commanding. Esteemed disciples, honored mentors, today marks the finals of the Tai Academy's Holy Realm selection competition. Yu Tian will face off against Yu Li. The match is about to commence. Yu Tian and Yu Li stand at opposite ends of the arena, locking eyes. Inhaling deeply, grasping his Tianyin sword tightly, Yu Tian silently encourages himself. No matter what, I must win. In contrast, Yu Li appears calm and collected, somewhat distracted, as if lost in thought. The two ascend the battlefield. With a signal, the match officially begins. The first phase unfolds. Challenges arise as intense waves of spiritual energy surge from all directions, forcing both to endure immense pressure. Yu Tian's gaze becomes vacant as he summons the crystalline dragon's spirit energy within, enveloping his body in a crystalline armor to withstand the onslaught of spiritual energy. At that moment, Yu Li unexpectedly inquires, Yu Tian, have you been influenced by the spirit realm? Yu Tian's brow furrows, coldly retorting, this has nothing to do with the competition. Focus on the match. With that, he lunges forward with his sword. Yu Li dodges several times, yet his weapon, the Four Emperor's mace, remains unutilized in retaliation as he continues to evade while speaking. Do you know, I often find myself disturbed by a voice, leading to sleepless nights. Yet I have never wavered. My mentor, Ziyun, is the same. Do we suspect that Yu Shan was influenced by the spirit realm, which prompted him to attack you? A tightness grips Yu Tian's heart. He knows Yu Li's words are not without foundation. The whispers of the remnant continue to echo in his ears, filling him with unease and turmoil, but he strives to remain calm, disregarding Yu Li's remarks. Seeing that Yu Tian is unresponsive, Yu Li persists. Yu Tian, be cautious. Do not accept the powers of the spirit realm. My father, Yu Wenhua, gradually lost his mind after the war against the spirit realm, ultimately falling under the control of the clan leader, Yu Zhanshuan. Doubt begins to creep into Yu Tian's heart. He acknowledges the truth in Yu Li's words. His uncle, Yu Wenhua, returned from the anti-spirit realm campaign in a state of disarray, and rumors suggest he ultimately succumbed to madness. The details of his fate have since been obscured. At this moment, Yu Tian feels a profound sense of unease that he has accepted far too much assistance from the remnant. The thought alone sends shivers down his spine. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asks, Yu Li, is what you say true? Just then, the second phase commences. Fierce flames erupt from the ground, a searing wave sweeping across the arena. Yu Tian and Yu Li swiftly evade. Avoiding the flame-scorching touch, Yu Tian's heart races. He quickly regains his composure, channeling all his spiritual energy to form a protective shield, keeping the flames at bay. Yu Li, on the other hand, effortlessly sidesteps the flames. Casting a scornful glance at Yu Tian, you must trust me. The power of the spirit realm is not as simple as you perceive. The cost is tremendous, if you cannot grasp it. One misstep will lead to your downfall. While their confrontation remains tepid on the stage, the audience below is ablaze with fervor. The celestial realm and the imperial realm have divided into two factions. Their animosity palpable. Since the demon realm's aggressive incursions into the mortal realm, the celestial and imperial realms have united to resist the demonic forces. However, severe disparities over credit distribution have led to significant rifts between the two sides. Now, the leaders, Lin Xingyue and Ziyun, seek to once again assert dominance over one another, proving the superiority of their respective realms. Ziyun remarks, "I never expected such talent from Yu Tian at such a young age. He is truly remarkable, but he is nearly catching up to Yu Li." Lin Xingyue responds, "Is that so? I never imagined that after years of training under Ziyun's guidance, Yu Li would still be outperformed by Yu Tian, who has only trained under me for a few days." The two individuals locked eyes in a fierce glare, the air thick with tension, while the crowd in the stands erupted into a cacophony of cheers and jeers. Fixated on the unfolding drama in the arena, that moment, Yu Tian's heart was tumultuous. He had acutely sensed the formidable power of the spirit realm coursing through him, a sinister energy swirling within, making him feel as though he possessed boundless strength. Yet, the words of Yu Li rang true. Yu Wenhua had indeed. "Yu Ting, do not continue down this path," Yu Li admonished loudly, his voice imbued with sincerity and concern. Yu Tian's heart tightened, but at that moment, the voice of the remnant whispered to him, "Kid, do not be deceived. He is merely distracting you, intending to launch a surprise attack to claim victory." Upon hearing this, Yu Tian's gaze turned icy. His sole focus was on the championship. Only by seizing the title could he hope to rid himself of the remnant. Other matters could be addressed later. Securing the championship was paramount. With that resolve, Yu Tian concentrated his strength, wielding the Tianyun sword to unleash a barrage of sword energy, its brilliance like a rainbow, bearing down on Yu Li. Yet, as Yu Li observed Yu Tian's assault, there was not a flicker of combativeness on his face that he let out a soft sigh, raised his finger to channel potent imperial energy, and with both hands grasped the four emperor's goads, not to counterattack, but to continuously disperse Yu Tian's sword energy. Yu Li's eyes radiated sincerity and determination as he proclaimed, "Yu Tian, I harbor no ill intentions, that I am not like the others from the Yu family. I have no desire to harm you. There is no need for it, trust me." However, Yu Li's earnestness made it difficult for Yu Tian to entirely dismiss him. His heart wavered again as he gazed into Yu Li's steadfast eyes, filled with contradiction and turmoil. He understood that the remnant was a treacherous entity, one who would not stoop to such depths without a sinister motive, ensnaring him step by step into its trap. "Yu Li, why are you doing this? What do you truly want?" Yu Tian could not help but question the obscured nature of the situation and its relationships, only deepening his confusion. Yu Li inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Yu Tian. "Yu Tian, I merely wish to convey that you must not rely on the power of the spirit realm. It will only lead you to ruin. My father was once seduced by the power of the spirit realm, losing his sanity and ultimately suffering a tragic fate. Do you truly believe him? That the scion of your adversary could genuinely wish you well? Yu Tian, you are too naive." The remnant's voice dripped with smugness and mockery, as if mocking Yu Tian's hesitation. "That I know that voice is still whispering to you, telling you not to trust me," Yu Li confessed, opening his heart to Yu Tian. "Yet, you must understand, I pose no threat to you. I am not your adversary, though we have known each other since childhood. You know my character well. When have I ever harmed another? I would not be your opponent now, if I wished you ill. Why would I humble myself before you like a jester?" Yu Tian hesitated. Yu Li had been his younger brother, always polite and cultured, genuinely benevolent, that in contrast to Yu Shan's recklessness and arrogance, and Yu Lengwan's tyrannical influence. Yu Li represented a refreshing current within the Yu family. His amiable disposition had led him to be chosen by Ziyun at the age of 16 to cultivate imperial energy at the Tai Academy. Akin to a humble sparrow soaring high to transform into a phoenix. Due to the 2-year-old incident involving Yu Wenhua's mental breakdown being suppressed, discussions about Yu Li and Yu Shan within the Yu family and the Yungui Mountain had diminished. Unbeknownst to them, the competition had reached its third phase. This time, an intense chill enveloped the arena. the frigid atmosphere making it unbearable for everyone present. Yu Tian gritted his teeth, channeling the Azure Dragon's spirit energy to form a barrier against the onslaught of cold. Yuli remained calm and composed, his eyes shimmering with hope as he continued. Yu Tian, remember, the power of the spirit realm is beyond your control. Once you accept it, you will be subjugated by it, losing your very self that he is poised to strike at any moment. Quickly, eliminate him. The remnant's voice grew anxious, whispering in Yu Tian's ear, do you truly wish to place your trust in your competitor? Indeed, they are adversaries. I refuse to heed the platitudes of a rival. Absolutely not. Yu Tian retorted coldly, raising the Tianyun sword, ready to deliver a lethal blow to conclude the match. Then let us not be adversaries. With that, Yuli relinquished the four emperor's goads, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill, his eyes filled with sincerity and resolve, his tone laden with helplessness and hope. Yu Tian, I genuinely mean no harm. I only wish for you to comprehend that the power of the spirit realm is unreliable. It will only plunge you into unending darkness and suffering. That a chorus of astonishment erupted from the audience below the arena. Yu Tian stood in stunned silence. He was actually conceding victory. Yu Tian, I yield. Yuli's voice reverberated throughout the square, instantly igniting a wave of astonishment. The crowd erupted with gasps, utterly unprepared for Yuli to choose this pivotal moment to concede. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyue's face lit up with a radiant smile, casting a cold glance at Ziyun, and mockingly remarked, Ziyun, your disciple is quite remarkable, knowing when to retreat. Such guidance is truly exceptional. Ziyun's expression shifted, but she did not respond immediately, merely gazing coldly at Yu Tian and Yuli. Yu Tian wore a bewildered expression, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Yu Tian. I have stated I harbor no ill will that we are no longer adversaries. You must be able to grasp that now. It is merely that I cannot defeat you and am thus selling you a personal favor. The remnant's voice whispered mockingly, dripping with derision. Since I cannot best you, I might as well concede directly. This will also serve to strengthen my rapport with you. What a clever strategy, truly a base character. Are you speaking of yourself? Yu Tian coldly challenged the remnant. Just as the situation appeared to tilt in one direction, a mocking voice suddenly rang out across the square. Is this Yu Tian? A scoundrel who can only win through connections. The crowd turned in unison to behold a man clad in an ornate robe striding forward, disdain and contempt etched across his face as his gaze coldly scrutinized Yu Tian. Following him was a retinue of guards, exuding an imposing aura. I am the sixth prince of the royal family, Huang Xiang, the man declared icily, his tone replete with disdain. During the imperial examination, Lan Shuer conceded to Yu Tian. Now, Yuli concedes to Yu Tian again. How is it that such a worthless individual can claim the championship? Lacking strength, relying solely on connections, truly laughable. Yu Tian regarded Huang Xiang with cold eyes, his defiant demeanor bringing him a sense of satisfaction, that a profound satisfaction. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure. Sixth Prince, how do you propose we handle this? The sixth prince of the royal family chuckled scornfully, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his gaze. Then let us engage in a life-and-death duel. Since Yu Tian is so confident, let him prove his prowess in such a contest, rather than feeling anxious. Yu Tian felt a surge of anticipation. Lan Shuer anxiously tugged at Lin Qingyue, her grip so strong that it nearly exposed her delicate shoulder. Lin Qingyue hastily interjected, Sixth Prince, is a life-and-death duel not excessively cruel? After all, this is merely a selection competition. Moreover, Yuli voluntarily forfeited. There was no bribery involved. The sixth prince's gaze bore a hint of cold amusement that if Yu Tian possesses genuine skill, what is there to fear? I fear you are as inept as Huang Kai. Yu Tian scrutinized Huang Xiang, appraising him as one might a piece of meat on a butcher's block. His words sparked an uproar among the audience, who buzzed with anticipation and tension regarding the imminent life-and-death duel. Huang Xiang sneered disdainfully, the glint in his eyes turning frigid as he drew the long sword from his waist, its blade gleaming like ice, radiating murderous intent as he declared, so arrogant. Today, let me teach you what it means that there are people beyond you and heavens beyond the heavens. Chapter 53, Evolution, the Fall of the Evil Sky. Seizing the moment, Huang Xiang and Yu Tian stood opposing each other at either end of the arena, their gazes flashing with determination. Huang Xiang, clad in resplendent battle attire, regarded Yu Tian with cold disdain, scoffing at the audacity of such a trivial waste to act so brazenly. "Today, I shall reveal your true nature to all." Yu Tian tightened his grip on the Tianyun sword, his voice low and dismissive. "Huang Xiang, if you wish to live, you should leave now." Huang Xiang let out a derisive laugh, and at the elder host's signal, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, swinging his hand to summon the seven-star pagoda's phoenix blade into his grasp. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, intricate runes etched along its length, emanating a powerful spirit energy, and he swung the phoenix blade, its brilliance akin to thunder, aiming to cleave Yu Tian in two. Yu Tian maintained his footing, swiftly sidestepping the attack, countering with a strike of his sword, its light like a streak of lightning, meeting Huang Xiang's blade. The clash produced a thunderous echo, spirit energy surging as sparks flew, shaking the entire arena. "Not even close." Huang Xiang sneered, the energy at the blade's tip pulsating as he unleashed a series of fierce light blades, relentlessly advancing towards Yu Tian. Yu Tian brushed off such foolish provocations, focusing his spirit energy and countering with a wave of sword energy that neutralized Huang Xiang's assault. Immediately, he countered again, the sword's light shooting like electricity, aimed directly at Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang swiftly retreated a few paces, evading the strike. Gripping the phoenix blade tightly, the 7 jewels along its blade suddenly radiated brilliant light. Then, with a fierce swing, he unleashed a blade of light, imbued with endless sword energy, bearing down on Yu Tian. A powerful surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a whirlwind, hurtling directly towards Yu Tian. Sword Qi. Such a force could only be wielded by a master-level swordsman. Huang Xiang's swordsmanship was undoubtedly at the master level, and his strength resided at the very least in the 9th tier of the Shura realm, perhaps even beyond. As Yu Tian sensed the formidable fluctuations of spiritual energy, his brow furrowed. He understood that Huang Xiang would be a formidable opponent. The 7-star sword formation. Huang Xiang roared, and the blade's radiance surged forth like lightning, filling the air with an intense aura of sword qi and spiritual energy. Yu Tian hastily summoned his crystal armor for defense, simultaneously activating his dual soul energies. However, the feedback from the Tianyun sword felt peculiar. It seemed unable to exert any force. Upon careful inspection, he was astonished to discover that the sword's power had begun to spiral into chaos. The dual soul energies mingled with a faint essence of true qi, creating an unusual force. Lowering his gaze, he realized that the holy Tianyun sword had become tainted with a significant amount of dark energy. What was happening? A shock coursed through Yu Tian as memories of repeatedly borrowing the remnant's powers flooded his mind. This dark energy must have infiltrated the holy Tianyun through his usage, resulting in its corruption. At that moment, the 7-star sword formation had already expanded, threatening to engulf Yu Tian entirely, that he felt an intangible pressure, rendering his body almost immobile, as if bound by invisible chains. "Die. You worthless waste. The narcissus does not bloom. Merely pretends. What genius of the Yu family. What rarity of the era. Ultimately, you are nothing but a cold dish served with wine," Huang Xiang coldly declared, his eyes glinting with malevolent pride as his 7-star pagoda's Chu Feng's sword bore down on Yu Tian. Just then, the voice of the remnant echoed urgently. "Yu Tian, forget about everything else. Use my power to defeat Huang Xiang first. We can settle our accounts later, and we must not lose face at this moment." Understood with that. Yu Tian waved his hand, unleashing the power of his soul energy to envelop the arena in a dense green mist that in an instant, the spectators outside could no longer discern the situation within. "Huang Xiang, are you ready to face true power?" Huang Xiang sneered, his eyes alight with derision and mockery. "Naive. You think to shield your corpse from prying eyes? I shall grant you that wish." 7-star sword formation. Annihilate. Die. With Huang Xiang's furious roar, the 7-star sword formation erupted with brilliant sword light, spiritual energy roiling, blade light crackling like lightning, and sword qi swirling like a tempest, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Yu Tian chuckled lightly, a smirk gracing his lips that in an instant, A surge of dark energy erupted from within him, a black-green aura sweeping through the arena like a tempest. His body was once again brimming with power, his eyes shimmering with a sinister glow. The Tianyan sword in his hand flickered with black radiance, its sporadic golden gleams resembling the gaze of a malevolent dragon. Dark energy, roar, Yuetian bellowed, swinging the Tianyan sword. Its radiance akin to a black shark opening its gaping maw to strike at Huangxiang's seven-star sword formation. The formation was instantly shattered, countless black sharks voraciously tearing apart the pagoda Chu Feng sword. The sound of metal crunching reminiscent of a death knell, the Huangxiang's expression of triumph gradually gave way to fear as he stared in astonishment at the monstrous sight before him. Yuetian, how dare you wield dark energy? You conspired with the spirit realm. You are plotting rebellion. I will inform my father. Huangxiang, terrified, invoked his royal lineage. Weakling. How dare you? Do you think this will win you the duel? Huangxiang scoffed, a flicker of disdain and menace in his eyes. I know you have used the dark energy from the spirit realm, and I will expose you, ensuring you have no place in Tai Academy. Hearing this, Yuetian smiled faintly, his voice a whisper. Unfortunately, you will not utter a single word. No sooner had he spoken than the dark energy within him erupted once more, the black-green aura surging forth. The dark energy swirled around him in currents that he took a deep breath, concentrating all his dark energy, preparing for a decisive blow to end this arrogant fool. Dark energy, extermination slash. Yuetian roared, swinging the Tianyan sword, its radiance flashing like lightning, infused with potent dark energy. Cleaving towards Huangxiang, that Huangxiang's expression shifted dramatically. He understood the might of this force and quickly wielded the pagoda Chu Feng sword. Seven-star formation, myriad blade slash. Yuetian, this is my strongest secret technique, an imperial secret of the Xian rank Dai. With that, an innumerable array of flying blades appeared out of thin air, hurtling towards Yuetian. Yet, Huangxiang was no match for Yuetian's dark energy. All the flying blades were devoured by the sharks. Huangxiang was forced back several steps by the overwhelming dark energy, staring at Yuetian with a mixture of fear and rage. You dare not. Weak to AT that moment, his face darkened further. He realized he had to resort to his final gambit. Swiftly, he produced a spirit talisman and began chanting an incantation, summoning a colossal soul beast, the five-tiered devouring serpent. The gigantic serpent descended from the heavens, its enormous form nearly occupying the entire arena. Its scales gleamed with a cold light, and its massive body resembled a towering mountain, opening its enormous jaws as if to consume the entire arena. Its vast bulk dispersed the azure mist Yuetian had released, prompting gasps of shock from the audience, their eyes filled with fear and astonishment. What now? Coward. Are you afraid? It's too late. Huangxiang threatened, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Now you are doomed. Huangxiang, what are you doing? The vice president on the platform exclaimed. You dare unleash this dark beast from the spirit realm. You royal family have privately raised monsters from the spirit realm. What punishment do you deserve? What punishment do I deserve? You should ask what punishment Tai Academy deserves. Your people colluded with the spirit realm. What punishment do you deserve? The crowd was rendered speechless. The nature of the life-and-death duel had irrevocably changed. No one paid heed to Huangxiang's words. All attention was fixed upon the spirit beast raised by the royal family. They gazed at Huangxiang in horror, unable to believe that the royal family would engage in such acts that disrupt the balance of the nine realms. This endangers the safety of humanity in the mortal realm. Yuetian, in this moment of crisis, the anxious Lan Yue called out the name of her beloved from the stands to AT that moment. A wicked smile crossed Yuetian's face, a glimmer of delight illuminating his features. With the serpent's presence, he could unabashedly unleash his dark energy. Ultimately, he could attribute all blame to the serpent. Finally, he felt unrestrained. Yuetian greedily unleashed his dark energy. An unending flow of dark energy surged from the remnants into his body, that power akin to an unfathomable abyss. Inhaling and exhaling dark energy, in an instant. His power soared to unimaginable heights, the overwhelming dark energy coalescing around Yuetian into the form of a colossal shark. The Huangxiang's complexion abruptly paled. He sensed the immense dark energy. the black hole-like force relentlessly stripping away one's rationality. Fear and helplessness surged through his mind like a frenzied tide. Huangxiang understood clearly that he could no longer withstand Yue Tian's assault, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. His expression darkened further. He had no retreat, only the option to fight with all his might, that he commanded the serpent to launch a final attack, his voice laden with malice and determination. "Serpent, kill Yue Tian!" Huangxiang roared. Upon receiving the command, the five-tiered devouring serpent emitted a deep roar, opening its massive maw to unleash a torrent of acidic liquid, hurtling towards Yue Tian. The acid, possessing intense corrosiveness, filled the air with a pungent odor, causing the audience to sweat nervously for Yue Tian. Yet, Yue Tian exhibited no fear, wielding the Tianyun sword, its radiance akin to black mist, infused with boundless dark energy, that a single dark blade sliced through the serpent's acidic spray. Severing one of its fangs, the serpent let out a piercing scream, its enormous body twisting in the air, shattering the arena beneath it. The pain only intensified its fury. Seeing this, Huangxiang's face darkened further. He realized that Yue Tian was no longer the Yue Tian he once knew. His power had ascended to an entirely new realm, that moment. The holy Tianyun in Yue Tian's grasp, enhanced by the ceaseless dark energy, underwent a transformation. The runes along the sword's body glimmered with a dark light. The entire blade was tempered by a swirling green flame, becoming even sharper. The holy Tianyun evolved into the dark Tianyun, emanating an overwhelming aura. The dark energy spread, as if it could devour everything. Huangxiang, witnessing this transformation, was drenched in sweat, fear flickering in his eyes. He understood that he had nowhere left to flee. He hoarsely commanded the serpent, "Kill Yue Tian now!" Yue Tian smiled slightly, his gaze radiating the demeanor of a victor. Grasping the dark Tianyun, he charged towards the serpent. The serpent, sensing the immense dark energy, roared with formidable dark energy, yet its attack seemed utterly insignificant before Yue Tian. Dark Tianyun obliteration, infused with boundless dark energy. The dark Tianyun cleaved down upon the serpent's head, blood gushing forth. The serpent emitted a heart-wrenching scream, yet it could not evade Yue Tian's onslaught. That Yue Tian's sword light surged. A black-green beam slicing down from the serpent's head, the blade flashing like lightning, blood spraying forth, until it cleaved through the serpent's tail, severing it entirely. The serpent's colossal form collapsed onto the arena, blood splattering everywhere, plunging the entire square into chaos. That in the midst of the crisis, Lan Yue attempted to rush forward to protect Yue Tian, but was stopped by Lin Qingyue. Huangxiang, gazing at the fallen serpent, turned pale. He understood that he had nowhere left to retreat. Terror and despair flickered in his eyes, sweat streaming down his cheeks as he shouted, "No! This is impossible!" Yue Tian subtly gestured, commanding the black shark to strike. The black shark opened its cavernous jaws, twisting through the air with an overwhelming presence, charging directly at Huangxiang. Like a ferocious shark targeting its prey, it lunged forward. "Yue Tian, you mustn't do this!" Huangxiang cried out in despair, yet his voice was drowned by the roar of the black shark. That in an instant, the black shark pounced upon Huangxiang, akin to a shark tearing into its victim, shredding him into mere fragments, blood splattered, and dismembered flesh scattered, painting a gruesome scene. The cries of agony reverberated through the air. With Huangxiang's demise, the chaos in the square came to an abrupt halt. The crowd gazed in silence at Yue Tian, whose entire being radiated malevolent energy, shrouded in swirling black mist and green shadows. Yue Tian met their gaze, equally silent. Before long, a fervent applause erupted, resounding in unison. "Well done, my goodness, could it be? Did they actually?" Chapter 54. Dare to move him. Move me first. Huangxiang's corpse lay in tatters, blood and flesh mingled in a horrific sight that sent shivers down spines. Yet, to Yue Tian's astonishment, the audience surrounding the square erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. "Yue Tian, splendid job. You have vanquished Huangxiang, who colluded with the spirit realm. You did right," a spectator exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and admiration. Indeed, Huangxiang was raising spirit realm soul beasts. It was high time someone dealt with him. Another audience member chimed in. Standing at the center of the arena, Yue Tian wielded the evil heaven meteor. A bemused expression gracing his features, he had anticipated that utilizing malevolent energy would incite disdain and rejection. Yet the crowd hailed him as a hero, praising his defeat of Huang Xiang. So this is how it is. Yu Tian mused inwardly, realizing they were unaware of his use of dark energy, perceiving him merely as a purger of a traitor. Numerous beautiful women cast admiring glances in his direction, some even boldly expressing their affections. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. Yu Tian, you are simply remarkable, a young female disciple exclaimed, stepping forward with a bashful smile. You are the pride of our academy, another female disciple, unwilling to be overshadowed. Boldly declared Yu Tian, I have long admired you. May I have the honor of getting to know you? Yu Tian smiled faintly, feeling somewhat flattered yet still responding politely. My mentor forbids it. Lan Shuer let out a sigh of relief. A weight finally lifted from her heart, her face radiating with joy and gratitude. However, Lin Qingwei and the vice president of Tai Academy wore expressions of deep concern. Their eyes betrayed a profound worry, clearly unfazed by the fervent atmosphere surrounding them. Just as the Grand Elder was about to announce Yu Tian's victory, the vice president of Tai Academy descended with purpose, approaching the arena with a serious demeanor. The vice president, Shen Yishur, approached Yu Tian with a hint of urgency in his gaze, saying with a smile, Yu Tian, congratulations on your victory, but there are more pressing matters to discuss. Please accompany me to the administrative hall of Tai Academy. We need to deliberate on the succession of the Saint Realm Mentor. At that moment, the voice of the remnants whispered in Yu Tian's ear, carrying a note of warning. Yu Tian, be cautious. This vice president harbors ulterior motives. Ignoring the remnants, Yu Tian nodded at Shen Yishur, understood. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Qingwei arrived astride the Nine Heavens Thunder Leopard, bringing Lan Shuer to Yu Tian's side. Vice President, if this matter is indeed of such significance as Yu Tian's mentor, I should accompany him. Lin Qingwei crossed her arms, her expression grave, speaking with a firmness that seemed to guard against Shen Yishur. Shuer, you should return to Lin Xianshan on the Tiangou and prepare dinner for us once we conclude our discussion. Lan Shuer nodded. All right, I'll ensure your favorite braised fish is ready. Yu Tian smiled warmly, a wave of happiness surging within him. Lan Shuer mounted the Tiangou, letting out a low roar as she swiftly ascended into the sky, heading towards Lin Xianshan. Yu Tian and Lin Qingwei followed the vice president to the administrative hall of Tai Academy. The administrative hall, the management center of Tai Academy, stood majestically at the heart of the institution, resembling a solemn fortress. The grand structure boasted intricate carvings and towering doors adorned with soaring dragons. Exuding an extraordinary aura, flanked by stone lions that added an air of authority, as Yu Tian and Lin Qingwei entered, the scenery compelled Yu Tian to pause in admiration. The courtyard of the administrative hall was spacious and elegant, with winding paths paved in blue stone, flanked by an array of exotic flowers and fragrant herbs. At the center of the courtyard lay a shimmering lake, its waters crystal clear, where a delicate pavilion graced a small island, surrounded by willows swaying gently in the breeze. Ancient locust trees stood tall by the lakeside, their shade offering respite with stone tables and benches for rest. The landscape was dotted with picturesque hills, and a stone bridge arched gracefully across the lake, resembling a silver chain connecting the island to the shore. In the water, koi swam gracefully, the rippling waves reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, akin to a serene painting. Upon entering the hall, they made their way directly to the inner chamber. As they walked, Yu Tian felt an invisible pressure enveloping them, as though the very space was scrutinizing their every move. Vice President Shen Yishur ascended to the high dais, seated with a stern expression, his gaze piercing into Yu Tian. Unease settled within Yu Tian. The atmosphere felt less like a promotion and more akin to an interrogation. Shen Yishur's voice echoed within the grand hall, laden with authority and anger. Yu Tian, do you not recognize your crimes? Yu Tian's heart tightened. He understood this was due to the dark energy he had unleashed during his confrontation with Huang Xiang. Yet, he did not cower. Instead, he met Shen Yishur's gaze defiantly, retorting, Vice President, what crime? Shen Yishur coldly regarded Yu Tian, a flicker of fury in his eyes. Yu Tian, you conspired with the spirit realm, attempting to corrupt the Saint Realm with its power. The dark energy unleashed during your battle with Huang Xiang serves as undeniable evidence. What do you have to say for yourself? Indeed, there was little to say. His Tianyan sword had nearly completely absorbed the power of the dark energy, leaving no trace of true energy behind. At this juncture, any defense would be futile, and even silence felt excessive. It was as if a judgment was imminent. That in a critical moment, Lin Xingyue stepped forward, her voice filled with challenge as she addressed Shun Yishe sternly. Shun Yishe, did you bring us here merely to discuss this matter? As her words hung in the air, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Xingyue, filling the atmosphere with a suffocating pressure. Yu Tian was taken aback. He recognized this force far exceeded his own capabilities. The strength of her realm might even surpass that of an advanced mirror. The air in the hall seemed to freeze, all present awestruck by this overwhelming power. Shun Yishe narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Xingyue as he questioned, "Are you threatening me?" In an instant, numerous high-ranking spirit users leapt forth from both sides of the hall, adopting battle stances, their gazes filled with wariness and hostility. Yu Tian felt a tightening in his chest. The situation had grown increasingly complex that if he intervened, it would confirm his acceptance of the spirit realm's power. Yet, if he did nothing, how could he stand by and watch his men be targeted? Shun Yishe's expression darkened further, his brow furrowing as he demanded, "Lin Xingyue, have you forgotten the rules in your defense of your student?" Lin Xingyue's gaze hardened, unwavering, her eyes ablaze with determination and anger. Yu Tian struck down a spirit realm soul beast to protect the academy. What wrong has he committed? If you summoned us here merely to reprimand Yu Tian for safeguarding the academy, do not blame me for being unyielding. Before her words had fully settled, Lin Xingyue swung her arm fiercely, a surge of powerful celestial energy manifesting as a shockwave that sent all high-ranking spirit users reeling. The spirit users tumbled through the air, crashing to the ground, terror etched upon their faces as they gazed at Lin Xingyue. Shun Yishe's expression soured. He recognized the gravity of Lin Xingyue's power, yet he remained unyielding. "Lin Xingyue, you are openly challenging the academy's rules." Lin Xingyue fixed a cold stare upon Shun Yishe. "Shun Yishe, if you do not relent and continue to wrongfully accuse Yu Tian, I shall hold you accountable for your dereliction of duty." In that pivotal moment, a voice called from the back hall, deep and authoritative. Shun Yishe's expression shifted, rapidly rising to his feet and hastening towards the back hall. His figure vanished behind the drapery of the hall, leaving behind a tense silence. Lin Xingyue and Yu Tian stood at the center of the grand hall, their hearts filled with confusion and unease. The remnants whispered once more in Yu Tian's ear. "Yu Tian, this is not a good omen. You must remain vigilant." Yu Tian nodded in agreement. Within the back hall, muffled voices exchanged in conversation, the fragmented dialogue hinting at shock and skepticism. "What? Why?" There was evident disbelief and questioning. This cannot be good." Clearly, efforts were being made to negotiate something, but the resignation in the voices was unmistakable. "Very well. I understand. It is a compromise." What was he compromising on? Moments later, he re-emerged, his steps slow and heavy, clearly burdened by immense pressure and hesitation. With a grave expression, he resumed his seat upon the dais, solemnly declaring, "The president of Tai Academy has personally spoken. Yu Tian possesses exceptional talent and is a rare asset. Yu Tian may continue to wield the power of the spirit realm for the benefit of the academy." What the hell? What? Chapter 55. A three-person play. These words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Lin Xingyue and Yu Tian utterly astounded. Yu Tian felt a sense of disbelief. He had anticipated severe repercussions for employing dark energy. Yet a stunning reversal had occurred. The dean was actually encouraging him to continue utilizing the malevolent energies of the spirit realm. Lin Xingyue furrowed her brows, her voice laced with a mixture of anger and confusion. "This is absurd. Is this not akin to aiding the oppressors? We descended to the academy to combat the spirit realm, and yet you permit others to collude with it." Suddenly, Lin Xingyue realized that she might have inadvertently implicated herself. By saying this, had she not effectively admitted that Yu Tian was in league with the spirit realm? A glimmer of calm crossed her gaze as she sought to clarify. "Of course. Yu Tian has not harnessed the powers of the spirit realm. What I mean to convey is that regardless of who may collaborate with the spirit realm in the future, such allowances should not exist. This is a grave error, an act of appeasement towards evil forces. It disregards the plight of the common people." Shen Yishu fixed his determined gaze upon Lin Qingyue, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Mentor Lin. This is not my decision. It is the Dean's directive. You must be aware that since the spirit realm invaded the mortal world, numerous instances have arisen where mortals have cultivated dark powers for strength. And the raising of otherworldly soul beasts to expand influence is no novel occurrence. Clearly, this is something we cannot prevent. Moreover, Yutian not only possesses the ability to harness powers from the spirit realm, but can also control them effectively. It is evident that he is indeed a promising candidate, that a complex emotion flickered in Shen Yishu's eyes as he continued to relay the Dean's stance. The Dean believes that since others are covertly exploiting the might of the otherworld to amass strength, and given the current turmoil in the mortal realm, we require every possible force to combat the encroachments of the demon realm, spirit realm, monster realm, and even those with ulterior motives. Yutian's abilities are indeed exceptional, allowing him to wield dark energy without suffering backlash. The power he exhibited when slaying Huangxiang was at least at the level of comprehensive mastery, as long as he can train under supervision. Tai Academy can permit Yutian to access the powers of the spirit realm, albeit with strict oversight. Having said this, Shen Yishu turned to Yutian. Can you manage this, great talent? Before the news of Yutian being allowed to utilize dark energy could fully sink in, the remnants of the past erupted into laughter in his ears. Excellent. Wonderful. What are you waiting for? Embrace it. Our glorious days are upon us. You see, as I said, as long as you are powerful enough, life will be a series of green lights. Everyone will pave the way for the strong. Accept it. Hurry. Yutian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It felt as though the emperor was in a rush while the eunuchs were frantic. Yet Lin Qingyue stood firmly opposed, her face etched with fury and resolve. No, absolutely not. Shen Yishu smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting a veneer of false kindness. Qingyue, you can certainly set aside that attitude that I have neither accused Yutian nor you. This is entirely the Dean's decision. However, do not engage in unreasonable arguments claiming that Yutian has not utilized the powers of the spirit realm, as that would be an insult to my intelligence. With that, Shen Yishu turned to Yutian, his tone laced with provocation. Yutian, tell your mentor yourself. Have you or have you not used the powers of the spirit realm? Yutian felt a wave of speechlessness. This hot potato had been tossed directly into his lap, that he understood that, regardless of how he responded, it would be difficult to satisfy both parties. Thus, he shifted his approach and replied nonchalantly, I refuse to answer this childish question. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere in the grand hall shifted dramatically, that a flicker of surprise crossed Shen Yishu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an appreciative smile. Brilliant. At such a young age, your eloquence is remarkable. The brilliance of Yutian's words lay in their simplicity. Everyone had witnessed him wield dark energy, and those with sight could see it plainly. Yet because it was so visible, to inquire further would be childish. Not asking would leave uncertainty and ambiguity. To admit would incur guilt, while denial would equate to deceit. Thus, silence was the best course of action. For Shen Yishu, this response was tantamount to a denial. While for Lin Qingyue, it was an acknowledgement point. One might say it was a beautifully ambiguous stance. Yet Lin Qingyue remained resolute in her opposition, her gaze rife with righteous concern. This is a form of indulgence. An appeasement, a disgrace. It is also a recklessness towards Yutian's life that if he suffers backlash, his very existence will be extinguished. As she spoke, she grasped Yutian's arm, intent on leaving. Shen Yishu hastily called out to Lin Qingyue, his tone calm yet cautionary. Qingyue, you must not forget how many have sacrificed due to the invasion of the spirit realm. Now, there is someone capable of controlling the dark energies of the spirit realm adeptly. Why not allow him to train? Perhaps he can withstand the myriad invasions that do not forget. With great power comes great responsibility. Lin Qingyue halted, a flicker of struggle and hesitation crossing her features. She understood that Shen Yishu's words held some truth. Yet she could not accept the notion of placing Yutian at such risk. Vice Dean Shen, while Yutian's powers are formidable, his safety is of paramount importance. She stated firmly that I cannot allow him to take such a risk. A flicker of understanding crossed Shen Yishu's gaze, yet he remained steadfast in his position. Qingyue, we must confront reality. The invasion of the spirit realm has plunged the mortal world into peril. We require strong individuals like Yu Tian to protect the academy and the sacred realm. Lin Qingyue's expression was resolute, her gaze shimmering with unwavering determination. She turned to face Shen Yishu, her voice filled with finality. I will not allow my disciple to be tainted by unclean forces. Shen Yishu, as the celestial maiden of Qingxiao from the immortal realm, my mission is to combat the demon realm, monster realm, and spirit realm that I will not be so blind as to discern right from wrong. Shen Yishu disregarded Lin Qingyue's fervent declaration, smiling as he turned to Yu Tian. Yu Tian, this is the dean's directive, the academy's decision. Think of the greater good. Moreover, this represents an exceptional opportunity for you personally. Why not seize it? The remnants of the past erupted in excitement beside him, exclaiming, Yes, yes, that's right. Yu Tian, this opportunity is rare. You must seize it. This is our chance. As long as you accept, both power and authority will belong to you. Look, even the dean of Tai E Academy agrees. This is proof. What are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? In an instant, the opposing forces of the spirit realm and Tai E Academy appeared to form an unlikely alliance, jointly persuading Yu Tian to accept their proposal. Yu Tian felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Were they not opposing forces? How had they suddenly united? Who was truly on his side? Taking a moment to collect himself, aware that both the remnants of the past and the dean harbored ulterior motives, he turned to the agitated Lin Qingyue and asked Shen Yishu, Vice Dean Shen, who will be appointed to the position of mentor in the sacred realm? Shen Yishu was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Yu Tian's sudden inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, If you agree to this proposal, we shall appoint Mentor Lin to that position. Lin Qingyue immediately retorted without hesitation, No need. Do not think to use this position to coerce my agreement to this absurd suggestion. Yu Tian understood Lin Qingyue's resoluteness. Yet he also recognized that the current situation required a compromise. Having said that, he spoke slowly. I can agree to this proposal, but I have one condition. Both the remnants of the past and Shen Yishu simultaneously queried. What condition? Yu Tian's gaze was unwavering, his tone resolute. I wish to serve as a mentor in the sacred realm, while cultivating both the true energy of the sacred realm and the dark energy of the spirit realm. Shen Yishu's brows furrowed even deeper. He had clearly not anticipated Yu Tian's request, and he pondered briefly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Yu Tian, you must understand that cultivating two utterly opposing powers is exceedingly perilous. Should you lose control, the remnants of the past whispered beside him, their voice tinged with cold amusement and excitement. Yu Tian, this is a fantastic opportunity. Should you master both forces, you will be invincible. Upon hearing Yu Tian's desire to simultaneously cultivate the true energy of the sacred realm and the dark energy of the spirit realm, both Shen Yishu and Lin Qingyue fell into silence. This was utterly preposterous. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew heavy, as though time itself had momentarily halted. Shen Yishu managed a strained smile, while even Lin Qingyue found herself awkwardly lowering her head. Gently tugging at Yu Tian's sleeve, signaling him to cease speaking, that it was Shen Yishu who first shattered the silence. Yu Tian, this is impossible. These two powers are contradictory. Cultivating them together will only lead to your demise. Lin Qingyue nodded, her gaze filled with concern. Yu Tian, heed my words. First, this is far too dangerous. You must realize that true energy and dark energy cannot coexist. Should you lose control, the consequences would be dire. Second, you are forbidden from cultivating the corrupting powers of the spirit realm. Nonetheless, Yu Tian's tone remained firm, unyielding. If I am not permitted to assume the position of mentor in the sacred realm, then I shall not agree to cultivate dark energy. The remnants of the past erupted in applause beside him. Excellent! Wonderful! Two powers, splendid! You have finally grasped the essence of life. As long as you are powerful enough, everything will belong to you. However, this time, Lin Qingyue and Shen Yishu found themselves in agreement. They both opposed this proposal. Shen Yishu's tone grew serious. Yu Tian, you must comprehend that once you begin to cultivate dark energy, it will erode your true energy, tainting your spiritual power. Coexistence is impossible. Furthermore, the true energy will also be corrupted, and at that point, the Academy will be overwhelmed by the spirit realm's corruption. Lin Qingyue has always opposed Yu Tian's cultivation of evil energy, and now she firmly stands against the suggestion. Stop dreaming. You fool. You must understand that the dangers of such actions are immense. Moreover, I will not allow it. Just as they were embroiled in a heated debate, a commanding voice emanated from the back hall. Granted. Upon recognizing the voice of the dean, Shin Yishir's expression changed, and he hurried towards the back hall. Moments later, he returned to the main hall. His demeanor grave, and stated, "The dean has agreed to your request, but there is one condition. Someone must supervise you." Hearing that the dean had acquiesced to his request, Yu Tian was filled with joy. Faced with this simple requirement, he casually replied, "All right, I accept this condition. Let Lin Qingyue supervise me." However, Shin Yishir shook his head, a serious expression on his face. "Yu Tian, the dean has stated that Lin Qingyue, being overly concerned for her disciple, may find it difficult to fulfill this responsibility. The dean has appointed the Imperial Realm Mentor Ziyun to oversee you. Yu Tian." Lin Qingyue. Chapter 56, Absurd Task. Departure, the Underworld Valley. Upon hearing this, both Yunye and Lin Qingyue voiced their objections simultaneously. Why Yunye whispered into Yu Tian's ear, his voice laced with intense dissatisfaction and anger. "Zin, that's unacceptable. Absolutely not. That woman cannot be trusted." Lin Qingyue immediately expressed her stance. "Absolutely not." Her face turned ashen, her eyes flickering with flames of rage. "Shin Yishir, do not jest. I will never agree. Yu Tian is my disciple. Everything concerning him must be under my direct supervision." Yu Tian felt a twinge of discontent as well. Ziyun had a history with his mentor Lin Qingyue, and he harbored familial tensions with Ziyun's disciple. Yulida, wasn't this simply vexatious? He looked at Shin Yishir, his tone tinged with skepticism. "Vice Dean, why can't my mentor Lin Qingyue supervise me? She knows me best." Shin Yishir maintained a calm demeanor, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Yu Tian, this is not a personal decision of mine. It is the dean's arrangement. The dean believes that Lin Mentor's affection for you may cloud her judgment. To ensure your safety, Mentor Ziyun is the more suitable choice." Lin Qingyue retorted angrily. "Shin, my concern for Yu Tian stems from our mentor-disciple bond, but I assure you, it will not affect my judgment. I am solely focused on Yu Tian's safety and future." At this moment, Lin Qingyue suddenly realized she had walked into a trap. She quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "No. Why should I supervise Yu Tian? I absolutely do not agree." Confronted by the two, Shin Yishir frowned and coldly remarked, "Ziyun has informed me that someone has been whispering in her ear, and the same goes for Yu Li. Yet they have not succumbed to corruption." In contrast, Lin Qingyue, your attitude towards Yu Tian has been excessively indulgent. As he spoke, Shin Yishir's gaze bore down on Lin Qingyue, seemingly questioning why she had failed to notice that Yu Tian had absorbed so much evil energy. Lin Qingyue felt a pang of guilt, momentarily at a loss for words. With a soft sigh, her gaze reflected a mix of helplessness and complexity. Shin Yishir continued, "Having Z monitor Yu Tian will ensure that his vital energy remains uncontaminated. It will not only guarantee the purity of his energy, but also safeguard his life." Lin Qingyue turned to look at Yu Tian, her eyes filled with worry and concern, clearly weighing her options. Yu Tian also gazed at Lin Qingyue, and in this silent exchange, they both understood something unspoken. After a moment, Lin Qingyue sighed, her eyes revealing a hint of resignation and compromise. She turned away, leaving behind a parting remark. "Yu Tian, do as you wish. Just don't get yourself killed." With that, she exited the grand hall, her silhouette appearing somewhat lonely and forlorn. Yu Tian watched his mentor's retreating figure, feeling a surge of complex emotions. He realized that Lin Qingyue had relented. Shin Yishir seized the opportunity and asked urgently, "Yu Tian, is this arrangement acceptable?" Although Yu Tian felt reluctant, he understood he had no other choice, and begrudgingly replied, "Fine." "I have no options left." Wai Yunye whispered discontentedly in Yu Tian's ear, his voice filled with anger and warning. "Ziyun is no easy opponent. You must be cautious." Yu Tian smiled slightly, countering, "Perhaps those you cannot manipulate are all difficult to deal with." Yunye scoffed, a sound that conjured an image of a proud expression on his face, causing Yu Tian to suppress a laugh. Yu Tian stood resolutely in the grand hall, his gaze fixed on Shin Yishir as he directly asked, "Vice Dean, how do I assume the position of the Holy Realm Mentor?" Shin Yishir smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. "Do not rush. Before your promotion, you must first journey to the Underworld Valley within the Xianyan Rift. You need to rescue the Holy Realm Mentor Hong Ying, who is imprisoned there. Only by bringing her back can we proceed with your promotion. Yu Tian furrowed his brows, his expression filled with confusion and displeasure. Rescue the missing Holy Realm Mentor? Then promote me as the new Holy Realm Mentor. Yes. Is this some kind of joke? What sort of nonsensical situation is this? If we are to rescue Mentor Hong Ying, then why are we even holding a competition? We might as well compete to see who can rescue Mentor Hong Ying first. Shanisher stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. As the saying goes, if you are not embarrassed, then others will be. He continued earnestly, well, you see, the imprisonment of Mentor Hong Ying is a secret that cannot be publicly disclosed. We cannot simply launch a grand rescue operation, as it would cause unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, you cannot go as a student of Tai Academy. You must go as a treasure seeker. Yu Tian's confusion deepened. He felt this was nothing short of a trap, but he coldly remarked, this is a pitfall. I am not going. Shanisher quickly waved his hands, his tone pleading. No, Yu Tian, let Xian accompany you. Rest assured, she will ensure your safety. Yu Tian's gaze was frosty as he stared at Shanisher. Weisstein, what is really going on? Shanisher's expression grew more solemn, and he whispered, this secret cannot be discussed within the academy. There are ears everywhere. Have Xian take you to the underworld valley, where she will explain everything in detail, that if she slips up, you can return immediately, and there will be no loss. Yu Tian remained filled with doubt, sneering. I am no match for Xian. What if she has ulterior motives? Wouldn't I be walking to my own doom? Shanisher pondered for a moment, then produced a ring, descending from the hall and handing it to Yu Tian. Here, this is the Academy's artifact, the Kaiyang ring. Activating it will ensure that no malevolent energy can approach you. With it, you will be safe with Xian. Yu Tian accepted the ring and inquired, how do I ensure that Xian won't pose a threat to me? Please, have you not been listening? I told you malevolent energy cannot approach you. No woman can get close to you. Do you understand? Yu Tian slipped the ring onto his ring finger, it fitting perfectly. The ring was entirely silver, adorned with a circle of blue gemstones, exquisitely crafted. Wow, what a fine item, Shanisher replied, beaming with pride. Of course, this is a top-tier artifact of the law rank, exceedingly rare. You must take good care of it and return it to me afterward. Rest assured, I, Yu Tian, am always forthright that I end this world. All I possess is courage and integrity. I shall not sacrifice them for anyone. Excellent. Truly a noble gentleman, that we have an agreement. Xian is waiting for you outside. Just go find her directly. Who said we have an agreement? I never consented with that. Yu Tian removed the ring and tossed it back to Shanisher. Shanisher looked perplexed. Stop messing around, dear Dean. You expect me to lend you this ring for a few days and then go risk my life for you? That doesn't seem worth it. Yu Tian turned to leave. The authoritative voice from the back hall sounded again. It's a gift. Shanisher turned with a face full of anxiety. That's a top-tier artifact. Why give it away? The commanding voice affirmed once more. Yu Tian swiftly snatched the ring from Shanisher's hands and adorned it on his finger. Now that's more like it. You've made a good deal. Dean, I am going to risk my life, while you merely lose a trinket. With that, he strode towards the hall's exit. Yu Tian stepped outside. The scene before him caused him to pause in astonishment. In the pavilion outside the Xingsong Hall sat a graceful lady, the Imperial Realm Mentor Xian. She wore a flowing purple gown, the hem embroidered with golden dragon patterns, her figure resembling an orchid, her demeanor poised and elegant. Her long hair cascaded like ink, swaying gently in the breeze. Adorned with a few silver-white flowers, resembling a fairy, Xian sat in the pavilion, holding an ancient tome, her gaze focused and her expression serene. Her powerful aura made it unwise for anyone to approach her lightly. As Yu Tian approached, Xian lifted her head, a glimmer of cold elegance flickering in her gaze. Be cautious of her. She is not easy to deal with, came the voice of the remnants. Silence. You are everywhere. Yu Tian, you have arrived, Xian said, setting aside the ancient tome in her hands, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke with a hint of nonchalance. It is time for us to depart. Yu Tian nodded. Mentor Ziyun, Weisstein Shun has already briefed me on the details of this mission. I am prepared. Ziyun inclined her head slightly, rising to her feet. Her flowing gown danced gracefully in the breeze, captivating to behold. She turned to Yu Tian, seemingly a bit shy, and inquired, For this mission, you will be executing it with me alone. Will your mentor Lin Qingyu be displeased? Yu Tian was taken aback by the question, unsure of how to respond. She should not be. We are simply here to carry out a mission. Nothing more. A tender light flickered in Zi Yun's eyes as she turned and exited the pavilion, gesturing for Yu Tian to follow. Very well. Let us proceed. The nether valley of the celestial cloud rift is not an ordinary place. It lies in a secluded part of the canyon with interwoven routes. So you must keep close to me. Understood? As they prepare to leave, Yu Tian briefly reviewed the intricate relationships that had just unfolded, only to uncover a harsh truth that in reality, there was only one person who genuinely cared for his well-being and future. It seemed that only Lin Qingyu was an ally. Stay close, or you may lose sight of me, Ziyun said, waving her hand, a long silk scarf billowing in the wind as she transformed into ethereal mist, soaring into the air like a fairy. Yu Tian mounted his sword and followed suit. Stay close, she reiterated, that I understand. Yu Tian sighed, realizing that following too closely could lead to a collision. Chapter 57. The Lost World. Upon reaching the celestial cloud rift, dusk was approaching. Yu Tian and Ziyun traversed a narrow mountain path, with steep cliffs looming overhead and an unfathomable chasm beneath them. The rocks on either side exhibited a shadowy purple hue, as if eroded by time, their surfaces adorned with tiny fissures. Strange plants flourished along the path, emitting a faint glow that cast eerie shadows upon the cliff walls. This is the Nether Valley, Ziyun remarked, gripping Yu Tian's hand tightly, a note of unease in her voice. That I've heard that no one has ever emerged from here unscathed. Mentor, please don't be anxious. That if you're nervous, I'll be nervous too, Yu Tian stammered, slowly extricating his hand from hers. Why has no one ever returned unscathed? What has happened here? Because no one has come here, Yu Tian. They pressed onward, the air thick with a pungent scent of decay, as if countless creatures had perished here, consumed by the sands of time. Eerie whispers echoed in the distance. Yu Tian, do you not find this sound peculiar? Ziyun halted, nervously scanning her surroundings, as if many were whispering in her ear, yet there was no one in sight. Yu Tian furrowed his brow, listening intently. The wailing sounds reached his ears before vanishing like the wind. Having absorbed malevolent energy, Yu Tian had gained the ability to sense the supernatural nearby. He shook his head and said, "These are merely illusions of this place. There is nothing to fear." Ziyun nodded. "You are indeed reliable, Yu Tian." They continued on, and soon a vast expanse lay before them. The ground was blanketed in thick moss, surrounded by towering ancient trees, their twisted trunks and dense foliage resembling monstrous creatures with gnarled claws. "These trees are truly terrifying," Yu Tian exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. "They seem almost alive." Ziyun smiled faintly. "Everything in the Nether Valley is shrouded in mystery. These trees may have thrived here for millennia, absorbing the spiritual energy of this place, transforming into something extraordinary." Just as they conversed, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket, as if something was moving swiftly. Hearing this, Yu Tian instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. Casting a wary glance toward the source of the noise, be cautious. Something is approaching. Ziyun quickly drew her dagger, her eyes darting around anxiously. Suddenly, a massive nether wolf leapt from the underbrush, its ebony fur gleaming like metal. Eyes glinting with ferocity, it let out a low growl, baring its sharp teeth, and lunged at Yu Tian. He swiftly dodged the attack, countering with a slash at the wolf's flank. The nether wolf agilely leaped aside, following up with a rapid claw strike aimed at Yu Tian's face. He sidestepped, his sword darting in several directions, ultimately leaving a deep gash in the wolf's abdomen. Seeing this, Ziyun seized the opportunity to strike from the side, her dagger piercing the wolf's side with precision. The creature howled in agony, struggling briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. That was too perilous. Ziyun wiped the sweat from her brow, panting slightly. "Fortunately, we reacted quickly. Otherwise, it could have been dangerous." Yu Tian nodded, gazing at the fallen nether wolf. Something felt amiss. This wolf is not right. As he approached, he touched the wolf's body, and in an instant, it crumbled into a heap of decayed wood. "This is malevolent energy," Ziyun observed. "The dark energy here is more potent than I had anticipated." "Mentor, it seems you have been here before." Yu Tian scrutinized her. "Yes, Yu Tian. They continued onward, and gradually the surroundings grew increasingly sinister. The sky was cloaked in thick clouds, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. The trees towered higher, their branches intertwining to form natural barriers that blocked the light, that a chilling aura enveloped the air. As if even souls could freeze. Yution, I feel increasingly cold. Ziyan shivered involuntarily. The temperature seemed to drop incessantly at What would you like to do? What else is there to do? I'm cold. Can't I complain about being cold? Yution, sighing, he removed his outer robe and draped it over Ziyan, his tone tinged with exasperation. Once you warm up, remember to return it to me. How could I possibly wear your robe and let you suffer in the cold? Ziyan countered, if you are cold as well, then I shall return it to you. Mentor, do you always guide Yuli like this? Not at all. Yuli is quite the gentleman. When I am cold, he never feels it. Yution could barely contain himself. He preferred the carefree disposition of Lan Shuer. Somewhat reckless, her company was relaxed. Devoid of pressure, they pressed onward, and suddenly a colossal stone door loomed ahead, blocking their path, entwined with thorns on either side. The door was adorned with ancient runes that emitted a soft glow. Yution stepped forward, closely inspecting the symbols, recognizing them as part of an ancient seal. This must be the entrance to the core of the Nether Valley. Yution turned to Ziyan. She nodded, indicating for him to open the door. With a determined push, Yution swung the stone door open, revealing an abyss of darkness that seemed to consume all light. As they stepped inside, an intense chill enveloped them. The walls flickered with a ghostly blue luminescence, illuminating the entire space. It is so cold here. Ziyan couldn't help but huddle closer to herself. What do you see? Yution surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling on a wall where a recess appeared, seemingly designed to hold something. Approaching the indentation, they discovered it was inscribed with an ancient phrase. Thanks to his diligent study of the Dragon Clan scriptures, Yution recognized a few of the characters. I see .orb.seal. It appears we must locate this orb to dispel the cold here. Ziyan furrowed her brow. But where could this orb be? How shall we find it? Yution sighed, finding this manner of interaction quite uncomfortable. Let us search this room first. Perhaps there are clues. Suddenly, a rustling noise echoed from ahead. Yution quickly pulled Ziyan behind a large tree, holding his breath as they anxiously stared in the direction of the sound. From the thicket emerged a gigantic spider, its entire body a deep black, with 8 eyes glinting red as it seemed to hunt for prey. Do not move, Ziyan whispered urgently. It may just be passing by. Let us remain quiet, and it won't notice us. Yution was utterly astonished, as Ziyan seemed as if she had encountered such a creature before. Her inconsistent reactions left him baffled. What was Ziyan up to? So erratic. The two stood silently behind the tree until the massive spider crawled away. Once it was completely out of sight, Yution turned to Ziyan, feigning nonchalance as he asked, Mentor, lead the way. I am unfamiliar with this place. To his surprise, Ziyan did not take the bait, replying, I am not familiar either. Let us go together. They continued onward, and the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. The leaves strewn across the ground have transformed into a thick, black sludge, yielding a soft, unsettling sensation beneath one's feet. The surrounding trees gradually thin out, replaced by an unceasing array of ancient stone pillars, arranged like a military formation on either side. Ziyan scrutinizes the runes etched upon them, her brow furrowing. I have encountered these runes in an ancient tome before. They appear to be intended for sealing something. A tightening sensation grips Yution's heart. She has indeed been here before. She inquires, what is being sealed? It cannot be a demon, can it? Ziyan shakes her head. I am unsure of the specifics. But it is certainly not something benevolent that we must tread carefully and avoid disturbing the runes on these pillars. The two continue their journey, traversing an ancient stone forest, when suddenly a vast cave comes into view. The cave's entrance is shrouded by a curtain of black light, through which flickering glimmers can be seen, suggesting some potent force surging within. Yution gazes at the ominous curtain, filled with confusion and trepidation. Mentor, is this the heart of the Nether Valley? Is Mentor hanging inside? Ziyan nods. Perhaps. How would I know? Yution takes a deep breath. Very well. Let us investigate. As they approach the black curtain, Yution leans in for a closer look, only to be unceremoniously kicked into the curtain by Ziyan. The curtain quivers momentarily before parting to reveal a passageway. Da-da. Xin, what are you doing? Yu Tian exclaims in shock as he turns back. We need to return safely. Good luck. The world beyond the curtain resembles a swirling vortex. Yu Tian feels himself plummeting into an endless abyss, as if his body is being torn apart, surrounded by a cacophony of low growls and eerie shadows. He attempts to harness his energy to halt his descent, but all efforts prove futile. Time stretches interminably, akin to a century passing in an instant. Finally, he crashes heavily onto the hard ground, letting out a muffled grunt. Struggling to rise, Yu Tian surveys his surroundings and realizes he is in a strange and bizarre realm. The sky is a deep violet, with a faint mist enveloping the area, and an unusual odor permeates the air. Gone is the chilling fog of the Nether Valley, replaced by an expansive black expanse, dominated by a blood-red moon casting a sinister glow. Where is this place? Yu Tian murmurs, his heart laden with confusion and unease. He finds himself in a desolate wilderness, overgrown with peculiar flora. Recalling the events that transpired moments ago, he remembers being unceremoniously propelled into a cave by Xian. Just then, a fierce wind sweeps through, and dark clouds roil above, as if something colossal is about to descend. Looking up, he witnesses a gigantic black-green evil dragon emerging slowly from the thick mist. Its scales glimmer with an eerie green light, its wings unfurling to blot out the sky. Its eyes, blood-red and brimming with madness, burn like flames, a sinister grin curling at its lips to "At last, I am free." The dragon's voice reverberates through the air like thunder. Its massive form slithers across the ground, each step shaking the earth beneath. Chapter 58. The Spirit Realm. The Conspiracy of the Remnants. Qi Recovery. Prepare for battle. Yu Tian stares in astonishment at the immense, evil dragon, a surge of intense fear flooding his heart. Who are you? The dragon lowers its head, fixing its gaze upon Yu Tian, a cruel smile playing at the corners of its mouth. I am the remnant, sealed within the golden seal for decades. Finally, at last I am free. Thank you, little one. Ha. Yu Tian's heart jolts, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. You claim to have been sealed for decades. Why? The remnant narrows its eyes, a flicker of rage and malice crossing its features. Long ago, when the spirit realm invaded the mortal realm, Zhang Taisu sealed me within that golden seal, and that very seal has long since been absorbed by you. Thus, my spiritual essence has been confined within your body. Yu Tian feels a wave of confusion wash over him. But what does that have to do with me? The remnant cackles. Ha. Of course you are oblivious. Zhang Taisu left the golden seal in the mortal world, and you inadvertently absorbed it. Consequently, my spirit was likewise sealed within you. All this time, I have slumbered within you, whispering insidiously into the ears of the headmaster of Tai E Academy, finally persuading him to send you to the entrance of the spirit realm in the Nether Valley, seizing this opportunity to see the light of day once more. Yu Tian is engulfed in shock. What are you saying? You have been within me all along. You orchestrated everything. The remnant bursts into laughter. Foolish humans are always so easily corrupted. Just give them enough temptation, and they will do anything. Yu Tian's heart churns with turmoil. He cannot fathom how he has been manipulated for so long. What about Xian? Was she also under your control? The remnant's laughter is tinged with scorn. Xian? She merely wished to save you. She is unaware that all her efforts have been part of my grand design. Yu Tian clenches his fists, his brow furrowing, rage igniting within him. You despicable fiend. How dare you deceive us all? The remnant's eyes flash with cold light. Oh, do you still wish to resist? Weakling. Let me tell you, now that I have returned to the spirit realm, it is time to prepare for another invasion of the mortal realm. Let you pitiful ants witness the consequences of offending the spirit realm. Dare you? I will never allow you to do that. The remnant sneers. Then let us see. Show me just how capable you truly are. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Yu Tian unsheathed his sword, the blade gleaming like lightning as it lunged toward the remnant's throat. The remnant swiftly evaded, transforming into a shadow, effortlessly dodging the lethal strike. Thus began the fierce battle between the two. Yu Tian wielded his sword with precision, the air crackling with his formidable sword energy. His profound internal strength and exquisite sword technique surged forth. Spirit Fall, Azure Fury, he roared, spinning rapidly, channeling his sword energy into a dragon, its roar resounding through the heavens as it charged at the remnant. The remnant's cold laughter echoed as it swiped its claws, unleashing a torrent of black-green light that collided with the Azure Dragon's spirit in midair, resulting in a deafening explosion. Yution felt a constriction in his chest and stumbled back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Not enough, Yution. Your power still falls short. The remnant's voice dripped with mockery and derision. Gritting his teeth, Yution's eyes blazed with unyielding combat spirit. He swung his sword once more, pouring every ounce of strength into the strike. Soul Fall, Dispersal. The heavenly sword split into 2, then into 4, and finally into 8, releasing an explosion of sword energy. With a fierce gesture, a volley of arrows surged forth, the dual forces of soul energy and sword energy cascading toward the remnant. However, the tremendous force merely collided with the remnant's dragon armor, failing to inflict any damage. Weak, the remnant scoffed, unleashing a barrage of malevolent green flames toward Yution. The relentless onslaught rained down like a torrential downpour, rendering evasion impossible. In that critical moment, the true energy within Yution surged forth like a flood. The Azure Dragon Spirit, Crystal Dragon Soul, and Bright Dragon Energy coalescing once more. Divine Fall. It has recovered. This time, it is purer and more powerful than ever, but he summoned all his internal energy once again. His sword slicing through the air, a crystalline dragon-shaped sword aura howling forth. Hurtling toward the remnant, a flicker of surprise crossed the remnant's eyes, but it quickly regained its composure. Shifted its form, dodging the direct assault of the sword aura. Yet the sword energy grazed past, erupting in a spray of blood. The remnant let out a muffled groan, its expression momentarily shifting, but it soon resumed its chilling smile. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? The remnant mocked, rapidly closing the distance, thrusting its palms forward, unleashing a torrent of black wind straight at Yution. Yution's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly gathered his internal energy into his hands, meeting the remnant's attack head-on. The two powerful forces clashed in midair, generating a tempestuous wave of energy. Both Yution and the remnant were forced back, gasping for breath as they faced each other. Panting heavily, "Surrender, Yution. You can wield my evil energy perfectly. Submit to me, and I may consider sparing your life, allowing you to serve as the gatekeeper of the spirit realm. Kneel and yield to me." The remnant's eyes gleamed with triumph, as if it could already envision the dawn of its. He ground his teeth, his eyes radiating a sinister darkness that coalesced into a colossal black beam of energy. Surging towards Yution. With a cold grunt, Yution brandished his long sword into the wind, the sword chi clashing violently with the black beam in midair, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The shockwaves tore apart the surrounding space, scattering debris from the ground into the air. The resounding echoes of their fierce confrontation reverberated throughout the world, as if the very earth trembled in response. The immense impact sent both combatants crashing down once more. Gritting his teeth, Yution rose unsteadily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet the indomitable spirit of battle still burned fiercely in his eyes, which remained fixed upon his adversary. The remnants bore green, malevolent draconic blood upon its wings and legs, yet it managed a muddied grin. It unfurled its bloodied wings once more, moving swiftly through the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages, continuously unleashing its sinister energy. With a chilling smirk, it proclaimed, "Yution, though your true energy is formidable, you shall never truly defeat me." At that moment, Yution realized the being before him was an extraordinarily powerful entity. Even with his true energy, he might not be able to vanquish it entirely. The remnants moved like a wraith, its gaze locked onto Yution, a mocking smile playing on its lips. "This is your final chance. Kneel and submit to me, and I shall spare your life. In your dreams, I shall never yield to your threats." With a swift motion, he brought his palms together, condensing his true energy once again, and unleashed a sword chi that cleaved toward the remnants. Chapter 59. Fusion. The power of the law realm. Transmission. The celestial secret realm. The remnants flickered, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, Yution did not relent. A pale blue, ethereal dragon surged forth from within him. Lunging at the remnants, true energy flowed ceaselessly from his being, manifesting as a barrage of razor-sharp assaults. "Today marks your end, remnants," Yution bellowed, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. He understood that he must give his all, leaving no room for his opponent to breathe. The remnants let out a cold chuckle, its form flickering once more, instantaneously appearing behind Yution, striking out with a claw aimed at his back. Sensing the chill behind him, Yution pivoted sharply, channeling energy into his fist to counter. The disparity in strength sent him flying again. "Is that all you've got?" The remnants taunted, a glimmer of disdain flashing in its eyes. "You think you stand a chance? Surrender is your only option. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Submit to me swiftly." "Never." Yet the steadfastness of his will could not alter the vast chasm of power between them. Yution's true energy had reached its zenith, yet he still could not completely subdue the remnants. Each assault inflicted only limited damage, failing to achieve true victory, while his own strength waned. The once abundant true energy was now nearly depleted. Just as he felt his options dwindling, an unusual wave of energy surged within him. Looking down, he noticed the golden seal upon his brow gradually emanating a faint glow down his body. The radiance intensified, as if some power was awakening, that he sensed a formidable force pouring forth from the golden seal, flooding his entire being in an instant that a flicker of surprise crossed Yution's eyes. For he felt the seal's power was stronger than ever before. His form trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing this might be the power of Zhang Tai Su's golden seal. The elusive force of the law realm, his final opportunity. The remnants clearly noticed Yution's transformation, a glimmer of wariness flashing in its eyes. "The golden seal? Could it be you have a hidden card?" Yution offered no response. He closed his eyes, uniting his spirit, as his true energy rapidly melded with the power of the golden seal, that he felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. As if he were commanding all that existed within the universe. "Holy descent," Yution murmured softly, as his long sword suddenly gleamed, releasing a golden sword chi that shot towards the heavens, transforming the very fabric of reality. The remnants sensed this overwhelming power, its expression shifting dramatically as it hastily retreated, attempting to evade this lethal strike. However, the speed of the golden sword chi was beyond its capacity to escape. The sword chi struck the remnants, unleashing a deafening roar that ended the brilliance of the sword chi. The remnants cried out in agony, its black-green malevolence gradually consumed by the golden light, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. "Yution, you cannot!" The remnant's voice faded within the golden radiance, its form growing increasingly indistinct until it was completely engulfed that moment. The golden seal emitted an even more resplendent glow, completely absorbing the remnants and resealing them within Yution's body. Yution stood alone in the wilderness, feeling the power of the golden seal within him gradually subside. His breathing became steady, and his heartbeat returned to normal. However, just as he believed everything had come to an end, an odd sensation quietly arose. He looked down at his hands, his brow furrowing slightly, filled with confusion and unease. "Have I sealed the remnants within me once more?" A flicker of shock and perplexity coursed through Yution's mind. He sensed that familiar malevolent energy stirring within him, as if it were lurking in some hidden corner, ready to awaken. Just then, the remnant's voice suddenly echoed in his ear, filled with rage and resentment. "Cursed! I was free for barely 2 minutes. Why am I sealed again? Let me out." Yution was taken aback, his expression darkening. "Damn it, I just got rid of this annoying pest, and it's back. You, Yution, are relentless, aren't you? Do you believe I won't retaliate against you? Let me out now." The remnants roared frantically. Taking a deep breath, Yution pressed his palms together, rapidly channeling his true energy, that he felt the energy coursing through his meridians. Imbued with a familiar and potent force. "Remnants, behave, or I will make your existence a living hell." Yution replied coldly, once again circulating his true energy, as the golden seal flickered with golden light. Firmly suppressing the remnant's malevolence, to his surprise, Yution discovered he could still circulate his true energy seamlessly, unaffected by the remnant's corrupting influence. his brow furrowed in confusion, yet he resolved to investigate further, but he concentrated, awakening the golden seal within him. Feeling its power grow stronger and more stable under his control, the strength of the golden seal intensified. The remnant's malevolence was firmly sealed away, unable to exert any further influence over him. This sealing felt even more secure than before. A wave of relief surged within Yution as he embraced the sensation of liberation. He had finally discovered a means to deal with the remnants. No longer subject to their threat. Remnants, at last, I can be free from your incessant nagging. Yution scoffed, and he felt the flow of his true energy unimpeded, granting him an unprecedented sense of ease. The remnant struggled within him, yet found itself utterly incapable of breaching the golden seal's confinement, resorting only to impotent curses. Damn you, Yutin. Let me out, Yution scoffed disdainfully. Let you out? You would only wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Dream on. Stay put in there, and never hope to escape. As the true energy flowed, Yution felt his strength steadily replenishing, a flicker of joy and contentment gleaming in his eyes. He realized that he could finally grasp control of the situation. No longer vulnerable to the remnant's threat. Yution, do you truly believe you have won? I shall find a way to escape eventually. The remnant's voice dripped with malice and bitterness. Just wait and see, Yution retorted with a cold smile. As long as I exist, you shall never escape. Cursed, you scoundrel. Yution, you will regret this, the remnant's voice echoed within him. Yet Yution merely chuckled coldly, amplifying the power of the golden seal, drowning out the remnant's tirades. And choosing to ignore them, Yution stood in the wilderness, gazing at the receding dark clouds on the horizon, his heart heavy with anxiety. Though his true energy remained intact, and the remnants were once again sealed within him, he still found himself within this spirit realm. The questions of how to return to the mortal realm and the Tai Academy loomed large, presenting his greatest dilemma. That he lifted his gaze towards the setting sun at the horizon, his expression revealing a weariness and confusion. Surveying the desolate surroundings, devoid of any presence save for the wind stirring up clouds of dust, he murmured to himself, I must return, back to the Tai Academy, back to Lan Shui. The more lost he felt, the more he needed to clarify his direction. Speaking these words, he began to sift through the information and clues he had gathered in his mind. Since the headmaster of the Tai Academy had lured him into the spirit realm under the guise of corruption, it stood to reason that the headmaster had anticipated the possibility of his safe return. Surely, there must be a means left for him to find his way back. With this thought, Yution began to recall everything that had transpired at the academy. The kick from Ziyun, her parting words urging him to return safely, indicated that she believed he possessed a means to return. But what could that method be? After pondering for a while, he looked down at the Kaiyang ring in his hand, his brow furrowing. Considering that everything might be a deception, he began to contemplate the true purpose of the ring. The vice principal had once mentioned that this ring could dispel malevolent energy. Thus, was the spirit realm not a place where malevolent energy converged? In the depths of his thoughts, Yution recalled the detailed explanation given by the vice president regarding the usage and secrets of the Kaiyang ring before his departure. At that time, he found it overly cumbersome and thus did not pay it the attention it deserved. Perhaps, he mused, it would be prudent to attempt activating the Kaiyang ring in hopes of discovering a path back home. With a sudden resolve, Yution decided to give it a try. He cautiously infused his vital energy into the Kaiyang ring, and its surface instantly shimmered with a faint glow. This illumination brought Yution a surge of joy. As it seemed the ring was responding to his energy, that he continued to channel more of his vital energy, and the light emanating from the ring intensified, as if it were guiding him. At that moment, the voice of the remnant suddenly echoed in his ears. Yution, what are you doing? Do not foolishly think you can escape with that ring. This is our territory. Release me at once. Let us dominate this world. Yution scoffed. How can I still hear you? You are utterly annoying. Silence. Once again, he infused more vital energy into the golden seal, causing the remnant's voice to vanish. He concentrated fully on channeling his energy. Feeling the glow of the Kaiyang ring grow ever hotter, as he poured even more vital energy into the ring, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling light, enveloping him entirely. Yution felt a powerful force wrap around him, causing him to lose his balance instantaneously. as though he were being drawn into a rift in time and space. His body spun within the radiance, the surroundings blurring into indistinction, as if he were submerged in a chaotic void. The power of the Kaiyang ring was astonishing. Yu Tian marveled inwardly, sensing that he was being transported to an unknown realm. He clutched the Kaiyang ring tightly, fervently praying that this transfer would successfully guide him back to the mortal realm. As the brilliance gradually faded, Yu Tian found himself standing on unfamiliar terrain. Towering peaks loomed around him, shrouded in mist, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Yet this was not the Tai Academy he knew, but a completely foreign land that this the Lingyun's secret realm. Yu Tian stood in a daze, recalling the accounts he had read in Lin Xinshan's study about the Lingyun's secret realm, that it was a legendary, mysterious place, situated at the boundary between the celestial realm and the mortal realm. However, the book provided no detailed information on its exact location or how to enter. How did I end up here? Yu Tian pondered, realizing that this transport had clearly not gone as he had anticipated. He needed to swiftly find a way back, or, at the very least, uncover some clues. Chapter 60. A misunderstanding with the Guardians? Clarifying with strength, Yu Tian walked slowly across the strange land, surveying his surroundings, and noted the mist swirling around him, the picturesque scenery resembling an ethereal realm. Majestic ancient trees towered above, streams trickled gently, and lush flora thrived, with a faint aura of spiritual energy permeating the air. After a short while, Yu Tian halted, furrowing his brow as he realized this place might not be the mortal realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in this land far exceeded that of the mortal realm, as if some mysterious force governed everything that he reflected silently. Have I truly arrived in the Lingyun's secret realm, the domain of the celestial realm? Just as he began to feel a sense of ease, he suddenly heard faint sounds ahead. He immediately stopped, his gaze alertly directed toward the source of the noise. Not far ahead, two figures emerged from the mist and landed steadily before him. Point one was a man clad in a green robe, handsome and composed, wielding a bronze longsword. The other was a woman dressed in a jade-green gown, striking in appearance, her gaze imbued with a hint of coldness, holding a verdant staff. They radiated powerful spiritual energy, clearly not ordinary individuals. The man in the green robe, with refined features and a commanding presence, emanated a fierce aura. The woman, in her white gown, possessed noble grace and a hint of chill in her eyes. They stood before Yu Tian, their gazes piercing and scrutinizing. The man fixed a sharp gaze upon Yu Tian, his voice laced with skepticism and caution. Who dares intrude upon the Lingyun's secret realm? Yu Tian cupped his fists in greeting, his tone tinged with apology. That I am Yu Tian, who has inadvertently wandered into this place without malice. Should I have caused any offense, I hope for your understanding. The woman scoffed coldly, her eyes assessing him. Inadvertently wandered in. Humph, the Lingyun's secret realm is no ordinary place. How could you enter at will? Moreover, why do you carry a trace of dark energy? Speak clearly, or you shall not leave this place. Yu Tian's heart sank. He knew that remnants of the sealed remnant within him might have left behind some dark energy. However, he bore no ill intent. He merely sought a way back to the mortal realm. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he explained, "You have misunderstood that I truly entered this place by accident. The dark energy is a result of having once sealed an evil entity from the spirit realm within me. Its presence is real, but I have thoroughly suppressed it, and it poses no threat to anyone." The man furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Yu Tian's words. Nonsense. If you claim to have entered here by mistake, you must possess some strength of your own. Let us see your true abilities. If you can demonstrate powers beyond merely expelling dark energy, we shall allow you to leave. Yu Tian shook his head in resignation, feeling somewhat speechless. He had only wished to find a way back. Yet he had not anticipated such trouble. Since they did not believe him, he had no choice but to accept the challenge and prove his innocence. Very well. Then, I welcome your guidance. The man nodded, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes as he gripped his bronze longsword tightly, the sword energy coalescing in the air, resembling a green serpent slithering through the void. Yu Tian inhaled deeply, channeling his vital energy, clasped his hands together, and summoned the holy heaven meteor from his palm. The energies of the Azure Dragon's soul and the Crystal Dragon's essence intertwined alongside his vital energy, forming a formidable energy shield to withstand the opponent's attack. The man swung his sword upward, unleashing a barrage of sword energy aimed directly at Yu Tian. He swiftly dodged, countering with a sword wave. The Azure Dragon's soul rapidly coalescing to unleash fierce attacks in intense confrontation with the verdant sword energy. The woman stood aside, her verdant staff shimmering with spiritual light. She gently waved the staff, causing green beams to weave through the air, forming a massive light shield that enveloped Yu Tian. With a graceful leap, she approached Yu Tian like a light-footed lark, conjuring a spirit energy sword in her other hand. Thrusting it toward his chest, Yu Tian's gaze sharpened. He quickly shattered the light shield and retreated to evade the man's serpent-like energy at the same time. He countered the woman's spirit energy, sword with an open palm. The two forces collided in a brilliant explosion of sparks. "You are being unreasonable. I truly am just lost," Yu Tian exclaimed in frustration, his body spinning rapidly, vital energy coalescing in his palm, and he forcefully released a powerful gust of energy that pushed both of them back. The man in the green robe sneered, "Enough with the nonsense. Since you can breach the Lingyun's secret realm, you are certainly not an ordinary individual, though we must ascertain your origins and intentions." Yu Tian sensed the pressure surrounding him. These two were genuinely serious. He waved his hands to unleash a sword wave, transforming it into a colossal azure dragon that surged toward the man. The man shifted his form, quickly dodging, and swung his longsword, unleashing sword energy like a torrential storm, fiercely slashing at the azure dragon's phantasm at that moment. The woman also made her move. She vigorously swung her staff, sending a green beam darting toward Yu Tian's chest like a swift swallow. Sensing the formidable spiritual energy, Yu Tian swiftly channeled his crystal dragon's essence, forming a translucent shield to block her attack. Such powerful spiritual energy, Yu Tian marveled inwardly, recognizing that these two were no ordinary opponents. He inhaled deeply, resolved to stop holding back and give it his all. Clasping his hands together, he rapidly condensed his vital energy, intertwining the Azure Dragon's soul and the Crystal Dragon's essence within the heavenly meteor sword. The overwhelming aura even uprooting nearby trees, forcing the man and woman to retreat. "Impressive skills," the man remarked coldly, his longsword glinting with a chilling light, clearly preparing to unleash his full strength. The woman, too, maintained a stern gaze, her staff swirling once more, weaving together green light in the air to form a massive web of light, attempting to ensnare Yu Tian. Yu Tian's heart sank. He knew the moment to determine victory had arrived. He inhaled deeply, summoning the golden seal within him. The golden seal slowly extended from his brow, radiating warmth as that familiar power surged forth once more. "Golden seal, lend me your strength," Yu Tian silently intoned. As the golden seal illuminated rapidly, golden light flickering around him, forming a powerful shield that repelled the attacks of Qingbi and Tianyao. Qingbi and Tianyao were evidently taken aback by this surge of power, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and confusion. "What is this power?" Yu Tian smirked coldly, his gaze resolute. "This is my power, the very force I employ to suppress dark energy. You need not doubt my intentions any longer. I merely seek a way back to the mortal realm and harbor no malice." As he spoke, Yu Tian ceased to gather energy, refraining from attacking the pair. The man and woman exchanged glances, evidently weighing their options. Finally, Qingbi nodded, sheathing her sword, her tone softening somewhat. "Very well, that we believe you. I am Qingbi, and she is Tianyao. We are the guardians of the Lingyun's secret realm, and we must ensure the safety of this celestial realm. Since you truly harbor no ill intentions, we may release you, provided you assure us that you will pose no threat to the Lingyun's secret realm." Yu Tian nodded. "I assure you, my only desire is to find a way back to the mortal realm. I will not bring any harm to you." Tianyao also sheathed her staff, her gaze imbued with a hint of scrutiny, hoping that your words ring true. "Otherwise, we shall show no mercy." Taking a deep breath, Yu Tian felt the true energy within him gradually settle. He knew he had finally gained a temporary trust. He clasped his fists in respect to Qingbi and Tianyao, expressing gratitude for their understanding. "May I inquire if there exists a passage back to the mortal realm?" Qingbai nodded. Indeed, there is a passage within the Lingyun's secret realm that leads to the mortal world, though it is not easily discovered. However, since you possess the Kaiyang ring, you might harness its power to locate the passage that as she spoke. Qingbai gestured towards the ring on Yu Tian's hand. Chapter 61. The Hidden Truth Unveiled. Securing the treasure, holding the Kaiyang ring, Yu Tian furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Are you familiar with this ring? Qingbai smiled gently, her gaze fixed on the ring in Yu Tian's hand. And she slowly nodded. Of course, I recognize it. This ring is a treasure of the celestial realm, known as the Kaiyang ring, possessing formidable power. However, it requires the infusion of celestial energy to unleash its true potential. Yu Tian was taken aback, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Celestial energy? No wonder I ended up in the wrong place, that I merely infused my true energy, resulting in my transport to this realm. Tian Yao could not suppress a light chuckle. So it seems, no wonder you mistakenly ventured into the Lingyun's secret realm. Her tone bore a hint of jest, but was predominantly infused with understanding and compassion. Qingbai nodded, a glimmer of sympathy in her eyes. You arrived here by mere chance. That if you wish to return to the mortal realm, we can assist in infusing celestial energy, allowing the Kaiyang ring to realize its full power. A sense of relief washed over Yu Tian as he gazed gratefully at Qingbai. Thank you for your assistance. I truly need to return to the mortal realm, that I hope you can help me. Qingbai smiled softly, extending her hand to gently rest on Yu Tian's shoulder. She closed her eyes, channeling the celestial energy within her. A warm and pure force surged into Yu Tian's body, infusing the Kaiyang ring. The runes on the ring instantly radiated a brilliant light, as if responding to the influx of celestial energy. Yu Tian felt that powerful force coursing through him, his heart brimming with hope and gratitude. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Qingbai and Tian Yao. Thank you for your help. I will forever remember your kindness. Qingbai and Tian Yao nodded with smiles, watching as Yu Tian activated the Kaiyang ring. With the infusion of celestial energy, the runes on the ring gradually illuminated, forming a golden halo that enveloped Yu Tian. The light intensified, ultimately consuming his figure entirely. May you have a safe journey, Qingbai murmured softly, her gaze reflecting a mix of reluctance and blessing. Yu Tian nodded, inhaling deeply, merging his true energy with the celestial energy from the ring. He activated the transportation power. Once more, a dazzling light enveloped him, swiftly transporting him away from the Lingyun's secret realm. As the light dissipated, Yu Tian found himself standing on familiar ground. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he had returned to the exterior of the Xinglong Hall at Tai Academy. A serene ambience enveloped him, with only a gentle breeze stirring, carrying the fragrance of flowers. Looking around, he discovered he was in a pavilion outside the Xinglong Hall. The area was lush with flowers and plants, the air filled with a subtle floral scent. Within the pavilion, a familiar figure was quietly perusing ancient texts. It was Ziyun. Upon hearing his voice, Ziyun lifted her head, surprise and relief flickering in her eyes. Yu Tian, you're back. How wonderful. I was so worried about your safety. Congratulations on your successful return. Yet there was no trace of joy on Yu Tian's face. He had just barely escaped the spirit realm with his life. His expression was cold and resolute, brimming with anger and confusion. But he approached Ziyun, locking eyes with her, his tone heavy with barely concealed fury. Ziyun, what on earth is going on? Why did you send me into the spirit realm? Ziyun's smile faltered, clearly unprepared for Yu Tian's reaction. That a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Yu Tian, please calm down. My intentions were solely for your safety. Calm down. You put me in danger and expect me to remain calm. Yu Tian interrupted her, his voice laced with suppressed rage. Do you have any idea what I endured in the spirit realm? I nearly became trapped there forever. What were you thinking? Ziyun's complexion paled. Remorse and helplessness etched in her gaze. Yu Tian, I am aware of what you faced in the spirit realm, but I was genuinely acting in your best interest. The dark energy within you needed to be entirely purified, and the spirit realm was the only place capable of achieving that. Yu Tian's anger did not wane. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Why keep me in the dark regarding such a decision? I have the right to know the truth and to choose my own fate. Tears glistened in Ziyun's eyes, her voice trembling. Yu Tian, I am truly sorry that I know you were furious, but I had no other choice at that moment, that I feared that if I revealed the truth, you would refuse, and the dark energy within you could jeopardize both your safety and that of the Academy. Ziyun's eyes welled with tears, ready to continue her explanation when a booming voice interrupted. Yu Tian, stop. Both Yu Tian and Ziyun turned to see Shin Yishu approaching from the end of the corridor. His gaze was sharp and his expression serious. The arrival of the vice president indicated a matter of significance, but Yu Tian could not suppress his inner fury. Shin Yishu approached the two, scanning Yu Tian's face before turning to Ziyun. His tone softening slightly. Ziyun, you may return. This matter is not your fault. You were merely following orders. Ziyun bowed her head, her voice quavering. Understood, Dean. She turned to leave, concern and regret evident in her eyes. Yu Tian watched her departing figure, his anger subsiding somewhat. Yet confusion still lingered. He turned to Shin Yishu, his voice low. What does this mean? Shin Yishu sighed, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Yu Tian, follow me to the Xinglong Hall. I shall personally explain everything to you. The two walked in silence to the Xinglong Hall. Shin Yishu gestured for Yu Tian to take a seat, while he took the chair opposite him. His expression grave. The atmosphere within the hall felt heavy, as if the very air had thickened. Yu Tian, do you know the truth about the Yuming Valley? Shin Yishu began, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Tian. I do not. Shin Yishu nodded, a contemplative expression crossing his face. You were sent to Yuming Valley because the power of the Golden Seal within you is connected to the forces there. The power of the Golden Seal? Yu Tian's heart jolted, suddenly realizing this matter might be related to Zhang Taisu, who had bestowed the Golden Seal upon him. What does that mean? Shin Yishu took a deep breath, slowly explaining. Zhang Taisu was once an outstanding disciple of Tai Academy, one of the 13 Taisu of the Celestial Realm. Long ago, he discovered a portal in Yuming Valley that opened the spirit realm to the mortal realm, using all his strength to seal away the remnants of evil. However, the dark energy from those remnants continued to corrupt the surrounding individuals. Recognizing this danger, Zhang Taisu chose to leave the Celestial Realm and secluded himself in the Emerald Abyss. Yu Tian listened intently, yet he remained puzzled about how this related to him. But what does this have to do with me? Shin Yishu shook his head, determination glinting in his eyes. When you entered Tai Academy, the Dean sensed the presence of the remnant's energy within you, as well as the power of the Golden Seal. After careful consideration, the Dean believed that Zhang Taisu had a purpose in granting you the Golden Seal, thus choosing to trust both his actions in you. Yu Tian's heart trembled, feeling the weight of responsibility bear down upon him. The implication was clear. He was the chosen one, tasked with sealing away the remnants. Shin Yishu nodded. Indeed, the only way to accomplish this is to force the remnants to reveal themselves, then reactivate the power of the Golden Seal to seal them away completely. For this plan, the Dean concealed the truth, pretending to walk into the trap laid by the remnants, allowing them to believe they had corrupted you and the Dean, all to lower their guard. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian finally grasped the sequence of events. Everything made sense now. But why not inform me sooner? Shin Yishu sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, because the remnants capable of breaking the seal could monitor all occurrences within Tai Academy. Any leaked information could jeopardize the entire plan. Yu Tian fell into contemplation, understanding the Dean's intentions and recognizing that Ziyun had indeed been kept in the dark. Yet, how could he overlook the fact that he had risked his life for the Academy? This could not be brushed aside. Regardless, I ventured into the spirit realm at the risk of my life. It cannot be for naught. Shin Yishu offered an awkward smile, fully aware of Yu Tian's intentions. It was clear he sought some form of recompense, but he instinctively nodded, silently marveling at Yu Tian's cleverness and audacity. Yu Tian, you have indeed endured great hardship this time, but you understand that it is all for the safety of the Academy. Shin Yishu attempted to ease the tension. It was evident that Yu Tian was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away easily. Spare me the pleasantries. I have risked my life. This undertaking was fraught with peril, and I nearly did not return to D. Oh, you truly intend to simply flatter me and consider it sufficient? Yu Tian's tone remained resolute, clearly unwilling to compromise. Shin Yishu could only nod helplessly, chuckling. Well, very well. Yu Tian, speak your mind. What is it that you desire? Yu Tian, unabashed, replied with a smile. My request is quite simple. Spare me the empty rhetoric about reputation or status. Those are of no use. What I seek are tangible rewards, something I can truly grasp. Shen Yishur shook his head in resignation, inwardly lamenting the cunning nature of this young man, that he feigned contemplation for a moment before suggesting. Then let me appoint you as the mentor of the sacred realm. It is a position of great significance within the academy. Yu Tian dismissed the suggestion with a shake of his head, stating, that position was promised to me prior to my return. It does not count that a hint of exasperation appeared on Shen Yishur's face as he offered. Then allow me to gift you the Ring of Kaiyang, a most precious artifact. Yu Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze unwavering. What does that amount to? A simple tipi. The Ring of Kaiyang was already promised to me. Do you take me for a fool? Shen Yishur sighed internally, recognizing that Yu Tian had come prepared, and he spread his hands in resignation. What more do you wish for? Yu Tian's eyes brightened, and he stated, I wish to cultivate the ancestral heavenly stage secret sword manual of Tai Academy. Upon hearing this, Shen Yishur's expression shifted. Clearly reluctant, he furrowed his brow. My word, your appetite is quite insatiable. Yu Tian, the heavenly stage secret sword manual is an ancestral treasure of our Tai Academy, our supreme secret, the very foundation of our existence. Only the most core disciples are permitted to practice it. Even Zhang Taishu lacked the qualification to access it. Unmoved, Yu Tian smiled and countered, do spare me the theatrics. I risked my life to venture into the spirit realm. Surely, such a vital mission warrants the privilege of practicing this sword manual. At this statement, Shen Yishur's demeanor turned serious, after a moment of silence. Clearly weighing the pros and cons, he remarked, could it be, Vice Dean, that you are hesitating? Yu Tian smiled faintly and added, that remnant even claimed I was a rare mortal capable of wielding dark energy perfectly. While sealing him, he repeatedly urged me to embrace his malevolent power and invade the mortal realm to divide the world. Feigning a yawn, Yu Tian scrutinized Shen Yishur's expression. Alas, my heart is solely dedicated to the academy. I rejected such offers without a second thought. Vice Dean, you ought not to break my heart. Shen Yishur exhaled deeply, fully aware of Yu Tian's strength and potential. Ultimately, he nodded gravely, stating, very well, Yu Tian, I shall grant your request. But you must ensure that this sword manual remains strictly confidential. A jubilant smile spread across Yu Tian's face as he replied, rest assured, I will not disclose it. Now, where is it? Present it to me at once. Follow me. Shen Yishur rose reluctantly, leading Yu Tian towards the back hall. Chapter 62. The first form of the heavenly stage secret sword manual. The boundless way of heaven. As Shen Yishur and Yu Tian walked side by side along the corridor of Tai Academy, the setting sun bathed them in its golden hues, casting long shadows behind them. Shen Yishur wore a smile tinged with resignation as he turned to Yu Tian and inquired, Yu Tian, who informed you that our academy possesses the heavenly stage secret sword manual? Yu Tian laughed heartily, giving Shen Yishur's shoulder a playful pat. Who else could it be? It is clearly stated in your academy's introduction. Tai Academy possesses the heavenly stage secret sword manual. We welcome powerful individuals to challenge and practice the manual. It is your own words. Shen Yishur shook his head in exasperation, inwardly sighing that in an effort to attract more talented disciples, they had prominently featured the academy's prized sword manual in their promotion, only to have it turned against them by Yu Tian's demands. He sighed, realizing that treasures ought to be concealed. Yu Tian's smile widened. Master, such a remarkable treasure should not be hidden away. Since it is the academy's legacy, it should be shared with more gifted individuals for its promotion and flourishing. Shen Yishur gazed at Yu Tian. This disciple was indeed clever to a fault. Yet he felt a sense of pride. Yu Tian's talent and determination were invaluable assets to the academy, and he hoped Yu Tian would carry forward the legacy of their exceptional techniques. With a stern look, Shen Yishur stated, You rascal, very well. Since you've made your decision, devote yourself to training and do not betray this trust. As they traversed the corridor and crossed a tranquil garden, they arrived at the academy's study. The study was quaint and elegant, surrounded by towering trees that cast dancing shadows. Inside, the room was well lit, and the shelves were meticulously arranged with ancient texts and scrolls. Shen Yishur approached a shelf, retrieved an ancient sword manual, and handed it to Yu Tian. Pushing open the door to the study, Shanishir led Yu Tian inside. The furnishings were simple, yet the aroma of books filled the air. The shelves were adorned with a myriad of ancient tomes and classics, with one venerable sword manual prominently displayed in a special glass case. Yu Tian, this is the Heavenly Stage Secret Sword Manual, Shanishir said, moving to the case and cautiously retrieving the manual before presenting it to Yu Tian. Yu Tian accepted the manual, a surge of excitement and anticipation swelling within him, that he gently leafed through its pages, revealing profound sword techniques and philosophies, each move imbued with mystery and significance. This manual is truly extraordinary, Yu Tian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Shanishir nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Yu Tian, this manual is our Tai Academy's legacy, and throughout the ages, only a select few disciples have had the privilege to practice it, that I hope you cherish this opportunity and master it to its fullest. Yu Tian solemnly nodded. Fear not. I will not squander such a skill. I shall train with all my might. Shanishir nodded in approval, and then guided Yu Tian to a corner of the study, where an ancient practice room lay. The walls were adorned with various sword technique illustrations, and the floor was covered with soft training mats. Yu Tian, you may practice the techniques from the manual here. This space is specifically designed for disciples training in sword arts and is perfect for focused practice, Shanishir said, his gaze filled with expectation. Yu Tian expressed his gratitude, then departed the study. Returning to Lin Xianshan. The scenery at Lin Xianshan remained as serene as ever, with verdant forests and crystal-clear streams, as if nothing had changed. Taking a deep breath, Yu Tian reminisced about his first arrival here, when the remnant was a constant source of annoyance. Now he could fully appreciate this ethereal realm in peace. Upon reaching his residence, he spotted Lan Shuer and Lin Qingyue standing at the entrance, their expressions laced with worry and concern. Yu Tian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Understanding that their anxiety was rooted in his safety, he approached them with a smile. Shuer, Qingyue, I have returned. Lan Shuer's face lit up with joy upon seeing Yu Tian, yet her worry was palpable. She stepped forward and tightly grasped Yu Tian's hand, her voice tinged with reproach. Yu Tian, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how worried we have been? Where exactly have you been during this time? Lin Qingyue also stepped forward, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with concern. Come, tell us everything. What did you experience in the Nether Valley? Seeing their genuine concern for him warmed Yu Tian's heart. He gently patted Lan Shuer's hand, soothingly saying, Shuer, Qingyue, please do not rush. Allow me to recount my tale. He succinctly narrated his recent experiences, from being dispatched to the Nether Valley, to battling the remnant, and ultimately learning the truth from Shanishir. Every detail was conveyed clearly. Lan Shuer and Lin Qingyue listened intently, their expressions shifting between astonishment and worry, their eyes shimmering with complex emotions. So, the mission in the Nether Valley was orchestrated by Zhang Taishu and the Dean from the outset, aimed at sealing the remnant while allowing me to obtain the power of the Golden Seal. Yu Tian explained, and a glimmer of tears welled in Lan Shuer's eyes as she lightly punched Yu Tian's arm, her voice a mix of reproach and affection. Yu Tian, you took such risks. Do you even realize how dangerous the Nether Valley is? We were so worried about you. Yu Tian grasped Lan Shuer's hand, speaking tenderly. Shuer, I understand your concern, but this is my destiny. Since fate has chosen me, I shall not shy away from it. Lin Qingyue nodded, admiration and understanding evident in his gaze. Well done, lad. You did the right thing. Not only did you complete the mission, but you also acquired the Heavenly Stage Secret Sword Manual. What a rare opportunity. Yu Tian smiled faintly, feeling a wave of ease and satisfaction wash over him. However, I cannot share it. I promised Shanishir that I would not disclose it to others. Lin Qingyue pouted, hands on his hips as he glared at Yu Tian, seemingly disdainful of him. Oh, come on, don't look at me like that. I truly made a promise. But as he spoke, Yu Tian pondered, glancing at Lin Qingyue. If you happen to sneak a peek at the manual while I was asleep, I couldn't very well stop you, could I? Lan Shuer chuckled, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her expression softening. Well, as long as you return safely, that is what matters from now on. Whatever happens, I want to be by your side, that I can't help but worry when you're alone. Just as they were about to enter, Yu Tian suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching, that he turned around to see the divine beast. The Tian Go, slowly making its way towards him. Yution recalled how he had previously been affected by the malevolent aura of the remnants, causing the celestial dog to regard him with wariness, even having attacked him once. However, today, the celestial dog's demeanor was markedly different. It exhibited no aggression. Rather, it appeared exceedingly amiable. The dog's eyes sparkled with light, and its steps were light, as if infused with a hint of joy. Yution smiled gently and extended his hand, slowly approaching Lulu. He felt the warm breath emanating from Lulu, stirring a wave of emotion within him. Lulu, it has been a long time, he said softly, his tone imbued with warmth. The celestial dog lowered its head and gently sniffed Yution's hand, then emitted a soft purr, clearly expressing its friendship. Feeling Lulu's warmth, Yution became even more convinced that he had completely rid himself of the remnant's malevolence. It seems Lulu has sensed your transformation, Lin Qingwei remarked, approaching to gently stroke Lulu's head, her eyes reflecting a mix of relief and gratitude. Lulu seemed to thoroughly enjoy the interaction, gently wagging its tail and emitting a pleased low growl. Lin Qingwei busied herself in the kitchen, while Lan Shuer assisted her. Yution eagerly returned to his room and opened the sword manual. The first page revealed the grand characters Tian, Dao, Wuji. These four powerful and vigorous characters exuded an overwhelming aura that thrilled Yution, his gaze darting back and forth across the text as he diligently read each word. Tian Dao Wuji, as the name implies, is rooted in the heavenly way, pursuing the realm of infinity. The manual meticulously detailed the origin and essence of this technique. Tian Dao Wuji involves the perfect fusion of the forces of heaven and earth with one's own sword qi, forming a power that transcends the mundane. This technique requires the sword wielder's state of mind to align with the heavenly way in order to be executed. Its might is boundless, akin to the thunder of the heavens, overshadowing all beneath it. Upon reading this, Yution could not help but feel a sense of reverence. He took a deep breath and continued onward. The manual recorded that Tian Dao Wuji is not merely a sword technique, but also a profound understanding and insight into the heavenly way. The swordsman must attain a unity of mind and spirit, a unity of heart and sword, to unleash the true power of this technique. The manual stated, to wield on Dao Wuji, one must command the sword with the heart and harness the heavens with the sword. The swordsman must relinquish all attachments and resonate with heaven and earth to grasp the essence of Tian Dao Wuji. When this technique is executed, the sword qi flows like a torrent, unstoppable. However, those whose state of mind is not yet adequate should not attempt it lightly, lest they suffer the consequences. Upon reaching this point, Yution was filled with anticipation and trepidation. He understood that Tian Dao Wuji was an immensely powerful sword technique, yet it was fraught with challenges that he must continuously elevate his state of mind throughout his training to truly master this technique. Dinner is ready, called a warm voice from outside. Chapter 63. The Trial Tower. The first form on the brink of success. During the day, Yution practiced sword techniques in the training room and returned to Lin Xinshan's residence at night. After several days of tranquil moments, Yution formally decided to enter the training tower and commence his training of the first form of the Tianjia Mizhuan sword manual, Tian Dao Wuji. This training tower was designated by Taiyi Academy for newcomers. Once one surpassed the Shura realm, entry was no longer permitted. The tower comprised 9 levels, each presenting numerous challenges. Only true strongholds could break through layer by layer to reach the pinnacle. The training tower was situated on the southern side of Taiyi Academy, at the peak of Cultivation Peak, located at the outermost edge of the Xianyan Rift. It was only then that Yution realized the Academy's southern boundary was the Xianyan Rift. The view here was expansive, as if standing atop the clouds, gazing down at the illusory, foam-like canyons intertwining below. Spanning hundreds of miles, the training peak bore the tower, resembling a demonic spire, soaring into the clouds. There were a total of 49 towering structures, serving as the primary training grounds for the Academy's foundational disciples. Gazing at the towering trial towers, a slight smile crept upon Yution's lips. He yearned for battle. Only through combat could he unleash his potential. In the battle against the remnants, he not only rediscovered his restored true qi, but also activated the Golden Seal. Such encounters not only pushed him beyond his limits, but also accumulated invaluable combat experience. How many people go their entire lives without witnessing the spirit realm or encountering a malevolent dragon? Yet he, not only defeated one, but also captured it alive during his confrontation with Huang Xiang. He realized a fundamental issue. Those who lacked practical combat experience were ironically the ones with abundant cultivation resources. Indeed, the royal bloodline's innate talents, favorable births, and ample resources often masked a profound lack of fighting spirit. When faced with truly resolute warriors, they could easily be overwhelmed. After all, the privileged often lived in comfort, feeling superior in all aspects. When confronted with someone as formidable as himself, they would find themselves thoroughly outmatched. Having lived under the roof of the 5 states for so many years, he had learned one thing: speak to people in their tongue, and with ghosts, speak their language. Some individuals could be treated kindly and given opportunities, while others must be resolutely rejected. At the entrance of the training tower, Lin Qingwei awaited him. Her expression was serious, her gaze filled with anticipation and encouragement. Kid, there are 9 levels in total. The higher you ascend, the more difficult it becomes. You understand? Yu Tian nodded. Are the contents of these training towers the same? How could that be? The closer you get to the clouds, the more challenging it becomes, and the costs increase as well. The rewards at the top are also more substantial. However, you must follow the sequence. Expensive? I have to spend money? What else? Big brother, this is an academy, not a charity institution. That IT must generate profit to sustain itself. How much? 10,000 spirit crystals per hour. That's so expensive? Stop babbling. I've already reserved this one for the day. Don't waste time. Hurry in. With that, Lin Qingwei gave Yu Tian a shove into the training tower. Why are the academy instructors so fond of kicking people? He steadied himself, surveying his surroundings. The first level's challenge was a vast hall, at the center of which stood a colossal stone statue wielding a giant axe. Its gaze stern and unyielding. As Yu Tian stepped into the hall, the statue suddenly came to life, swinging its axe toward him. Without hesitation, Yu Tian drew the Tianyun sword. The statue's strength was formidable. Each strike carried immense force, shattering the floor and severing the beams above. Yet, Yu Tian did not flinch. He concentrated all his spirit, employing the techniques from the Tianjimijuan sword manual, engaging in a fierce battle with the statue. Heavenly flight! Yu Tian shouted, his sword chi slicing through the air like lightning, diverting the statue's long sword. Seizing the opportunity, he struck at the statue's chest. The statue let out a thunderous roar, a massive fissure splitting its form, ultimately collapsing to the ground, reduced to rubble. After dispersing the floating dust with a few swings of his hand, he sheathed his sword and entered the second level. The second level's challenge presented a dense forest, the air thick with rich spiritual energy. Yu Tian tread cautiously through the woods, acutely aware of the hidden dangers surrounding him. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the thicket, lunging at him. Yu Tian swiftly swung his sword to meet it. The sword chi slicing through the shadow like a blade. It was a gigantic beast, its eyes glinting with ferocity. The beast let out a low growl and lunged at Yu Tian once more. Remaining calm, Yu Tian adjusted his breathing, focusing all his spirit, and met the beast's charge with his sword. The sword chi surged forth like a torrent, striking the beast, which let out a cry of anguish before collapsing to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. The third level's challenge was a vast lake, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Standing at the lake's edge, Yu Tian felt a powerful spiritual energy surging from water. Similar yet different. Just a matter of fighting. Suddenly, a column of water erupted from the lake, transforming into a massive water dragon that surged toward Yu Tian. He drew his sword to confront it. The sword chi shot forth like an arrow, colliding with the water dragon. The dragon roared deeply, engaging Yu Tian in a fierce battle. Yu Tian concentrated all his spirit, wielding his sword as the sword chi sliced through the water dragon. The dragon let out a final wail before disintegrating into mist. This continued as he ascended to the top. The fourth level's challenge was a desolate desert. The fifth level's challenge was a snow-capped peak. The sixth level's challenge was a lush bamboo grove. The seventh level's challenge was a dark cave. Upon reaching the eighth level, the space was larger than the previous levels, the air thick with a heavy atmosphere, as if the entire space was suffocating. Yu Tian approached cautiously, the surroundings gradually coming into focus, revealing a ground covered in hard rock and fissures, the entire space suffused with a weighty earth element aura. Suddenly, a deep, authoritative voice echoed within the tower. Practitioner, the trial of the 8th level will test your swordsmanship's stability and endurance. Only by overcoming this arduous battle can you proceed. Yu Tian furrowed his brow. Silently bracing himself, he understood that the challenges at this level would be exceptionally arduous. Yet he had no reason to retreat. He tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, as if the earth itself was awakening. Countless earth elements coalesced into towering earth giants, slowly rising from the ground. Each giant stood several meters tall, their robust forms radiating a formidable sense of oppression. Taking a deep breath, Yu Tian circulated his true qi, concentrating the sword qi upon his blade. "Come!" Yu Tian shouted, his figure flashing forward as he charged at one of the earth giants, the sword qi slicing through the air like lightning. Striking the giant's chest, the earth giant staggered but did not fall. With a low roar, it swung its massive fist down upon Yu Tian. Yu Tian deftly evaded, his form shifting through the air like a wraith. Skillfully dodging the assault of the earth giant, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. The sword energy, surging forth like a tempest, aimed at the giant's vital points, despite the ferocity of Yu Tian's onslaught. The giant's defenses were remarkably robust. Each strike seemed only to diminish its power without rendering it truly vanquished. A sense of foreboding settled within Yu Tian, for he understood the necessity of discovering a more effective method of attack. The earth attribute's defenses were formidable, and he realized he must shatter their core. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, he swiftly recalibrated his strategy, concentrating his true energy into the blade and channeling the power of the golden seal within him. A golden radiance gradually enveloped the sword, rendering the sword energy sharper and more potent. "Heavenly path, boundless," Yu Tian intoned with conviction, unleashing the technique as the sword energy surged like a deluge toward the giant's core. In that instant, the sword energy collided with the giant's heart, producing a resounding explosion, causing the giant's form to splinter into countless fragments. Witnessing this, Yu Tian felt a surge of elation, although his execution of the first technique was still somewhat clumsy. It had already inflicted damage. The initial, albeit imperfect, move from the heavenly stage esoteric sword manual demonstrated such formidable lethality. Were he to master it completely, his power would be beyond estimation. He swiftly pivoted to engage the other earth giants. The sword energy slicing through the air like a gale, targeting their cores. Each earth giant succumbed to the onslaught, crumbling into countless shards, ultimately dissipating into the atmosphere. However, with each execution of his attacks, Yu Tian sensed his stamina and true energy waning significantly. His breath grew labored, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. That as time passed, Yu Tian finally triumphed over all the earth giants. The entire 8th level fell into tranquility, the heavy atmosphere gradually dissipating. He exhaled deeply, acutely aware of his fatigue and the depletion of his true energy. "You have passed the trial of the 8th level." A deep voice resonated, as if proclaiming Yu Tian's victory. Yet he thought, "This won't do, that I must conserve my strength for the next level." With that, Yu Tian refrained from advancing directly to the 9th level. Instead, he consumed a dragon yang pill and began to meditate, seeking to restore his spiritual energy. Chapter 64. Defeating the boss, clearing the level. The 4th stage, after enduring the trials of the 8 levels. Yu Tian finally stood before the entrance to the 9th level of the cultivation tower. This was the ultimate test, the most arduous of challenges. That he inhaled deeply, pushed open the door, and stepped into the 9th level. Upon entering, Yu Tian was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The air was thick with spiritual energy and murderous intent. The surroundings were shrouded in dim light, obscuring the entirety of the space. Standing at the tower's center, Yu Tian circulated his true energy, bracing himself for the final challenge. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the darkness. Lunging toward Yu Tian, he swiftly drew his sword to counter, the sword energy slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Colliding with the shadow was struck by the sword energy, emitting a low growl as it retreated into the darkness. Yu Tian furrowed his brow, a flicker of vigilance crossing his eyes. At that moment, the surroundings brightened, revealing the true visage of the space. It was a vast battlefield. the ground inscribed with intricate runes, surrounded by floating spirit stones emanating a faint glow. At the center stood a towering and formidable armored warrior, clad in heavy armor, wielding a colossal battle axe, his gaze radiating coldness and authority. "Practitioner, welcome to the 9th level." The armored warrior's voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an irresistible force. Yution tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze unwavering as he met the warrior's eyes. "Who are you?" With a chilling smile, the armored warrior replied, "I am the guardian of the 9th level. You must defeat me to pass this trial." Yution nodded, comprehending the arduous battle that lay ahead. That he inhaled deeply, channeling his true energy as the sword energy surged like a torrent. "Come," he called out. The armored warrior swung his massive battle axe, striking fiercely toward Yution, swiftly evading. Yution countered with his sword energy, the two forces colliding violently in the air, producing a thunderous roar. The impact nearly caused Yution to lose his grip on the sword, a realization of the armored warrior's formidable strength sending a shiver through him. Yet he did not falter. This was the thrill of battle. Quickly adjusting his stance, he launched another assault. The armored warrior attacked again, the battle axe slicing through the air like lightning, aimed directly at Yution's vital points, swift and precise. Yution retreated momentarily before charging forward, unleashing a series of sword strikes toward the armored warrior. The sound of slicing air reverberated throughout the tower, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. However, the armored warrior raised his left arm to block, forming a shield with his arm, and with a shield bash, shattered Yution's sword energy. Boom! The sword energy was obliterated like tea that moment. Yution leapt forward, closing the distance to the armored warrior, stepping into the air as he lunged once more. "Heavenly path, boundless!" he shouted, the sword energy billowing forth like a storm, targeting the warrior's throat. Yet the armored warrior swung his battle axe to meet it, striking down and dispersing Yution's sword energy. Yution felt a powerful recoil, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. But he quickly regained his footing, refusing to be toppled. The armored warrior, too, was pushed back slightly, a gash appearing at his throat. Yet he soon retaliated, unleashing a barrage of energy blades from his battle axe toward Yution. At that moment, Yution realized that his current level was insufficient to defeat this boss. Only by risking everything could he overcome this formidable foe. He recalled the teachings of the heavenly path, mentally reciting each word of the sword manual, attempting to recreate the critical principles and key points in his mind. Heavenly path, boundless, requires the heart to command the sword and the sword to wield the heavens. The swordsman must relinquish all attachments to resonate with the cosmos to grasp the essence of the heavenly path, boundless. When executed, the sword energy flows like a torrent, unstoppable. However, those unprepared in spirit should not attempt it lightly, lest they suffer dire consequences. Yution internalized the manual's teachings, taking a deep breath to calm himself, focusing all his spirit and will. "This time, I must go all out, leaving nothing behind." He felt a profound sensation, gradually forgetting his identity, his physical form, his name, as he concentrated entirely on the flow of spiritual energy within him. Radiant Dragon True Energy, Azure Dragon Soul Energy, Crystal Dragon Spirit Energy, unite. Yution murmured, the three powerful energies within him merging instantaneously, forming an incomprehensibly potent force. He felt his body brimming with limitless power, every muscle invigorated by this surge. "Heavenly path, boundless," Yution intoned forcefully, the sword energy soaring into the sky, roaring forth like thunder. Directly confronting the armored warrior, in that moment, he channeled all his true energy and strength into this one strike, the sword energy crashing toward the armored warrior like a tempest. The tower trembled with immense force, as if on the verge of internal detonation. The armored warrior raised his massive axe, his hands radiating a pale blue glow as he summoned his spiritual energy, lifting the long sword, its energy erupting in response. Meeting Yution's assault in the face-off, Yution gritted his teeth, feeling a powerful backlash that left his arms slightly numb, yet he did not retreat. The sword energy intertwined with the armored warrior's energy blades, illuminating the space with a dazzling brilliance. Ultimately, Yu Tian's sword energy pierced through the armored warrior's energy blades, striking true at his throat. The armored warrior staggered, a pained expression crossing his face as he began to disintegrate into countless golden motes. Dissipating into the air, a low voice echoed once more. You have passed the trial of the 9th level. Congratulations, Yu Tian. Yu Tian had finally vanquished the armored warrior, but his strength and true energy were nearly exhausted. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his legs trembling, barely able to stand. Supporting himself against the stone wall, he was filled with a mix of victorious joy and profound fatigue. Just then, a chilling voice whispered in his ear, "You struggle even against a mere waste. I see you are exerting every ounce of strength, even diminishing my sealed power." Hearing that familiar, loathsome voice, Yu Tian frowned and replied coldly, "You remnant, shut your mouth. I know what you intend." "What do I intend? What else could I want? I merely wish to assist you in quickening your ascent, that do not play coy with me. Back in the spirit realm. When you sought to kill and threaten me, you were not this cowardly." The remnant's voice dripped with mockery and temptation. "Yu Tian, I am merely guiding you moderately, not intending to kill you. In fact, I cannot bear to do so. Would you like to inherit my malevolent power? I can help you break through your boundaries. This is a free opportunity." Yu Tian scoffed, his eyes reflecting resolute disdain. "I have no need for your malevolent power. You wish to exploit me for your own ends. I will not fall for it." The remnant's voice chimed once more, laced with a chilling laughter. "Yu Tian, you are truly obstinate, and why power can make you stronger. Why not accept it?" Yu Tian replied coldly, "Because I know your true nature. You merely wish to use my body to regain your freedom and continue your nefarious schemes. Cease your daydreaming. I shall never acquiesce to your power." Yu Tian coldly remarked with a disdainful sneer, "You are but a remnant, and your flowery words will not deceive me. I am fully aware of your intentions to exploit me for your own gain, and I shall never allow you to succeed." The remnant, falling silent for a moment, then coldly retorted, "Yu Tian, there will come a day when you will realize that I am your only path forward." Ignoring the remnant's words, Yu Tian understood that his foremost priority was to recuperate his strength and vital energy. He retrieved a Longyang pill from his robe, consumed it, and sat cross-legged to commence his meditative healing. Before long, a mechanism within the 9th level of the tower suddenly activated, emanating a soft blue glow. From this mechanism, a spirit emerged and a voice proclaimed, "Congratulations, disciple, for surpassing the 3rd-tier trial tower. This is your reward." Upon witnessing this, Yu Tian rose to accept the honor that was rightfully his. Chapter 65. The Coronation of the Saint Realm Mentor. Is the royal family looking for trouble? Divine Gold. A deep voice echoed once more. Having passed the 9th-tier trial, congratulations, Yu Tian. This is your reward. In an instant, a flash of golden light revealed an ancient scripture before Yu Tian. He cautiously accepted the scripture, opening the first page to find it densely filled with characters, and felt a profound power emanating from it. This scripture appeared to harbor boundless wisdom and strength, capable of aiding him in stabilizing his heart and elevating his realm during cultivation. Is this my reward? It seems quite extraordinary, Yu Tian marveled internally, carefully tucking the scripture away in his robe that a beam of light enveloped him, teleporting him out of the trial tower. As he regained his footing, he found himself back outside the tower, the sunlight cascading upon him, enveloping him in warmth. Mentor Lin Qingyue awaited him at the entrance, and upon seeing Yu Tian emerge, a hint of satisfaction graced his features that he approached and softly remarked, "Not bad, you were just a smidge faster than Shuer." Hearing this, Yu Tian could not help but inquire, "Mentor, why is this the 3rd tier? I had thought it was an ordinary trial tower." Lin Qingyue smiled as he explained, "I sense your talent, hence I allowed you to directly challenge the 3rd tier." Clearly, the challenge level was still set too low. Yu Tian, unable to suppress a retort, replied, "Do not jest. Mentor, I nearly did not return. Had it been any more challenging, I might truly have been lost." Lin Qingyue chuckled lightly, patting Yu Tian's shoulder. "You always say that. You merely wish to shirk responsibility." Yu Tian shook his head, recognizing Lin Qingyue's jest, and smiled. He produced the scripture from his robe and asked, "Mentor, what is this scripture? Does it possess any special purpose?" Lin Xingyue examined the scripture, nodded, and replied, "This is a scripture of the Xian rank, which will aid you in stabilizing your heart. It is pivotal for cultivating Tian Dao Wuji. Should you directly practice the Tian rank secret sword manual without this scripture, you will struggle to maintain tranquility and achieve breakthroughs. Utilizing this scripture will accelerate your progress." Upon hearing this, Yu Tian's heart swelled with joy, realizing he had obtained a treasure of immense significance. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you, I shall cultivate diligently. Once I have conquered the world, I shall appoint you as the dean. Just do not let me down, and I shall be content." Lin Xingyue smiled slightly before summoning his steed, the Nine Heavens Thunderbolt Mysterious Leopard. "Mount my spiritual beast. It shall carry you to a suitable location for cultivation." After a gentle pat on the leopard, he turned to Yu Tian, almost in a teasing manner. "Yu Tian, you were merely a few minutes faster than Lien Shuer. Do not grow complacent. Lien Shuer's progress has been rapid, nearing the 7th stage of the Shuro realm." Yu Tian felt a jolt of surprise and a tinge of unwillingness. Lien Shuer was indeed a renowned prodigy across the 5 states. Yet, witnessing her swift advancement before him left Yu Tian profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated such remarkable progress. After bidding farewell to his mentor, the Nine Heavens Thunderbolt Mysterious Leopard soared into the skies. Racing through the clouds, Yu Tian sat upon its broad back, feeling the wind whip past his ears. The leopard's speed was astonishing, and the surrounding scenery transformed rapidly, akin to a swiftly unfurling scroll. Yu Tian closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, savoring every moment of this journey. Suddenly, a lush valley came into view, with a vibrant emerald pool at its center, encircled by dense woods, brimming with spiritual energy. Resembling a paradise, the leopard descended gently by the pool's edge, and Yu Tian dismounted steadily, gazing upward in awe at the breathtaking scenery before him. Towering peaks surrounded the area, and waterfalls cascaded down the mountains, forming a vast pool of crystal-clear water. The pool shimmered with a faint spiritual aura, and the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, evoking a sense of serenity. This was indeed the Qingpu Fenghuan Pool, one of the most spiritually dense sanctuaries for cultivation according to legend. The water was pristine, the flora vibrant, and the atmosphere invigorating, refreshing one's spirit. Yu Tian recognized that this was the optimal location for cultivating the scripture and the Tian rank secret sword manual. "The spiritual energy here is truly extraordinary," Yu Tian murmured to himself, his gaze filled with anticipation and determination. The leopard emitted a soft rumble, seemingly acknowledging Yu Tian's gratitude, before gracefully leaping into the dense forest. Yu Tian watched it depart, feeling a warmth and gratitude swell within him. He then approached the pool's edge, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate his vital energy, entering a state of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he felt his internal energy swell with the influx of spiritual power, but he understood that this would be the perfect place for his cultivation over the next 3 days, as he prepared for his coronation as a mentor of the Saint Realm. The rich and pure spiritual energy of the Qingpu Fenghuan Pool relaxed and nourished both his body and mind. But he closed his eyes, channeling all his focus into studying the scripture, silently reciting the incantations within the scripture. He felt his mental state gradually stabilize. The scripture was crucial for maintaining inner peace, essential for mastering the Tian Dao Wuji. Su Tian mentally chanted. He sensed his internal energy merging with the scripture's power, bringing about an increasing tranquility and steadiness of heart. As time passed, Yu Tian's heart gradually calmed, and his internal energy became even more abundant. He understood that stabilizing his mental state was vital for cultivating Tian Dao Wuji. Only in a state of unity between mind and spirit could he truly master this profound technique. That a full day elapsed, and Yu Tian awoke from his meditation, feeling a significant enhancement within himself. He stood, stretching his limbs, then drew forth his sword, ready to practice the first move of the Tian rank secret sword manual. Tian Dao Wuji, he raised his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swiftly intertwined in the air, forming sharp beams of light. With each swing, he felt the power of unity with the heavens and earth, as if he had truly grasped the essence of Tian Dao Wuji. As the sword energy flowed forth, Yu Tian's movements became increasingly fluid and graceful. His swordsmanship resembled flowing water, each strike imbued with strength and elegance. The surrounding spiritual energy of the Qingpu Fenghuan pool seemed to respond to his sword energy, manifesting as wondrous beams of light. 3 days later, Yu Tian was thoroughly prepared, his mind tranquil and his vital energy abundant. At dawn, he stood by the edge of the Qingpu Fenghuan pool, gazing into the water at his reflection. Scarcely able to believe he was on the cusp of becoming a mentor, that he lacked the illustrious background of Lin Qingyue, Zhang Jin, or Ziyun. It all felt like a dream. Indeed, every path traversed in life holds significance. The more one invests, the more one reaps. A gentle breeze swept by, and Lin Qingyue's figure appeared at the pool's edge. His gaze held a glimmer of satisfaction and anticipation as he approached Yu Tian. "Young man, are you ready?" Lin Qingyue inquired with a warm and encouraging tone. Yu Tian nodded, his gaze resolute. "I am ready." Lin Qingyue nodded in approval. "Today marks the day of your coronation as a mentor of the Saint Realm. After today, we shall be colleagues. It is hard to believe that I have nurtured a mentor. How ironic." "Indeed, it is quite ironic." The remnant's voice echoed in Yu Tian's ears. "By the way, you ought to thank me. I am the architect of all this. I am the true hero. My contributions are unparalleled." Yu Tian dismissed the interjection, once more reinforcing the power of his seal, that he followed Lin Qingyue toward the direction of Tai Academy. The Nine Heavens Thunderbolt mysterious leopard let out a roar and swiftly carried them toward the academy. The leopard descended with Yu Tian and Lin Qingyue upon the academy's plaza. Yu Tian was taken aback by the spectacle before him. Countless mentors and students had gathered in the plaza, all clad in neat attire, their eyes brimming with expectation and reverence. Colorful banners and floral garlands adorned the surrounding buildings, transforming the academy into a vibrant festival atmosphere. At the center of the plaza stood a grand golden platform, upon which rested an opulent throne, surrounded by a halo of golden light, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Several high-ranking mentors were already in position, clad in resplendent robes and wielding staffs, awaiting the commencement of the coronation ceremony. Yu Tian took a deep breath and followed Lin Qingyue up to the platform. He felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, a mix of nervousness, excitement, and pride swelling within his heart. He understood that today's ceremony was not only a recognition of his personal cultivation, but also a coronation of the responsibilities that lay ahead. At the center of the platform stood an elder draped in a golden robe, the esteemed head of Tai Academy, the venerable Ti Zhenren Qianyuan Guang. His gaze was benevolent as he smiled at Yu Tian. "Esteemed mentors and fellow students, today we gather here to witness the moment when Yu Tian ascends to the esteemed position of a Sage Realm mentor. This occasion marks not only his personal triumph, but also serves as a proud testament to our Tai Academy." Thunderous applause erupted around, filling him with an unprecedented sense of belonging. The last time he felt such a sensation was when he reached the 9th level of the mortal realm at the tender age of 14. Following this, Qianyuan Guang presented an artifact symbolizing the identity of a Sage Realm mentor. He raised the golden staff high and solemnly proclaimed, "Yu Tian, you have successfully passed all trials, demonstrating your strength and character. Today, we bestow upon you the title of Sage Realm mentor, with the hope that you will continue to advance on your path of cultivation and reach even greater heights." His deep and powerful voice resonated throughout the square. Yu Tian bowed deeply and respectfully replied, "Thank you, Dean, and thank you to all the mentors for your guidance and support, that I will strive diligently to live up to everyone's expectations." Qianyuan Guang nodded, then turned to Lin Qingyue, saying, "Mentor Lin, please crown Yu Tian." Lin Qingyue offered a gentle smile, retrieving a golden crown from the tray beside her, and walked gracefully to Yu Tian. She held the crown aloft and declared with gravitas, "Yu Tian, from this day forth, you shall become a Sage Realm mentor. This crown symbolizes honor and responsibility. May you continue to uphold and magnify its significance in your future cultivation." The echoes of the crowning ceremony had yet to dissipate, as the air around Tai Academy remained thick with a celebratory atmosphere. Just as Yu Tian completed his crowning as a Sage Realm mentor, his heart brimmed with pride and glory. However, as he and Lin Qingyue prepared to leave the square, A rapid sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility. In the distance, a magnificent procession swiftly approached, led by a man clad in golden armor. His face ablaze with fury and wrath. The guard contingent behind him exuded an intimidating presence, following closely at his sides. Bystanders immediately recognized him as the royal family's fifth prince, Huang Shunjin. Yutian, Huang Shunjin bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across the square. His gaze pierced through Yutian like a sword, brimming with hatred and indignation. You have slain my two brothers. Today, I shall avenge them. Chapter 66. Fierce Battle. Huang Shunjin. Remain calm. Both Huang Kai and Huang Xiang fell in battle while dueling with me. Did I, too, bear the noble title as part of the royal family? Do not come here to stir trouble without cause. He regarded the approaching Huang Shunjin with cold disdain. He neither sought conflict nor feared it. A sinister smile crept on a Huang Shunjin's face as he coldly retorted, Yutian, you claim to be of royal blood? You are nothing but a counterfeit. The true heir to Huang Kai's title is Ren Xiaoan, not you. Furthermore, Huang Xiang was expelled from the royal family for privately raising a spirit realm soul beast. His death has nothing to do with you. Thus, you are not a member of the royal family at all. Upon hearing this, Yutian's heart grasped the truth. He recognized that Huang Shunjin was deliberately provoking him, attempting to create chaos. His brow furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting in his gaze. Huang Shunjin, you are well aware that Ren Xiaoan is indeed me. What is your intent here? Huang Shunjin sneered, a glint of cunning and malice flashing in his eyes. Yutian, do you think your petty tricks can deceive everyone? You masquerade as Ren Xiaoan merely to conceal your identity, colluding with the spirit realm. The evidence of your guilt lies in the death of Huang Xiang. Today, I will avenge my brother and hold you accountable for your collusion with the spirit realm. Huang Shunjin roared, suddenly leaping back, his hands thrusting forth as a dazzling light erupted from his palms. As the radiance faded, a magnificent whip appeared, exuding an imposing aura. The whip shimmered with golden light, adorned with celestial patterns, subtly emanating a powerful and mysterious energy. This is the 9 Celestial Star Moon Whip. A gasp rippled through the crowd, their eyes wide with awe and fear. Yutian, your time to die has come. Huang Shunjin laughed coldly, brandishing the whip, its shadow darting toward Yutian like a serpent. Yutian's expression hardened. He understood that this whip was no ordinary weapon, that he swiftly adjusted his stance, conjuring the Tianyun sword in his right hand, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth to meet the whip. Huang Shunjin, if you seek death, I shall grant it, Yutian shouted, his sword energy roaring like a tempest toward Huang Shunjin. Huang Shunjin sneered, the whip dancing through the air like a dragon emerging from a sea, striking out with a flurry of shadow blades that posed a considerable challenge. Soul Skyfall. Crystal Might, Yutian bellowed, releasing the essence of the crystal dragon soul, crystalline armor rapidly forming around him, enveloping him in a translucent shield. Huang Shunjin's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of Yutian's transformation, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes that he scoffed, swinging the 9 Celestial Star Moon Whip, its shadow surging toward Yutian like a tempest. Yutian, do you believe this will shield you from my assault? Huang Shunjin taunted, the whip weaving through the air, unleashing a barrage of shadow blades that cleaved through the atmosphere with overwhelming pressure. The banners and decorations hanging in the square were severed, and panic spread among the crowd. Several mentors and officials stepped forward to cast barriers, sealing off the two combatants to prevent their powers from threatening others. Lin Qingyue was about to intervene, but was halted by Shen Weishi. It is best that you refrain from getting involved in this royal conflict. Otherwise, the Academy will struggle to explain to the Supreme Emperor of the Three Realms at the Jade Emperor Pavilion. Lin Qingyue, aware of her lack of standing to intervene, turned to Lan Schwerer and shook her head helplessly. Yutian remained composed, the crystalline armor shimmering as it deflected Huang Shunjin's onslaught. Simultaneously, he concentrated all his energy, the essence of the azure dragon surging within him, creating powerful currents. Huang Shunjin, it is now my turn to counterattack, Yutian proclaimed, swiftly channeling the essence of the azure dragon. The essence coursed through him, forming a formidable flow of energy. His soul, Skyfall, returned, enhanced by the Heart Sutra, allowing the essence to flow more smoothly. He activated nearly all of his 720 acupoints. This time, his essence usage was pure. The power was significantly augmented. Soul Skyfall. Azure Wrath, Yution shouted, the essence of the Azure Dragon rapidly coalescing into a powerful sword energy, taking the form of a swirling Azure Dragon that charged toward Huang Shunjin. The Azure Dragon spiraled in the air, infused with immense spiritual power. Sensing the impending threat, Huang Shunjin smirked, his whip dancing through the air, summoning a fierce wind. 9, Li Celestial Star Moon Whip. Star Moon Guardian. He shouted, spinning the whip rapidly in the air, forming a shield of starlight that enveloped him entirely. The starlight barrier stood firm like a solid rampart, thoroughly protecting Huang Shunjin. Although Yution's sword energy was fierce, upon striking this starlight barrier, it seemed to dissolve under an invisible force, unable to inflict any tangible harm upon Huang Shunjin. This is the royal family's defensive secret technique. Yution thought in astonishment. Having heard tales of the Nine Li being a top-tier imperial weapon from the imperial realm, exceedingly powerful, yet he had not anticipated it to be this formidable. Even with his essence flowing almost perfectly, it was utterly neutralized, but at this moment, Yution showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he grew even more resolute in seeking an opportunity to break through. Huang Shunjin, seeing Yution's attack thwarted, wore an even more triumphant grin. He swung his whip once more, its shadow dancing through the air, transforming into countless star-like glimmers, bearing destructive power as it surged toward Yution. Star Moon Fury. Huang Shunjin cried, his whip extending suddenly, its shadow crashing toward Yution like a torrential storm. This technique harnessed the power of the star and moon, encompassing a vast range and tremendous might, evidently aimed at utterly defeating Yution. Yution quickly adjusted his stance, channeling the true energy within him. Initially, he had been reluctant to utilize his true energy as it would compromise part of the power of the Golden Seal, potentially destabilizing the seal against the remnants. But now he had no choice but to unleash his full might. With a flourish of his sword, he unleashed a double sword energy, striking like lightning at the 9 Li Celestial Star Moon Whip. Attempting to intercept this fatal blow, Holy Skyfall, Universal Light, Yution shouted, the sword energy roaring forth like thunder, directly confronting Huang Shunjin's assault. The two immense forces collided fiercely in the air, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks, shaking the entire square with their overwhelming energy. Unexpectedly, Huang Shunjin's whip proved even more powerful, instantly shattering Yution's sword energy and surging toward his chest. In one blow, the 9 Li Celestial Star Moon Whip shattered Yution's crystalline armor. Fragments scattered through the air like shattered stars. Huang Shunjin, witnessing this, wore a smug smile, wielding the 9 Li Celestial Star Moon Whip and taunting. Yution, your defense is indeed feeble. Let us see how much longer you can endure. Yution felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, yet he clenched his teeth, resolutely refusing to show any sign of weakness, that he understood that he must give it his all and could not falter at this critical juncture. Huang Shunjin, do not revel in your triumph too soon. Yution replied coldly, his gaze flashing with unwavering determination. He secretly acknowledged that to defeat Huang Shunjin, he would have to employ his yet-to-be fully matured ultimate technique, the Tao of Infinite Extremes. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his energy, channeling the true energy within him. Gripping his sword with both hands, the sword energy surged forth like a torrential flood, gradually coalescing into a formidable sword radiance. Chapter 67. Instant Kill of Huang Shunjin. He still has a trump card. Tao of Infinite Extremes. Yution roared, the sword energy erupting like thunder as it surged toward Huang Shunjin. This sword encapsulated all his strength and belief, serving as his final hope. However, due to his insufficient mastery of the swordsmanship, Yution's attack failed to yield the anticipated results. The Emperor God Jin was struck by the sword's aura, yet merely staggered back a few steps. Sustaining no significant harm, that a smirk of triumph crept across the face of the Emperor God Jin as he sensed Yution's sword energy. Yution, your swordsmanship is utterly pathetic. Nothing more than this. Ha ha ha! The Emperor God Jin's laughter resonated with scorn and derision. Today, I shall show you the true power. With a flourish, he wielded the 9-departure celestial star moon whip, its shadow dancing through the air as it coalesced into spiritual energy. Realizing that the Emperor God Jin was preparing for a final strike, Yu Tian braced himself for battle, only to discover that his previous attack had nearly depleted his internal true energy. Leaving him with scant reserves in this critical moment, he felt the seal within him begin to waver, the whispers of the remnant echoing in his ears. Yu Tian, I've always looked down upon such pretentious beings. Release me. I shall infuse you with dark power, and together we will vanquish the Emperor God Jin. Yu Tian understood that the remnant's dark energy was immensely potent yet perilous. His command over that dark energy even surpassed his mastery of true energy. Spirit energy and soul energy combined, yet releasing the remnant might lead to uncontrollable consequences. In his hesitation, the remnant spoke again. Stop dawdling. Right or wrong, we can argue in private. I assure you, I will not act beyond necessity. I simply disdain such pretentious individuals. Very well, remnant, I shall trust you this once, Yu Tian whispered, determination solidifying within him. For the dignity of the academy, he could not afford to lose. The remnant's laughter echoed in his ears, laced with a chill and pride. Excellent, Yu Tian, let us together defeat this arrogant fool. Instantly, Yu Tian felt a surge of formidable dark energy erupting from within, coursing rapidly throughout his body. His strength was dramatically amplified, and his internal power swiftly replenished. Taking a deep breath, he felt himself brimming with boundless energy. Emperor God Jin, if you seek death, I shall oblige, Yu Tian declared coldly, his gaze imbued with a sense of ruthlessness and resolve. Noticing the sudden shift in Yu Tian's aura, the Emperor God Jin displayed a moment of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He swung the 9-departure celestial star moon whip, its shadow striking like lightning towards Yu Tian. 9-departure celestial star moon split, he exclaimed, as the whip's shadow dispersed, surging towards Yu Tian like a tidal wave. Yu Tian remained calm in the face of combat, the dark energy within him swirling rapidly, with sword energy surging forth like a torrent, clashing fiercely against the whip's shadow amidst a dazzling display of light and shadow. Taking a deep breath, he felt the dark energy within him roiling, akin to a roaring dragon poised to devour everything in its path. Yet, rather than succumbing to the overwhelming dark energy, Yu Tian harnessed the power of his heart sutra to channel the dark energy throughout his body, merging it with the remaining true energy, the spirit energy of the azure dragon, and the soul energy of the crystal dragon. Nodding in affirmation, he interwove the 4 energies, merging them into a singular potent force. With a focused mind, the spirit energy of the azure dragon and the soul energy of the crystal dragon swiftly converged, forming a powerful energy that fused with the dark energy and true energy. He opened his eyes, which gleamed with a golden radiance, reminiscent of a divine dragon descending upon the world. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his long sword, its tip aimed directly at the Emperor God Jin. Holy sky, fall dragons, roar judgment, Yu Tian bellowed, bringing his sword down. The dragon patterns along the blade suddenly came to life, and a colossal dragon shadow erupted from the sword, surging forth with unparalleled force towards the Emperor God Jin.